This was how my world ended. Not with a bang, but with the pathetic screams of the last remnants of humanity. The city streets, once a symbol of our prosperity, had become a slaughterhouse. Every corner they turned, every alley they fled into, only led to another dead end. They called them fierce beasts, mindless abominations that poured from the cracks in reality with only one purpose: to consume. The fools ran, begging for life they had already lost. It was pathetic watching them trip and fall, scrambling over one another in their desperation. A mother, hearing her child's cry, made the fatal mistake of turning back. Sentimentality, the quickest path to the grave. The beast loomed over them, a monument to their weakness. It took its time, savoring their terror. They were trapped, surrounded by the jagged claws of their impending doom. With tears streaming down her face, the woman begged for anyone to save them. A flash of light tore through the air, and the beast's claws shattered just before they reached her. The creatures looked up from their meal, startled by the figure descending from the sky. It was my star-souled general, a golden avatar of war and humanity's last hope. A storm of energized swords rained down from above, a cleansing fire for this filth. The beasts were torn to shreds before they could even register their own demise. "Return to me," I commanded, and the floating blades answered my call, hovering around my gleaming armor. The survivors below cheered, calling me their lord, their savior. They thought I was Master Dong Yuan, the legendary star-souled general, but they were wrong. I was just the pilot, an old man named Song Yunxiang, and my soul power was nearly depleted. I was the last warrior of the human race who could control these machines, and I was on the verge of collapse. For far too long, I had stood as the only line of defense. I alone guarded the final barrier, protecting the last of our kind. But as another beast fired a concentrated beam of energy, I knew my time was up. I summoned what remained of my power, forming the Daoyuan sword defense array. The resulting explosion was immense, a blinding dome of blue energy that vaporized everything in its path. But it was too much. The blast tore through the city, a final, desperate act of defiance. The survivors looked on in shock, amazed they were still alive, but my general was overloaded, systems failing. The swords were broken, my armor temporarily useless. I had to draw the next wave away from the civilians, even if it meant my own destruction. I accessed the Star Master system, prepared to sacrifice myself, but then I saw it, a new command. "Give me the duplicate Star Soul General." A flicker of cold, calculating opportunity. I poured every last ounce of my will into it. Construct. A new frame began to materialize around my consciousness. This wasn't a copy. This was an evolution. My very soul, my memories, my rage, all of it was being rewritten into a new, perfect vessel. A body of pure data and power began to take shape. No frail flesh, no failing organs. Just cold, hard steel, unburdened by the weakness of humanity. In my past life, they called me a hero. In this one, they will call me Star Soul General Cao Ren, and I am no one's savior. My enemy thinks he can turn my own creations against me. Watching as the Nebula Soul General, Cao Ren, begins its foul transformation. The golden armor I designed erupts in a shower of malevolent particles, a cheap imitation of my power that he calls nebula-colored Cao Ren. He's so proud of this stolen ability, boasting of its phoenix form before giving the order to transform. A pathetic light show ensues, twisting my general into the shape of a fiery bird. I meet its charge with my own power, unleashing scorching lightning to put this corrupted puppet down. But the fool uses a distraction. My system screams a warning of an ambush from my left flank as a grotesque beast lunges from the shadows. Dark tendrils ensnare my creation, a crude attempt to restrain a power they can't possibly comprehend. A power born from the Nebula Master System I discovered in Forgotten Ruins. This system has been my salvation countless times, not just granting me the ability to restore my generals, but pulling me from the brink of death. It is the very reason I have survived against impossible odds, fighting my way out of one death trap after another. He thinks he can use my own weapons to cage me, and I almost have to laugh at the sheer audacity. I simply issue a command they could never anticipate. Nebula Solution. A wave of purifying energy erupts from my trapped generals, dissolving the shadowy tendrils that bind them. The beasts recoil in shock, their primitive minds unable to grasp that their trap has just been turned into a beacon. With the board cleared of his lesser pieces, it is time to bring out another player. Nebula Soul General by Kai. I command, and my perfect warrior of balanced power and speed materializes, halberd at the ready. The enemy immediately tries the same pathetic trick, initiating another Nebula Shade transformation. But Bai Kai is not just a tool of brute force. His form shifts into a radiant blue butterfly, a symbol of his superior control and grace. His ground forces unleash a pathetic barrage of energy beams, a storm of light that my general effortlessly dances through without a single scratch. Even so, there are limitations. The Nebula Master System, for all its power, has a flaw. An incomplete soul restoration from my youth left a permanent scar on my capabilities. It is because of that catastrophe that a single stray shot gets through, rocking my general with a powerful explosion. This flaw has me stuck at the holy rank, limiting my restored generals to a mere fraction of their true power. The enemy seizes this moment of weakness, their beasts lunging forward to bind by Kai's blades. "Oh no," he cries out, as a creature charges its cannon for a point-blank execution. The blast connects with a sickening impact, a direct hit that no armor could withstand at this range. It tears straight through him, the beam carving a trench in the city street below. Two more beams slam into the impact crater for good measure, pulverizing the site into nothing but dust and smoke. The enemy commander, wherever he is hiding, must be feeling quite pleased with himself. He is a fool. This was never a fight. It was a cleanup operation. I calmly order my system to scan the area, and the report is perfect. No human life signs detected for 30 miles. Nice, I mutter, finally free to act without restraint, and begin the transformation for my true weapon, Ao Bing. I engage his reverse scale mode, and targeting systems lock onto every last one of these vermin. Dozens of brilliant green targeting lasers paint the cityscape, a final judgment from the heavens. Then comes the storm, an orbital bombardment that turns the entire district into a sea of emerald fire. The mindless creatures can only let out a final, agonizing scream as they are erased from existence. My system shrieks warnings of a soul power overload, a trivial price to pay for this level of annihilation. But I am not finished. I initiate one last nebula solution, gathering the residual energy into the sky. The final command to construct. I unleash a colossal beam of energy that scours the very earth. In the smoking crater, all that remains are the shattered fragments of my own fallen general, a necessary sacrifice. The coward who orchestrated this attack is long gone, having fled the moment he sensed my true power. The old fool's hands tremble, his face a mask of pathetic desperation as he tries to channel what little soul power he has left. A system notification flashes in his mind, a final, mocking beep confirming his failure before I hijack the connection. Instead of the legendary general he sought, my own nebula-colored Lu Bu manifests, a being of pure, unadulterated power he could only dream of controlling. With this awakening, I inherited more than just a machine. I received the legacy of the Nebula Master System and the memories of a fallen, god-like civilization. They were a race that launched millions of satellites, weaving the very stars into a colossal network of energy. It was a network that provided them with a truly endless source of power, a source that now flows through me. They stood over their conquered cities, conducting rituals that bordered on the divine. Through this nebula network, they achieved the impossible, converting pure energy into matter and printing entire constructs from the fabric of space itself. But their greed was bottomless. Mastering space wasn't enough, so they reached for time itself, and in their hubris they fell. I, on the other hand, am merely a warrior from the Tian-Du kingdom, a trivial background for the being I have now become. Their final, arrogant act to seize control of reality backfired, creating a cataclysmic explosion that birthed the first nebula soul constructs. The very power they craved tore their civilization apart, scattering their essence across dimensions. While I contemplate this ancient history, the old man is still engaged in his pointless struggle, his own clumsy construct battling some oversized insect. It's a pathetic display. His machine is already showing signs of significant damage. I can feel his panic, the frantic, useless commands he's issuing to a machine that is clearly outmatched. The monster's projectiles shatter his defenses with contemptuous ease, breaking him down piece by piece. In a final, desperate gamble, he unleashes a wide, sweeping attack, pouring all his remaining energy into a single, hopeless swing. He even summons another generic blue mecha, foolishly believing that quantity can somehow compensate for a complete lack of quality. I decide this farce has gone on long enough, and dispatch one of my own constructs with a flick of my will. The impact of my spear obliterates the ground in a torrent of energy, a clear demonstration of the chasm between our abilities. The old fool finally understands, his system screaming warnings of depleted soul energy as he clutches his stomach, realizing he's wasted every last one of his recovery pills. But his masters are watching, and one of them, a so-called ancient, decides to intervene personally, conjuring a massive sphere of energy. He fires his attack, a concentrated beam meant to erase me. My Lu Bu construct simply spins its halberd, creating a swirling vortex of crimson energy that effortlessly collides with and neutralizes his attack. From the resulting explosion, my real counterattack pierces through the smoke, a spiraling spear that warps the air around it. It finds its mark perfectly, impaling his construct and ending the worthless machine's existence. The old man cries out, clutching his shoulder as the feedback from his destroyed puppet courses through his frail body. My constructs descend like mechanical vultures, tearing his machine apart to be reabsorbed into my network. In a final act of desperation, he summons another so-called master, the Dong Yuan, burning the last embers of his life force. He creates a storm of crimson swords, a flashy technique designed to look impressive but accomplish nothing. As his little fireworks close in, my Lu Bu simply begins another transformation, completely unbothered by the incoming attack. A system warning cuts through the noise, not for me, but for him. A large number of enemies is coming close. Leave the battle area within the countdown, otherwise you will definitely die. He coughs, his eyes wide with disbelief, as the countdown begins at 4. At 3, the very fabric of reality begins to crack and splinter around us. At 2, a monstrous clawed hand tears through one of the fissures in space-time. An enormous, grotesque entity begins to pull its horrifying form into this dimension. And as the countdown hits 0, the floodgates open, unleashing an army of horrors upon this world that he so foolishly disturbed. Don't be afraid. Board the ship in order. The frantic shouts of the ground crew were pathetic, a useless bomb on the gaping wound of our extinction. The sky above them was a roiling sea of nightmares, and I stood as the last, solitary dam against the tide. A countdown of 0 flickered across my vision. The final moment had arrived. My internal system chimed with its usual, infuriatingly detached tone. Host missed the best time to evacuate. It then had the audacity to offer a solution. The system suggests the host lead the enemies to these ships. The logic was cold, efficient, and utterly repulsive. Sacrifice the fleeing civilians to create a diversion for myself. A live feed flashed onto my screen, showing a terrified mother and her son looking out their transport window straight into the abyss. Was this the system's idea of a plan? To use them as bait. The very thought of it made my blood boil. To run away alone, leaving them to die. No, I had lived a life of slaughter, but I drew the line at sacrificing the innocent to save my own skin. My cockpit blared with warnings, but I ignored them. I was tired of fighting alone, yes, but humanity's survival was more than just one man. If a spark could remain, they would one day rise again, and I would be the one to buy them that chance. I closed my eyes, focusing every last drop of my power, every memory of a fallen comrade into my core, overloading the mech's reactor. I embraced the searing agony as my entire being was converted into pure, destructive energy. The universe went white. A silent, blinding explosion erupted from my position, a new star of death in the heavens. My final attack lanced through the swarm, a spear of pure light erasing everything in its path. The initial blast chain-reacted, blossoming into 1,000 smaller suns that devoured the alien horde. Entire legions of the beasts were vaporized in an instant. The sky burned, a funeral pyre for both my enemies and myself. This was my answer to the system's cowardice, annihilation. As the last embers of the cataclysm faded, I knew nothing but the silence of the void. Then a voice, faint yet persistent, calling a name I hadn't heard in decades. Song Yun Xiang, wake up. My consciousness snapped back into existence, not in the cold expanse of space, but in a quiet, unfamiliar room. I sat bolt upright, the feeling of the bed beneath me a complete paradox. Where is this? My hand went to my head. My body felt intact. Impossible. I had detonated my core. Why haven't I died? My skin, it was smooth. The deep scars that mapped 60 years of war were gone. Stumbling to a nearby mirror, I stared at the face of a stranger wearing my features. The uniform, it was the cadet's uniform of the Martial Institute. And in the reflection, for a fleeting moment, I saw the ghost of my true, grizzled self staring back. This was me. But it was me at 18 years old. My eyes darted to a digital calendar on the wall. The date was from a lifetime ago, the Tiandu Kingdom. I strode to the window, staring out at a city I hadn't seen in this state for over half a century. The chilling, unbelievable truth settled upon me like a shroud. I had returned, 60 years into the past. I found myself in Yuan Ding Citadel, a borderline city with a tedious history tied to some martial institute founded centuries ago. The announcement blared across the Nanzhou Martial Institute, one of the 3 largest academies in the kingdom, calling the next pair of sacrificial lambs to the arena. The battle began, a clumsy clash of steel between 2 oversized training mechs. The crowd of students watched, their simple minds captivated by what they called a Yuan skill. Some purple-haired child next to me was practically glowing with naive excitement, his eyes wide with awe. Lu Yan, they called him, an 18-year-old junior from some forgotten village, here to be chewed up and spit out by the system. The blue mech deflected an obvious strike, and its opponent immediately tried to turn tail and run. A foolish move. Turning your back only invites a swifter death, as the blue pilot demonstrated by peppering the coward's armor with energy fire. It then launched itself into the air, A dramatic but ultimately inefficient way to finish a fight. The crowd of children cheered, recognizing the telegraphed, huge wind slash. Certain this was the end. But I saw the truth. The red mech had feigned weakness, baiting this exact move. I spoke my analysis aloud, only to be met with glares from the ignorant fools around me. They accused me of being a spy, their tiny intellects unable to process a simple tactical observation. Just as the red mech slammed into its overextended opponent, the match ended in an instant, and the idiots who were busy accosting me cried out in frustration, having missed the finale. The red pilot stood victorious, its opponent a heap of scrap, while the dullards in the stands finally realized I was gone. I had already slipped away, knowing that being right in a crowd of the ignorant only makes you a target. Now I was lost in a labyrinth of alleyways, trying to decipher the deliberately confusing directions an old doorman had given me. Another dead end. It was clear I was being toyed with, so I decided to make my own path. The wall was high but trivial. I focused my nebula soul, strengthening my body for the ascent. I vaulted the obstacle with ease, landing with a whisper on the other side. My satisfaction was short-lived, as I realized I had just dropped into a private courtyard where several women were changing. One of them, a redhead with sharp eyes, noticed me immediately. Yan, Golden Stage, and the leader of Class 10, the very pilot from the match. My situation had just become significantly more irritating. "Pervert, catch him," she shrieked, and my attempts to explain the misunderstanding were drowned out by a chorus of outrage. So I ran again, this time from a mob of furious women, only to find myself trapped by yet another dead end. Their shadows fell over me as they closed in, discussing the merits of beating me half to death before handing me over. It was then that the old doorman's smirking face flashed in my mind, and I finally understood. This was all a setup. I feigned a stammer, playing the part of a nervous country boy perfectly. Hello, my name is Lu Yan. I'm a freshman who passed the special entrance test." The woman, Yan, who had tied me up and dragged me here, tried to explain away her assault as a misunderstanding, while the headmaster reviewed the falsified documents I had prepared. "Second-class qualifications should break through to the intimate realm before 20, the headmaster mused, taking the bait completely. "We accept this person, put him in Class 10. I kept my face a mask of bewildered innocence, as she gave the order to have me untied. The moment the ropes were off, I began my charade, loudly proclaiming my innocence while Ian huffed, her cheeks puffed out in childish indignation. The headmaster, oblivious, assigned the irate girl to be my guide. Ian, as the class president, showed Lu Yan around the school. The girl could barely contain her annoyance, but she grit her teeth and gave a clipped yes. The headmaster then instructed her secretary, Zio Yu, to hand over my personal information file to Ian. With a flicker of spatial energy, the secretary compressed the entire dossier into a single, compact data card. A neat little trick. She handed the card containing my fabricated life to Ian, sealing my entry into this academy. Ian shot me a glare filled with pure contempt. "Follow me, classmate Lu Yan," she bit out. I couldn't resist giving her a faint, knowing smirk, which only seemed to fuel her frustration as she turned away sharply. She stormed out of the office, and I followed at a leisurely pace, my expression turning cold and neutral the moment her back was turned. Back in the office, the secretary was tidying the desk when she found the data card I had accidentally left behind. Just as she was about to call out, she remembered something else, pulling another glowing report from thin air. "Headmaster," she began, "an instructor's assistant has reported a missing student." The headmaster paused, her interest piqued. "Song Yungxiang, I have an impression of this kid," she murmured, reaching for her pipe. Her secretary continued. "The last person who saw him said he asked what the date was, then muttered something about 3 more days before he disappeared." As the headmaster lit her pipe, the secretary began coughing theatrically, complaining about the smoke. The headmaster simply blew a puff of smoke directly into her face, a glint of amusement in her eyes. "Fine, fine, you're so annoying," she sighed, waving off the concern. "This kid's situation is complicated. I'll contact his family first." Meanwhile, my supposed guide was pointing out the various facilities. "Over there are the living quarters, past them is the dormitory." She gestured towards another structure. "The road on the right leads to the teaching building, where your classes will be held." She informed me that this afternoon we would have a Nebula Soul general practice battle in the arena, reminding me to put on my uniform, as the instructor despises improper attire. I purposely stopped in my tracks, letting her walk a few paces ahead before she noticed. "Hey, hurry up," she snapped, turning back to see me standing still. "What's wrong?" My gaze was fixed on an object of immense scale and power just past her. I feigned shock, my voice a whisper. This is." She followed my gaze to the colossal armored figure dominating the plaza. "That," she said, a hint of pride in her voice, is the body of the legendary hero from 400 years ago. She announced its name, the very reason for my infiltration. Nebula Soul General Zusai. I have to endure this woman, Ha-En, giving us the standard, sanitized version of history. She drones on about the fairy tale of fierce beasts that roamed the eastern continent thousands of years ago. They were mindless consumers of civilization, or so the simple story goes. Humanity naturally was portrayed as helpless prey on the verge of utter annihilation, until, in their most desperate moment, benevolent lords descended from the heavens to create warriors called Nebula Soul Generals, a charming bedtime story about saviors gathering divine power to smite the wicked beasts. They always leave out the inconvenient details. She speaks of the soul jade, the power of the generals left behind by the lords. These so-called lords also taught humanity a secret method of soul cultivation, a neutered version of the true art, just enough to make them useful. Then a wise man supposedly simulated the lord's methods, creating the first man-made soul generals and birthing an age of heroes, like the first headmaster Zuo Sai, whose statue stands before us. She finishes her speech, explaining his soul general was sealed within the stone to await the next hero. Time for my performance. I act the part of the overeager fool, calling her senior. As expected, she coldly dismisses me. I strike a dramatic pose, swearing to become a hero just like the headmaster. A calculated provocation to see if this old relic still has a spark. And just as I predicted, a faint pulse of light answers my call from deep within the stone. The entire statue trembles, soul power I commanded washing over the courtyard as the guide stares in disbelief, recognizing the resonance but unable to comprehend its true source. I play my part looking around cluelessly. Seniors, did something light up just now? Her mind reels, unable to accept that the legendary soul general would resonate with an idiot like me. I see her convince herself it was just an illusion. I step closer to the statue, feigning a childish curiosity. There was a reflex just now, right? Predictably, she panics, grabbing my collar and screaming at me not to touch the figurine. She yanks me away with surprising force. I stumble after her, still babbling about the statue's reflexes, while my mind confirms the connection I just established. I glance over the city. It's pathetic how these people still cling to the legends of descended lords from 16 years ago, completely oblivious to the real powers at play. But it no longer matters. Everything is ready, and this time their sacrifices will not be in vain. The crowd roars as the practical exams begin, with two novices clashing their machines in the arena below. It's a clumsy imitation of combat. One of them lands a telegraphed, utterly predictable strike. An assistant instructor, some fool named Chang Yi, is impressed enough to suggest giving the victor extra points. At least the head instructor, Wu Bei, has some sense, scoffing that such a messy fighting style is a death sentence in a real battle. Just then, Han reports my success in passing the entrance test. Lu Yan, Wu Bei asks, the name clearly meaning nothing to her as I begin my practiced introduction as a humble boy from the border. She cuts me off immediately. Stop it. I don't want to hear nonsense, she states, then turns her gaze to Han. You will fight him in the next battle. I feign shock, stammering like a terrified child, but Han just grins, her eyes burning with a predatory light. Nice. Fighting with you makes me interested. She sneers. She believes this will be an easy victory to put a fool in his place. She has no idea what she's truly up against. The sycophants were already starting their chorus, cheering for their so-called class president. Their instructor, a woman named U, turned to me with a condescending smirk, asking if I'd mastered the Nebula Soul General yet. I played my part, feigning ignorance as she handed me a Yun Skill Soul talisman, explaining it belonged to an absent student. I put on a show of childish wonder, loudly proclaiming how much more advanced this talisman was than anything I'd ever seen. The class president, Ha-En, watched me with a look of utter pity as I channeled my soul power, activating the construct. She followed suit, and in a flash of light, her powerful mech materialized, dwarfing my own as she tried to intimidate me with sheer numbers. Blue particles of data swirled around my feet, the system assembling my borrowed armor piece by piece. Newcomer, she scoffed from within her machine. I won't be lenient. The crowd of idiots roared, begging their senior to put me in my place with all her might. They were already talking about dinner, utterly convinced of my swift demise as she postured. Watch my skill, she screamed, lunging forward with all the grace of a charging bull. Her blade slammed into the ground where I'd been a moment before. Oops, she muttered, a flicker of annoyance crossing her face. I danced around her, my movements economical and precise, easily evading her telegraphed, clumsy strikes. Don't run anymore, she shrieked, her frustration mounting with every missed attack. The spectators were confused, thinking I was merely fleeing, but the instructor saw the truth. My chaotic steps were a perfect, calculated defense. She finally landed a blow, smashing her sword against my shield in a desperate bid to overpower me. The ground cracked under the sheer force of her mech's strength, a pointless display of wasted energy. I let out a grunt, pretending to struggle against her might, while the crowd mocked the obvious power difference between our levels. "Oh no," they gasped as she raised her sword for a final, crushing blow, certain I was finished. I created distance, pulling back just as she switched tactics, firing a pathetic energy beam that I easily deflected. The attack was so weak it didn't even scratch my machine, and her face contorted in a mask of pure rage. "I'm angry now," she bellowed, her entire construct flaring with blue energy. "Excellent, let your anger blind you." Her fan club erupted, convinced this was her ultimate skill that would surely spell my end. She unleashed a massive energy wave, a technique she called White Crane Slash. The blinding light of our collision filled the arena. I allowed my construct to take damage, staggering back and crying out a pathetic, "Ouch, it hurts," to complete the illusion. My classmates could only stare in slack-jawed disbelief that I had survived at all. "Take a look clearly," the instructor said, her voice laced with amusement as my true objective was revealed. My mech was battered, but my energy sword was now pressed firmly against the unarmored joint at her machine's neck. I gave her a little wink, my own face finally showing a hint of a smirk. Her eyes widened in shock as she whispered, "I already lost." Later, the instructor praised my victory and asked me to share my methods, so I played the humble fool, praising my opponent's strength. I began to explain my thought process, pointing out that while her machine was superior, she rarely used soul power to augment her speed, a critical flaw. Instructor Wu looked at me with newfound respect, a glint in her eyes that told me she was finally seeing past the act. I finished my tale by explaining how I exploited her short temper, goading her into a reckless attack that left her wide open. She exploded in a rage, screaming that I was just lucky, then froze in panic, worried she'd have to pay for the damage to the borrowed machine. "Are you an idiot?" she snapped, revealing that these constructs can't be broken, and more importantly, that this one belonged to the 3-minute young master Song Yun Xiang. I feigned ignorance, asking what 3 minutes meant, and my classmates were all too happy to fill me in. They explained he was a useless rich kid, whose defective soul power meant he could only summon his general for 3 minutes at a time. But as the instructor dismissed the class, a dark energy I knew all too well began to pulse within me. The sky above the academy suddenly darkened, and a sense of dread filled the air. Jagged cracks of violet lightning tore through the heavens, ripping open the fabric of reality itself. Through these rifts, alien monstrosities began to descend upon the school as the city's warning sirens wailed. "The crack has appeared," someone screamed in terror as the students below looked up at the swarm. "The fierce beasts are here," they cried, and I just smiled. Finally, some real entertainment. The city's pathetic alarms shrieked as reality fractured, vomiting forth a tide of alien horrors. A swarm of these fierce beasts poured from the crack in the sky, their biomechanical bodies a grotesque fusion of flesh and steel. One of the larger specimens slammed into the ancient streets, its landing shattering stone and sending shockwaves of pure destructive energy through the ground. The usual chorus of panic screams began as the cannon fodder started to scatter, their so-called training melting away at the first sign of a real threat. One particularly foolish student froze in its path, his face a mask of disbelief as the beast gathered a ball of crackling blue energy in its maw. With a flash of light, the boy was simply erased from existence, his atoms scattered to the wind by a force he couldn't even comprehend. The beam didn't stop there, carving a trench of annihilation through the district, leveling buildings as if they were made of dust. It was a crude but undeniably powerful display of force. Amid the chaos, Instructor Cheng finally decided to act, her voice sharp with a desperate sort of authority as she called for her nebula soul construct. Her Yuan skill instructor machine materialized, a clunky golden piece of hardware that landed with a theatrical thud meant to inspire confidence. He struck a pose, looking down on the lesser students as if she were some war goddess, completely oblivious to the fact she had just brought a toy to a massacre. A single counterattack from the beast was all it took. A system warning immediately blared through my comms, reporting 73% damage to her precious machine. Her soul power was weak, unstable, and now it was mine. I wrested control of the machine's core systems, feeling the pilot's panicked shock as my own energy began to flood the failing parameters. More of the creatures were now scaling the rooftops, their glowing red eyes scanning the battlefield for more prey. The instructor's panicked voice came over the comm, counting them aloud as if that would somehow change the grim reality. 10 of the glutton species, and she was already losing her composure. I ignored her, focusing my soul power to initiate emergency repairs. The system confirmed my core was full, and the battered armor slowly began to regenerate. With control established, I broadcasted on an open channel, my voice leaving no room for argument. All 10th grade students, this is not a battle you can win. Retreat from the zone immediately. A few idiots actually tried to protest, babbling about helping, but I cut them off with a cold command to execute my order. Predictably, one of the beasts latched onto my commandeered machine, its metallic teeth grinding against the golden chassis. Amusing, but this borrowed shell had served its purpose. I activated my own nebula soul, constructing my true form and ejecting the instructor's useless hardware from my path. My personal machine, the white Yuan, materialized in a storm of power, its sleek form a stark contrast to the instructor's gaudy relic. The students who had been too slow to retreat could only stare, one of them correctly identifying my specialized unit as I moved to intercept the next attack. I appeared behind the beast in an instant, my presence distorting the space around it and slowing its movements, a phenomenon the still-dazed instructor couldn't possibly understand. She stammered over the comms about our low numbers, a pathetic whimper I silenced with a single command to shut up. The situation was clear. We were surrounded, and our only objective was to hold this ground until competent reinforcements arrived. Finally, the class president showed a flicker of intelligence, realizing they were nothing but liabilities and ordering the rest of the children to fall back. One boy hesitated, torn between his foolish pride and the instinct to survive. His friend had to drag him away, forcing him to see the truth. They were only in the way. As they fled, a strange buzzing filled the air, and a signal flared to life in the sky above. Even from inside my cockpit, I saw them notice the command room's signal flare. A new transmission came through, an operator announcing reinforcements and appointing instructor Ube as the platoon captain. The orders were simple: defend the area and contain the beasts. Then another machine slammed into the ground beside me. Reinforcements, finally. It was the student council, arriving with all the unearned confidence of their station. Instructor U, emboldened by her new title, immediately began barking commands as if she were in charge of me. Form a 12-machine battle formation, she ordered, arranging the new arrivals into a standard tiger wing pattern. They moved with practiced, if uninspired, precision, a neat little line of mechs preparing to face an overwhelming tide of monsters. How quaint. The command center operators chatter about their textbook tiger wing formation. This dean, a woman with a misplaced sense of authority, barks orders to hold the encirclement, a futile gesture trying to contain a flood with a paper cup. Hold on until the beast tide ends. She screams, as if sheer willpower can stop the inevitable, and her pilots below offer their pathetic confirmations. The grunts on the ground acknowledge their orders, bracing their mech against the coming swarm, nothing more than sacrificial pawns in a game they don't understand. And just as I predicted, their neat little formation shatters as a single, powerful beast cleaves through their front line with contemptuous ease. The resulting shockwave obliterates their defensive position in an instant. The blast rips through the academy grounds, and one of the beasts lets out a triumphant roar. Two insignificant cadets run for their lives, pathetically wondering why the beasts are even chasing them. The girl, their squad leader, makes the classic, foolishly heroic choice to sacrifice herself for the boy, Liu Yan. He panics, shouting that he doesn't know the way to the escape route she pointed out. With her last ounce of strength, she constructs a barrier from her star soul, a desperate attempt to buy him a few seconds. The beast is momentarily blocked, and the boy flees toward the statue, his only landmark in a city of death. He runs, cursing his own abominable weakness, as the sound of his squad leader being torn apart echoes behind him. Her final words ring in his head, a desperate command to run towards the statue of Zuo Sai. He screams in anguish, punching the ground in a theatrical display of impotent rage. He collapses to his knees, finally asking himself the right question. Why am I so useless? He laments his inability to do anything but run and watch others die for him, wishing for the power he will never deserve. Then a spark of desperate delusion ignites in his mind as he remembers the legend of the Zuo Sai statue. He scrambles up a cliff face, fueled by this last sliver of hope, believing he can become a savior. He finally arrives, his eyes wide as he beholds the towering monument and begins to beg for power. But as he looks up, his prayer dies in his throat when he sees a figure standing atop the statue's shoulder. He can't comprehend it. The statue, his last hope, has been destroyed, and someone is standing on the wreckage. His eyes fixate on my hand and the glowing crystal within it. He realizes with dawning horror that I hold the very thing he came for, the star-soul General's soul jade. What are you? He stammers, pointing a trembling finger. I look down at this insect, a cold smile touching my lips as the raw power of the jade courses through me, and I give him his answer. I'm back. Even now, in the quiet of my rebirth, their voices clawed at me from the abyss of memory. their hands reaching out from the darkness. I remember them all, the instructors and students of the Machine Martial Arts Academy, their final screams echoing in my mind. I remember her, the woman who turned her back on me because her family wouldn't let her marry an invalid with a crippled soul chakra. My own elders told me to flee, to preserve the family bloodline because my damaged soul vein made me useless in a fight. My most loyal brother-in-arms smiled as he held the line, vowing to follow me into the afterlife. And I remember her, dying in a pool of her own blood, telling me I owed her a debt to be paid in the next life. They all tried to protect me, warned me, but in the end, I was powerless against an enemy that could not be defeated. It was then that the Star Master System awakened, a cold, logical presence in the chaos. Voices from every continent I would one day traverse cried out, warning me that the last line of defense for the human race was about to be obliterated. These are the demons of failure that have plagued me for decades. A surge of power erupts from my core as I finally achieve a breakthrough, the morning light seeming to bend to my will. In just 3 days, I have surged from the early yellow stage to its absolute peak, a feat that should be impossible for a body with a defective soul vein. I can still see it, the final moments of my previous life, facing tens of thousands of invincible enemies alone. I chose to detonate my own core, to die and take them with me. But I never thought I would open my eyes again, 60 years in the past. 60 years ago, I was just a discarded piece of trash, cast out by my own family. Looking in the mirror, I see the face of the young, arrogant marquis I once was, exiled by my grandfather to this backwater academy under the guise of protection. I recall the destruction of the academy, the annihilation of my family, and the fall of the entire kingdom, a catastrophe that led me to the Star Master System. This system guided me, allowing me to return from the dead time and again, granting me incredible abilities. Its greatest power was to copy the star souls of my enemies, but I never imagined it would be reborn with me. Star Master System, I command, check my status. The interface is cold and clinical. My system level has been reset, my inventory space is empty, and all my copied star souls are gone. Everything will have to start again, but this time, I am not the ignorant fool I once was. Today is April 9th. The Academy will be destroyed by a beast wave on the night of the 11th, which gives me very little time. In my last life, I didn't obtain the rejuvenation pill to repair my soul veins until I was in my 50s, and even then, the repair was incomplete. Now, however, with just one more pill, I can completely restore my broken soul veins, leaving no hidden weaknesses for my enemies to exploit. I arrive at the South State 6 dozen rooms to retrieve the heavenly dragon stem I ordered. The clerk tells me I have to wait, that it's still in transit. The inefficiency of this era is grating. As soon as this final ingredient is in my possession, I can craft the pill and repair my body. Since the delivery will take a few hours, I might as well use the time to visit the Machine Martial Arts Institute and set up some formations against the coming tide. I look down on the oblivious masses below. Perhaps I'll try to minimize the casualties, if only to reduce the number of inconveniences I'll have to deal with later. So this is the final location, the Kiji Martial Arts Academy. The formation techniques I acquired from the North Continent are far beyond anything this era has conceived, but they will serve as a useful insurance policy here. My knowledge may be a century ahead of this world's, but this body is still pathetically weak. I can only manage to anchor a simple slowdown formation for now. As I work, I can't help but overhear the mindless chatter of students nearby, droning on about tired old legends of immortals and phantasms. It seems they're fawning over the Academy's founder, some figure named Zuo-sai. I almost smirk as a particularly naive girl rambles on about him being a chosen hero. Then my eyes fall upon the monument they're all worshipping, a gaudy statue of their so-called star spirit general, Zuo-sai. A dry, humorless laugh escapes my lips. They venerate a pile of carved rock. I remember this place from my past life, when I came here as a desperate dog, begging this silent stone for power and receiving nothing in return. But this time is different. I am not here to beg, I am here to collect. Star Master System, I command internally, scan this statue. A prompt immediately flashes in my vision, identifying a star-souled jade and asking if I wish to forcibly extract it. The answer is obvious, and with a silent command, the statue's head cracks open as the system rips the glowing soul jade from its core. The entire monument begins to crumble, and the girl who was just praising the legend now stares in utter disbelief at the fluctuation of soul resonance. Her little friend is even more pathetic, stammering in confusion about the chaos I've just unleashed. My only concern is whether the system can directly copy the power of this star soul general. It informs me that a host is required first. For now, the soul jade must be stored. It's of no immediate use, So I decide my next move will be to take advantage of the chaos during the coming beast tide. Just then, a message arrives. My delivery from the Dragon Terrier is here, which means I can finally head to the pharmacy to craft the soul restoration pill. As I walk through the market, I'm reminded of a promise I made. A sacrifice I won't let be in vain this time around. The crowds part before me, a sea of oblivious faces, completely unaware of the part they will soon play in my plans. But then a figure in a dark hood catches my eye, and a cold sense of dread washes over me. It can't be. How could **** be here? System, I order, my voice like ice, scan that person for me. The result flashes in my mind, a single chilling name that confirms my worst fears. My memories of the past timeline are fragmented, but the important events burn as brightly as ever. It began with the war of aggression launched against my own Tiandu kingdom. That single act of arrogance was the spark, and soon all the human nations were caught in the wildfire of conflict. This chain of events was the trigger for the utter destruction of the Eastern continent, which begs the question, why are Myron's people appearing now, years ahead of schedule? Unless there is a secret to this timeline, a variable I am not yet aware of. Pushing the grand strategy aside for a moment, I arrived at the South State Pharmacy. There were more pressing, personal matters to attend to. An overly eager attendant tried to sell me on their latest promotions, but I cut her off, stating I was here to pick up the Heavenly Dragon stem I'd booked under the name Song. The name got her attention, and she nervously led me to their VIP lounge, quoting a price of 130,000 Tendu coins, plus a surcharge for the expedited service I'd requested. In the VIP area, a silver-haired woman stood with a data pad, and I repeated my purpose to her as I prepared to settle the bill. Suddenly, my star system flared, scanning a hooded man who had just entered the pharmacy downstairs, his soul power condensed in his chest. It was a cultivation method unique to the Northern Kingdom. Someone from the Malun Kingdom was here. I recalled the map from my past life. Malun was a neighboring country, and I knew that 3 years from now it would play a pivotal role. And it was the militaristic Myron Kingdom that would eventually shatter the continent's fragile peace, using Malun as a stepping stone. Returning to the present, I placed several small vials on the table, ignoring the price she had just quoted. I don't have enough cash right now, I stated calmly, watching the professional smile vanish from her face. She began to spout the pharmacy's policies about not recycling elixirs, but I simply cut through her drivel. I would like to sell these to you. Her eyes widened as she looked at the pills, utterly unable to even identify what they were, and she stammered a request to show them to her boss. Yes, take them. I waved dismissively, picking up the box containing my Heavenly Dragon stem. As she turned to leave, I leaned back on the couch and asked, "Do you have an alchemy room I can borrow?" I had no interest in its condition. I just needed a quiet place to isolate the soul power fluctuations from what I was about to do. She led me down a sterile hallway. The alchemy room itself was sealed behind a heavy, futuristic door. Inside, I found a laughably outdated and broken furnace covered in cobwebs, a minor inconvenience. So what? I muttered to myself. The good thing is that I learned the art of virtual refining, the four-way melting refinement formation. I drew 4 talismans, casting them to the corners of the room and yelling, "Up!" An intricate formation of pure energy erupted on the floor, bathing the dusty room in a crimson glow. I began the process, calling forth the ethereal forms of each ingredient with my will, culminating in the final component, the Heavenly Dragon stalk. Outside, the sheer force of my alchemy caused the reinforced door to shake, and its warning lights to flash violently. In the boss's office, the attendant presented my pills, explaining that a customer wished to use them to offset a payment. The old man's eyes went wide, first recognizing a soul renewal pill, and then with a strangled gasp, a blood-burning pill. "Are you sure this customer wants to sell these priceless pills to our chamber?" He roared, his composure shattered. He demanded to know where I was, and the girl sheepishly admitted I was in the alchemy den, suddenly remembering to add that the furnace was broken. She foolishly assumed I couldn't possibly be an alchemist at my age, but my formation was already reaching its crescendo. With a final command, I collapsed the entire formation into a single point of light, which solidified in my palm. "Finished," I said with a smirk, admiring the grade 6 rejuvenation dan of top quality before swallowing it whole. Now my soul veins can finally be repaired. I sat and began to integrate the pill's immense power, feeling the circuits of energy reform across my very being. An hour later, the boss and the attendant stood outside the silent room, growing concerned. The girl explained that I must have set up a forbidden formation, locking the door from the inside, just as the chime rang, signaling them to enter. The door to the VIP room slides open with a hiss, revealing the man I was waiting for. Just as planned, the bait was taken. The shop girl introduces me to the big boss, an old man named Hong who fawns over me with a practiced, servile smile, all while his eyes greedily assess my uniform and the potential wealth I represent. "More than satisfied," he rasps, holding the vial to the light as if it were a divine artifact. He correctly identifies the legendary fifth-grade blood-burning pill, his voice trembling with a pathetic mix of awe and avarice. He praises my eyesight, a clumsy attempt at flattery. I cut through the noise. "My hands are tight," I state coldly. "Give me a price." The old fox then launches into a sales pitch I didn't ask for, detailing the pill's magnificent effects and suggesting I take it to an auction house. A transparent attempt to gauge my ignorance and see if he could swindle me. I raise my hand, silencing his useless monologue. He finally gets to the point, lowballing me with an initial offer before generously rounding it up to 500,000 Tiandu coins, pretending it's a grand gesture to foster a good relationship. This old fool, he thinks my youth makes me an easy mark, a convenient bargain. He doesn't realize he's the one being played, and his next move will be to probe the source of my power. He continues his little performance, feigning poverty and claiming 500,000 is his absolute limit, even offering a pittance of herbs as a gift. I let a small, contemptuous smile grace my lips as I reveal the Marquis of Jihan's token. "I never take advantage of the Marquis," I say, my voice dripping with irony, before materializing 2 more blood-burning pills from thin air, shattering his composure completely. His eyes widen in shock as he connects the dots. The Marquis, the Song family, one of the 8 great generals. But more importantly, he sees the pills. He sees their pristine quality. This bait, I think to myself, is more than enough to hook the leviathan I'm hunting. My memory of my past life is a weapon. The Hong Chamber of Commerce controls the lifeblood of this continent's alchemy, a network of power and resources perfect for my needs. To face the coming cataclysm, I need to build an empire of my own. Money, connections, resources, they are the pillars of power. And this big fish, the Hong Chamber of Commerce, will become one of my first assets. As if on cue, the terrified old man abandons all pretense and invites me to his private office. "After you, old man Hong," I say, my tone utterly devoid of warmth as I follow him into the heart of his operation. As we sit, a notification confirms the transfer of 1 million for the pills. I then casually bring up the final payment for the Tianlong stem I purchased earlier. He quickly dismisses the 30,000 yuan fee, waving it as a gesture of goodwill. Pathetic. He thinks such a small sum can buy my favor. Still, I accept his offer without emotion, raising my cup. After I offer a hollow compliment on his tea, he sends his attendant to fetch something. She returns with a small, ornate box, presenting it to me. "A token of my appreciation," he says, revealing a platinum membership talisman for his Chamber of Commerce. The privileges are secondary. What he's really giving me is a key. I take the card, a small but critical piece of my plan now secured. I give them a cursory wave as I depart, leaving them to their frantic speculation. I can almost hear the old man's gears turning, connecting me to the great Song family, but correctly deducing that the alchemist behind me is the true prize. He's not entirely wrong. He notes the pills are freshly made, not some dusty relic from a tomb, and immediately orders his subordinate to inform the 4th miss that he has a clue for her. Perfect. The seeds of my influence are already being sown. With my business concluded, I lose myself in the bustling city streets, my mind already on the next step. When a careless passerby collides with me, I turn, my instincts flaring at the unexpected contact. Suddenly a flood of memories, fragments from my past life, overwhelm me. This face, this red hair, it's her. I grab her arm, the shock overriding my composure. "An umbrella!" I demand, the word feeling foreign on my tongue. She flinches, startled by my sudden aggression, her eyes wide with confusion. But I see through the confusion. I see the woman she was, the woman she will become. "It's really you," I breathe, a sliver of disbelief piercing my cold facade as a familiar notification rings in my mind. The system has found another one. My grip tightens as the system confirms my discovery. Reading complete. A new star soul is being copied. The memories flicker, unbidden. Umbrella, the top assassin of the Tai Yuan organization and the host of the Star Soul Lu Bu. In my past life, we didn't cross paths until 3 years later, after endless battlefields had forged us both into something less than human. I still recall the quiet moments after the carnage, the rare stillness we shared. Is Umbrella just a code name? I asked her once, the smoke from my cigarette curling between us. She told me a prophet had named her, for she was destined to be a shield against the coming storm. Her real name, a burden she carried with grace. The confirmation settled something in me, and for a moment her smile almost felt like peace. It was a vulnerability neither of us could afford, but we took it anyway. A system notification chimes in my head, tearing me from the past. Star Soul Lubu copy complete. And there she is, walking through the crowd, 3 years younger than when I first met her ghost. Her face is still childish, untouched by the horrors I know are waiting for her. A flicker of my aura is all it takes for her instincts to scream. Her knife is at my throat before a normal person could even blink, her voice a low threat. "Who are you?" "Umbrella," I say, and her eyes widen in shock as the blade presses harder. "How do you know my name?" I catch her wrist with contemptible ease, my grip like iron. "Don't be nervous," I state. "I'm not your enemy." Her disbelief is palpable as I neutralize her assassination technique. "What? Who are you? How do you know that style?" My eyes drift past her to the shadows tailing her. But before I can act, she makes a desperate amateur move and drives her knee straight into my groin. I let out a theatrical gasp and collapse, giving her the perfect opening to flee as her pursuers shout and give chase. They swarm past me, completely oblivious to the fact that they are now exactly where I want them. One of the fools even kicks me as he runs by, a fatal miscalculation on his part. "Bastard, don't you have eyes?" He snarls, his friends telling me to stay out of it. The leader glances back, sensing something is wrong, but his intellect is far too limited to grasp the situation. I rise slowly, blocking their path with a cold smile. "Hit me and run? I don't think so." The idiot's friend points a trembling finger, his brain finally making a connection, however wrong. "I get it. You're in cahoots with the red-haired thief." Their leader grabs my collar, trying to look intimidating. "Tiandu Secret Investigation Division, you're an accomplice, kid. You're coming with us." Secret Investigation Division, I almost laugh. I've executed men from their division for less. A smirk plays on my lips as I realize their game. What a coincidence. We're on the same side. I flash my credentials and utter the code phrase, "Choshi fried yellow pistol color," watching the panic dawn in their eyes as they stammer back the countersign. The leader immediately bows, apologizing for his rudeness and identifying himself as a low-level stake. He then whispers to his men to deal with me, a pathetic attempt to dispose of a supposed friendly agent. He tries to pull rank, claiming they're from headquarters as if that would impress me. "You had contact with our target," he demands, trying to regain control. "I've been watching that assassin for a long time," I reply, my voice dripping with superiority. Their leader's mind races, weighing the risks of eliminating me, but ultimately decides to bring me along. Completely unaware he's inviting a god of death into his ranks. He feigns a story about needing my cooperation, and I play along, probing his fabricated mission. He spins a ridiculous tale about a spy in the Southern State Division, a convenient excuse for their secrecy and ambush plans. Such a well-thought-out operation, I say, my sarcasm flying completely over their heads as they boast about their little trap. While they rush off in a state of manufactured urgency, I take a moment to buy some candied fruit from a street vendor. I buy the entire stall, tossing the man a pouch of coins and walking away, leaving the so-called elite agent staring in confusion. The agent, Jia Ming, hurries to catch up, his expression a mask of bewilderment. He introduces himself, then has the audacity to ask for my name. Looking out over the city that I will soon own, I give him a name that isn't mine. Cheng Yi. He seems to accept my answer, too stupid to question it further. Miles away, the real instructor Cheng Yi is suddenly overcome by a violent sneezing fit, my little diversion working perfectly. The poor man complains about his runny nose, completely oblivious to the fact that his identity has just been borrowed for a far greater purpose. These fools dare to impersonate the secret division in front of me, a former commander of the Xuan Jiawei. My soul sight activates, peeling back their pathetic disguises. Their auras reek of the Meilun Kingdom. They are the same spies I encountered before, and there are far more of them than I initially thought. Then a crucial memory surfaces. The destruction of the Martial Academy, the disappearance of Zuo Sai's star Soul Jade. This isn't a simple chase. As we run, I glance at the candied fruit in my hand, recalling how Umbrella used to enjoy them in our past life. But then I was granted a second chance, thrown back 60 years with all my knowledge intact, and my first thought was not of justice, but of methodical, absolute plunder. The so-called hot-blooded Zuo Sai, the original hero's first loyal dog. I found him first, broke his will, and remade him into my tool before the hero even knew his name. Next was Cao Ren, the cool stud from the South Wasteland, a spirit general of immense potential. He too was destined for another, but destiny is just a script, and I am a far better writer. And the heroine, Bai Kai, whose only purpose was to be a damsel and a prize. I kicked her out of the way. A woman who exists only to be rescued is a liability, not an asset. The vision blurs, and I find myself holding the very treasures I'd just stolen from their future hands, the system interface humming in my mind, ready to copy their innate powers for my own. A faint voice cuts through my concentration, calling my name, trying to pull me out of this state of perfect focus. The world fractures, and for a moment I see through the eyes of my former self, the old, dying man I used to be, thinking this was all just a final, wish-fulfillment dream before death. Then comes the cold, electrifying realization. I'm not dreaming. I have seized this new reality, and in my conquest I have become the world's new antagonist. A villain? So be it. At least this time I will be the one holding the blade. The blade nicked my cheek, a pathetic attempt at intimidation from an overeager assassin. As another fool lunged from the shadows, I simply reached out and grabbed the first one, turning him into a convenient meat shield. "What are you doing?" I asked with cold sarcasm. It's not as if I'm on their side. The red-haired woman leading this sorry troop could only stare, her mind too slow to comprehend how a supposed yellow rank could move like a phantom. Her decrepit-looking commander was equally stunned, his face a mask of disbelief as he watched his pawns fail so spectacularly. One of his underlings whispered my cover story, that I was some secret agent from a state division, a lie I'd fed them just moments before. The old man sneered, dismissing the report and calling me a small mongrel that had slipped through the cracks, ordering them to dispose of me after they've dealt with the woman. "Consider it done," his subordinate replied, his confidence utterly misplaced. He gave the signal, and from the desolate earth rose two hulking mechanical puppets, their armor crude and uninspired. They rustled into position, their massive blades glinting with a pathetic eagerness to spill blood. "No more games?" One of the pilots barked through his machine speakers. "Take care of this little bitch." The woman was barely fast enough to evade the clumsy, earth-shattering downward slash. Realizing she was outmatched, she began to gather her energy, calling upon her own power. Star Soul constructed, she yelled as a pillar of azure light erupted from the ground. The light swirled and condensed, forming the familiar silhouette of a star general. It was a standard, mass-produced model, something a child might find impressive. Its ethereal hand materialized from the digital noise. The construct then formed a simple, unadorned blade. As her machine fully materialized, I let a smirk grace my lips. It was time to show them the meaning of true power. My own star soul will answered my call, manifesting the demonic form of the peerless warrior god, Lupu. My general grabbed its sky-piercer halberd, its presence alone warping the air around us. The woman's machine charged, swinging its sword in a desperate arc, only for my Lubu to block it with a single, contemptuous motion. The sheer force of the parry sent a shockwave through her mech, which recoiled as if struck by a mountain. With a scream of terror, her pilot was thrown back, her machine stumbling across the ravaged ground. I spun my halberd in a fluid, terrifying arc, preparing to end this farce. The red-haired woman's tactical display blared with warnings, a desperate digital scream informing her of an incoming attack from which there was no escape. The fool thought numbers would be enough, sending his tin soldiers to swarm my star general. They held it for a fraction of a second, a pathetic attempt at coordination before my halberd reminded them of their place. The sheer force of the swing tore through the air itself. Their pathetic constructs were blasted into the mountainside, leaving nothing but dust and echoes. From the back, their commander brayed his orders, a desperate fool shouting into the wind. "Go, keep going, Star Soul construct." More cannon fodder materialized from particles of light, kneeling as if in prayer before their imminent demise. And watching it all from a safe distance was their leader, the red-haired woman, her eyes glued to a monitor, witnessing a battle she couldn't possibly comprehend. Meanwhile, the man I was impersonating was having a rather illuminating conversation with one of her hooded assassins. Her little spy assured my double that their level 5 boundary space formation would hide this commotion from the city guard. "It makes sense, that's very reassuring," I said, playing the part of the fool, right before he decided to reveal his true purpose. He lunged, his energy blade aimed for my heart, whispering, "Go to hell slowly." His attack met only air, passing through a phantom image as his eyes widened in confusion. I materialized behind him, catching the blade between my fingers without effort. "Idiot." He choked on his own blood, the shock freezing him in place as I clarified my earlier statement. "What I mean by relieved is that I'll be relieved to get rid of all of you here." With a flick of my wrist, he crumpled to the ground, my casual smirk meeting the horrified gaze of his geriatric master. The old man shrieked like a dying animal. "That bastard, somebody kill him." His masked puppets swarmed me, a flurry of useless steel I met with a blade of my own. I danced through their clumsy attacks, a whirlwind of light and shadow that left only bodies in its wake. After him, the old fool screamed, his voice cracking as his last remaining men gave chase. They thought I was running, but I was simply buying time. "Star Master System," I commanded internally, "can you hack into this spatial formation?" The answer was as swift as it was certain. "Yes." "Then begin," I ordered, as my system began parsing their laughably complex trap. On the main battlefield, the woman grew impatient, ordering her forces to press the attack. My Lu Bu simply recalled its weapon with a flick of its wrist, a crimson blur of motion. It bisected another worthless machine, and a flicker of frustration finally crossed the woman's face. "Damn endless," she muttered. Having witnessed my own little massacre, the old man decided it was time to play his final card. "It's time to capture Lu Bu," opened the prisoner's star. He and his subordinate began weaving a complex array. With a final command, intricate magic circles erupted from the ground. The arcane symbols pulsed with energy as they surrounded my immobilized star general. This was their grand trap, the culmination of all their pathetic efforts. Chains of pure, malevolent energy shot forth from the circles. They latched onto Lu Bu's limbs, attempting to bind a god with mere magic. The chains tightened, glowing with power as they strained to hold their captive. For a moment, it seemed their formation held, as my general struggled against the restraints. Even Lu Bu couldn't immediately shatter the bonds, a testament to their desperation. The red-haired woman tried to use her own skills to analyze the situation, her hands forming a sign. A moment later, her face was a mask of pure disbelief. "How come I can't astrologically solve it?" The old man cackled, his wrinkled face twisted in a triumphant sneer. "This prisoner star-locked soul formation is impossible to escape." He gloated, ordering his man to begin the extraction. A massive device descended from the sky, a crude tool designed to rip the very soul from my star general. It was a massive, ugly thing, aimed directly at Lu Bu's core. My general roared, straining against the chains as the extraction device prepared to fire. Green energy crackled at its tip, a sickly light for a sickening purpose. The remaining grunts, feeling brave now, moved in to taunt their captive. "Now let's see how you can still resist." And right on cue, my system announced its success with a brilliant column of light that pierced their precious barrier from above. The two grunts stared up in confusion, wondering how their impenetrable formation was breached. A wave of azure energy radiated outwards, a silent command that rewrote the rules of this battlefield. The shockwave instantly disabled their mech, freezing them in their tracks. The purple chains binding Lu Bu shattered into a million useless fragments. Their extraction device, now under my control, transformed, breaking apart into components of a far greater design that rocketed towards my general. The woman could only watch in horror as the pieces began to merge with Lu Bu's frame. In a flash of light, its form was reborn, augmented and terrifyingly beautiful. "Hey, pretty girl," I broadcasted across the field, a lazy smirk in my voice. "I might only have 3 minutes. Should we hurry up a bit?" Her face was a perfect portrait of disbelief and fury. "What the hell is this thing?" she screamed, finally realizing she had never been the one in control. The fool piloting the knockoff, Lu Bu, can only stare in disbelief at my arrival. Her shock turns to a panicked question, her voice trembling as she gawks at the real thing. She screams as my halberd descends, her pathetic copy barely able to raise its own weapon in a desperate block. Our mechs collide, the impact of my sky piercer against her cheap imitation sending a shudder through the battlefield. I turn my attention to the hired thugs, casually swatting one of their flimsy machines with a flick of my wrist. The pathetic pilot inside can only gasp as his cockpit's integrity fails catastrophically. My halberd finishes the job, piercing the chassis and vaporizing the pilot in a storm of digital particles. Blood drips from the tip of my weapon, a testament to the fact that even in this digital world, death is absolute. Even the observers watching from afar are stunned by the appearance of a true black general. "I suppose we should be a little more gentle," I mutter sarcastically, crushing the remains of the mech under my heel. She demands to know what I am, her voice a mix of terror and confusion at seeing a star soul so similar to her own. "Don't worry," I transmit. "I'm not your enemy for now. Let's join forces to get rid of this trash first." We stand surrounded, a temporary and fragile truce born from necessity. Our star souls move in a deadly dance, carving through the enemy ranks back to back. She hesitates for a split second, but I do not. I'm already moving on to the next target. My halberd finds its mark, impaling another piece of cannon fodder without the slightest resistance. The pilot inside is erased from existence, and I note with satisfaction that the power output is perfect. I stand over the wreckage, a monument to my efficiency, while the pilot's life fades on the cold ground. Another fool charges, screaming a battle cry as if noise could somehow bridge the chasm in our power. A single well-placed kick shatters his machine's leg, stopping its pathetic charge instantly. The remaining pilots can only stare from the ground, their morale breaking as they witness the slaughter. With a mighty swing, I send a wave of pure force across the battlefield, clearing out the rabble. The shockwave tears through the ground, a display of power she can only dream of wielding. Meanwhile, she struggles, barely deflecting a clumsy strike from a single grunt. As her mech stumbles back, I use my chained sky scorcher to effortlessly ensnare and eliminate another opponent. She lets out a sigh of relief as I finish off the trash for her, a pathetic display of dependence. I intercept another strike meant for her, saving her from her own incompetence. I can practically hear her thoughts, marveling at how a yellow rank pilot can fight like this. She's trying to analyze my movements, to comprehend the incomprehensible. Her mind races, noting my precise control, my understanding of my opponent's machine. It's a clean, efficient kill, and her aura is palpable. The ground is littered with their broken bodies and shattered mechs. Only we remain standing. She compares my fighting style to a veteran of countless wars, while my focus narrows to the last piece of trash. My gaze settles on her imitation mech. So that leaves you. The last of the old man's pawns finally finds his voice, echoing the same stupid question from before. The fool himself can't believe it, watching his forces get wiped out from the safety of his monitor before I call him out. Long-haired bald head, come kneel down and surrender. The pawns are gone. Now it's just us, the real Lu-Bu and the pale imitation. The pathetic pilot's mind shatters against the reality of my power, his screams echoing in his cockpit as he desperately commands his machine to break me. He charges, a frantic bull rushing towards its own slaughter. It was over before it began. I dismantled his machine piece by piece, shearing off its limbs with contemptuous ease. His mech's torso, now just a piece of scrap metal, is sent spiraling through the air. He screams bastard as the wreckage plunges into the water, a fittingly pathetic end for such a clumsy machine. I stand unmoved as my subordinates, the three sovereigns, arrive to flank me, their presence a declaration that this farce is over. Their leader calls him out, pretending to be from the Mizrahi division to infiltrate the Tendu kingdom, using a standardized Star Soul general. He demands to know the true purpose of these Malin Kingdom scumbags, and I watch as the girl beside me finally connects the dots. I glance at her, my voice dripping with disdain. You don't really think these losers are from the Tendu Misra division, do you? The pilot emerges from the water, his face a mask of defeat. How did you figure it out? He asks, then immediately follows with a hollow laugh. Forget it, it doesn't matter. He tries to muster some final, pathetic dignity, declaring he's ready to die. Long live the general. He bellows, and I see his star soul begin to burn, a desperate final gambit. The fool intends to self-destruct, a tantrum meant to take me with him. He clearly doesn't understand who he is dealing with. My companion gasps in shock, muttering how I'm suppressing the explosion with soul resonance. Get the hell out of here, I command, extending my hand as I seize control of his very soul. With a flick of my will, I rip his consciousness from the machine, forcibly ejecting him from the epicenter of his own failed attack. He tumbles through the air, a broken puppet whose strings I have just cut. His body crashes into the forest floor, a testament to his complete and utter failure. I descend from my star general, a beam of light heralding my arrival on the ground. Standing over his broken form, I make a simple gesture. Star solved. He can only lie there in the crater, wheezing as he stares up at his executioner. I grab his face, forcing him to look at me, to feel his absolute powerlessness. If I'm not wrong, I state coldly, you're one of Night Sprite's men, aren't you? That second left back alveolar tooth hides a poison capsule for self-death. His eyes widen in pure terror, the last of his composure shattering like glass. How do you know General Night Sprite? He can only stammer the name, the Night Sprite, as if it's some forbidden curse. Even the girl is stunned, wondering aloud if this is the legendary king of mercenaries. So this pawn was merely a messenger from the Sword Saint himself, the infamous Tewa Night Sprite. This is getting slightly more interesting. My memories dredge up a familiar face, the so-called Night Sprite, a sword saint from the sunken island nation of Tewa. The woman next to me thinks he was just some scavenger, but I know the truth from my past life. He led the remnants of his fallen nation to serve as mercenaries for the Myron army. She accuses me of having rude thoughts, her face flushed with misplaced embarrassment. I turn my back on her, her petty concerns an irritating distraction. She calls out to me, but I'm already lost in the past, her voice nothing more than a faint buzz. For years, that man was a wraith on the battlefields during the Tendu Kingdom invasion, his blade reaping countless lives. I remember fighting him, clashing with the full force of my Xuan GOA armor, but it was useless. With my soul chakra crippled, I was no match for him then, a fact he took cruel advantage of. Even now, the memory sends a phantom pain through the scar he left near my right eye. It's nothing, I snap, dismissing her concern before gesturing to our captive. Take this filth back to Taeyuan and torture him for information. She suddenly finds a spine, pressing a dagger toward me and demanding to know who I really am. I barely even have to try, redirecting her clumsy attack until the blade rests against my own throat, a silent mockery of her attempt at intimidation. Don't worry, I say. I am not your enemy. As she stands there, stunned, I turned my attention to a more practical matter, looting the bodies of these assassins. After a moment of searching, I tossed the useless storage talisman aside in disgust. Pathetic. These guys are utterly poor. Her eyes widen as she finally understands my true motive. So you were just looting them. I let out a sigh. You're too naive to understand how this world truly works. I looked down on her from the height of my experience. Tell me, what are the two most important words in existence? She looks at me with wide, innocent eyes, asking what they could be. A smirk plays on my lips as I give her the simple, brutal truth. Being rich. I have to explain it to her like she's a child. Money is the foundation of power. Righteousness, cultivation, it all requires wealth. There are no permanent enemies, only permanent interests. I continue, my voice devoid of emotion. Resources create conflict, and they are also the only things that can resolve it. My gaze hardens as I deliver the final lesson. With enough incentive, I can make anyone work for me, even a former enemy. She falls silent, her simple mind struggling to process my philosophy, but a sudden flash of purple lightning cuts my lecture short. We both look up as a strange, oppressive energy fills the air, twisting the night sky. My eyes narrow as I recognize the phenomenon. A crack, a dimensional rift. This is happening far sooner than it did in my previous life. A rift over Yuanding City. She gasps, and just like that, everything clicks into place. I see, so it was their doing after all. My senses spread out, and I immediately detect them, hiding in the woods like rats. The prisoner tied to the tree begins to laugh. A broken, maniacal cackle that echoes through the forest. He lifts his blood-soaked head, a horrifying grin stretching across his face. It seems my comrades have arrived. The woman's face is pale. Umbrella, what do you know about this? Her companion is even more desperate. Please, Umbrella, tell me. I look at them, enjoying their fear for a moment longer. Fine. In exchange for your help earlier, I suppose I can indulge you. The information this woman, Hong Lion, was spilling confirmed my suspicions. According to her intelligence from Taeyuan, the Malun Kingdom had found a way to artificially induce dimensional rifts, a technology they now intended to weaponize. She confessed she was here in Nanju to investigate this very matter, looking defeated and naive. Her mission went sideways, of course, and she was ambushed by the very people she was hunting. As she spoke, the chaotic puzzle pieces of the last few days began assembling themselves in my mind. The fanatic at my feet, a pawn of the Myron Kingdom, cackled through a mouthful of blood, screaming that we were all going to die here. His dramatics were profoundly boring. Before he could finish his pathetic monologue, I was on him, my hand gripping his face. His eyes widened in terror as I began systematically destroying his soul veins with a surge of raw power. Stop it, Song Yunxiang. Hong Lion shrieked, pleading that his veins were ruined and he'd be more valuable alive for interrogation. Her short-sightedness was irritating, so I gave a simple flick of my hand to silence her. This fool's value ended the moment he threatened me. I tossed his convulsing body to the ground like a bag of spoiled meat. Don't worry, he can't die, I stated flatly, then held out a data card. A thank you gift for the information. I had to get back to Yuanding City immediately and offered her a chance to join me. Predictably, she refused, babbling about her duty to report back to the Taeyuan branch. She tried to justify her choices, but I cut her off. I understood her priorities perfectly. She was a loyal dog, and I had a city to save. Still, her intel was useful. The legendary Star Soul General Zuo Sai had the ability to transform into other Star Soul Generals. That explained a few things. As I prepared to leave, I summoned my own Star Soul, Red Hair. The woman gasped, finally recognizing the power I wielded. Song Yunxiang, wait, she called out. She shouted a last-minute warning that the Malun King's schemes and Zuo Sai were connected through time itself. A helpful but ultimately useless warning. Thanks a lot, I said with a cold smile, unleashing a wave of frost that shattered the ground as I departed. I left her standing there, staring at the lingering traces of my power, her mind no doubt racing. She was smart enough to piece it together, realizing that a suspected host for the legendary Zuo Sai had just appeared on the board. Her next move was obvious. Report to her superiors that a new, unpredictable power had emerged, one that could ignite a war between the three nations. Let them worry about their politics. I burst forward, my mount tearing a trench through the forest floor. Her information had cleared the fog in my memories. In my past life, the left Mercy Soul Jade vanished after the beast tied at the academy, and now I knew why. The Myron Kingdom orchestrated it all. My presence here has changed the timeline, forcing them to accelerate their plans. But it doesn't matter if I caused this by intervening in their ambush or by tampering with the Soul Jade. If my actions can alter history, then I will bend it to my will. In the Western District, the screams of the dying provided a predictable, if monotonous, soundtrack to the city's collapse. My shadow fell long across the burning street, as I observed one of their so-called elites stumble through the carnage alone. His students watched as their precious Guo instructor was cornered by the very beasts they were supposed to be hunting. They called out his name, these so-called royal palace guards, their voices laced with a pathetic, misplaced sense of duty. The instructor, Guo Yuan, was forced to thank another captain for saving his worthless hide. "No need," Captain Zhutong replied, foolishly returning the sentiment for bringing more lambs to the slaughter. He then gestured to the bodies littering the ground, stating the obvious. Their men had all been sacrificed here. As if on cue, more of the mindless creatures swarmed over the nearby rooftops, drawn to the scent of failure. "Damn beasts!" One of the guards cursed, while another cried out for his captain, his composure already shattered. A panicked voice crackled over their comms, desperately calling out enemy positions. The spotter's voice trembled as he continued his count, the numbers escalating beyond his meager comprehension. His eyes widened in sheer terror as he finally grasped the scale of their predicament, whimpering about 40 beasts on the right. One of the grunts suggested a retreat, a logical conclusion even for a simpleton, but the captain promptly refused. "Our orders were to fight until we die here," Zhutong declared, clinging to the hollow words of his superiors. He stared at the fallen, as if their deaths would somehow grant him strength. "We can't let our brother's sacrifice be in vain," he bellowed, rallying his men with empty platitudes before leading a final, pointless charge. His soldiers mindlessly echoed his war cry, convinced their conviction alone could turn the tide. They threw themselves at the swarm, their armor glinting in the firelight just before being extinguished. Guo Yuan's squad could only watch the pointless display before turning to their own futile task, protecting the fleeing rats. They stood as a flimsy barrier, while terrified civilians scrambled through a ruined archway. One of the guards volunteered to hold the line, offering his life to buy a few more seconds for the instructor and his students. He charged forward, creating a momentary gap in the horde's advance. The rest followed his lead, their battle cries mixing with the guttural roars of the beasts that descended upon them. Their desperate last stand was as predictable as it was brief. A guard managed to impale one monster, only to be immediately pinned by its kin. His fist glowed with defiant energy, a final spark before the inevitable. With his last breath, he swung his blade one more time, a futile gesture against an overwhelming tide. Even Guo Yuan's squad was being systematically dismantled, one of them begging to retreat while the instructor foolishly babbled about reinforcements. "They'll be here soon," he lied, trying to convince himself as much as his men. "Let's go help them." They moved to join the fray, but a beast was already on top of one of them. The soldier's weapon was knocked from his grasp before he could even mount a defense. He was hoisted into the air, his mech powerless in the creature's grip. The pilot's scream was cut short as the beast crushed his cockpit, a pathetic end for a pathetic soldier. Then the one they called Fat Boy was grabbed, his mech squealing under the pressure. The captain shouted his name, a useless cry into the chaos. "We're screwed," another one whimpered, as the monster's maw opened wide to swallow his comrade. A sudden rage ignited within me, and my voice boomed through the mech's external speakers. "Get out of me." My energy flared, blasting the creature off my pilot's frame. I pulled the whimpering fool to his feet as he begged for help, utterly useless on his own. Across the battlefield, another soldier was being torn limb from limb. The captain clenched his fist in impotent rage. Another subordinate lost due to his incompetence. He didn't even see the clawed hand descending upon him. The last of them were completely encircled, a fitting monument to their own weakness. The captain was slammed into the ground, his armor buckling under the force of the blow. His final screams were drowned out as the horde tore his machine apart. One of the last survivors turned to his instructor, his voice trembling. "Why haven't the reinforcements come yet?" He looked around at the slaughter, finally asking the right question far too late. "We are not going to die here too, right?" The creature's claws met the mech's frame with a sickening crunch, its pathetic gold armor buckling like foil. Another fool cries out for his fallen instructor, as if tears could mend shattered steel. The beast looms over its prey, a monument to his failure, ready to deliver the final, crushing blow. His screams are just noise, a pointless prayer to a god who isn't listening. Even their leader, the so-called instructor, is reduced to begging for a miracle from anyone who might be listening. Her tears are as useless as his prayers, a currency with no value in this new world. They huddle together in the rubble like frightened animals, their pleas for help echoing in the ruins. This one, Yuanshi, finds himself inexplicably frozen. A simple application of my will and his body betrays him. The woman can only watch in horror as the inevitable happens, her hero moments from being turned to scrap. The creature's grip tightens around the instructor's cockpit, a final, brutal embrace. Her scream punctuates the moment of his demise, a fitting soundtrack for his failure. But their pathetic drama has gone on long enough. I decide to intervene. My blade descends from the heavens, a sliver of light that impales the beast through its core. The remaining soldiers can only stare in disbelief, their tiny minds struggling to process what they just witnessed. Even the cowering civilians look up, their fear momentarily replaced by a new, more profound confusion. From the ashes of their failed defense, a new power finally emerges on the battlefield. The rest of the swarm takes notice from the rooftops, their collective gaze turning towards the source of this new threat. They will learn soon enough. My weapon materializes from nothing, its form coalescing from pure energy. I stand before them, a shadow amidst the flames and dust, an arbiter of their imminent destruction. My feet touch the scorched earth, and the very ground seems to crackle with the power I command. Piece by piece, my armor assembles around me, a vessel forged for one purpose: annihilation. My spear answers my call, flying into my grasp as if it were a mere extension of my will. The lesser knights can only watch as my true form is revealed, their own machines looking like children's toys in comparison. A torrent of energy erupts from my frame, a visible warning of the power I am about to unleash. My weapon shifts and transforms, its blade expanding into a monstrous polearm designed for mass slaughter. Their pathetic, coordinated assault is meaningless. I catch their combined strikes on my blade without effort. But why fight on their level? I summon my steed, and even these mindless beasts can feel a flicker of what I can only assume is fear. Together, we become a torrent of destruction, a force of nature they cannot possibly comprehend. The first creature falls under my steed's hooves, its chitinous shell shattering like glass. Every step is a death sentence, every hoof fall an execution. I swing my polearm, a harbinger of the coming storm. The resulting explosion vaporizes everything in its path, a cleansing fire that purges the battlefield of their filth. The instructor can only watch, his defeat now a footnote in a display of true power. I carve a path of destruction through the city itself, a scar of light and fury that erases my enemies from existence. Their expressions shift from hope to absolute terror. They weren't saved, they were merely spared. I look down at the broken instructor and his equally useless knights. Is this the reinforcement that you called? I ask, letting the irony hang in the air. And if you wish to bear witness to more of this power, you know where to find the chronicle of my ascent. The surviving machines stare, their optical sensors struggling to process what they're seeing. What is this nebula soul general? One of them sputters, its voice a mess of static and awe. I allow my power to recede, descending through the dust and embers of their failed assault. A final, silent pulse of energy emanates from my core, my star solution, disintegrating the last of the immediate threats into harmless particles of light. I touch down on the scorched earth, the ground still sizzling beneath my boots. The remaining enemy constructs stand frozen, their programming utterly paralyzed by my arrival, so I offer them a sliver of false comfort. Relax, I'm just a passerby. One of the dying soldiers reaches a trembling hand towards a fallen flag, pathetically whispering that the banner of his kingdom shouldn't lie in the dirt. I indulge his foolish sentiment, taking the flagpole and driving it deep into the fractured ground with a resounding crack. Tiandu is bound to win, I declare, my voice cutting through the silence and giving these insects the rallying cry they so desperately crave. Just as I predicted, the simple phrase ignites their pathetic morale, and they begin to chant the words as if they were a divine prophecy. Even the cowering civilians join in, their faces streaked with grime and tears as they celebrate their supposed salvation. On a monitor miles away, an officer's eyes widen as she recognizes the uniform I'm wearing. The Martial Institute? She murmurs in disbelief. She can't comprehend how a mere student could possess this level of power. Her confusion is a weapon in itself. My attention, however, is drawn to something more tangible. An unconscious girl clutching a soul talisman. I kneel beside her, noting that she's still breathing. You're quite lucky to meet me, I murmur before stating my terms. Consider your soul talisman the price for my intervention. I pluck the card from her limp fingers, and, as a token of my generosity, place a single recovery pill into her mouth. With the transaction complete, I lift her from the rubble and walk toward the surviving soldiers, maintaining the illusion of a righteous hero. Their captain, a man named Zhu Tong, bows deeply. "Senior, thank you for helping us," he exclaims, his voice filled with reverence. One of his subordinates, a fool with glasses, whispers to him, questioning why he would call a student senior. The captain at least understands the natural order. "Shut up," he snarls. "The strong are always kings." I offer a dismissive grunt in response. I hand the girl to her comrades. "She'll live." I gave her a Huey Chun medical pill. As I turn to leave, the blonde officer calls out, demanding to know my name and class. I don't even bother to look back, simply giving a dismissive wave. I toss a small vial over my shoulder as a parting gift. "The name is Song Yunxiang," I announce, just passing by. They stand there dumbfounded as I depart, but my focus is already on a new pillar of light erupting in the city's center. Another player has entered the game. their energy signature indicating they are from the Huan-Jia family. The blonde officer is still staring in my direction, her mind racing. How could he be so powerful? She wonders, before noticing the vial in her captain's hand. He stares at the contents, his eyes wide with disbelief. "This is Suhun Medical," he gasps. The fool with glasses explains its significance. "A single pill is worth 50,000 tian du yuan at auction." The captain stammers that the vial contains more than his yearly salary. Their pathetic ore is almost amusing. Song Yun Xiang, the blonde officer thinks to herself, holding the now stable girl, "Just who are you?" A moment later, the girl I saved begins to stir. Her eyes flutter open, and the first word to escape her lips is a faint whisper of my name. Song Yun Xiang. The chaos-consuming Yuanding city was a beautiful symphony of my own making. Every flash of my halberd was another note in their song of despair. These so-called beasts were nothing but fodder, a convenient distraction for the fools who thought they ran this city. My star soul, Lu Bu, carved a path of destruction, and I, miles away, orchestrated it all. Another monster falls, cleaved in two before it even knew I was there. From the comfort of my own room, I tap my foot, and a city block explodes. It's almost laughably easy. The beasts dissolve into nothing, their purpose served. Somewhere, I know an old fool is watching, finding my work interesting. He dismisses me as just a little guy of peak royal. A fatal miscalculation he will live to regret briefly. Meanwhile, the prestigious Jiwu Academy finds itself besieged by a creature far beyond its pay grade. Inside their command room, a woman they call the dean pretends to be in control of the situation. Her operator gives a status report, proud that their encirclement has held for a pathetic 34 minutes. The dean, feigning composure, asks for an update on the Academy's dire situation. Her subordinate reports that someone else's handiwork, a deceleration formation, is the only reason her troops aren't dead yet. Then comes the report about me. A mysterious astral general single-handedly clearing an entire sector, a feat that leaves her questioning what she's seeing. More reports flood in, sightings of a general on horseback, and she demands visual confirmation. When the image of my Lu Bu appears on her screen, her professional mask finally cracks. She recognizes my weapon, the legendary Fang Tian halberd. The name escapes her lips in a shocked whisper. Could this be the Star Soul General Lu Bu? She recites the old legends. Lu Bu among people, Kai Tu among horses. She knows the name, knows the unparalleled force it represents. But before she can process it, her operator screams that my trajectory has been calculated. My destination, the Academy itself. She's left to wonder if I am friend or foe, as if the distinction matters to me. From my vantage point outside the Academy, I see their pathetic formation is holding for now. I have to give Instructor Wu some credit. His 12-seat tiger wing formation is keeping his students alive. It seems their little deceleration array is working, which means they can survive a bit longer without my intervention. This is the perfect opportunity. While they're distracted, I'll claim my real prize. Crimson Fire Dragon Horse, let's go. My mount kicks off with enough force to shatter the ground beneath it. We sail over the Academy walls, an omen of war they are completely unprepared for. I give the command, Crimson Fire Dragon Horse Crystallization. My mount dissolves into motes of light as I land silently before the grand statue of Zuo Sai. This stone effigy holds what I truly came for. I stand before it, my crimson armor a stark contrast to the cold stone, and activate my star vision to begin the scan. My eyes burn with power as I analyze the soul jade hidden within. The statue glows, the stone itself unable to contain the power I am forcibly extracting. A vortex of raw data and energy swirls around me, a storm of my own creation. The entire structure crumbles, but I stand untouched at the center of it all. My feet touch the ground as my physical body fully materializes. With the prize almost in my grasp, I issue my final command. Star Master System, scan the Zuo Sai statue for me. A faint chime echoes in my mind as the system begins its work. The scan confirms my hypothesis. The Zuo Sai Soul Jade's position is locked, hidden within the sculpture's head. Predictable, these fools always hide their greatest treasures in the most obvious places. Suddenly, the ground shakes as an enemy mech makes a clumsy entrance, kicking up dust like an angry child. I don't have time for these distractions. There are more important assets to acquire. Star Master System, I command, my voice cold, forcibly pull Zuo Sai's soul jade for me. A wave of pure energy erupts from my palm, aimed directly at the sculpture's core. Cracks spiderweb across the ancient stone as my power takes hold. With a final surge, I rip the very essence from its stone prison. Get out here, I command. The soul jade flies through the air, drawn to my hand as if by magnetism. Finally, Zuo Sai's soul jade is mine. I land gracefully atop the crumbling monument, observing the pathetic insects scurrying below. One of them, a fool with garish pink hair, finally looks up, his mouth agape. What is this? he stammers. He points a trembling finger, his mind too slow to process the scene. Someone is on the sculpture. What the hell is happening? His eyes then lock onto the prize in my hand, and a sliver of understanding penetrates his thick skull. "Oh, that's Liu Yan," he whispers, recognizing the face of the man who now holds his hero's power. A flash of memory surfaces. Our first meeting in my past life, a farcical encounter where he stumbled into the women's changing room. He was a coward then, too, babbling in fear until I had to silence him. The women, of course, assumed the worst, screaming about tying him up and handing him to the headmaster. I had to drag the idiot away as he taunted them, drawing the attention of an entire mob. We were both apprehended, tied up like common criminals. A thoroughly humiliating memory. Back in the present, he remembers me calling this sculpture a tattered toy, and the gears in his head finally begin to turn. He's still stuck in the past, however, trying to settle some petty student grudge from our last encounter. You, who are you?" he shouts, the shock finally giving way to a pathetic attempt at aggression. "I am Song Yun Xiang. I'm back now," I state, enjoying the irony that these were the first words I spoke to him in our previous life, though he seems utterly baffled by my name this time. He clutches his chin, desperately trying to recall where he's heard that name before. Then the light bulb flickers on in his empty head. "I remember now. You're the 3 minutes orgasm man who has been missing for 3 days. His vulgarity is beneath my notice. I simply point past him at the broken statue. Where is he?" I ask innocently. The imbecile actually turns to look. I don't waste the opening, striking him across the face with a sharp, satisfying crack. He collapses to the ground in a heap, utterly neutralized. "Sorry, Liu Yan," I mutter, looking down at his unconscious form. My apology isn't for him, but for the fate I've just stolen. I recall his original timeline. After disappearing from the Martial Institute, he became test subject 0 for the Yilun Kingdom's artificial host scheme. He would have reappeared as the formidable masked Zero during the war of aggression against the Tiandu Kingdom. Eventually, he was saved by a band of resistance fighters. He would have died a hero's death, fighting alongside them until his very last breath. But as I look at him now, a new calculation forms in my mind. It was after our first, farcical encounter that he originally disappeared. If the Yilun Kingdom was after this soul jade, it stands to reason they orchestrated his disappearance to use him as its host. It all makes sense now. The mask of Zero, the control of the Nebula Soul General, it was all tied to this sculpture. By taking this jade, I have erased his future. There will be no masked Zero, but he will also be spared the torture of becoming a living weapon. He can stay a normal student. Star Master System, I inquire, can you analyze this soul jade and restore the stats of Zuo-Sai's Nebula Soul General? The system chimes back a negative. No authority about this failed analysis. The unknown soul jade requires a suitable host for restoration. Fine, I'll simply retract it for now. With Zuo-Sai's soul jade secured, I can now go assist my instructors and classmates in the real battle. My original strategy never involved deploying my own soul general, Lu Bu, in this tide of beasts. Star Master System, I commanded, watching the data coalesce. Can you restore Y Yuan Xing? A notification chimed. Recovery failed, can't find data in Stellar. So it can only restore authentic relics, not this mass-produced counterfeit. How predictable. The system's permission is limited. It announced, passing the buck back to me. Fine, I muttered. If you want something done right, you do it yourself. I focused my will into the cheap talisman. Star soul formation. Streams of light weave together, constructing the digital framework of a far superior soldier. Piece by piece, the armor materializes, culminating in a star general of my own design. My creation stands complete, a silent testament to my power. I scanned its default loadout, a handful of light crossbows and something called a round shield of surrender. How utterly quaint. This is all the Academy has to offer, I scoffed. These aren't weapons, they're toys. My general materializes the sword. It will have to suffice for now. I saw the original fool lying defeated and gave him some simple advice. Just stay on the ground for a while. I have to go save people. My general ignited its thrusters, blasting off into the sky with the force of a comet. It landed with a ground-shattering impact, announcing my arrival to the entire battlefield. The city was a ruin, burning under the onslaught of the beasts. A perfect stage. Through the chaos, I heard a scream as a woman was about to be torn apart by one of the creatures. The beast raised its vicious claws, a display of mindless savagery. But my general was already there, blocking the killing blow with its arm. The creature was sent flying back, its attack utterly nullified. The girl could only pant in exhaustion, confused as to why the beast suddenly seemed so slow. She has no idea what's happening, but her survival is a convenient side effect of my presence. Enraged, the beast let out a guttural roar, its attention now fixed solely on my general. It charged, and I had my general pepper it with shots from the pathetic crossbows, just to test its armor. The bolts barely scratched it, serving only to further infuriate the mindless thing. As predicted, the primitive weapon shattered after a few shots, utterly disposable. The shooting weapons of this era are still far too weak. A conclusion I had already reached. The beast unleashed a torrent of dark energy, charging forward in a blind rage. It fired a concentrated beam of purple energy directly at me. I parried the blast with ease and closed the distance in an instant. My blade plunged into its face, but the tough exoskeleton offered surprising resistance. The impact sent a shockwave through my general's frame as the creature retaliated. I immediately spun out of the clash, redirecting the momentum into a devastating horizontal slash. The beast dodged just in time, my blade carving a trench in the ground where it had been. I vaulted onto its back, driving the sword down with all my might. The blade bit into its carapace, but failed to deliver a fatal blow. I pushed off, creating distance as it thrashed wildly. "So strong," the girl murmured, comparing me to her magistrate. "She has no frame of reference for true power. This borrowed sword isn't good enough. It's like scratching an itch. Time for an upgrade." "Star Master System," I commanded with a smirk. "Create for me Lu Bu's heavenly halberd." Data streamed into reality, forging the legendary weapon in my general's grasp. "This borrowed sword isn't good enough. Cutting so much is just like scratching a beast's itch." A new stream of data flows into my hand, solidifying into the iconic legendary polearm. "Very good," I thought, feeling the weapon's immense power. "This feels a lot better." "So big," one of them muttered, staring at my weapon as if it were some divine artifact. Another fool in a standard-issue mech stammered, "What weapon is that? It's huge." Size is a crude metric for children. True power lies in how it's wielded. The beast lunged, a predictable and clumsy assault. I sidestepped its charge with contemptuous ease. Its claws scraped harmlessly against my armor as another one tried to flank me. From the corner of my vision, I saw the mech pilot I recognized as the class monitor watching in stunned silence. I moved not with the frantic energy of these amateurs, but with cold, calculated finality. The beast was torn asunder before it even registered my attack, and I came to a halt before the fallen monitor. "You okay, monitor?" I asked, my voice filtered through the mech's speakers. I looked down at her damaged machine, a testament to her incompetence. Her face appeared on my comms, a flush of embarrassment and gratitude. "Thanks for saving me," she said, to which I replied with a dismissive, "Yeah, it's nothing." I had no more time to waste on her. "Let's go," I commanded before rocketing away into the smoke-filled sky, leaving her to ponder her near-death experience. She was left staring into the darkness, puzzled by my familiar voice and my use of her old title. "Yes, let the pieces slowly click into place for you, Shangyun Yinkin." Elsewhere, her squad was attempting a thyroid battle defensive formation, a textbook maneuver for textbook failures. But the so-called Colonel General couldn't even follow basic orders, rushing ahead like a berserker with a death wish. She carved a path through the lesser beasts, a flurry of blue light and wasted energy. "Go die, go die," she screamed, lost in her own pathetic battle rage. Her subordinates could only watch, noting her crazy mood and questioning whether to even try and help their reckless leader. "Too slow," she shrieked, as if her speed was anything more than a chaotic dance. She was a child playing with a sharp toy, completely oblivious to the real dangers of the battlefield. A manic, self-satisfied grin was plastered on her face. "Go die for me," she howled, a 19-year-old at the peak of green rank, yet blind to the alpha predator stalking her from the shadows. The creature struck, but her frenzied state allowed her to parry the initial blow purely on instinct. She laughed, thinking she was in control. The beast lunged again, a simple feint. "You missed it," she taunted, sidestepping neatly, completely unaware she had just danced into a checkmate. Her blade struck nothing but dirt, and then the true threat emerged from the smoke behind her, towering and silent. A shadow fell over her mech as a massive claw, radiating violet energy, came crashing down. The impact was absolute, sending her much smaller frame hurtling through the air like a discarded piece of scrap. She coughed blood inside her cockpit, the feedback nearly shattering her senses as she cursed the monster that had outplayed her. The beast stood over her broken form, a monument to her arrogance. Her machine was crippled, surrounded, her glorious charge ending in a pile of smoldering ruin. Her squad watched in horror, their instructor frozen with indecision as their precious Colonel General was about to be devoured. The beast's maw opened wide, ready to deliver the final, humiliating blow as she screamed for her life. But just as her hope vanished, my spear descended from the heavens, aimed for the monster's skull. I didn't give it time to react. I unleashed a storm of precise, devastating strikes. My energy, a torrent of teal and violet, tore through its armored hide without resistance. From her shattered cockpit, Shangyun Yinkin could only stare in wide-eyed disbelief. The creature that had so easily defeated her was annihilated, reduced to nothing more than dust and a fading echo. With the cold, familiar weight of the sky piercer in my construct's grip, I was ready to demonstrate the meaning of true power. I descended into the chaos, a steel god landing amidst dust and the screams of lesser beings. From the ground, one of the pilots I'd just saved could only blush, stammering about how handsome my mech was, as if aesthetics were a factor in extermination. Her comrades gawked, questioning my identity and comparing my strength to their so-called instructors, a pathetic benchmark. They watched me carve through the swarm, likening it to chopping melons, wondering how Jiwoo Academy could possibly house someone like me. A soft beep alerted me to my dwindling reserves, soul power at 5%. The girl I saved, Shangyuan, was struggling to get her damaged machine upright, whining about the humiliation of it all. I approached her wreck, my shadow falling over her cockpit. "Are you okay?" I asked, the words a hollow courtesy. I had a use for her, but not if she was going to be a liability. "Can you continue to fight?" She sputtered out a flustered, "I'm all right," her voice betraying her awe. A simple thank you escaped her lips, so uncharacteristically gentle that it even shocked her own teammates. Just as I was about to move on, some pompous fool in a gaudy golden mech started barking orders at me. "Stop dawdling," he commanded, as if I were one of his grunts. "Fine." I answered with a simple coming and launched myself across the battlefield, landing with enough force to crack the very earth. I slammed down in the center of a fresh pack of beasts. My halberd became a blur of motion, a vortex of destruction that cleaved through their ranks effortlessly. I unleashed a torrent of soul energy, a sweeping horizontal arc that vaporized everything in its path. The azure wave of power ripped through another monster, leaving nothing but scorched ground behind. The resulting shockwave sent the remaining creatures staggering back. Even the arrogant commander in gold was forced to acknowledge my display, offering a quick thank you. He immediately seized the opportunity to reassert his authority, shouting for a 10-camera anti-beast battle formation. They clumsily arranged themselves into their textbook formation, intending to use their numbers to overwhelm a single target. The commander, however, paused mid-count, a flicker of confusion in his voice as he realized they had an extra person in their formation. As they charged forward with bloodthirsty cries, their designated target became clear. It was one of Shangyuan's pathetic teammates, the idiot who was now frozen in terror, realizing he was the extra one about to be swarmed by his own allies. Before the fool could be trampled, Shangyuan dragged him out of the kill zone, telling him to stick with her and provide support. Her sudden softness was so out of character, it seemed to frighten him more than the impending attack. He could only stare, dumbfounded, at this new version of his senior sister. While they were having their little moment, I was already unleashing another attack, a devastating wave of energy that cleansed the battlefield. The commander, trying to regain control, ordered his right wing to prepare for the next engagement. His soldiers dutifully obeyed, swarming a single beast with a flurry of synchronized strikes. It was a pathetic display of brute force, a chorus of kill that screamed inefficiency, a 5-unit Chuan stage formation. Amusing. The baseline power of my Yuan style was already superior to their entire setup. Another alert flashed. Soul power down to 2%, with only 16 breaths before the construct disarmed. It didn't matter. With my repaired soul veins, I could sustain this output for far longer if I had to, though the Lu Bu armor was a drain on my current stage. It was a wasteful expenditure of energy, but the combination of Yuan armament and the halberd was a necessary compromise for now. The technology of this era is simply too primitive. Once this is over, I'll need to upgrade the Yuan style with a few ideas of my own. But a final, critical alert pulled me from my thoughts. 1% power remaining. Speculation could wait. It was time to end this. The pathetic shouts of kill echoed across the battlefield, a desperate chorus from men who were about to be overrun. Their commander was frantically yelling about maintaining formation against the last 3 beasts, a completely useless gesture. An alert flashed in my vision, a monotonous beep from the construct system. Soul power under 1%, shut down in 6 breaths. 6 breaths was an eternity. I moved, a blur of cyan energy, carving through the first of the remaining beasts without a second thought. 4 breaths, I watched the monster dissolve into nothing. Last one left. Their combined forces couldn't handle 3. I was handling them alone on fumes. 3 breaths. I raised my halberd, channeling the last dregs of power into its shimmering blade. I launched myself from the ground, a missile of righteous fury aimed at the final, grotesque creature. 2 breaths. I descended from above, plunging my weapon straight through its core. The pathetic thing never even saw it coming. 1 breath. I landed softly as the dust settled around me. Silence. I could hear the other pilots stammering in awe, calling me too strong, just as my borrowed power finally gave out and the construct disintegrated. As the blue particles of light vanished, their shock turned to disbelief. I landed lightly on the ground, completely revealed. I stood calmly in the swirling remnants of the construct's energy. Crouching down, I felt the ground, steadying myself as one of the pilots finally recognized me. "It's him," he stuttered, his voice filled with confusion. His companion asked who I was, and the answer was music to my ears. The famous trash of the first grade, Song Yunxiang. The fool in the gold-plated armor seemed particularly dumbfounded. He repeated my name as if it were a curse. These idiots were still processing how the Academy's biggest failure had just saved their lives. Amusingly, one of the female pilots seemed to be having a completely different, an entirely delusional reaction. My senses picked up on the ripples of shock, extending far beyond the battlefield. In some distant command center, a girl with purple hair was staring at a screen, shouting my name in astonishment. Even the dean, that calculating snake, couldn't hide his surprise. It was Song Yunxiang who saved them. Yes, it was, choke on it. An operator confirmed my work with cold, hard numbers. 23 kills, 9 assists. A record they would have deemed impossible for me. The dean's mind was already turning, his suspicion peaked. He knew I was supposed to be a waste with a broken soul, and now he correctly deduced I was hiding something. He connected the image of the halberd to the legendary Lu Bu, and then to me. The gears in his little brain were grinding. He even began theorizing about Zuo Sai, the star-soul general of illusion and shapeshifting. He was getting warm. He was dangerously close to the truth, wondering if I was Zuo Sai's host. His conclusion was predictable: capture and torture. A fatal miscalculation on his part. He'll soon learn what happens to those who plot against me. His operator, oblivious to her boss's dark intentions, simply got back to monitoring the battlefield. Down on the ground, the survivors decided to take a break, noting that I was using the lull to restore my soul power. Their instructor gave the order for everyone to disarm and rest. One by one, their clunky constructs dissolved around them. They sat, laboriously trying to recover their energy through breathing exercises, while their instructor prattled on about the next wave. I, on the other hand, had more efficient methods. A few shimmering cards materialized in my hand. In a matter of seconds, it was done. I was fully restored. The instructor approached, his gratitude mixed with a poorly veiled attempt to gather intelligence. I stood and faced him directly, a slight smile on my lips. Class 10, first year, Song Yunxiang. Let the name burn itself into their memory. Whispers erupted from the students sitting nearby. The trash first year was this powerful. Their fragile worldviews were crumbling. Just then, another figure approached, a senior student by her uniform. "Brother Song, thank you for saving me," she said, introducing herself as Shangyun Yinkin from the third year. My blood ran cold. Shangyun Yinkin. Of all the coincidences in this new life, it had to be her. I remembered her all too well. In my previous life, this woman's family betrayed everything, and she, as the host of the Star-Soul General Long Kai, became a monster who almost ended me. As she stepped forward to offer a handshake, a wave of cold fury washed over me. I would not make the same mistake twice. I moved first, grabbing her wrist before she could touch me, her gasp of surprise lost in the chaos. The spectators were aghast, their simple minds assuming I was making some crude advance on their precious senior sister. I pulled her closer, my face inches from hers. She flushed, utterly confused, but my command was silent and absolute. "Star Master System, copy her Star Soul General for me." This was my chance to neutralize a powerful future enemy before she ever had the chance to rise. She, in her infinite naivety, completely misinterpreted my aggression, her mind wandering to confessions of love. How pathetic. While she was fantasizing about marriage proposals, my system delivered a sharp, unexpected report. "Ding, copy failed. This target does not hold a Star Soul General." My system flared with an error message, a rare and irritating occurrence. Copy failed. My senses, which I had trusted implicitly, had somehow failed me. The target, Shangyun Binger, possessed no star soul. Impossible. I remember it clearly from my past life. This woman was the host for the fearsome Star Soul General, Long Kai. My system offered two possibilities. Either Long Kai's previous host was still alive, or, more interestingly, the soul jade containing her hadn't yet been claimed. Then the memory slotted into place, sharp and clear. The coughing from the instructor I'd just thrown aside was a pathetic sound, barely registering as I stood over the dazed woman. I put on a mask of bumbling foolishness, a necessary inconvenience. "My apologies, Senior Shangyun, I was simply overwhelmed." She gave me a strange, flirtatious look, asking if we'd met before, while her sycophants watched with idiotic confusion. No, I lied smoothly. "I've just heard tales of your prowess and got excited." Her little fan club started barking, accusing me of having ulterior motives. I ignored their worthless noise and retrieved a small vial from my uniform. "Senior Sister Shangyun," I commanded softly, "stretch out your hand." A blush crept up her neck as she hesitated, her mind clearly leaping to some childish, romantic fantasy. Does he want to hold my hand again? Her thoughts were practically written on her face. She whispered for me to be gentle, and I had to physically restrain myself from sneering at her. Her confusion was palpable as she finally extended her palm, her fantasies crumbling. I poured a single glowing pill into her hand, its aura pulsing with condensed power. The fool of an instructor gasped, recognizing the item for what it was. He began whining that a single soul recovery pill was worth 10 months of his pathetic salary. For me? She asked, her eyes wide, while the instructor looked on with pure, undisguised greed. Yes, I confirmed, my voice flat. Take it. Restore your combat power immediately. My actions were already disrupting the timeline. In my previous life, I never saved her, but she somehow survived anyway. Now, I would personally guarantee this mad woman lives long enough to acquire her fated star soul general. An explosive wave of energy erupted from her, the sheer force of the pill catching her completely off guard. She described it as being infused with billions of stars, a fitting description for one of my own concoctions. Her shock was amusing. She stammered that even top-grade pills couldn't compare to this. The instructor, ever the opportunist, sidled up to me, begging for more pills for himself and the others. He had the audacity to put his hand on my shoulder, suggesting I should keep at least 2 for him as an emergency supply. I shoved his hand off me with disgust. I have no more pills, I said coolly, but I can solve your problem another way. They all watched like clueless children as I drew several crystalline cards from my coat. Power flowed from my fingertips as I activated the array inscribed on them. With a single word, formation, I cast the cards to the ground. A massive ring of turquoise light instantly encircled the entire group of exhausted students. They felt it immediately, a surge of energy flowing into them from the very air they breathed. They exclaimed in shock as they realized their soul power recovery speed had just increased by a factor of 5. The instructor recognized it as a 4th-level star array, but was baffled by its unprecedented 5-fold amplification. Adjust your breathing here, I commanded, turning my back on them. I have other places to be. I had no more time to waste on these amateurs, so I summoned my own star soul construct. See you around? I said to no one in particular, launching myself away with a thunderous blast of force that tore the ground asunder. They were left behind in my dust, Shang Yunbinger shouting for me to wait. She even tried to follow, summoning her own construct in a desperate attempt to catch up. It was a foolish gesture. They could only stare at the rapidly shrinking speck I had become. The instructor yelled at her to stop, reminding her of their duty to defend their position. But I was already gone, heading toward the true heart of the battle at the Academy's central area. There, other teams were locked in a desperate struggle, their constructs holding a fragile line against the beasts. They had managed to wear down the horde, with only a single, massive creature remaining. The commander was barking orders, rallying his tired forces for one final, coordinated assault. From my vantage point, I watched the Academy's supposed elites swarm the Tier 5 beast-like disorganized insects. Their battle cry of charge was as predictable as their tactics, swinging their pathetic blades against its hardened carapace. One of them slid forward in a move they probably thought was impressive, a flicker of light against an unmovable mountain. Their leader, in his gaudy white and red prototype, leaped dramatically into the air for a downward strike. All that energy, all that pointless effort just to scratch the paint. A frantic voice cut through the comms, their commander shouting about a formation change. How quaint. Her little soldiers scurried about below, trying to follow orders, as the sky began to glitter with an ominous light. The leader finally noticed, screaming a warning about an aerial bombardment, as if that would change the inevitable. A brilliant flash of energy engulfed them, scattering their tin cans like toys. The dust settled on a scene of utter failure, the air thick with the smell of ozone and incompetence. I could see them struggling to rise, their state-of-the-art mechs reduced to smoking heaps of junk. Is everyone okay? Their leader asked, a question dripping with futility. He didn't even notice the shadow falling over his downed comrades. The beast gazed upon the city it was about to level, unconcerned with the ants it had just stepped on. I can't believe they didn't come close, the fool muttered, finally grasping that their frontal assault was useless. One of his subordinates shouted a warning about the next wave of shelling, telling them to raise their laughable shields. No, the leader shrieked, finally understanding that their standard-issue equipment was worthless. Those shields can't resist this, but his realization came too late, as a concentrated beam of energy obliterated a nearby skyscraper. What? He cried out, his worldview shattering as an attack that wasn't his own slammed into the beast's flank. My opening salvo struck true, peeling away armor plating with contemptuous ease. The creature let out a guttural roar, not of pain but of pure rage. It turned its attention from the city, its maw glowing as it prepared to erase whatever had dared to interrupt its rampage. Who is it? the little leader demanded, looking around in a panic. Looks like I'm just in time. I broadcasted on an open channel, letting my voice drip with amusement. As I descended, I let them watch as I materialized my weapon from pure soul particles. Let them see what true power looks like. The beast fired its energy cannons, a desperate attempt to eliminate a threat it couldn't comprehend. Get out of the way! The leader screamed at me, still believing he was in charge of this battlefield. I landed softly, my halberd humming with power, using a minuscule amount of soul power to suspend myself just above the ground. I slid through the barrage of energy beams as if they were standing still. They watched, mesmerized by movement they couldn't possibly replicate. Their leader finally processed what he was seeing, murmuring about my subtle body movement and suspension skills. "Incredible," he breathed, his awe mixing with the bitter taste of inadequacy. And that giant halberd, he'd never seen such a weapon, because it wasn't forged in their primitive workshops. His squad mates were just as stunned, realizing I was piloting the same student prototype as them, yet performing feats they thought were impossible. "Amazing, who is this person?" Another one gasped, his voice trembling. "His combat power is equivalent to at least 30+ Changyi." I almost laughed as the pilot they used as a benchmark looked around in confusion, wondering why everyone was staring at him. The beast unleashed a predictable torrent of energy, a desperate attempt to erase me from existence. But I moved like a ghost, my feet barely touching the ground as I weaved around the searing purple light. It then widened its barrage, a pathetic, panicked spray that was all spectacle and no substance. From her command center, I could practically feel the instructor's shock. "What? That way of moving?" she muttered. "Yes, recognize it. This is the 7 steps on the star, a technique you believe is exclusive to your precious elite guard. But while you merely study the steps, I have perfected the dance of death, carving a path straight through the monster's gaping maw." The woman's voice crackled again, recognizing another one of my skills. That was the lunar slash. She was aghast that a mere student prototype could execute these techniques, her small mind unable to grasp that the machine is irrelevant when the pilot is a god. 4 of these pathetic creatures left. I danced between their attacks, a phantom painting the battlefield with my energy. I closed in on the nearest one, my blade humming. First one. A clean slice was all it took. 3, 2, the boy in the golden mech looked on, drooling with pathetic admiration, dreaming that if he were as strong as me, he could finally impress a secretary. He even considered begging me to be his teacher, a thought that was mercifully interrupted by his superior's scorn. Their trivialities don't concern me. The last beast gathered its energy for one final, futile blast. I met the attack head-on, my armor barely registering the impact. Now it's over, last one done. My construct flickered, its soul power nearly depleted. These mass-produced frames were never meant to contain my true strength. The red-haired woman finally made an intelligent observation. Even 50 of their so-called experts wouldn't be my match, right as her cowardly colleague turned to flee. The fool actually blushed as he ran, calling out my name like some starstruck child. "Song Yunxiang, wait for me, pathetic." My name echoed through their command center, causing panic and disbelief among those who thought me dead and gone. The enemy general, the true target of my visit, finally emerged from the smoke, his blades ready. He pointed his weapon at my dissolving frame, demanding to know who I was. I let the prototype shell fall away, disintegrating into a cloud of useless data. It was just a tool, and its purpose was served. I stepped out of the light, planting my feet firmly on the scorched earth. The cannon fodder below stared, their processors struggling. "He's wearing a school uniform. Was the boss just a student?" Then I saw his face. That traitor, his eyes wide with an impossible realization. It's really that kid who'd been missing for 3 days. His shock was a symphony to my ears. I stood alone in the crater I had created, letting them all see me, letting them all feel the dread that came with my presence. I am back. The city burns, and the only thing they can muster is shock as my name echoes through the rubble. Their disbelief is almost satisfying. "Song Yunxiang, how can it be?" "Yes, how can the trash you all look down on be the one saving you?" I land softly, the dust settling around me, and face my old instructors. They gawk from within their bulky star souls, looking more like confused children than seasoned warriors. One of them even mutters how he almost knelt and worshipped me as a teacher. A fitting response. That fool Lin Tian is the first to find his voice, pointing an accusatory finger. "Aren't you lacking in your soul veins? You can barely fight for 3 minutes." I just offer a placid smile, as if explaining a simple concept to a toddler. "Didn't you see? The construct automatically dismantled itself." I let a spark of soul power crackle in my hand, a calculated display. My body is gradually adapting. This time, my maintenance time increased by about 20%. It's a convenient lie, just enough to sow confusion. My former instructor can't make sense of it. "What a liar, you were fighting for at least 5 minutes. His partner tries to shut him up, but the damage is done. The seeds of doubt are planted. My other classmates stare, their expressions a mixture of awe and suspicion. Isn't that right, Instructor Wu? I ask, my voice laced with mock innocence. That girl Linger steps forward, her face a mask of demanding curiosity. Aren't you going to explain it? Lin Tian, ever the loudmouth, chimes in. Yes, explain it well. Linger presses on, her voice rising with indignation. Why did you pretend to be crippled while you were in school? Pretend? The irony is thick enough to choke on. Even the instructors are baffled, one exclaiming, Are you saying that he's been hiding his real strength all this time? Linger's eyes narrow, searching my face for answers I have no intention of giving. Song Yunxiang, who the hell are you? She adds a hollow platitude about appreciating my help before demanding an explanation. I was about to indulge them with another half-truth when a sudden pressure descends from the sky. A figure clad in a regal purple cape lands with purpose. The impact sends a shockwave through the ground, kicking up a cloud of debris. I barely shield my face from the gust. The figure's star soul armor dissipates into motes of light, revealing a woman with an authoritative air. Her boots touch the ground softly, a stark contrast to her dramatic arrival. The others immediately recognize her and bow their heads in respect. See the Dean. Dean Gu. So, the head of the institute decided to make an appearance. She walks through the smoldering embers, her gaze fixed solely on me. I offer a perfunctory greeting. I have seen Dean Gu. She thanks me for the timely help, but her tone is anything but grateful. But I also want to hear, how would you explain your hidden power? Internally, I assess her. A member of the Tiandicheng family, an unknown variable, neither friend nor foe yet. Before I can begin my carefully constructed narrative, her communicator beeps, and she raises a shimmering blue barrier around us, a soundproof array formation. Impressive. She's isolating me for a private interrogation. She's created 2 layers of soul power film to block all sound transmission. Interesting. I decide to test her authority. Dean Gu, what if I said the question of my strength is also my personal privacy? She smirks, a cold glint in her eyes. There are no such rules, of course. She takes a step closer, her presence imposing. But what if it is related to the Star Soul General Zuo Sai? She leans in, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. You hid your strength and pretended your soul was damaged, all to infiltrate the Institute for one purpose, to come here for Zuo Sai's jade, right? I feign ignorance, a slight flush rising to my cheeks. Dean Gu, what are you talking about? But she isn't buying it. Stop pretending, Song Yunxiang. In fact, you have become Zuo Sai's host. She points directly at me, her accusation hanging in the air. And the red Lu Bu that appeared in Zicheng district, it's the appearance you disguised with Zuo Sai's unique illusion ability. An illusion ability? This is news to me. Even in my past life, I never knew Zuo Sai possessed such a skill. Outside the barrier, the instructors can only watch in confusion, unable to hear our exchange. Meanwhile, Linger, who was trapped inside the barrier with us, finally manages to hack into the array. The Dean continues her monologue, projecting images of my red Lu Bu form for emphasis. Someone witnessed you at the scene. She lays out her argument flawlessly. According to the records of Tiandu Kingdom, Star Soul General Zuo Sai can not only transform into other Star Soul Generals, but he can also copy some of their abilities and even hide the true strength of the Star Soul Master. Her logic is impeccable, even if her premise is completely wrong. So, the illusion of cultivation you are showing now is also one of the evidences that proves you are Zuo Sai's host. My classmates who can now hear the conversation are utterly floored. To think the person they dismissed as trash was secretly the host of a legendary Star Soul General. Damn, the woman has a point. Her reasoning is sound even if it leads to the wrong conclusion. An idea begins to form in my mind. She has mistaken the Star Master System's replication ability for Zuo Sai's transformation. This is a perfect scapegoat. I can let her believe her own theory. I drop the act, a slow, knowing smile spreading across my face. Awesome, Dean Gu. I hid so well, but you saw right through me. It's showdown time. I look her dead in the eye and make my confession. That's right. I did get Zuo Sai's soul jade. I didn't expect you to admit it so easily. The acting dean says, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. She then lays out her little theory, that my family had been plotting to steal the Zuo Sai soul jade all along. How quaint that she thinks this was some grand family conspiracy, ruined only by the misfortune of a beast tied forcing my hand to save a few worthless lives. Beside me, the blonde simpleton actually starts tearing up, moved by the tale of my supposed selfless sacrifice. I play along, feigning a weary smile. It's a trivial effort to manipulate the foolish. She finally gets to her point, noting that an original star soul is fundamentally different from the mass-produced trash they field. She declares that my family's actions could be considered rebellion, a serious violation of the Tiandu Kingdom's regulations. Her eyes burn with an intensity that tells me she's done with the pleasantries. She offers a deal, revealing her suspicion that the beast tide was artificially created. She pulls up a holographic map, pointing to 3 core locations of an induction device she's found. She boasts about handling the district near the Institute herself, then looks at me, asking what I intend to do. I cut through the posturing, and she finally admits my mission isn't to suppress a device, but to go to North City. Save someone? I ask, my voice laced with ice. The dean's expression turns grim as she stares at the map. She finally confirms it. I am to be the savior for a member of the royal family. My target is the second prince of the Tiandu kingdom, Tian Zehat, a notorious warhawk. In my past life, I remember he died right here, during this very beast tide. His official cause of death listed as an assassination. But in that timeline, Ashao was never rescued by me, and the blame was pinned on her. The pieces start to click into place. The assassination was likely orchestrated by Myron, their rival nation. She lays out her offer. She'll use her authority to make my possession of Zuo Sai legal, but I feign disinterest, reminding her a prince should hardly be in crisis. As expected, she folds, promising an additional condition if I complete the mission. I knew she would compromise. The Gu family plays all sides, and she can't risk her secret allegiance to the prince being exposed, so I accept her deal. The question remains whether the Gu family is truly loyal to the prince, or just hedging their bets. It doesn't matter. I'll join the fun and see for myself, activating my system to replicate the only general fit for this task. A torrent of data envelops me as the Star Soul construct begins. Its core ignites with a brilliant, otherworldly blue flame. The armor materializes around me, a fusion of crimson and shadow, far surpassing the kingdom's pathetic machines. The insects below can only stare in disbelief at the power I've manifested. The acting dean recognizes the frame of Lu Bu, but is confused by the coloration, dismissing it as an illusion. She screams the coordinates to me, her voice filled with a desperate urgency. But just as I'm about to depart, the Shangyuan girl latches onto me, demanding I take her with me. I pay her no mind and initiate takeoff, the ground cracking under the force. The infuriating woman clings to my armored form like a parasite, refusing to let go. I realize her family supports the prince. She could be a useful pawn. She clings to my leg, her face flushed with excitement. Okay, she says, her voice filled with a disturbing mix of admiration and obsession. An explosion tore through the courtyard we just vacated, a pointless tantrum from those I left behind. Down below, one of the dean's lackeys shielded his eyes, shouting about my sudden departure. He fretted over the student I'd taken, but the dean, Gu, cut him off, her mind already on the bigger picture. Her 2 underlings dutifully acknowledged her orders, preparing to move out, but I could almost feel the gears turning in her head as she watched me disappear, wondering if this girl was truly Zuo Sai's host. She was clever enough to suspect something, vowing to uncover my secrets herself. Let her try. Her curiosity will be her undoing. Meanwhile, the true problem raged across the city, a symphony of destruction and maniacal laughter. Armored abominations on mechanical steeds cut a swath through the ruins, their only purpose to kill. One of these riders engaged a spider-like beast, a pointless clash of monsters in a dying city. The rider summoned its weapon, a massive halberd of pure energy preparing to end the lesser creature. A blinding wave of power tore through the air, an overwhelming display of force. The arc of destruction vaporized everything in its path. Another mechanized warrior joined the fray, this one armed with a cannon, while the first continued its relentless slaughter. All this noise was becoming a nuisance, especially the girl clinging to me. Hey, can you stop bugging me? I snapped. She actually had the audacity to look apologetic, a blush creeping onto her face. We are in a hurry now, I reminded her coldly. Her excuse was that the thrill of the battlefield was too much to resist. A battle-crazed fool. My return has already warped the timeline. Perhaps keeping this unpredictable element close is the most logical, if irritating, course of action. For now, she is a tool, nothing more. But now it's time to use her. By the way, senior sister Shangyuan, I might need you to do me a favor. Her eyes lit up with a disturbing, suggestive gleam. What do you want to do to me? She purred. I ignored her pathetic attempt at flirtation. Stop talking nonsense. I'm giving you a contingency plan for enemies we can't defeat head-on. Soon enough, we arrived at our destination, the swirling purple energy of the Baikeng Crack Corps. A pathetic line of golden-armored soldiers stood guard amidst the flames. It was the Waiyuan Royal Guard formation, protecting some self-important noble. I watched as the young prince struggled to support his grievously wounded commander. Commander Liu, you must hold on. The boy, Prince Tian Zehai, pleaded. The commander, Liu Shenwu, could only apologize for his failure. The prince, a mere early-stage brat, was already drowning in regret. Damn Myron, this time I was really short-sighted. He seethed. He monologued his entire failed scheme, a naive plot to start a war that backfired, costing 1 million lives. His incompetence was staggering. The commander coughed up a lungful of blood, still trying to defend the prince's honor. Such misplaced loyalty. The prince desperately screamed for his commander to hold on, turning to his attendant for an update on reinforcements. His battle-maid, Xiaomai, informed him that Dean Gu's forces were on their way. A sliver of hope for the hopeless. In his panic, the prince demanded the last rejuvenation pill. Both his maid and the dying commander protested, trying to save the precious resource for the prince himself. The commander's hand was weak, a futile gesture to stop the prince. "Just give it to me," the prince snapped, snatching the pill and forcing it down his commander's throat. But their moment of sentimental drama was cut short by a guard's panic scream. The beast had returned. The prince, finally remembering his duty, barked an order at his maid. "Xiaomai, you will command them to defend against the enemy." She complied instantly, activating her star soul construct with a stomp of her foot. A massive golden mech materialized around her as she commanded the remaining guards to form up. The royal guards braced themselves, a final, desperate line of defense to protect their foolish highness. Down the street, the hulking, ferocious beast charged, a rare species of pure destructive power. But as they focused on the frontal assault, another enemy force appeared from the side, catching them in a pincer. A new monster, wreathed in shadow and wielding a massive, wicked-looking spear, emerged from the dust, and I knew these fools were already dead. The Nanchang district crack was a predictable vortex of cosmic filth, a festering wound in the sky I'd seen 1,000 times before. Below it, the city was a graveyard of broken towers, choking on dust and the stench of fear. From my vantage point, I watched some woman in glasses playing commander, barking orders with a confidence she clearly didn't possess. She arranged her tin soldiers into neat little formations, a textbook strategy for a textbook slaughter. The ground rumbled as their mechanized legions marched forward, an impressive, almost pathetic, display of organized futility. All their eyes were fixed on the crack in reality, which pulsed with a sickening purple light. It began to split wider, the low hum turning into the grating sound of tearing fabric. Then, as if on cue, a more of jagged teeth smiled out from the darkness before the monster pulled itself through, and the commander screamed for her troops to get ready. The little metal men dutifully raised their rifles, a forest of steel pointing at their own doom. With a single desperate command, they were ordered to fire. A torrent of blue energy lanced into the sky, a pretty light show that would accomplish absolutely nothing. At the same time, a similar scene was unfolding in the Dingcheng area. Another crack core, another city of fools. Here, their machines were scattered across the ruins, waiting like gargoyles for a battle they couldn't win. A winged beast hovered above them, but my attention was on the old man standing alone, preparing for his final, pointless stand. The creature, a disgusting amalgam of maws and mismatched limbs, let out a guttural roar. One of the mechs charged forward, throwing a clumsy punch that the beast barely registered. The old man, completely unfazed by the chaos, simply strode forward into the maelstrom. I watched him gather his fading power, a flicker of light against an overwhelming darkness. "Old friend, fight with me again," he muttered, clutching a card as his underlings debated whether to interfere. "Mr. Zhu is a celestial powerhouse," one of them said, a title that meant very little to the cosmic horrors they faced. So they stood back and watched from a distance, content to let the old man die for them on the Baikeng battlefield. Meanwhile, my own situation was far more efficient. A tide of corrupted energy pulsed from the beast before me. A pack of its lesser spawn swarmed the battlefield, their red armor glowing ominously. Their alpha howled, a signal for the hunt to begin. These woe-fighting species were little more than scavengers, surrounding the remnants of the royal guard. "We're no match," one of the guards stammered, telling his comrade to protect their so-called highness. They knelt before the very person I was here to evaluate, a pathetic gesture of loyalty. The last general's injuries were fatal, and I calmly calculated that burning the rest of his soul would buy him maybe 20 breaths of life. I held the dying man, my gaze fixed on the horizon, because that surge of power wasn't a beast. "It may not be the enemy," I stated, much to Xiaomai's confusion. "It could only be support, though what arrived was just another monster in a different shell." The original beast didn't care. It simply continued its rampage. It tore through the ground and slammed into one of the golden mechs, crushing it like a tin can. I shielded the general's body from the shockwave, not out of kindness, but to preserve a useful asset. The beast ignored us, roaring at a new shadow in the distance, before a brilliant beam of cyan light erupted from the darkness. The creature had only a moment to register the incoming threat. The beam struck it head-on, a silent, devastating explosion of pure energy that vaporized everything in its path. As the light faded, a new figure landed, its feet cracking the very bedrock. A Star Soul General, a mechanized beast of war, stood shimmering with residual power. A Star Soul General from Jiwu Academy. One of the soldiers gasped, but I noted it was a model I'd never seen, and an inferior one at that. While they were all distracted, I turned to my subordinate and ordered her to start harvesting the corpses. Her bewildered expression was beginning to test my patience. I had Lu Bu hurl his halberd, embedding it in the ground to form a containment array. The peanut gallery finally caught on, one of them asking the obvious, "Is that an array?" Their leader looked up at me, his face a mask of disbelief as he began to understand he was no longer in control. He stammered about my star soul general, as if the weapon acted on its own. He still hasn't grasped that every move is asterisk my asterisk move. His pathetic underlings debated their next move, wondering if they should retreat or watch the show I was putting on for them. Finally, a flicker of intelligence from their leader. "Something's wrong," he muttered. He correctly deduced the array was temporary, but his small mind couldn't grasp asterisk, why asterisk I was merely stalling for time. While they were distracted, my student machine was already at work, pulling a crystal from the corpse of another beast. Their eyes went wide with shock and greed as they realized what it was. "Cracked crystal," the leader spat out, his voice trembling. "Is that the purple crystal?" His subordinate helpfully explained that the cracked crystal, or space stone, grows inside the gluttonous beast, allowing it to devour things far larger than itself. They finally connected the dots. A precious material for storage talismans worth a small fortune. The girl's face contorted in realization, accusing me of procrastinating just to get rich. As I had planned, the array's power began to fade. Its purpose served. A faint, dry laugh escaped me. Their little epiphany was amusing. He foolishly assumed my soul prison was the end game, while I was already contacting my associate for the next phase. "Only 3 peeled, is that enough?" she asked, as her machine continued its grim work. My star general stood poised, ready for my next command. 3 should be barely enough, I confirmed. With the preparations complete, I gave the order. "Good, give it to me." She complied, using her own soul power to levitate the crystals towards me, much to the astonishment of the onlookers. Lu Bu effortlessly blocked their pathetic attempt to interfere as I secured my prize. With the objective complete, I had Lu Bu clear a path for our exit. Before departing, I made sure to deal with any potential loose ends. The so-called leader could only watch from afar as I controlled the entire battlefield. He recognized Star Soul General Lu Bu, but his feeble intuition screamed that something was deeply wrong with this picture. I now stood before the unchained beast, the array having fully dissipated. It was time to make my exit. Red Flame Fire Dragon Horse, Star Solution. The fool watched in shock as I recalled my halberd, leaving him and his men to their fate with the enraged beast. The weapon dematerialized, flying across the ruined cityscape to return to my hand. With his weapon returned, Lu Bu stood ready as the beast turned its undivided attention to the idiots I left behind. Predictably, it unleashed a torrent of dark energy directly at me. The blast tore through the air, a futile gesture of defiance. I raised my halberd to meet the attack, utterly unimpressed. I casually swatted the blast aside. The beast's power was nothing more than a mild inconvenience. Now it was my turn to respond. The very air fractured under the weight of the energy I began to gather. I channeled the power of the cracked crystal directly into the halberd. A single, focused beam was all it took to carve a new path through the urban decay. His subordinate could only scream in terror. "Damn it, Your Highness, that Red Star Soul General looks like he's not even trying." He was correct. This was merely a warm-up. The beast's enraged roar was as impotent as its previous attacks. My liaison warned me that even with Lu Bu, fighting a heaven-level Kionki was foolish at my current rank. She still doesn't understand the difference between fighting and executing a plan, so I simply gave the order. Blast. The crystal I'd cleverly embedded in the beast's flesh during my earlier attack detonated with overwhelming force. A beautiful, violent bloom of purple energy erupted from within the creature. The fool who called himself a leader could only stare. What was that explosion? The beast staggered back, a gaping, smoking wound where its core used to be. "I'm sorry, I'm not the opponent of a heaven-level beast right now, but I can use a little trick that isn't considered martial arts." Wonderful indeed, to see my enemies reduced to ash with such beautiful simplicity. The principle is elementary. Inject just enough soul power into a space-cracked crystal to overload it, creating a localized spatial collapse. And from a distance, I could feel the gaze of an uninvited spectator, someone who seemed surprised to find actual entertainment in this wasteland. He clapped slowly, this self-important prince, muttering about the hidden talents of my academy as if he were a critic reviewing a play. His armored dog seemed less impressed, horrified that I'd waste such a valuable crystal. But the master, to his credit, understood the economics of violence, questioning why I wouldn't trade a few trinkets to kill a heavenly beast while being so pathetically weak. He confirmed his assessment to his stunned subordinate, noting that my soul power was merely at the peak of the yellow stage. The idea seemed to break his lackey's fragile mind. who gawked at the projection of me standing over my quarry. She simply couldn't comprehend how someone of my level could even touch a heavenly beast. But her master's assessment was premature. The beast wasn't quite finished, and in its rage it sent forth its pack of lesser hounds, a futile gesture. But I'll allow it the dignity of a final, pointless struggle as my star general landed with enough force to crack the very street. The ground buckled under the weight of my construct. With a single, fluid arc of its blade, it bisected the charging pack. They were vaporized before they even knew they were dead. The alpha beast howled, its fury now absolute. My general simply raised its blade again, ready for the next pathetic assault. The distant prince actually let out a dry laugh, finding my predicament amusing. He correctly deduced the beast's strategy. It was afraid of another explosion and was trying to overwhelm me with cannon fodder before resorting to its final attack. As if on cue, it gathered its energy, unleashing a torrent of raw power directly at me. A desperate telegraphed move. My construct remained perfectly still, waiting for the precise moment. The prince seemed to recognize my footwork, identifying it as an old imperial technique, a detail that is both astute and utterly irrelevant. My construct sidestepped the blast with contemptuous ease, closing the distance in an instant. It drove its blade upward, not to kill, but to pry open a wound. The strike connected perfectly, tearing through the monster's flesh. But the beast's hide was too strong, and my construct's arm shattered from the impact. As I suspected, at my current level, a direct confrontation is still beyond my construct's strength. But a direct fight was never the plan. That attack was just enough to create an opening and deliver my real parting gift. I watched as the second cracked crystal, now lodged deep inside the beast, began its beautiful, deadly work. The creature looked down, finally understanding the true nature of the trap it had fallen into. It thrashed wildly, a final, panicked dance before the end. My construct braced itself against the coming storm. The beast's mouth opened in a silent, agonizing scream. My construct dug its heels in, weathering the initial shockwave of energy erupting from its target. The very ground beneath it disintegrated into rubble. This final grand performance, this is for you. Now you can experience the true creation and magic of the explosion. A blinding flash of purple light consumed everything. For a moment, my vision was filled with a strange, cartoonish image, a meaningless flicker in the system. A vortex of foul energy swirled and collapsed into nothingness, taking my target with it. The last vestiges of his power flickered out like cheap fireworks. All that remained of the Heaven-Rank Master was a scorched husk, kneeling in the dirt as if in final prayer to me. I brushed the soot from my uniform, mildly irritated. "It's a pity," I muttered. The crystal of this Kianki beast also exploded along with it. Just as I was about to leave, a squadron of gaudy, gold-plated mechs descended, their leader immediately noting my Jiwu Academy uniform. More distractions. They formed a ceremonial path for their leader, a young man who stepped forward from the hand of a larger mech to offer his thanks. I allowed myself to be escorted onto the giant metal hand, standing before him and his female guard. "You're welcome, Second Prince," I said, a perfectly measured smile on my face as I surveyed their battered condition. "Are you all okay?" His eyes widened fractionally at being recognized, a flicker of alarm he couldn't quite hide. "Don't be afraid," I said, my voice dripping with false sincerity. "I was personally entrusted by Dean Gu Shaijing to come to your support." He quickly composed himself, returning my gesture with a formal introduction. "I am the second prince of the Tiandu Kingdom, Tian Zehai. Thank you again for your help. What is your name, please?" "Song Yungxiang," I answered flatly. I could practically see the gears turning in his head as he connected my name to the Song family and the overwhelming power I just displayed. He was already scheming, trying to figure out how to use me, while I feigned a sudden bout of weakness, letting out a small cough to sell the illusion that my victory was a fluke. His thoughts were interrupted by a cry for his fallen subordinate, Commander Liu. "Xiaomai, how much time until the doctor arrives?" He asked his aide, his voice tight with worry. She reported that a support team from Yuending City was on its way, but it would take 3 minutes. Time this commander clearly didn't have. "An opportunity. Someone hurt," I interjected, stepping forward. "Let me see." The aide Xiaomai moved to block my path, but the prince, desperate, barked at her to stand down. I waved my hand dismissively, not even bothering to look at her. Kneeling beside the dying man, I placed my hand on his abdomen, analyzing the damage. "A penetrating injury caused by the soul power of a heaven-ranked master," I announced clinically. "His soul veins are shattered. Normal healing won't work." The prince stared, stunned that a mere student could diagnose such a complex wound. "Do you know the medicine?" he asked, a sliver of hope in his voice. "I know a thing or two," I replied coolly, "but right now we can only give him some rejuvenation pills." I paused for dramatic effect. "I've already given him one. I'm afraid it won't matter if he takes one more." Then, before he could even process my words, I pulled out a bottle and emptied its entire contents down the commander's throat. I casually tossed the empty container to his stunned aide. Have some more if one is not enough. This should be enough to hang onto his life until the doctor comes. The beast lets out a pointless roar, shaking the already crumbling skyscrapers. But my eyes are on the old man and the antiquated mech, the supposed guardian of this city. Still want to try to open the crack, he mutters, as if his toy could actually do anything more than make a mess. He finally decides to stop posturing. If that's the case, let's use this move to end the battle. Energy, raw and unrefined, crackles around his blade. He announces the name of his technique, a foolish tradition from a bygone era. Wanli Sword Third Form. A massive pillar of light erupts from his sword, tearing a path of destruction through the city center. They call this attack the sword that shatters mountains and rivers. A rather dramatic name for what amounts to a demolition job. The beast is completely vaporized in the blinding flash, its roar cut short. The very ground is split asunder, concrete and steel turned to dust. The beam bores a clean hole through the battlefield, a testament to brute force over finesse. As the light fades, the sheer devastation left in its wake is adequate, I suppose. The beast dissolves into nothing but glowing particles, and the mech stands in a pose of hollow victory. The insects watching from the rooftops gasp in predictable awe. Too strong, it was instantly killed. They cry. Yes, that's generally what happens when you overwhelm something. Their pathetic analysis continues. A heaven-level powerhouse, no, he must be close to the holy level. They throw around titles they barely understand. Their hero, however, is nowhere to be seen, having vanished along with the beast he obliterated. The onlookers search frantically. Hey, what about old man Zhu? They scan the chasm he created, but he's gone. A perfect disappearance. While they were distracted by the light show, my true targets are finally exposed on the rooftop. Their leader senses the danger immediately. Everyone, retreat immediately, he barks, a rat sensing the trap has sprung. One of his minions hesitates, his eyes still on the prize. But those devices, the leader knows when to cut his losses. Don't worry about that, get out of here first and join the other squads. I decide it's time to make my entrance. Want to escape? I ask from my perch above them. Did you ask this old man for his permission? The dawning horror on their faces is exquisite, as one of them finally recognizes me. Captain, he was the one who killed Kionki with one sword move just now. Their so-called captain, in a surge of idiotic bravery, screams, all construct, kill him. I don't even bother with a weapon. A single sandal is all it takes to silence his pathetic command and shatter his face. He lies broken on the ground, foaming at the mouth while I look down, utterly unimpressed. Captain, one of his subordinates yells, how dare you sneak attack? I plant my foot on his face to stop the whining. The rest fall just as easily, a pile of useless garbage. I look down at the fool beneath my foot. What an idiot. If you want to make a move, then make a move. Why waste time on nonsense? His eyes roll back into his head as I apply a bit more pressure. Only one remains, cowering against a broken wall. I approach him slowly. Oh, it's time to get some answers. Is the last one about to settle the battle? Come with me. I grab him by the face as he whimpers. Let me go. His request is denied. I leap from the building, my new informant in tow. We bound across the rooftops of the burning city, leaving the insignificant flies behind. Elsewhere, the self-proclaimed hero Dean Gu stands proudly before his army of mech. He watches another beast emerge, ordering his pawns to hold their formation. His tin soldiers charge forward, a mindless wave of steel. Through sheer numbers, they manage to overwhelm and crush the creature. His men cheer in disbelief. We killed the heaven-level beast. The battlefield erupts with cries of victory. Dean Gu soaks it all in, his ego swelling. Heaven-level beasts are just like that. We can kill 10 more, he boasts to the adoring crowd. He strikes a pose, a false god on his throne of rubble. His operator breathes a sigh of relief from her command center. She notes that it took 1,000 of them to barely win, calling the loss of life a small price. How quaint. Suddenly, her sensors pick up an anomaly. A blur streaks past Dean Gu's head before he can even register my presence. While they ponder their futures, others deal with the messy present, like Dean Gu of the Jiwu Academy and her associate, the formidable Old Zhu. Old Zhu pointed to the unconscious man at his feet, his voice gravelly. This bastard from the kingdom of Milan was caught skulking around the Dingcheng district crack. Dean Gu looked at the spy with cold indifference. A foreign agent should be handed to the city guard or Mika's. It's their jurisdiction. The old man shook his head, his expression grim. It's highly probable both organizations have been infiltrated. They cannot be trusted. Which is why, he continued, gesturing to her, I am handing this problem to you. Of course, they weren't alone. Fools always think they're the only ones watching from the shadows. Their sniper had his scope trained on the old man, but his senses were far too dull to notice he was the one being hunted. The observer in the crude, mass-produced mech panicked slightly, realizing they'd been found. Old Zhu's gaze hardened as he looked towards the hidden assassins. "Do you need my help to sort out those bastards?" he asked the dean. She gave a confident, almost cruel smile. "No, I've already made arrangements." As if on cue, the enemy commander screamed for his men to open fire. A pathetic attempt. My subordinate's mech took the hit without so much as a scratch. The would-be assassin could only stare in utter disbelief. Before he could process his failure, a shimmering grid of energy erupted from the ground beneath him. He was immediately entangled, his movements restricted. The fool babbled about a star soul construct as my custom YUN spy unit revealed itself, the true hunter in this little game. From my cockpit, I watched him struggle. "It's useless," I informed him through the mech's external speakers. "This is a soul-binding net. It disrupts the flow of your soul power." My operator quickly reported into the dean. "Mission completed. All 5 targets have been caught." The dean's reply was laced with venom. "Excellent. Bring them all back to the academy alive. I will personally torture them for information." Old Zhu let out a dry laugh. "It seems you had them discovered long ago. You are quite the strategist, even if your cultivation level is average." She dismissed the compliment, a shrewd move. "I wouldn't dare feel proud of my cultivation in front of you, Old Zhu, a man who can fell a heavenly rank with a single sword strike." The old man waved it off and announced his departure. "Enough of that. I'm going to the Baikeng district. There's a little guy over there I'm very interested in." With that, he vaulted from the rooftop, a blur of motion against the burning sky. He moved with impossible speed, leaping between buildings as if they were mere stepping stones. Dingu watched him go, her mind racing. The little guy he's interested in, is it the second prince or the mysterious Song Yunxiang? Amusing. She has no idea they are one and the same. Meanwhile, at the Baikeng battlefield, the man they call the second prince held up a bottle of my creations. "How can it be?" he muttered, his royal composure cracking. He stared at the contents. "Are these really rejuvenation pills? Does His Highness also dabble in medicinal herbs?" he asked, turning to me. I gave him a placid smile, playing my part. "I am no alchemist, but a prince must be knowledgeable. I learned a little from the royal 5th stage alchemist." He wasn't convinced, examining the intricate patterns on each pill. "But the refining method, the process, this is completely alien to me." He looked from the bottle to his fallen commander, a desperate hope in his eyes. "This isn't from the Tiandu kingdom. Perhaps its effects are greater." He uncorked the bottle and suddenly froze, his eyes wide. "What?" His men gasped. "How is that possible? Commander Liu's wounds, they're healing right before our eyes." The prince knelt beside his commander, who was already beginning to stir. "Your Highness," the man whispered, his eyes fluttering open. He looked dazed. "I just had a dream, a warm current, the revival of all things." His expression turned euphoric. It was like a ray of light shining directly into my chest. "I felt like a seed bathed in a sea of light," he explained, his voice filled with awe. "My whole life has changed." He sat up, clutching his chest where a fatal wound had been moments before. "My wounds, they're gone." The prince could only stare, dumbfounded. "This is incredible." The commander's shock only deepened. "Wait, the dark wounds I accumulated in my waist after years of harsh practice, they seem to be missing too." A young soldier covered her mouth. "Commander Liu, don't you seem to be getting younger?" They all stared, realizing the folds on his face had vanished. He went from looking like a weary 40-year-old to a man in his prime. All because of a single pill. The prince looked at me, then clenched his fist, a fire ignited in his eyes. He now understood. If there is this kind of alchemical power behind him, I have to make him my friend. His thoughts immediately turned to my true identity, a name whispered across the kingdom. Song Yunxiang. As if summoned by his very thoughts, my subordinate Zio AI landed her mech, presenting her whole. "Song Yunxiang, I collected all the gluttonous crystals nearby," she announced, her voice cheerful. The prince and his soldiers stared, mouths agape, at the mountain of rare crystals I had gathered so effortlessly. Unbelievable indeed. My companion was meticulous, if a little strange. "Ah, Your Highness, be careful," she yelped as one of the prince's men nearly fumbled their payment. While they panicked over their finances, I had her confirm my earnings. She ran over to the cluster of purple crystals I'd carved from the beast's corpse, counting them with glee. 9 in total, she announced. Then she struck a ridiculous pose, practically begging for my approval. I had to admit, this eccentric woman was proving to be quite useful. She blushes, admitting that dissecting corpses has been a hobby since childhood, and that knife in her hand just gets her excited. Just as I finished my assessment, a new player stepped onto the field, calling himself Song Yunxiang. He approached with the false grace of a predator, thanking me for a deed I couldn't care less about before making his absurd demand. "These cracked crystals, I hope you can give them to me." I gave him a dismissive wave. "That's not good, Your Highness," the second prince. He tried to act as if my refusal was a minor inconvenience. A simple misunderstanding we could wave away. A smirk played on my lips. "Oh, is your highness going to make a deal with me?" He attempted to posture, reminding me that these crystals are strategic materials for the imperial court, as if that little fact held any power over me. I played along with his little game, offering a discount for his private purchase. The lowest bottom line I could possibly give, of course. I activated my star solution to calculate a price that would make him bleed. As the numbers crunch, Shangyun Yinkin formally introduced herself to the prince. "Shangyun Yinkin of the Shangyun family, your highness, the second prince," she declared, kneeling before him. The prince's eyes narrowed, a flicker of recognition crossing his face. "Shangyun Yinkin," he asked, "the daughter of Shangyun Hongshan." She confirmed her lineage, explaining that her father and brother both served under him. A smug grin spread across his face, thinking he'd found a weakness. "So it's Yinshu's sister," he said. "That means she's one of us." I cut his delusions short. "Your highness, this is making things very difficult for me." He then tried to bribe her loyalty with a promotion for her brother, a pathetic and transparent ploy. She played her part beautifully, feigning shock and gratitude. His arrogance shattered, the prince turned back to me, his voice now laced with desperation. "Please, I don't have that much budget, I'll owe you a favor." Shangyun could barely contain her glee, chanting my name under her breath as if she were my biggest admirer. Finally, he broke. "Count me at a loss at this price," he conceded, turning to fetch the payment. As he walked away, my mind raced, connecting the dots from my past life. Shangyun tugged at my sleeve, her own request surprisingly direct. "Song Zudi, I also want a cracked crystal." I looked at her confused. "You just extracted 9 of them. Why would you need to buy one?" "Because you only killed 12 of the beasts," she stated matter-of-factly. She continued, explaining that she had tried to dissect other gluttonous corpses before, but it was always nearly impossible to find complete crystals. Meanwhile, the prince's subordinates were questioning his decision. "Your highness, do you really have to spend so much money?" One of them, Xiaomai, was practically in tears over their funds, which they had saved for over a year. "Can't you just order that girl to peel a few more for us?" she asked, her naivety almost painful. Her commander corrected her gently. "It's not that simple. The difficulty isn't in the stripping, but in the method of killing." They were finally beginning to understand. My technique yielded perfect crystals every time, something they thought was only achievable through sheer luck. The prince could only cry over his lost money, a truly pathetic sight. I watched as he pulled up my file, researching the Fallen Song family, once a great house led by a saint-level powerhouse. He read about my father's downfall, his exile to the border. He believed he was witnessing the return of a once great family, but he was wrong. This wasn't a return. It was a hostile takeover. With the lesser beasts culled and the prince's little assassination plot a smoldering ruin, his surviving lackeys gather in the dust, wondering if the show is finally over. The prince, Tianzehai, tries to salvage some dignity, stepping forward to offer me a pathetic-looking card. "It's all in this storage talisman," he says, with the air of a man bestowing a great gift. 500 million cash, but it's Zishui coin. I feign a moment of surprise, letting him see the reaction he wants. He puffs up, pleased with himself. "Surprised? The current Zishui coin is 50% more valuable than Tiandu coin, a paltry bonus for saving his worthless life." I give him a thin smile and accept the payment, my thoughts turning to his supposed caution. He's playing his little games, trying to gauge me. "Such a large amount, don't you want to check it?" he asks, his eyes filled with suspicion. "It doesn't matter," I reply, my voice flat. I can trust the words of the second prince. Let him chew on that, a little reminder that I know exactly who he is and what he represents. He seems satisfied, gesturing to the spoils of our battle. "Thank you very much. Then I will let the soldiers come to carry the cracked crystals." I slip the payment card into my jacket. "No," I say, stopping him. "Since the second prince is so kind, I will also give you a free shipping service." He just stares at me, completely bewildered. "Free shipping? What does that mean?" I don't bother explaining. I simply raise my hand and command the very space around us to obey. His men can only gape as a massive, intricate spatial array materializes, lifting the crystals from the ground. His so-called expert chimes in with the obvious. "Space array? Because of the space attribute, the cracked crystal cannot be included in the storage talisman. Amateurs, they think in terms of limitations. I think in terms of solutions. The crystals compress into a neat, manageable package, floating in the palm of my hand. I toss the newly formed crystal card to the prince. "Here, the cracked crystals are ready to transport, and you don't need Star Soul generals to move them. It's for one-time use. The password is 66. His face is a delightful mix of awe and terror, his polite thank you barely hiding his trembling. "I didn't expect Brother Song to have such an incredible method," he stammers. I simply nod. "You're welcome. Since His Royal Highness is safe now, I'm going back to the academy." He bows his head slightly, a gesture of grudging respect. Thank you, brother Song. I think Tian Zehai owes you one. A debt from a prince, how useful. Don't worry, I say, a cold smile touching my lips. There will be a time soon when I'll need your help. I turn my back on them, leaving them to their insignificant politicking. I hear him mutter my name, Song Yunxiang. He's realized he needs me on his side, or at least not as an enemy. A slow learner, but he gets there eventually. With this farce concluded, my thoughts turn elsewhere. The beast tide has ended, and I can no longer sense my sister's presence in the city. It's time to go home. The last time this happened, history played out very differently. Jiwu Academy and Yuending City were both annihilated. I was forced to flee with a refugee team, a grueling 20-day trek back to the Song family territory. But there was no safety there. Less than a month later, a far larger beast tide engulfed the southern wilderness. And my family, my brothers, my sisters, the old man, they were all wiped out. And I was powerless to stop it. I could only escape once again all by myself. I clenched my fist, the phantom pain of that failure, a familiar fire in my gut. That day of reckoning is less than 2 months away. But this time is different. This time I'm not the boy who ran. I still have time. Suddenly, a presence shatters my thoughts. A flicker of movement. Then an immense pressure slams down as a figure descends from the sky. The impact shakes the very ground we stand on. From the settling dust, a pair of worn sandals becomes visible. An old man stands there, having effortlessly blocked my preemptive strike with the sole of his foot. "Kid, you're really interesting," he says, his voice deceptively calm. The prince's remaining guards flinch back. Who? Tian Zehai and his bodyguard feel the oppressive aura. Heavenly breath. No, it's stronger. Close to the holy stage, a semi-holy. The old man chuckles, his eyes fixed on me. Heh, you're only at the peak of yellow, and yet you can detect this old man. You've been in Jiwu Academy for more than a year. What are you hiding? My companion gasps in recognition. This person is the doorman from the Jiwu Academy. I can't help but laugh. Ha, we are the same. You're also hiding your power. I look him right in the eye. Who would have thought that a grand master of the heavenly stage would hide in the Nanju Jiwu Academy and act as a doorman? I remember the old campus legend, the ever-changing dean but the eternal iron doorman. It must be you. He just smiles. I'm Chief Doorman Zhu Himing. So this is the master the dean spoke of. I give a respectful bow. Song Yunxiang greets Mr. Zhu. The prince's bodyguard recoils as if struck. What? Zhu Himing. His subordinate looks at him, confused. Did you recognize him? She asks. Of course he does. The man is a living legend, a legendary semi-sage who entered the heaven stage at 30, smashing mountains with a single sword move. A man who, for over 20 years, has been attempting to forge a path to the holy stage for those without the inherent qualifications, defying the heavens themselves. But as the bodyguard recounts the legend, a cold realization dawns on me. If the dean had a monster like Zhu Himing at her disposal, a man supposedly invincible below the holy stage, then why did the second prince die here in my previous life? This old man is lecturing us on the grand cosmic order, the difference between a constellation person and an ordinary person. He speaks of the hosts, those supposedly chosen by 108 gods to become star-soul generals, as if it were some divine privilege. A laughable system where being chosen is their only path to the so-called holy stage. The rest, the ordinary star-soul masters, are bound by the pathetic rules of heaven and earth, their potential capped from birth. Their cultivation is sluggish, suppressed by the very world they inhabit, like insects trapped in amber. For thousands of years, not a single one has broken the shackles of the holy stage. A truly pitiful history. This old relic, Zhu Bansheng, continues his speech, bloodied but still pontificating about mortal limits. He refers to the peak of the heavenly stage as half-step holy, the absolute limit for mortals. How utterly quaint. And so we stand before this walking fossil, this supposed legend of the modern era. Even the cavalry battalion of Tiandu City's imperial guards grovel before him, addressing him with reverence. The others follow suit, bowing and scraping like well-trained dogs while he chuckles, telling them not to be so polite. Interesting, it seems this continent has no system for mortals to break through to the holy order. If I were to train an army capable of such a feat, crushing this entire era would be trivial. And this elder Zhu in front of me, he is the perfect test subject. Very good, I think to myself. You are the first test item of the mortal holy stage army project. He catches my gaze, his brow furrowed. Song Yunxiang, why are you staring at me like that? Are you thinking of some rude idea? I force a look of awestruck admiration. You are thinking too much, I say, my voice dripping with false sincerity. All you can see in my eyes is endless admiration for you, the legendary semi-holy. He isn't a complete fool, however. His eyes narrow. Don't pretend in front of this old man. He gets straight to the point. From what I heard from that girl Gu, are you Zuo Sai's host? The accusation hangs in the air. and I can feel the shock ripple through my companions. The girl, Xiaomai, looks utterly bewildered. Your Highness, didn't you just say that the Red Star Soul General was Lu Bu? Her mind struggles to reconcile my previous deception with this new revelation. But of course, the fool Tian Zehai thinks he's figured it out. That's right. I've heard the legend that Star Soul General Zuo Sai can transform into others. He looks at me with newfound understanding. So the red Lu Bu was just a cover you used to hide your true identity. Perfect, let them believe the simplest lie. I feign a bit of sheepishness. All right, since that's the case, I hope you can help me keep it a secret. Zehai puffs out his chest, the noble idiot. Brother Song, rest assured the secret that you are a Zuo Sai host will not be leaked from us. A simple, insincere, thank you, is all it takes to seal their conviction. The old man, however, is not so easily swayed. His gaze hardens. Song Yunxiang, if I guessed correctly, the beast of the heavenly order that appeared at the core of the crack, did you kill it? I let the silence stretch, feeling their eyes on me. Yes, I state, my voice flat and devoid of emotion. He presses, skepticism etched on his face. Even with Zuo Sai at the peak of the yellow stage, I can't easily defeat a heavenly stage beast. How did you kill an enemy 3 realms higher than you? He jumps to the only conclusion his limited mind can grasp. Or have you hidden your strength? Could it be that your Song family has ulterior motives? Before I can weave another lie, Xiaomai blurts out, No, Zhu Bensheng, Song Yunxiang used cracked crystals. She immediately claps a hand over her mouth, realizing her mistake. It doesn't matter, I raise a hand to calm her. Since Mr. Zhu asked, then I have nothing to hide. I give them a heavily redacted version of the truth, describing how I detonated the cracking crystal to defeat the beast. What? The old man gasps predictably. Induce the explosion of creek crystals. He scoffs, trying to regain his footing. According to my knowledge, the cracked crystal is for storage and talismans. I've never heard of it exploding. A smirk touches my lips. Of course, detonating it isn't simple. I use some special tricks. They stare blankly, their minds unable to comprehend. I decide to feed them a line they can swallow. It doesn't matter if I tell you. I recorded a formation of alchemy on the crystal, reversing its structural properties to cause a space collapse. Zehai looks impressed. So this way others can't imitate it. I cross my arms, feigning arrogance. I'm afraid it's really difficult for others to learn. Suddenly my senses flare. A prickling sensation runs up my spine. Wait, I command, my tone sharp. There are enemies, be careful. The old man looks around in shock. What? We're surrounded. He's stunned that I sense them a full step ahead of him. His vaunted power is nothing more than a dull instrument. Zehai's guards scramble into a useless formation to protect their prince. All around us, cloaked figures shimmer into existence on the ruined pillars. One of the armored assassins lets out a yelp of surprise. What? How could they have discovered us? Pathetic, it seems their new stealth array is a flawed product. Their commander, a mass-produced general named Yu Fuluo, has failed. Their cover blown, the captain drops all pretense and barks his orders. It doesn't matter anymore. All machines get ready to attack, killing target. Tian Zehai, the second prince of Tiandu Kingdom. They scurry into position, thinking their numbers give them an advantage. Pathetic, their formation is sloppy. Their numbers predictable, but my companions seem impressed by the sheer quantity. There's also a heavenly level captain machine. I state flatly, my senses piercing through their clumsy cloaking. The old man, Zhu, flinches, shocked that I perceived it faster and more accurately than he did. His surprise is a monument to his own mediocrity. One of the others asks why the Milan Kingdom would go to such lengths just to kill a prince. A foolish question. The prince, Tian Zehai, correctly deduces the obvious. I'm afraid it's my steady prince eldest brother who is doing this. Family politics, how utterly tedious and predictable. Wait, the old man sputters, finally catching up. I have to interrupt his slow realization. Be careful, there's another hidden heaven-level aura. Honestly, it's like babysitting the elderly. He stares at me, sweat beading on his wrinkled brow, the gap in our abilities finally dawning on him. Yes, old man, I am better than you. Try to keep up. The enemy commander bellows his orders, focusing all his forces on Tian Zehai. A classic foolish blunder. His little firing squad assembles on the rooftops, aiming their pea shooters. More of them crawl from the rubble, adding their insignificant firepower to the volley. The prince's guardian shrieks, "Switch shield, protect your highness." A textbook response from a textbook failure. Her golden guard units obediently form a shield wall, a beautiful, shining target. Their flimsy shields won't do. I step forward, flicking 2 energy cards into the air. A defense array. Someone asks, their voice laced with ignorance. This pathetic barrage requires more than a single layer. I deploy a few more. 3 hexagonal energy fields materialize around us, a fortress of my own making. 3rd level 5 defense arrays, all instant. The old man is practically drooling. While he's lost in his stupor, I toss him a small device. He catches it, his expression a perfect mask of confusion. Then his eyes widen as he recognizes the artifact in his hand. Just as the reality of what I've given him sinks in, the enemy commander screams, "Fire!" Their timing is impeccable, I'll give them that. A storm of energy lances toward us from all directions. They think this overwhelming firepower means something. The entire volley crashes against my outer shield. It dissipates without a sound, the attack completely neutralized before it even reached the prince's gaudy guards. As the smoke clears, they stand there, completely unharmed and utterly bewildered. "Are you all right, Your Highness?" the girl asks. "He's fine because I decided he should be. The prince at least has a brain. This defensive array can actually absorb the soul-fired power, so amazing. It's basic energy redirection, but I suppose it seems like magic to them." With the rabble secured, I casually stroll past the oversized golden mech. "Hey," the pilot sputters, indignant. Her anger is irrelevant. "Elder Zu, protect them," I command, my eyes fixed on the enemy. "I'll clean up the trash." I delegate the enemy captain to Commander Liu. He properly requests permission to engage. The prince, puffing out his chest, gives his assent. "Catch that bastard alive for me," he orders. A sentimental and foolish command, but I'll allow it for now. Commander Liu's mech activates, passing through my shield without issue. He uses the prince's guardian mech as a launch pad, a far better use for it than standing there looking pretty. "Commander Liu, why are you stepping on me too?" The girl whines. While she complains, Liu summons his true power. His Yuan Imperial Guard construct materializes. The enemy captain sneers. "A severely injured heavenly stager. I'll take your life in 10 moves." He's about to learn a very painful lesson about underestimating a veteran. His weapon of choice is a flying head barbarian saw-wheel shield. Crude. He flings the spinning blade, but Liu is already moving to intercept. A simple parry is all it takes to block the telegraphed attack. The saw shield is knocked aside, embedding itself uselessly in the ground. "Be careful behind you." The girl screams. Her help is not required. Liu is already mid-counter, his halberd swinging in a punishing arc. He smashes the returning shield, the impact jarring the barbarian's mech. The enemy resorts to trash talk, mocking the fancy culture of Tiandu. He sees our technology's elegance as a weakness. "Now die," he bellows, charging forward in a blind rage. The attack connects, but Liu's frame holds strong. "You call this crab shell fancy?" Liu roars back, his pride wounded. A pointless exchange. While they bicker, one of the grunts on the perimeter finally notices I'm gone. "Wasn't there another person?" he mutters. "Where did he go?" I answer his question by materializing my Crimson Star soul construct and tearing his mech in half from behind. His cockpit implodes before he even registers my presence. I deactivate my construct, appearing behind the next target. I lean in close to his comms frequency and whisper, "I'm behind you." The fools finally notice the hulking figure of my Star Soul General, Zhao Yun, standing amidst the rubble right behind them. Their squad leader, with the tactical genius of a startled hamster, starts screaming for them to open fire. They obey instantly, a disorganized rabble of armored buffoons pointing their rifles forward. A volley of pathetic energy beams cuts through the air, missing their target by a comical margin. The commander finally realizes his mistake, shouting to change weapons as if that would make any difference now. But before they can even process the order, Zhao Yun becomes a crimson and cyan blur of motion. Too fast, one of them manages to stammer, a fitting epitaph for a slow-witted grunt. My general's energy blade slices through the first mech's torso as if it were paper, and the pilot can only gape in disbelief before his world goes dark. A beautiful weapon, perfectly designed for dismantling trash like this. Zhao Yun lands gracefully, a whirlwind of silent destruction surrounded by shattered metal. The ground cracks under the force of his descent, a testament to the power they so foolishly challenged. He stands poised, a true predator among panicked prey. "What is this monster, Star Soul General?" The next target whispers, his voice trembling inside his cockpit. The man raises his crude hammer to block, but Zhao Yun's spear meets it with overwhelming force. From my vantage point, I analyze the situation. Their Ufuluo armor is heavy, but their pilots are all merely at the ground realm. Annoying, but manageable. It's a slight strain on my current cultivation, but nothing more. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, another one of their commanders spots a second unwelcome guest. His internal monologue is a symphony of panic, wondering how the legendary Star Soul General Lu Bu could possibly be here. He's distracted, you see, so easily distracted. It's the last mistake he'll ever make, as my General Huang Gai bellows, "Come and eat my hammer." He leaps into the air, spinning his massive weapon in a devastating arc he calls the Kirin swinging tail. The fool doesn't even have time to curse before the impact shatters his defenses. Back with Zhao Yun, another enemy screams as the spear finds its mark, ending his pathetic struggle. Somewhere in the chaos, A pilot who lost his machine stumbles directly into a stray energy blast. The survivors on the rooftop scramble, shouting at each other not to let me get close. A futile effort, as I send my own spear flying into the ground right beside them. I leap through their frantic, inaccurate fire, the blasts exploding harmlessly around me. I land and disable one of them with a single, precise strike, capturing him alive. From a distance, one of their strategists watches in awe, noting how I broke the armor with minimal force and my clear expertise in fighting other Star Soul generals. My new prisoner coughs on the ground as Huang Gai, ever the loyal dog, orders his troops to turn their defense into an attack to cover me. His entire unit dutifully switches their mechs to crossbow formation to protect their supposed master. 100 gleaming bolts are nocked and aimed in perfect unison. They unleash a blinding volley of suppressive fire. The bolts rain down on the enemy's position, kicking up dust and shredding their cover. But their sense of security is short-lived as they realize something is terribly, terribly wrong. Because Lu Bu is already there. He moves between their bolts like a phantom, a blur of impossible speed. Their strategist recognizes the footwork immediately, his mind racing. He connects my techniques to the legendary 6 heroes of Xuanjia and my family name, Song. He even thinks of the current commander, Dai Lan, trying to find a connection to understand how I could command such power. He concludes that she has had no contact with my family for years, that she is a dead end. In time, they will all learn their place. The lucky ones will simply be beneath my feet. The moral degeneration of the world, the chapter heading reads, a fitting title for the age I find myself in. I began the cleansing with a single, sweeping arc of my blade. The ground beneath their feet shattered, a testament to even a fraction of my power. They were thrown about like discarded toys, their pathetic armor offering no protection whatsoever. One of the clumsy machines crashed hard onto a rooftop, its systems failing from the sheer force of the impact. Its pilot could only tremble on the ground, muttering in fear about the power of Tiandu's Star Soul generals. Amusing, he hasn't seen anything yet, so I summoned my true star armor, Xuanjia. The fool finally recognized the technique I had just used. Lunar Slash, he stammered, as if the name itself could save him. From a distance, I could feel the gaze of another player. He was analyzing my every move, realizing the depth of the forces I command. Let him watch. Let him scheme. His plans are irrelevant. With Xuanjia fully materialized, the hunt began in earnest. I closed the distance instantly, my blade meeting its flimsy armor with contemptuous ease. I allowed myself a moment to catch my breath, not from exhaustion, but from anticipation. This entire spectacle was a charade. The real threat, the hidden puppeteer, still hadn't shown their face. My subordinates executed their orders perfectly, erecting a barrier to protect the package. The double-layered defense array shimmered into existence, easily deflecting their useless barrage. The observer continued his pathetic analysis, impressed by a simple energy filtering array. He called it really wonderful. How quaint. He even believed the formation had broken the limits. He has no concept of what true limits are. Their commander, demonstrating the pinnacle of his tactical genius, finally realized shooting was pointless and ordered his grunts to switch to melee weapons. His second-in-command cried out a warning. A little too late for that. My spear, the dragon's tooth, had already been loosed, flying faster than their eyes could track. I saw their next target, and my voice cut through the chaos, a sharp command. Old Man Zhu. One of the brutes turned its blade on him, sneering about chopping up an old man first. A fatal miscalculation. Old Man Zhu simply smiled as the massive blade swung down, not even flinching as it met the shield. He finds this as amusing as I do. Suddenly, the ground beneath the mech erupted with a violent surge of energy. Even my own people, who should know better, looked on in shock. The girl beside me gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. She still has much to learn. The mech struggled, its legs sinking into the dissolving ground as if caught in quicksand. What? The pilot's confusion was palpable. This was beyond his simple comprehension. As the dust settled, the truth was revealed. Old Man Zhu had stopped the 10-ton blade with his bare hands. He sighed, looking at the blade he held effortlessly. The moral degeneration of the world is getting worse day by day. With a look of pure disdain, he lectured the machine. The dignified and powerful to actually attack an unarmed old man. He continues to babble, wondering how it's possible to take a Star Soul general's attack head-on. It's simple, really. The technology he worships is nothing more than a toy, and while the fool panics, old Zhu remains perfectly still, a predator assessing its prey. And then he decides to stop playing games, and a flicker of killing intent ignites as lightning begins to coil around his body. This is the aura of a true warrior, something these machine-dependent children have never witnessed. His pathetic machine finally quantifies the threat, stammering about a half-step holy stage as pure terror grips the pilot. Zhu doesn't even bother with a direct strike. He smashes the ground, and the very earth cracks to do his bidding. His fist connects with the mech's leg, shattering its supposedly advanced armor like cheap glass. Not a single scratch marks his hand, just the lingering hum of raw, untamed energy. He moves with a speed the machine's targeting system can't possibly track, leaping into the air for another devastating attack. Another blow lands with impossible force, and the entire chassis groans as it's torn apart. He's not just breaking it, he's systematically disassembling the machine piece by piece. And with one final, contemptuous strike, the multi-million-dollar war machine is reduced to a cloud of smoke and scrap. Old Zhu stands in the aftermath, utterly unfazed. Their comrades can only watch, their voices a mixture of terror and a pathetic, misplaced admiration for the power that's about to kill them. Terrifying, one of them whispers, finally grasping the futility of their mission. Even Lu Bu, watching from a nearby rooftop, seems impressed by the old man's theatrical display of force. But I see the truth. Zhu is being deliberately dramatic, avoiding heavy armor to strike the joints, an exaggerated performance meant to draw out another, stronger enemy from the shadows. The remaining pilots, spurred by fear, begin their own clumsy assault, their screams echoing in the night as they clash. Their screams are the sound of desperation, the last gasp of those who realize they are utterly outclassed. As expected, one of them is swatted down like an insect. They are being systematically dismantled, their superior numbers rendered completely meaningless. Sparks fly as another one bites the dust, their formation a complete wreck. The commander babbles in disbelief, his intel proving worthless as he laments his losses, finally realizing he walked into a trap set by not one, but two masters. He knows he's finished, and there's only one card left for a coward to play. On his knees, he begs for his holy envoy to save him. How utterly pathetic. Even his own subordinate seems surprised by the call for backup. And just as planned, a sinister energy erupts from a nearby rooftop. Our real target is making its appearance. She looks down on her own soldiers from the smoke, calling them what they are, useless garbage. Manhua of the Pingshan Shengzong, a peak-level inspector, just as the intelligence reports described. I recognize that bull mask, it's a demon. The girl beside me finally registers the new threat, her voice laced with shock. Even old Zhu feigns concern, noting that a demon girl is bad news, playing his part perfectly. A name I remember well, the so-called demon sect. From my previous life, I knew them as a super sect controlling the Milan kingdom, propped up by one of the two divine ancestors who ruled the eastern continent for 400 years. A convoluted history of coups and betrayal split the continent into 3 states centuries ago. The loser of that conflict, King Mai Lun, was apparently saved by a god-level entity, allowing him to found his own kingdom. The third, the Tiandu kingdom, possesses no god-level power, but maintains a pathetic balance of power through sheer numbers. And it was hardly a surprise that the god who saved the king was the very founder of this Pingshan sect. The legends paint him as some sort of monstrous, armored demon, a so-called immortal monster who has lived for 4 centuries, ruling from a throne of bones. But something about the story is flawed. In my past life, during the great battle for Tiandu City, this god-level ancestor was nowhere to be found. My thoughts are interrupted by the sight of a woman in a horned mask, watching the battle from above. Even the brutes below seem confused by her appearance, one of them shouting insults and demanding she show herself. She looks down on him with utter boredom, as if observing an insect. With a single step forward, she raises a glowing red crystal into the air. A star soul construct, she screams, and a storm of red energy erupts from her hand. The particles rapidly form the shape of a massive war machine. It's a star general, but one far more advanced and sinister than the cannon fodder below. The loud-mouthed pilot who challenged her simply disintegrates, his machine vanishing without a trace. His companion can only watch in terror as a massive poleaxe descends upon him. The new machine pins the wreckage under its foot, a monument to his stupidity. It's a Yizhai Zai trial type, a second-generation star soul general. One down, the woman says coolly from her perch. This is wrong. That machine shouldn't exist yet, and its pilot is clearly no ordinary heavenly rank. It seems the timeline has already begun to shift in ways I did not anticipate. My attention snaps back to the battlefield, where my man, old Zhu, is now surrounded by the enemy's grunts. One of the machines takes aim, its cannon charging with lethal energy. But he doesn't retreat. Instead, he charges directly at them. Old Zhu, I yell. For an instant, I'm frozen by a memory of my past self, a weak child forced to watch his allies die. As the masked woman screams, "Go to hell!" Preparing to strike him down, I finally move. My star general absorbs the crackling energy from her weapon, channeling it harmlessly into the ground. Then I unleash my own power, a devastating wave of lightning that rips through her forces, sending them scattering like scrap metal. The energy shield buckled under the strain, the hexagonal patterns flickering violently as I stood my ground. I calmly assessed the situation. The enemy's Star Soul General was impressive, allowing this so-called demon girl to output power far exceeding that of my subordinate Old Zoo. A spiderweb of cracks spread across my barrier, a minor annoyance. My priority was asset management, so I issued my command. Xiaomai, rescue Commander Liu first. The machine designated Xiaomai acknowledged without hesitation and blasted off to complete its task. My temporary shield finally gave way, shattering into a million useless fragments of light. Just as calculated, my transport arrived, its pilot already excusing himself from a battle far beyond his comprehension. The large red mecha gently scooped us into its palm, offering a safe place to watch. A ringside seat to my own strategic masterclass. No talk, just go. The pilot ordered Old Zoo, clearing the board for the real players. The enemy envoy, a fool in dark armor, postured before Old Zoo. How dare an old man like you stop me? Arrogance is a fatal flaw. Their bravado was as predictable as it was boring. In a fit of theatrical rage, the envoy slammed a fist into the ground. The pathetic display of force did little more than shatter pavement. Old Zoo was easily knocked back by a kick, his antiquated suit struggling to keep up. He skidded across the ground, the difference in hardware painfully obvious. The envoy swung its energy blade as Old Zoo yelled a pointless warning. "Boy, be careful," as if I'd ever be anything else. His chest plating, marked with the symbol for heaven, was a monument to an older, weaker generation. They became blurs of light and metal, ricocheting off derelict skyscrapers in a chaotic dance. The envoy deployed another weapon, a drill-like spear that slammed into the ground with a brilliant flash of energy. The shockwave tore through the earth, a testament to its raw, unrefined power. Old Zoo managed to parry the follow-up strike, but his defensive posture was failing. He looked around, confused as his opponent vanished. Where did she go? A classic and utterly transparent maneuver. A flash of light appeared directly behind him, the oldest trick in the book. The enemy reappeared, weapon poised for a killing blow. Old Zoo spun just in time, his blade groaning as it met the enemy's. He blocked the strike, but crimson sparks flew as his own armor fractured under the impact. He tried to regain the offensive, leaping into the air for a counterattack. But as his sword came down, it snapped like a twig, the cheap metal utterly failing him. Now disarmed, he was battered by a vicious combination of kicks and energy blasts. From my vantage point, the woman beside me stated the obvious. Old Man Zoo is being suppressed. I corrected her simplistic analysis. His power level is higher. He's losing because of his machine's inferior performance. I let a small smile touch my lips, but he still has one unique trick left. As if on cue, the enemy's weapon began to reform, basking in her perceived victory. She spread her arms, gathering a storm of dark energy, entirely oblivious to the trap being laid. The air crackled around her as she prepared her final attack. "Now die," she screamed, lunging forward with all her might. Old Zoo's suit began to arc with brilliant blue lightning as he initiated the overload sequence. The girl beside me gasped, "Look, Old Zoo's sword is going to grow up." My jailer, the pilot of this large mech, sneered, thinking this was the end. He couldn't possibly comprehend the power about to be unleashed. Old Zoo let out a guttural roar, his words crude but his intent clear. "Wicked girl, suck my big sword." A colossal beam of pure, incandescent energy erupted from his position, turning the entire city block into a pillar of blinding light that would scour his enemy from existence. My enemies have a flair for the dramatic, even titling the very chapter of their own annihilation. This masked fool actually thinks she's won, her smug voice grating on the air after dodging my initial probe. The power of this attack is truly amazing, but it's meaningless if you can't hit with it. From the cockpit of their gaudy machine, my supposed observers gape in disbelief. The little girl beside him loses her nerve instantly, crying that I can't do anything, while the young master stammers in denial. Their faith is as fragile as their intellect. My so-called ally tries to smooth things over, calling my intentional miss a technical error from a dignified, semi-holy master. The delusions these people cling to are almost pitiable. She laughs, still oblivious, as I begin to unleash the true form of my technique. This move was never meant for trash like her. I had prepared it for a true holy stage general. She finally quiets down as she sees the energy isn't a projectile, but a cage forming around her. I call forth a pillar of light that tears through the sky, a beacon of her impending doom. I call it the Tangshan Pillar of Divine Punishment. The smugness on her face finally curdles into panic as she realizes there is no escape. She scrambles uselessly as bolts of judgment track her every move. Her voice trembles, unable to even comprehend the scale of the power about to erase her. Her eyes widen behind that ridiculous mask, finally grasping the concept of true terror. The heavens descend upon her in a torrent of blinding light. She is utterly consumed by the pillar of energy. The ground cracks and shatters under the immense pressure, the entire city block groaning in its death throes. This is the punishment for standing in my way. When the light fades, all that remains is smoldering ruin and floating embers. My borrowed soldiers can only stare in awe, their minds too simple to process what they've just witnessed. The dust slowly settles over the crater that was once a battlefield, but through the haze, her machine still stands, a battered and broken monument to her tenacity. One of the pilots cries out in shock that the demon woman is still alive. Even the arrogant young master has to admit she survived my devastating blow, his companion prattling on about her machine's defensive capabilities. He continues to state the obvious, noting the strength of her armor. She pants, her body broken, yet she finds the strength to complement my power before preparing her own. A sphere of dark energy gathers in her palm, pulsing with unstable power. "I really didn't want to use this," she mutters, as if this last resort will change anything. With a pathetic smirk, she initiates her final gambit, demon disintegration mode. Ancient-looking symbols burn across her form, a cheap imitation of real power. Her entire machine is engulfed in a violent, corrupted aura, completing its transformation. I watch the boy Zhu, his face pale with sweat as he feels her power spike beyond his comprehension. His terror is a far more satisfying reward than his praise. The air crackles with a pathetic imitation of power as my opponent begins to cackle. This woman, hiding behind a bone mask, proudly announces her borrowed strength, calling it quasi-holy. I recognize the technique instantly. Disintegration mode, a desperate gambit that reverses soul power for a temporary boost, a self-destructive shortcut to power they foolishly equipped on this prototype. I can't help but let out a dry, dismissive laugh at her grand declaration. She vanishes in a blur of red light, a desperate attempt to impress me with her speed. In the next instant, she materializes directly in my path, her blade arcing towards my head. Her speed is momentarily surprising, I'll grant her that. I raise my arm, effortlessly blocking the strike she thought would be decisive. The impact is negligible, a mere firecracker against a fortress wall. She seems to think this theatrical display of shockwaves means something. She zips behind me, preparing another predictable assault from my blind spot. With a downward slash, she strikes my back, her confidence soaring as I'm sent hurtling toward the ground. She follows up, her movements becoming a frantic, blurry mess of strikes. The fool thinks she has me on the defensive, raining down a pathetic flurry of blows. She juggles my armor in the air like a toy, convinced her speed has granted her victory. From the sidelines, I can sense the old man's panic, his mind racing for a way to help me. I've allowed this little game to go on long enough. Just as her blade is about to connect, I snatch her arm out of the air, freezing her in place. "No matter how fast you are," I state coldly, tightening my grip, "you're still just an idiot." Her eyes widen in shock as I prepare my counter. I drive my fist directly into her core, the impact echoing through her entire frame. Her borrowed power means nothing against true, absolute control. I lift her mangled form into the air, my voice dripping with contempt. "You didn't want to give up, did you? Then die. There will be no second chances." I slam her body into the ruined earth with the force of a meteor. I release my grip, her purpose now served. Her armor begins to dissolve into particles of light as she plummets. I stand over the wreckage, my own power surging, untainted and absolute. One final, crushing stomp ensures nothing of her remains. A pulse of energy radiates outward, erasing any trace of her existence. All that's left is a crater filled with the scrap of her failed ambition. As the dust settles, the silence is far more satisfying than her screams ever were. I examine a fragment of her armor as it disintegrates in my hand. Rubbish. With a simple clench of my fist, the last remnant of her is crushed into nothing. A laugh escapes me, a genuine expression of satisfaction at this overwhelming feeling of power. Now I can dispose of so-called half-saints as if they were nothing more than insects. But amidst the dust and silence, a faint groan cuts through my thoughts. The feedback from the battle has left my real body, lying in the rubble, completely shattered. My own hand trembles as I clutch my chest, the price of this power making itself known. I struggle, my fingers fumbling for the one thing in my pocket that can keep me from fading away. I orchestrated this entire battle as a high-stakes experiment, the board laid out and the pieces in motion. My gambit hinges on a single legendary item, the 6-star Transcendent Pill. Its purpose is simple: to force a breakthrough, a temporary leap of one major combat stage, making it one of the final cards I had prepared for this confrontation. I had already given old Zhu a Transcendent Pill in advance, a calculated gift. He'd been stuck at the precipice of the holy stage for decades, and I needed to see if this legendary medicine could finally shatter his bottleneck. He sat within the crater he'd just carved, cradling the tiny golden orb, his breath catching in his throat. I'm not wrong, he muttered. This is the legendary six-star transcendent pill I only read about in ancient texts 20 years ago. The fool was shocked that I would give him such a treasure. He has no concept of what is truly at stake. Without further hesitation, he swallowed it, accepting the debt he now owed me. Now let me feel it, he whispered, as golden energy began to course through his veins. The power of the pill was absolute, pulling his consciousness into the very fabric of his own spiritual sea. He floated in the cosmos of his own soul, questioning the reality of his own heart and mind. But as he gazed upon his own reflection, it began to fall away into the abyss. This was it, the core of his being. The pill was forcing him to confront the deepest obsession that had shackled him for a lifetime. The path to the holy stage. His mind was thrown back 30 years, to the day he challenged the great wall of Zishui Gyuakan City and was swatted from the sky like an insect. He remembered the single, crushing thought as he plummeted towards the earth. I failed. The impact had left a scar not only on the land, but on his very soul, a failure that had festered for decades. But my observation was cut short by a cataclysmic tremor, forcing me to slam my fist into the ground in frustration. An unwelcome variable had just entered the equation, and from the crater's edge, my subordinate cried out my name. I looked up to see my two companions standing at the edge of the chasm I now found myself in. Gu Ying and He Kun, both warriors of the early heavenly stage, looked down with concern. Are you okay? The brash He Kun shouted. I gritted my teeth, shocked. Gu Ying, He Kun, what are you doing here? Instead of answering, they leaped into the crater with me, their faces set with grim determination. Big brother, Gu Ying declared, we made an oath as the three swords of Nanju, not to live together but to die together. A flicker of warmth cut through my cold calculations, and I could only manage a quiet, "Heh, thank you." But our reunion was interrupted as a colossal, dark figure descended from the sky, its presence suffocating. The Star's Soul General, Wen Zhang, held Sunai trapped in a prism of energy. Brother, let's go, Gu Ying yelled, brandishing a star card, a foolishly brave gesture. They both activated their Star Soul constructs, but I knew it was hopeless. Stop it, I commanded. Star Soul General Wen Zhang is not an enemy you can face. I lunged to intervene, but was too late. The general sneered a single word, unbridled, as it unleashed a torrent of violet lightning. Their screams were cut short, as the raw power of a holy stage being washed over them. In an instant, they were slammed into the ground, their constructs shattering like glass. Gu Ying coughed up blood, her eyes wide with disbelief. Is the power of the holy rank so terrible? The gap is so big. A cold fury I hadn't felt in years began to boil within me. This damn old woman, I spat. The general's armor dissolved, revealing the host within. Huang Maioyan still holding Sunai captive. She looked down at me from her perch high above, her voice dripping with condescension. Zhu Himing, now you know, even if you are a 30-year-old genius, she mocked. What is the difference between you and a holy stager? Under the holy stage, all are ants. I can kill you 1,000 times with a flick of a finger. But before I could respond, Sunai cried out from her prison. I'll go back with you. I will never think of running away again. Just let them go. My entire world fractured at her words, my rage turning to ice as I screamed her name in pure agony. Sunai. My enemies arrayed themselves before me, a predictable cast of arrogant fools and deluded lovers. That fool Zhu Himing stared up at the fortress, screaming the name of the girl he thought he could save. Pathetic. From above, her aunt began a tedious monologue about destiny and bloodlines, calling Sunai a congenital resident and a weapon to ensure her family's prosperity for a mere 100 years. She held a projection of the girl like a prized possession, looking down on the rest of the world as nothing more than mortal ants. Predictably, Sunai began to weep, begging her aunt not to kill the boy toy who'd gotten her captured. The aunt's face twisted with fury, declaring that a man who dared abduct a daughter of the Huang family must be punished. But then, a moment of cold calculation. She realized that killing the boy would leave a demon obsession in her precious tool, a psychological flaw that would diminish her value. So she offered him a deal, a chance to crawl away with his life if he swore to never return. His companions looked on in shock, their weak wills already buckling. What are you doing? One of them whimpered as if he had any other choice. But instead of taking the sensible path, Zhu Himing engaged in some pathetic theatrics, drawing a blade to sever his own hair. He held the strands aloft like a trophy of his own foolishness. I swear, he bellowed, in 30 or 50 years I will become a holy stager. He vowed not to return until he achieved this laughable goal. And then he promised to tear down these very walls to take her back. The girl was, of course, moved to silence by this empty, romantic gesture. She began, her voice trembling. I'll be waiting for you. A promise as worthless as his vow. While they were engrossed in their little soap opera, my true plan began to unfold. An eruption of golden energy tore through the battlefield as old Zhu, The man I'd chosen began his transformation. The enemy pilot in his mech flinched, reeling from an aura he couldn't possibly comprehend. His machine groaned under the immense spiritual pressure. Even the so-called demon general stared in disbelief, wondering what could grant a man the breath of the holy order. The ground shattered as the pilot finally recognized the impossible truth. It was the unmistakable signature of the holy stage, and he knew exactly where it came from. My other enemies could only watch, paralyzed by the sheer display of power. I observed with satisfaction. Early holy stage, just as I'd calculated, induced by the transcendent pill. Its effects would be temporary, but it had already served its primary purpose, proving that the barrier between mortals and the so-called hosts could be shattered by external force. A few minutes of this power wouldn't be enough for him to truly master it, of course, but that's where I come in. Old Zhu finally understood. So this is why she called everyone ants, he muttered, feeling the chasm of power that had just opened beneath him. He casually glanced at a jade slip on the ground, a piece of trash left by the enemy. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned it. The slip flew obediently into his hand. He held it, the object now utterly insignificant. "Sorry," he announced, his voice echoing with divine might. "But this old man's power is more than you can handle." The enemy pilot could only curse, pinned in place by an aura that defied all logic. He wanted to fight, to kill, but his body wouldn't obey. He was frozen, a statue before a god. Old Zhu simply gathered his energy, focusing the raw power of the star soul into his fist. "Construct," he commanded, and from the maelstrom of golden light, a new form began to rise. A colossal titan of pure energy, the embodiment of a power they thought was beyond their reach. A desperate plea to hold the execution echoes in my comms, but I have no intention of stopping. The golden fool before me, this self-proclaimed Elder Zhu, gloats about the power of his holy stage, bathing the battlefield in a nauseating yellow light. He marvels at how he stands so far above everyone else. A feeling I remember all too well from when I was the one looking up from the dirt. Now they are the ones staring up at a power they cannot comprehend, just as they once looked down on me. The woman in the skull mask, the one who orchestrated this farce, finally understands true despair as she begs me not to come closer. But her supposed protector, Elder Zhu, is still lost in his own golden radiance, utterly convinced of his superiority. He gathers his energy, preparing a painfully obvious attack. A pathetic shockwave ripples outwards, and I can almost feel his surprise when I don't immediately disintegrate. I brace myself against the force, a minor inconvenience at best. He actually managed to push me back, a commendable effort for an insect. He throws everything he has into another volley, sending me hurtling through the rubble he's created. His attack slams into the ground, a wasteful and needlessly theatrical explosion of power. A blinding beam of light erupts from the crater, his grand finale. From a safe distance, I watch the woman curse her protector's name as his attack turns on her. This charade has gone on long enough. I activate my demon disintegration mode, demanding maximum output. My crimson aura swells to meet his fading gold, a storm of true power preparing to extinguish a dying candle. I draw my blade, its energy hungry and eager to taste his blood. "To kill you, I don't need a sword anymore," he declares, the final, foolish words of a dead man. One of my subordinates arrives, begging me to halt the execution, but he's too late. Elder Zhu has already decided to silence his own pawn. He forms a massive sword of light, a desperate attempt to erase his accomplice before I can get to her. The golden blade descends, not upon me, but on the very woman he was sent to protect. The entire area is consumed by his holy light. Her screams are brief, swallowed by the incandescence of her supposed ally's betrayal. He holds nothing back, ensuring there's nothing left. Her final, agonizing cry echoes as her body is turned to ash. She vanishes into a cloud of shimmering particles, an appropriately gaudy end. The light finally fades, leaving nothing but a smoking crater. But amidst the dust, a single figure remains hovering in the air. It's the woman's decrepit old attendant, somehow still clinging to life. The elder, ever the diligent cleaner, traps the old man in a sphere of energy. But I can see the strain. That last attack has pushed him to his absolute limit. With a final burst of energy, he detonates the sphere, silencing the last witness. The old man simply laughs as he fades, revealing that the woman's power was merely a temporary boost from a transcendental pill. She burned out her own life force, and now she has fallen, conveniently removed from the board by her own side. One of their remaining soldiers looks on, mistaking the holy envoy's death for my own. The fool orders a full retreat, his chain of command shattered and his courage gone. He turns to flee, but my voice freezes him in his tracks. "Where do you think you're going?" My troops emerge from the shadows, cutting off his only escape route. The entire area is locked down. My forces descend upon the panicked survivors, a wave of black steel and quiet efficiency. The battle was over before it even began. My Tiandu army has secured the objective. I stand atop the ruins, surveying my victory as the last pockets of resistance are extinguished. And just as the dust settles, a new player reveals himself, smirking from the shadows. He's been watching the entire time, calculating. This just became more interesting. The battlefield falls silent, the only sounds being the groans of the dying and the crackle of fires I started. Amidst the ruins, the city lord's lackeys scurry about, barking orders to clean up my mess. They frantically search for captives and evidence, trying to make sense of the chaos I so carefully orchestrated. Then the real pests arrive. I watch from a distance as Dean Gu prostrates herself before some so-called second prince. He tells her to rise, the false magnanimity dripping from his voice, while she grovels about her failure to protect him. Pathetic political theater. She bows, hands clasped in a show of deference, but the prince waves it off, claiming the battle wasn't dangerous. An easy thing to say when you arrive after the fighting is over. Moreover, the prince says with a smug grin, the powerhouse you sent brought me an extra surprise. He's talking about me, of course. The surprise was the utter annihilation of his enemies. I turn my back on them. I have no time for their debriefing. I hear the dean trying to explain my identity to her master. He is the grandson of Song Jingzhang, Zuo Sai's host. She attempts to put a neat little label on me, but the prince cuts her off, a flicker of something almost intelligent in his eyes. I already knew that, but the power behind him is more than just the Song family. Their minds race, desperately trying to comprehend my power. The dean considers ancient civilizations, while the prince suspects I'm backed by some master of alchemy or arrays. They're both pathetically wrong. The prince scoffs, underestimating me based on his flawed assumptions. Let him. It makes him easier to manipulate. I ignore their chatter and bend down, retrieving a small data card from the debris, a trophy from my recent kill. As I pocket my prize, I see Elder Zhu, the old man I empowered, being helped to his feet. He looks frail, but he's alive. I'm okay, he mutters. It's merely the side effect of the transcendent pill, I state calmly. You'll be weakened for an hour. I tell him to rest, a simple command for a simple tool. He sighs, lamenting the wasted opportunity. Such a precious pill, if only I had been in a better state, I might have broken through my bottleneck. The endless greed of mortals is so predictable. I can give you another, I say, enjoying the look of pure shock on his face. Before he can even form a question, I shove a second pill, what he considers a priceless treasure, into his mouth. He stammers, clutching his face in disbelief. You mean? His eyes are wide with a mixture of fear and awe. You have 2 of these precious 6-star pills. Precious? I sneer. I can produce as many of these as I wish. Let him grasp the futility of comparing his world to mine. He finally understands his place, bowing his head. How can I possibly repay this favor? This is the currency I deal in, absolute loyalty born from overwhelming power. My eyes drift to the unconscious form of the enemy commander. You too, I command a pair of nearby city guards, arrest that woman and deliver her to Dean Gu. They are momentarily confused by a student giving them orders, but my tone leaves no room for debate. Yes, they shout in unison. They snap a salute, still processing the command. One of them whispers to his partner, questioning my authority, but the other has more sense. Just do it. We're helping the dean. Then his eyes fall upon the captive, and raw fear washes over his face. Oh no, this female is. He recognizes the infamous Pingshan Shengzang, and his voice trembles. So cruel, so vicious, he has no idea. I consider her for a moment. Perhaps she has valuable information, but she is more useful as a gift to the dean for now. Suddenly, the old man grabs my arm, his voice a conspiratorial whisper. Boy, you're not Zuo Sai's host at all, are you? The gears in his head are finally turning. I just give him a cold, knowing smile. What do you mean by that? He puffs out his chest, trying to regain some semblance of dignity. This old man has traveled the world. I am quite knowledgeable. He quickly offers a deal, eager to prove his worth. I'll help you cover your tracks. You can continue pretending. Consider it partial repayment of my debt. I feign confusion, scratching my head like a fool. What are you talking about? It's amusing to watch him think he's the clever one. He sighs, convinced he's figured me out. Fine, you found a secret realm. I'm not interested in your secrets. He thinks establishing this boundary will earn my trust. Foolish. Our conversation is interrupted by approaching footsteps. Dean Gu's pink-haired follower appears, greeting us with a polite bow. The girl gets straight to the point. Our people just reported in. She activates a holographic display. They found the crack-inducing device you told us about in the Dingcheng district. Of course they did. My information is never wrong. So Milan really did militarize this technology. I muse aloud, playing my part. The girl informs me that the prince and dean have already rushed to secure the device. She offers to arrange an airship for us, pointing out the damaged roads. Do you want to go? The old man waves a hand dismissively. No need, I'm tired. He looks to me, how about you, boy? I stretch theatrically. I'm exhausted. It feels like I've been running around for half a year. It's a convenient excuse to avoid the political circus. The girl relays one last message from her dean. Classmate Song, the dean asks that you lay low. She's going to publicly reveal your identity as Zuo Sai's host. The plan is proceeding perfectly. Elder Zhu smiles, content. It was a victory despite the casualties. A celebration is in order, he adds, just as our transport descends from the sky. We stand together, watching the airship prepare for our departure. The ramp lowers with a heavy thud, opening a path out of this wasteland. I walk towards the entrance, ready to leave. The old man stops me at the ramp. Did you forget something? He asks. He looks genuinely concerned. I pause, feigning a moment of thought. I seem to have forgotten something. Forget it, I say with a dismissive wave. Never mind. The woman I left behind wasn't forgotten. She was a calculated move. As the airship ascends, she's left alone in the ruins, a problem for someone else to solve. The city is a ruin, and from the rooftops, I hear the pathetic cries of the survivors. Someone shouts for a student to help, as if I'd waste my time on manual labor. I watch them use these clumsy, mass-produced mech, glorified tractors, to move rubble. They grunt and complain about a destroyed statue of Zuo Sai, as if a piece of stone matters. More useless machines arrive, a testament to their inefficiency. I'd had enough of the spectacle, so I returned to the Nanju Jiwu Academy dormitory. The incessant ringing at my door began shortly after, an unwelcome interruption to my meditation, just as I was stabilizing my newfound power. The noise wasn't just at the door. My communicator on the table was vibrating itself to pieces. I fight to maintain my focus, the ringing a persistent, irritating thrum against my concentration. Just a little more, and I'll break through the bottleneck. Finally, the torrent of energy inside me settles. I open my eyes and rise, the world feeling clearer, sharper. Forget it. It took me only 3 days to cross the entire profound stage and reach the early Earth stage. I suppose the speed is barely acceptable. It's just a pity that all the medicinal herbs I had are now gone. I'll have to ask shopkeeper Hong to acquire more for me. A holographic screen pops up, flooded with notifications. 21 missed calls and over 99 messages. How tedious. It seems I have far too many pests trying to contact me. This sickly senior is particularly persistent. His desperation gives me a headache. My system conveniently labels him Tool Man No. 3 and asks if I wish to block him. Without a moment's hesitation, I add him to the block list. Very good, the world is a little cleaner now. Now let's see why this fox, Gu Shaijing, is so eager to find me. I accept the video call, and her face immediately pops up on the screen. Song Yungxiang. She yells, I finally got in touch with you. Why was your device on Do Not Disturb mode? Her hysterics immediately bring a particular memory to mind. Why? Because of what she pulled the other day, of course. During the celebration, she just had to invite all the outstanding students to the stage for an award. Then she ruined everything by putting me in the spotlight, announcing me as the new host of the Star Soul General Zuo Sai. As a result, I tell her flatly, I've had no peace. I've been forced to practice behind closed doors in my dormitory. She has the audacity to claim she did it for my own good. You have another purpose, don't you? I say, seeing right through her. She changes the subject. Stop complaining and come to the training ground. The beta version of the design you gave me has been completed. So fast, even I'm surprised. She explains that Taekshuan Heavy Industries was destroyed, but their skilled machinists escaped and were taken in by our academy, which accelerated the process. Come and have a look, she says before I agree and end the call. The transmission cuts out. Is this female fox trying to use me as bait? Or perhaps in her eyes, I'm the biggest fish. It doesn't matter. I look out over the city they fought so hard to save. I saved instructors and classmates who should have died, altering the trajectory of fate itself. The spoils I recovered were given to the second prince. I'm sure he'll put them to good use in the capital. An unexpected knock comes from my door. Brother Song, sorry for disturbing you so late. The second prince barges in. I'm going back to the capital and came to say goodbye. Here's some loot I captured. I guess you can use it. Oh, and that doctor from the infirmary and the old doorman. He adds conspiratorially. I've taken care of all the evidence for you. These pills are for you, bye. Before I can even process one visitor, another appears. Song, I'm going home. This is a cracked crystal I accidentally picked up, she says, holding it out. 30 million, transfer it to me, bye. Later, I stand in the newly built memorial park, directing the placement of tombstones. It's still crooked, I order the mech. Move it 1 foot and 3 inches to the left. I stare at the endless list of names carved into the cold stone. For a moment, I stand alone before the monument. A monument of consolation. I didn't expect so many people to die this time. I've experienced so much life and death. I thought I had already become numb. Suddenly, a hand claps onto my shoulder. It's Instructor Cheng, Hey, don't blame yourself too much. He continues his pathetic attempt at consolation. In the end, your ability is limited. I just stare at him, my silence more than enough to convey my disgust. His smile freezes. Wait, something's wrong. I can't see through your cultivation. He shrieks, stumbling back. Could it be you've surpassed me? You broke through to the mid-profound stage. He clutches his chest, whining about his 5 years of cultivation being slower than my dozen days. Of course it's pills, I lie, adding a theatrical cough. And my hard efforts and perseverance. You're lying, he shouts, inventing a new narrative. I get it, you've been hiding your cultivation all along. Whatever makes you happy, I say, already bored. By the way, I'm going to the workshop to find the dean. He immediately panics. I'm not going, women only affect my practice. I'm going back to cultivate, bye, and flees. My journey brought me to the Jiwu Academy's Gongfang district, a place supposedly for advanced research. I arrived at the workshop's training ground, a desolate concrete expanse where they would showcase their work. The dean, Gu Yurang, approached me with her entourage, presenting a pair of data cards with a practiced smile. Here, she said, this is the prototype made according to the design you provided. I took the cards, feeling the pathetic amount of data stored within. Only 3. I asked, my voice flat, betraying none of my disappointment. Gu Yurang's smile tightened as she explained their technical problems and introduced the supposed mastermind behind their operation, the chief engineer of Nangyo machinery. She then formally presented me to him, using my official title. This is the hero of the beast wave, the old man of the star soul, General Zuo Sai, Song Yungxiang. She concluded by stating that the revolutionary blueprints for these prototypes were my own creation. The chief engineer, a man named Nangyo Dengfeng, stared at me, his face turning pale as he stammered out my name. The title of a fourth-order mechanic from Taixu in heavy industry apparently meant something to these people. Before I could even finish my perfunctory greeting, the old man suddenly dropped to his knees, his forehead pressing against the cold ground. I feigned surprise, though this sort of groveling was becoming tedious. Mr. Nangyo, what is this for? He scrambled forward, grabbing my hand with a desperate grip, thanking me for saving his refinery during the beast wave. A memory surfaced, a trivial matter, really. On my way here, I had casually eliminated a beast horde, and it seems a factory was in the vicinity. He recounted how I had drawn the beast's attention, giving his people a window to escape. So while their factory was ultimately lost, the majority of his precious mechanics survived. He bowed again, his gratitude echoing across the silent training ground. This old man can only thank Mr. Song on their behalf. I sighed internally. Old man, I did that unintentionally. I'm not worthy of this worship. He didn't move, his voice low as he began to speak again. Mr. Song, this old man wants to make another unfriendly request. My patience wore thin. If you know it's an unfriendly request, then have the sense not to ask. The old man looked up, his eyes filled with a desperate hope. May I ask, Mr. Song, were the designs of these prototype machines truly made by you? Indeed I did. I confirmed, as if it were a simple footnote in my day. It was hardly a fuss. Just some basic concepts I'd armed the Yun type with. The old engineer's expression shifted from awe to absolute conviction, and he slammed his head to the ground once more. Please take me as your disciple, Mr. Song. The sound of his forehead hitting the concrete was disturbingly loud. The dean and her assistant nearly choked on air, their composure utterly shattered. Gu Yurang quickly tried to smooth things over, reminding him of his status as a fourth-order mechanic and my position as a mere first-year student. But Nangyo cut her off, his voice shaking with reverence. Based on Mr. Song's designs, I am afraid even a sixth-order mechanic is not worthy of shining his shoes. He then revealed his true intention: to recommend me for the second-generation Star Soul General Design Conference in the capital. A design conference. I recalled from my past life that this project was a catastrophic failure which cost us dearly in the war. This was an opportunity. Old man, I said, my voice softening just enough, let's talk about this later. Why don't you get up first? He persisted, refusing to rise until I accepted him as a disciple, or at least offered him some guidance. I had no time for disciples. I have no plans to accept anyone, but we can discuss the design ideas. He lamented his poor talent, but the dean finally intervened, urging him to accept my compromise. And since the prototypes are ready, she added smoothly, let's see him test them first, shall we? The old man finally rose, his face flushed with excitement. Mr. Song, I have benefited a lot from your designs. From now on, he declared stubbornly, this old man will pretend to be your named disciple. His persistence was almost amusing. Aha, Mr. Nangyo, let's just test these prototypes first. The 3 modules on the ground hummed, waiting for my command. I focused my will, channeling my power through them. Star Soul, Construct, In a torrent of blue light, the components began to assemble. The Yuan-type bombardment prototype took shape. Its heavy armor and massive cannon a testament to brutal efficiency. A cold smile touched my lips. Good, let's try the power of this. The cannon on its right arm glowed, accumulating an immense amount of energy. It fired not a beam, but a projectile that tore through the air towards the practice targets. The shell struck the ground and burrowed deep, leaving only a small hole and a plume of dust. The earth began to tremble. The projectile had been a delivery system, deploying multiple smaller warheads that now lay buried across the target zone. The Dean looked on, bewildered. It didn't explode directly. Is this a grenade? I gave the final command, a whisper carried on the wind. Well, let's bloom. A series of devastating explosions erupted from beneath the ground. She finally understood. This was an armor-penetrating weapon designed to bypass surface defenses and annihilate from within. She was right to be afraid. This would be the nightmare of the Milan Kingdom's vaunted heavy soldiers. When the smoke cleared, a crater over 100 meters wide scarred the training ground. The sheer destructive power left them speechless, comparing it to the main gun of a capital ship. I, however, was merely satisfied. This power was barely what I expected. Now for the next test. Let's try the honeycomb cannon on the left shoulder. The shoulder-mounted weapon pod activated, its hexagonal structure glowing as it acquired its targets. With a final thought, I unleashed its fury. Full blast, a minor inconvenience. The good thing is that it doesn't require precise soul power control, making it perfect for those with vast reserves and fast recovery. In other words, perfect for me. Now let's give these so-called experts a demonstration. I channeled my power into the card, dissolving it into a storm of data. Star Soul Construct, the first of my designs, materialized before them. The Yuan flying sword prototype. Only 8 swords. Primitive, but it would have to do for this test. With a surge of my will, crystalline energy erupted from the construct. Go! The blades shot out, slicing through the air with silent precision. I could hear the Dean gasp behind me, her mind struggling to comprehend what she was seeing. The construct formed a series of hand signs, a simple interface for a complex command sequence. The 8 blades wove into a vortex, shredding the practice dummies into dust. If elites controlled this, they could fight 2 or 3 groups of the same rank. She muttered, finally grasping a fraction of its potential. She prattled on about the weapon requiring a strong sense of awareness and precise soul control. She was right, of course. You also need an intimate understanding of the enemy's structural weaknesses. Without that, you can't land a precise, defense-penetrating kill. It would just be a tool for harassment. For now, this prototype is only suitable for a few talented elites. Time for the next act. Star Soul Construct. A second machine formed from the swirling light, the Yuan-type shield gun prototype. The observer seemed unimpressed this time. Just a shield fused to a shooting weapon? I don't see anything outstanding. Their lack of vision was almost painful. The old mechanic, however, saw deeper. It wasn't the technology that shocked him, but the tactical application. I decided to spell it out for them. Dean Gu, can you use the Academy's large array to bring in a few live targets? She looked startled. Live targets. The Mech's head tilted slightly. Will 3 be okay? She asked, her caution bordering on insulting. She began setting up the holographic interface. Come on, I said through the construct's comms, my voice dripping with condescension. Make it 10. A pack of glowing, beast-like drones materialized, their forms coalescing from pure soul power. They wasted no time, charging my position in a blur of green light. 10 high-speed targets designed to swarm and overwhelm. A decent test. I engaged the primary weapon system, shotgun switch. Then I braced for impact. Shield activated, melee shooting mode. The first beast lunged, and I met it with a point-blank blast from the shield's core. The explosion tore through its body, while its packmates swarmed me. Their claws and energy blasts glanced harmlessly off my barrier. I didn't just defend. I answered with overwhelming force, unleashing a wide-angle barrage that engulfed the rushing horde. The training ground was consumed by a maelstrom of fire and shrapnel. The Dean finally understood. So that's it. It's a defensive counterattack weapon against high-speed enemies. I was already thinking beyond her simple analysis. The lack of mobility is a fatal flaw for a single unit, but deployed in formation. My thoughts were cut short by a ringing from my wrist communicator. Shopkeeper Hong appeared on the holographic display, his face grim. The route to Yong'an City was finally open, and my ferry ticket was ready. Excellent. Thanks, shopkeeper. One more thing. Purchase another 100 million in pills according to the list I sent. He nearly choked. 100 million? Young Master Song, you've already bought 300 million in the past 2 days. The entire Nanju medicinal market has been boosted by you alone. His concerns were irrelevant. It doesn't matter. Add another 50 million for urgent needs. I want it all sent directly to the airport by this afternoon. He knew better than to argue. Okay, I will arrange it now. I ended the call and turned to see the dean and her staff staring at me. A new, unsettling understanding in their eyes. She was finally piecing together the strategic value of my designs, realizing they could turn the tide of the entire war. I dismissed the construct with a wave of my hand, the machine dissolving back into particles of light. The results are close to what I expected. I tossed the data cards to the old mechanic. Lead your teams and make as many as possible. I gave my final orders as I looked back at the dean. She was completely lost. Song Yungxiang, what do you mean? I gave her a cold smile. Dean Gu, it's time to fulfill your promise. In about a month, the Southern Wilderness Defense Line will need support. I expect you to lead these new forces and assist me there. Her eyes widened in shock. She knew the name. Don't ask how I know, I cut her off. My intelligence is my own. For now, it's a speculation, but I will notify you when the news becomes accurate. I turned my back on them. The academy is closed for 2 months. I'm going back to Yong'an City. Goodbye. I walked away, leaving them to their confusion. Song Yungxiang, Dean Gu whispered, her voice a mix of fury and fear. What the hell do you want to do? The others remained silent, watching me go. I arrived at the Yong'an City airport. The massive Hong's shipping floating boat waiting at the dock. The terminal was filled with the sounds of useless complaints. Rescheduled to next week, but I have an elite ticket. The lockdown didn't care for their status. As I walked past the pathetic crowd, a flash of red hair caught my eye. It was a little girl, clinging to her mother, holding a small, familiar-looking purse. My blood ran cold. A memory from a lifetime ago, a memory of betrayal and death surged to the forefront of my mind. It was her. It was a tide of monsters that swallowed Yong'an City whole. In that life, I was weak. Just another terrified face in a desperate crowd of refugees. Harassed by scattered beasts, our pathetic caravan was forced south, straight into the unforgiving desert of death. The fools I traveled with thought an absence of civilization meant safety. They found a small oasis and celebrated as if they'd been saved. I kept to myself, conserving what little energy I had left. Sentimentality is a luxury the dying cannot afford. A small girl suddenly appeared before me, her question cutting through my thoughts. Big brother, are you a star soul master? I ignored her, closing my eyes, but the child was persistent. She timidly stepped forward, presenting a small bun, a peace offering, or perhaps a down payment for protection. When you are full, she said with a naive smile, you will have the strength to summon the star soul general and protect us. No need, I grunted, turning my head away. I had no intention of getting involved with these people. I'm not hungry, I lied, pushing her offering back. A useless person like me can't accept something so precious. Just then, a loud growl echoed in the silence, but it wasn't from my stomach. It was hers. We both froze. The sheer pathetic irony of the situation was almost laughable. With a sigh that carried the weight of the desert, she decisively tore the small bun in half. She handed me a piece. We ate in silence. An unspoken, temporary truce formed over a few mouthfuls of stale bread. Are you from the Jiwu Academy? She asked, her mouth full. I recognize your uniform. The name of that failed institution soured the taste of the food. My sister is a third-year student there. She continued, oblivious to my internal contempt. She stayed behind with her instructors to fight the beasts, she murmured, her eyes welling up. They should be fine. She quickly rubbed her eyes, forcing a brave face. I'm not crying. I'm strong. I'm the machinist's daughter. My father is a machinist from Taekshun Heavy Industry, she declared, her voice filled with a child's pride. And I'll be like him. I'll create a star soul general stronger than any other and destroy all the beasts. The sudden shift was jarring. I held out my half-eaten bun. In fact, I don't like radish. You can have this. Her face instantly twisted into a comical scowl. You're a star soul master. How can you be a picky eater? You have to recover, she scolded, pointing at me like a tiny drill sergeant. Carrots are nutritious. Eat, I'm watching you. I was completely cornered by a small, tyrannical child. Under her intense glare, I had no choice but to comply, stuffing the rest of the bun into my mouth. Well, after eating my steamed buns, you will be my person from now on, she announced, demanding a high five. You have to protect us well. By the way, she continued, her mind already racing ahead. When I become a mechanic and develop a new type of star soul general, you just have to be my exclusive test star soul master. Before I could even protest this absurd contract, I heard myself stammering out an agreement. Then it's settled. She beamed, her tiny fist clenched in victory. She then struggled to find the right word for our transaction, calling the bun a dowry, then a deposit. Forget it, come and pull the hook, she commanded, extending her pinky finger. We have to stamp it, she explained with grave importance. Then the agreement takes effect. As our fingers linked, she formally introduced herself. My name is Tang Zioen. What is your name? Her eyes were filled with a ridiculous amount of trust. Song Yungxiang. I replied, just as a frantic voice called her name from a distance. She tugged on my hand, clearly intending to introduce her newly acquired asset. A disheveled young woman scrambled over the rocks, her face pale with worry. "Zai Owen, where are you?" The little girl waved goodbye, chattering about her mother calling her over. I watched her scamper off across the rock, a fleeting moment of innocence in this desolate wasteland. I offered a half-hearted wave in return, a meaningless gesture for a child I'd never see again. But this desert, as placid as it seemed, was a liar. Beneath the sands, ancient things were stirring from a long slumber. Suddenly, the ground gave way to a swarm of mechanical abominations, their metallic limbs tearing through the earth and into the flesh of the pathetic refugees who thought they'd found safety. With a deafening roar, the very dunes erupted, turning the sand into a death trap of crystalline spikes. When the dust settled, I was the only one left standing amidst the wreckage of metal and bone, my arm bleeding from a lucky strike. The woman whose child I'd just saved from the initial chaos rushed to my side, her hands trembling as she tried to wrap my wound. I glanced down, a flicker of surprise breaking through my indifference. Her desperate gratitude forced me to my knees, a position I despise. The wind howled across the empty expanse, a fitting soundtrack for this pointless drama. I stood brushing the dust from my clothes, the brief moment of contact already forgotten. A guttural sound of frustration escaped my lips. This whole detour was a waste of my time. Finally, civilization, or at least a gaudy imitation of it at the airport. Inside, I was treated to the amusing spectacle of a man arguing with the staff, his face a mask of indignation because his family's flight had been unceremoniously moved. This was Tang Jinshui, a third-rate mechanic from Taikshuan heavy industry, now finding out what it means to lose corporate privileges. His wife, Shen Dai, looked on helplessly, her expression a perfect portrait of despair. Their daughter, Shen Yuewei, then tried to play her own card, announcing her status as a star soul master from the Jiwu Academy. The fools actually looked relieved when the staff confirmed she could board. Their hope was short-lived, as the attendant clarified the privilege was for the Lady Star Soul Master alone, not her worthless family. It was then that the girl noticed me, and with a desperate plea asked if I could bring them along. The attendants stared, their faces blank with confusion, unable to place me. I had no time for this nonsense. "Stop talking nonsense and put them in my cabin," I ordered, flashing the card that opens old doors. The recognition was immediate, their professionalism crumbling into panic sycophancy. "Mr. Song, Boss Hong is waiting for you on the boat right this way." I strode past the stunned family without a second glance. "Honey, is this gentleman a friend of yours?" The wife whispered, her voice trembling. Her husband could only sweat, realizing he was looking at the Hong's Chamber of Commerce's supreme card, a symbol of power he couldn't even dream of touching. The little girl I'd saved earlier piped up, asking if I was her sister's crush. A flush of embarrassment was the older sister's only reply. She watched me walk down the VIP corridor, muttering to her confused parents that I had saved her. An irrelevant fact, but one that served my purpose for the moment. An attendant, eager to please, hurried over to them. "You guys, please come to the VIP cabin here." The daughter, Shen Yuewei, was the first to react, scrambling to follow. And so the pathetic family got to walk the red carpet, all thanks to my presence. "Mr. Song," the attendant fawned, "your cabin is on the top floor, the deluxe garden view room number 1. The elevator doors slid open, revealing the path to a level of luxury they had never known. I led the way, their fate now tied to mine, whether they liked it or not. I was escorted through the opulent, floating pavilions of the Hong Chamber of Commerce. A polite but ultimately insignificant woman showed me to my quarters, informing me that a Mr. Hong was waiting inside. The moment the doors opened, my companions gasped at the gaudy display of wealth, their provincial minds struggling to comprehend a VVIP room. Seated at a desk was the man himself, Yuending, the supposed head of this branch. He greeted me with the practiced warmth of a merchant who smells profit, telling me I looked better than ever. I returned the gesture with a shallow bow, my companions scrambling to mimic me as I offered a curt thanks for the room. He prattled on about reserving the best for a man like me. Before his eyes fell on my followers, his curiosity piqued. "My friends and family," I stated flatly, and as they offered their clumsy greetings, he chuckled and casually mentioned his recent promotion to general manager. The man with glasses began to sweat, the weight of the title, Master Treasurer, finally dawning on his simple mind. "Congratulations," I said, my voice devoid of emotion, while he preened, thinking he had seized some grand opportunity. I then dismissed my entourage, telling them to amuse themselves elsewhere while I conducted my business. They shuffled off with nervous laughter, completely out of their element. I could practically hear them thinking how incredible it was that I, someone they perceived as only 2 grades above them, could associate with such a powerful figure. Mr. Hong then led me into a private study, the sudden silence causing even the little girl to look around in confusion. He explained that this was a secret room, reinforced with a formation to block all sound and spiritual energy. A place for conversations that must never be overheard. Very good, I conceded, satisfied with his thorough preparations. I informed him that with a 10-hour journey ahead, I planned to use the time to refine some medicinal pills. He promptly produced a card containing the materials I'd requested, a simple fulfillment of our contract. As I initiated the funds transfer on my terminal, he assured me I could relax in peace here, as if my safety was ever in his hands. He stated the ship would sail in 2 hours, and then excused himself, his part in this transaction complete for now. I watched him walk away, as my companions offered him another round of deferential bows. Just before the door closed, he mentioned that an exclusive maid would be sent to my room. The little girl gave a small, innocent wave. The door slid shut, finally granting me a moment of solitude. It opened again almost immediately, revealing a bowing maid with distinctive pink hair and ears. My gaze sharpened as I saw them, the beast race. She introduced herself as Zio Meng, a slave assigned to this room, and I spotted the faint outline of a collar beneath her scarf. The sight of her sent a jolt through my memory. It had been more than 30 years since I last saw one of his asterisk kind. The past flooded back, the disastrous final battle where the Tiandu kingdom fell, and I was thrown by an enemy formation into a chaotic spatial rift. I had crash-landed, wounded and alone, on a strange continent, discovered by 2 beastkin who wondered if I was a demon or a rare human. On the eastern continent, my race was dominant, but here it was an anomaly. This was the southern continent, a land where demons and spirits lived in harmony and humans were the stuff of legend. It was a society built on entirely different principles. Their development was primitive. They had no mass production of star-soul generals, and major conflicts were things of ancient history. In that world, I was brought before the god-level ancestor of the Dujan clan. There, I learned the unique inheritance of the demon race, blending their soul techniques with my own alchemy until I was accepted as the ancestor's direct disciple. Ancestor Dujan himself was one of the few who possessed a masterclass star-soul general. Unfortunately, his star general had been sealed in a great battle 500 years ago, and I had missed the opportunity to copy its power. The old ancestor believed my appearance was the fulfillment of a prophecy, that I was a descendant of the Creator and destined for something great, though I paid his ramblings little mind. The maid's voice snapped me back to the present, her cat-like eyes watching me with concern as she asked if I was all right. "I'm fine," I replied, my voice flat. "Just looking at you makes me remember the past." I wondered aloud if I would ever have a chance to return to the southern continent, to settle old scores and unravel the mysteries I left behind. Seeing her confused expression, I waved a hand dismissively. "Sure, can you show me what's on the menu?" She nodded and said she would be right back, a mundane end to a torrent of buried memories. I glanced through the pages, a list of overpriced and uninspired dishes. I lowered the book and looked at the family I'd allowed on board. "What do you want to eat?" From behind the couch, the little girl popped up, shouting for steamed buns while her mother looked utterly mortified. The mother, Shen Dai, quickly tried to silence her child, chiding her for requesting such a simple food in a luxurious place, and reminding her she already had one. The girl, Ziomen, pouted, insisting she wanted freshly made ones, so I turned my gaze to the parents. "Do you mind if I order 5 portions of steamed buns?" The cat-eared waitress who had been waiting nearby immediately knelt, stammering that steamed buns weren't on the official menu. How tedious, rules are for people without leverage. "There is money in the place," I stated coldly, telling her to either buy it or have the chef make it now. I flicked a black card across the table, the symbol of my authority glowing faintly. "I want 2 servings with radish stuffing." I continued, my voice leaving no room for argument. "And if you don't have turnips, you can get off the boat and buy them for me." The waitress's face went pale, but she snatched the card and bowed deeply, promising to prepare it immediately. She practically fled the room, no doubt terrified of failing such a simple yet impossible demand. Finally, a moment of peace. I leaned back, closing my eyes. Then I felt a small tug on my sleeve. I opened my eyes to see the little girl looking up at me. "Brother, do you also like to eat radish-stuffed buns?" she asked with genuine curiosity. The question caught me off guard for a fraction of a second. "Actually, I've never eaten it," I lied smoothly, "but I think it tastes pretty good." She immediately launched into a lecture about the nutritional value of turnips, questioning how anyone could possibly dislike them. Her parents were in disbelief, shouting that she was the only one in the family who actually liked the things. The girl ignored them, holding up the single, wrapped bun from her bag, saying she wanted me to have it as thanks for helping them. I looked at the simple offering in my hand, a gesture far more genuine than any groveling I'd received. I sat down beside her, a rare impulse guiding my actions. "How about splitting it?" Her eyes lit up at the suggestion, exclaiming that it was a great idea since she was a bit hungry too. A small wisp of my soul force coiled around my palm, heating the bun instantly before splitting it in two with perfect precision. We sat there for a moment, sharing the simple meal. Across the room, I saw the mother staring, her face a mask of shock at the stable and precise release of my soul force. She whispered to her husband, wondering if I was from the famous Song family, realizing that even elite star master generals would find such control difficult. Her husband nervously suggested they should go and properly thank me. The two of them approached, the woman pushing her timid husband forward. "I really hate this kind of situation," the man muttered, adjusting his glasses. I paid them no mind, my attention on the child beside me. "After eating the steamed bun, that means Big Brother is my friend," she declared, then asked for my name, and I introduced myself as Song Yunxiang. My mind flashed back to my past life, a flicker of regret surfacing as I remembered failing to protect her. Before her father, Tang Jinshui, began his fumbling introduction, his wife quickly took over, apologizing for her husband's awkwardness. She grabbed his sleeve, bowing her head. "Mr. Song, thank you for letting us board the ship." Her gratitude was plain, but her awe at my power was even clearer. As they backed away, the little girl ran to the large window, pointing outside as the sun dipped below the horizon. "Does Mr. Song live in Yongan City too?" she asked, her reflection shimmering in the glass. She then gasped, distracted by the view. "The garden on the ship is so beautiful." I glanced at her parents, then back at her. "Want to go see it? I can accompany you." Her face lit up with pure joy as she begged her mother to come along. It was an expression I was determined to protect this time around. While her mother hesitated, Zaya Omen was already preparing to leave, looking down at the incredible private garden built into the ship's atrium. At that exact moment, in the VVIP suite directly opposite ours, a girl with unsettlingly pale hair also gazed down at the garden. She turned from the window with a chillingly sweet smile, suggesting to her companions that they should go have some fun down there as well. The Hong Ship Chamber of Commerce, a rather gaudy name for a glorified luxury transport hub in Yuending City. It was, however, the most efficient way to travel, and I had places to be. Within its gilded walls, a minor drama was already unfolding over my simple request. Our VIP guest asked for a steamed bun with radish stuffing. The little cat-eared maid, Zio Meng, explained nervously to another woman. This woman, an entertainer named Lin Jinghua, seemed to find my tastes amusing. "He has great power to reach the sky, but instead chooses ordinary food," she mused, hiding her face behind a fan. "A very interesting person." The maid, bless her simple heart, only cared about my specific instructions. "And don't forget the soy sauce and a little sugar or honey. He said it's delicious in his hometown." As she scurried off, the entertainer watched her go, a flicker of something unreadable in her eyes. My peace, however, was destined to be short-lived. At the atrium entrance, a staff member was attempting to stop two new arrivals. "The ship will depart soon," he said politely. "For safety reasons, we have to close the atrium." The response was a childish tantrum from a multi-armed girl named Nera. "I don't care. I want to go play now." Her guardian tried to restrain her, a pathetic display of authority. "Don't make trouble. We will come back later." But the brat wasn't listening, insistent on getting her way. It was a predictable scene of spoiled youth and weak parenting. While this was happening, my maid was hurrying back, my radishes in her arms. "The human race's food tastes are really weird," she muttered to herself as she approached the door. The moment she slid the door open, her world collided with the tantrum. The brat Nera ran straight into her, sending my radishes scattering across the floor. The maid was sent tumbling, crying out in pain from the impact. She lay sprawled amongst the ruined ingredients, completely stunned. The girl, meanwhile, clutched her head as if she were the victim. She whined about her head hurting, then glanced down at her skirt. "So dirty and disgusting," she shrieked, looking at a smudge of dirt as if it were poison. The terrified maid immediately scrambled to her knees and began wiping the brat's skirt. "Sorry, I was in a hurry." From my position in the garden, I watched the whole pathetic affair unfold. Then, a blur of motion. The girl's guardian, a blonde-haired fool, suddenly lashed out with a vicious kick. The blow sent the maid flying across the atrium floor. She crashed into a heap, dazed and broken. A cloud of dust and debris settled around her. I emerged from the shadows, placing my foot on the brat's shoulder to keep her still. "Excuse me, sir." The guardian's face contorted with rage as he turned to me. "Basic, lowly demon slave," he spat. "How can a lowly slave like you dare to touch Miss Summerin?" He sneered, adding that he shouldn't have kicked her to death, since she was only worth 200,000 yuan. He punctuated his disgusting worldview by crushing one of my radishes under his boot. The maid cried out, "Don't step on it, that's Mr. VVIP Radish Order." This only amused him. "Races like you guys are trash that can only survive under the protection of mankind." He ground another radish to pulp. "Please stop, forgive me. She wept, crawling toward him. In her desperation, she made a fatal error. She grabbed his pant leg. His eyes widened in fury. "Sorry, you say? You are just a lowly creature. How dare you touch me?" He drew back his leg for a brutal stomp, aimed directly at her chest. "Demon races like you are supposed to die." He roared, bringing his foot down. Even his own companion looked concerned. "Even though it's true that she's a demon slave, that's too much." But the other woman simply smirked, revealing the man's pathetic motive. His family was killed by a rebellious demon slave. "She is just a slave," the woman said coldly. "Even if she dies, you can still buy more. We will pay for the loss." With her blessing, the fool redoubled his effort. His fist now aimed for the maid's head. His punch flew forward and stopped dead. He stared in disbelief at his fist, caught in my unyielding grip. Who dares to stop me?" The shock on his face was exquisite. "How is this possible? Me, who is an advanced rank, makes me unable to move my hands." My eyes were like ice as I stared him down. "Do you know who you just beat up?" I asked, my voice dangerously low. "She is my exclusive maid." His pathetic struggles were almost amusing. Who are you?" He sputtered from the ground, pinned under my foot. "Let me go, otherwise you will regret it." I looked down at the insect, a flicker of something that might have been boredom in my eyes. "Oh, really?" A crackle of lightning danced around my fist as I considered his empty threat. "I wonder, what gives you the confidence to act so boldly?" He fumbled inside his coat, pulling out a gaudy jade token as if it were some divine shield that could protect him. My companion quickly tried to de-escalate, explaining that the cat girl, Zaioyu, goes berserk when she sees demon slaves. But this fool only saw an opportunity to flaunt his wealth, offering a paltry 50,000 yuan for a demon slave like him. He actually thought money could solve this, waving it around as if it were compensation for his disgusting behavior. But then Nayla stepped forward, presenting him with a card of her own, and his arrogant expression faltered into confusion. His little spirit guide began to panic, screaming about the star soul he'd almost activated, an act that could have destroyed the entire ship. The little creature then smacked him across the head, its voice filled with terror. "Do you still not realize this master is on Earth rank? Do you want to die?" The color drained from his face as the words sank in. "What? Earth rank?" he stammered, finally understanding the chasm between us. His companion shoved him forward, ordering him to apologize to me immediately. He let out a bitter click of his tongue, the last gasp of his wounded pride. Finally, he bowed his head, forcing out a pathetic apology about getting carried away by his emotions while I knelt to check on the injured girl. She was still curled up on the cold floor, bruised and shaken. They thought a simple apology would be the end of it, quickly trying to make their escape now that they knew who I was. My own party started to follow, thinking we were leaving, but they were gravely mistaken. I watched them scurry away like the rats they were. My mind was already piecing things together. Their appearance, their arrogance, they were from the lower region. I recalled the map of the kingdoms from my past life, and the festering wound that was the lower region alliance. I remembered how they had allied with the Jane clan and the underground realm to attack the Tiandu kingdom. Their clan, the Huyan family, had a long-standing feud with the Lan family, a bitter conflict of incompatible star souls. That's why, in my previous life, their forces were conspicuously absent from the great battle in Tiandu. They were too busy with their primary business, capturing and selling members of the demon clans. In their eyes, these beings were nothing more than livestock, stripped of all dignity and sold to the highest bidder. I turned back to the cat girl. "Can you still move?" I asked, my voice flat. "Open your mouth." I pulled out a vial of rejuvenating pills, each one worth a fortune on the open market. Her eyes widened in panic as she tried to refuse, babbling that she couldn't accept something so valuable. She even tried to pretend she wasn't hurt, claiming my attacker's blow felt like nothing more than a child's punch. I had no time for such pointless pride. "Shut up and eat." I grabbed her chin and forced the pill into her mouth. While the demon clans couldn't awaken a star soul general, their physical fortitude was far greater than that of a normal human's. She erupted in a panic, asking why I would waste such a valuable item on a mere slave like her. I simply walked away as she knelt there, stunned. These pills were nothing to me. I had the ingredients and the knowledge to make as many as I needed. A security uncle informed us the ship was preparing for takeoff, so I decided we should return to our room. As we walked, Zaioen, the girl who had started the fight, puffed out her cheeks in a pout. She let out an indignant HMPH, but a moment later, the cat girl she'd attacked gently took her hand. The cat girl then began quietly picking up the radishes that had been scattered across the floor. Seeing this, Zaioen immediately offered to help. We left them to it, a fragile truce forming in our wake. As we walked, a faint, beautiful melody drifted from the atrium garden. I paused, the unfamiliar yet nostalgic song catching my attention. The music seemed to weave its way through the garden from a distant pavilion. It was an elegant, soothing sound in this den of vipers. There, playing a pipa with serene grace, was a woman whose face I knew from a lifetime ago. I recognized her instantly. One of the future 4 great singers of the Tiandu Kingdom, MS Kaioka, the most talented songwriter of her generation. Even in my previous life, I had been one of her most loyal fans. I remembered how, 3 years from now, she would be crowned a national treasure. And the rumors that she started her career on a simple merchant ship were apparently true. A rare, cold smile touched my lips as I thought, perhaps I should get her autograph now. A tinny voice announced our imminent departure from Yuending City Airport, a place I had no intention of ever seeing again. The captain prattled on with his useless safety instructions, but his speech was cut short. Somewhere deep within the ship's guts, a power line had been severed. A pathetic attempt at sabotage, but they were amateurs. The ship shuddered, its massive soul-powered engines roaring to life as we began our ascent into the clouds. Air Control wished us a safe journey, completely oblivious to the nest of vipers I was traveling with. The entire vessel lurched as the main thrusters engaged, a crude display of power meant to intimidate the passengers. The lesser nobles in the other rooms were tossed around like dolls in a box. I could practically hear the sneers from my supposed cousins in the next room, no doubt thinking this turbulence was affecting me. They were of course wrong. In my specially prepared hidden chamber, the tremors were barely noticeable. I had my own preparations to attend to, carefully arranging the vials for the next phase of my plan. My hands moved with practiced ease, gathering the swirling energies needed to form the elixir. Refining an 8-star pill is a delicate process, pushing the limits of my current cultivation, but failure isn't an option. Suddenly, the ship's engines screamed. A blinding beam of energy ripped through the sky, striking our hull with concussive force. An attack. It seems my family's enemies are just as impatient as they are. The little girl Zioen was white-knuckling her seat, her face a mask of terror. Her companions offered empty reassurances, but the girl's eyes were fixed on my door. "I'll wait for him to come out," she muttered, a surprising flicker of defiance in her voice. As if on cue, the reinforced door to my chamber slid open. I stepped out, my posture perfectly stable amidst the chaos. The girl's face lit up with relief as she waved me over, her fear momentarily forgotten. I gave a thin, practiced smile and nodded. Across the room, I saw the flicker of shock in a woman's eyes as she watched me walk with an unnaturally steady gait. She was perceptive, noticing how I instinctively adjusted my muscles to counteract every lurch of the ship. Her companion, a weak-willed man, had already succumbed to the motion and passed out. "Fasten your seatbelt," I told the girl, taking a seat beside her as I pulled out my comms device. I typed a simple, coded message and sent it, then put the device away. "Just texting home," I said blandly, clicking my own belt into place. The perceptive woman narrowed her eyes. She knew something was off. The ship tore through the sky, finally breaking through the clouds as we neared our destination. The sun was setting, painting the sky in hues of orange and blood. Below us, Yongan City came into view, with the sprawling Song family residence at its heart. My message had arrived. Inside the estate, the family butler, Song Mu, dutifully reported my imminent arrival to the old man. My grandfather, Song Jinjiang, looked pleased. He ordered a dinner party and, amusingly, demanded that 2 warships be dispatched as my personal escort. "Go and show him where to anchor," he commanded the butler. When the butler questioned if this was for personal use, the old man's patience snapped. "Do I need to teach you how to think?" He snarled, his face contorting with rage. The butler bowed his head in submission and scurried off to obey. Once alone, the old man let his facade drop, his gaze drifting across the room. He picked up a framed photograph, his thoughts turning inward. He was musing on my miraculous recovery, the fact that my shattered veins had not only healed, but that I had also acquired a formidable power. He spoke to the man in the photo, my late father, wondering if this was all part of some grand, posthumous scheme. The old fool could wonder all he wanted. He had no idea what was truly coming. Back on the ship, the turbulence finally subsided, and a maid arrived with refreshments. Zioen, ever the inquisitive child, asked the cat-eared maid about a wound she'd received earlier. The maid's face lit up. "Mr. Song gave me medicine," she chirped gratefully. "It was a miracle. The pain is gone, and I feel better than ever." The perceptive woman who'd been watching me earlier clutched the bun I had given her, a look of dawning realization on her face. Zioen, meanwhile, puffed out her cheeks while chewing. "If anyone tries to hurt Big Brother again, I'll beat them up myself." Her righteous fury caused her to start choking on her food. I looked over, unimpressed. "Are you choking?" Her distress immediately vanished, replaced by a look of pure bliss. "This bread is so delicious." I took a bite of my own. The flavor, it was nostalgic. The maid noticed my expression. "Miss Kaioka specially ordered it. Is it to your liking?" She then remembered her duties. "Oh, that's right. Speaking of Miss Kaioka, the song and dance performance in the atrium is about to begin." The ship-wide announcement echoed her words, inviting passengers to the main garden for the show. The real performance, however, was just getting started. My journey to the Hong Chamber of Commerce's auction was proving to be as tedious as I expected, conducted on a gaudy flying pleasure barge. On deck, they had dancers performing some clumsy routine, a pathetic attempt at high culture for the nouveau rich. I ignored the flurry of silk and choreographed movements, my eyes instead sweeping over the other esteemed guests. Their vapid expressions and gaudy attire told me everything I needed to know about the quality of this event. The music was as bland as the company, a forgettable tune played by someone who likely wished they were anywhere else. A maid with ridiculous cat ears approached me, her smile professionally vapid. "Mr. Song, please come this way." She led me past the common rabble, explaining that my seat was in the Diamond Supreme area, a title as pretentious as the people who invented it. The child, Linger, followed me closely as we walked toward the front row, drawing envious stares from the lesser patrons. I could feel the eyes of an arrogant fool on me, some second-rate young master named Zhang Dagui. He was stewing in his own mediocrity, wondering what background allowed a normal-looking person like me to occupy a seat he couldn't afford. I took my seat, completely unconcerned with the insects buzzing around me. Elsewhere, two other pests were whispering amongst themselves, one practically swooning that I was in the most prestigious spot. His companion's face drained of color, the simple reality of my position finally dawning on his slow mind. He quickly deduced that the diamond area was reserved for true power, and that I was far more than just an ordinary soul general. A bead of sweat dripped down his face as he realized the danger of his friend's loud mouth. The cat-eared maid startled, her enhanced hearing catching their hushed, scheming tones. I'd already noticed them, of course. Their intentions were as transparent as glass. Seeing the maid's fear, I motioned to the empty seat beside me. "It's okay. Don't be afraid. Come and sit." She looked stunned, but the shimmering energy barrier closing around the stage left her little choice. She sat, murmuring her thanks, as the stage was sealed off from the audience. A man with an absurd mustache stepped into the spotlight, announcing a play based on the true story of a hero from Yuending, the ultimate destiny of the battle that took place in the city of Yuending. They were making a spectacle of my work. He bellowed about a fire-Kirin rider who single-handedly destroyed entire beast hordes. How utterly theatrical. A frown creased my face. They couldn't possibly be serious. On the holographic stage, an actor began to scream pathetically for someone to save him. His desperate cries echoed across the deck, a mockery of the real terror people felt. Then the monsters arrived. Actors in suits so ridiculous they had to hold up signs identifying themselves. Linger flinched, her childhood innocence unable to see the farce for what it was. A trio of brave knights then made their grand entrance looking like cheap toys. They shouted about laser slashes before being swatted aside like flies in a pathetic display of incompetence. Their prop swords clattered uselessly on the stage floor. The monsters gloated over their defeated foes, and Linger hid her eyes in terror. Just as the play reached peak absurdity, another hero leaped through the holographic curtain. He called the monsters lowly beasts, striking a pose for the gullible audience. The announcer identified him as Star General Zuo Sai, and the crowd murmured about some fabricated legend of him saving the day alone. The actor boasted about his thousands of changes, twisting the truth into a child's fantasy. He made a dramatic gesture, and the stage lights flashed. His costume shifted slightly, and he spun around as if he's accomplished something profound. The simple-minded audience gasped in amazement. He transformed again, this time into the red armor of Star General Lu Bu, and even Linger seemed impressed by the cheap light show. This was supposed to be me. I heard some fool in the crowd shout that he saw it with his own eyes. The lies were already spreading like a plague. The actor brandished a plastic-looking spear, the Fang Tian. A moment later, stagehands pushed out a ridiculous-looking prop horse for him to install. Mounted on his wooden steed, the false hero charged, yelling, "Die, you lowly beasts." That idiot Zhang Dagui was actually crying, calling this pathetic actor his role model, while Linger watched with stars in her eyes. I could feel my temples throbbing. This was beyond embarrassing. Why am I being forced to watch this disgusting show? I muttered, just as a wailing princess appeared on stage begging for a hero. The actor playing me gallantly promised to save her. I spit out my tea. "A princess? They've completely lost their minds." The hero dispatched the remaining monsters in a cloud of smoke and cheap pyrotechnics. The audience erupted in cheers, praising the strong hero and the beautiful princess. Zhang Dagui was a blubbering mess, moved by the attitude of a man. While on stage, the princess offered her hand to the hero. The actor refused her, spouting some nonsense about not deserving her kindness before preparing to leave. Some woman in the audience sobbed, claiming it felt just like when I saved her. Delusional. With a final dramatic goodbye, the actor vanished, leaving the princess to cry his name. I couldn't take it anymore. The The plot was a chaotic insult to reality, but before I could voice my disgust, a loud voice cut through the air. "Hey, what did you just say?" It was that moron, Zhang Dagui, on his feet, pointing a finger. He wasn't angry at the play, he was angry at *me*. He actually had the audacity to demand, "I apologize for my attitude," whatever that meant. From my seat, I heard some distant shouting echoing across the water. "Please apologize to that senior," they cried out. It seems my mere presence in the first-class cabin was enough to send these insignificant fools into a frenzy. I leaned back, a faint smile on my lips, wondering if they were genuinely this insane or just profoundly stupid. Some of the other passengers, ever the opportunists, saw a chance to curry favor. "Let's go help the senior from the #1 cabin," one whispered, though his friends saw right through him, sneering that he just wanted to join in the fun. Amusingly, the girl with them had a slightly better read on the situation. "I'm a good judge of people," she declared with misplaced confidence, "and that senior is definitely someone big." Her insight didn't stop the lead idiot from marching into the lounge, still bellowing for me to give a proper apology. Before I could even be bothered to stand, little Zio and the girl traveling with me shot up and pointed a finger. "He already apologized, why don't you stop?" The portly man's face turned crimson with rage at her innocent insult. "Little girl, what did you just call me?" he roared, as another youth smugly called him fatty from the sidelines. The fool tried to backpedal, warning them to leave the people from cabin 3 out of it. A pathetic attempt to isolate his target, but his intended victim wasn't having it. "Who said it doesn't matter?" A blonde-haired man stepped forward, clearly unimpressed. He sneered, calling the man fat boy and dismissing his entire fuss. One of the fat one's guards bristled, grunting about barbarians from the lower realm. The blonde man's eyes narrowed into dangerous slits. "Old bald donkey, keep your mouth clean," he warned, his hand hovering over a jade token, "or I'll kill you in minutes." The fat one panicked, grabbing his guard's arm. "Uncle Wu, don't," he pleaded, finally realizing he'd bitten off more than he could chew. Just as the tension was about to snap, a soft voice cut through the air from the stage. "How about you guys give me some face?" The entire room turned as a woman appeared, bathed in the stage's light. It was Lin Jinghua, the ship's resident singer known as Kyoka. The troublemakers, who were seconds from tearing each other apart, were suddenly dumbstruck, fawning over her like children. I watched them, my expression unchanged. I remember this girl, Kyoka. She's still an adolescent, but she already carries the aura of the superstar she would become. At this moment, she had no idea she was destined to become one of the 4 great singers of the Tiandu Kingdom. I, of course, knew her entire future. "I heard arguing backstage," she said gently. "I came to sing, so please listen to me first." The fat fool was instantly pacified, blushing like an idiot. "Miss Kyoka is very kind," he stammered. She then turned her attention toward me, explaining that her historical songs were embellished for artistic effect. The young master from cabin #1 may have participated in that battle. Her manager explained for her. "As a witness, he will complain about the inaccurate content, and the little girl should accept it humbly." She gave a small bow. "For commercial reasons, there are exaggerations. It is inevitable, please forgive me." I chuckled, finding the whole situation quite amusing. "It's actually pretty good," I replied, deciding to indulge this little farce. She offered to stop the performance, but I waved her on. The fat fool, seizing the chance to retreat with a shred of dignity, bowed to the room and scurried back to his seat. The blonde troublemaker, however, shot one last parting glare. "Dead bold donkey," he muttered with a smirk. "Be careful." He made a slitting motion across his throat. "Or I'll kill you." The guard could only seethe in silence as the show was finally allowed to begin. The host took the stage, announcing Kyoka's original song, Soul Monument. Her fingers danced across the strings of the pipa, and a haunting melody filled the air. The lyrics spoke of ruins and sorrow, of a long, dark night on a forgotten battlefield. The audience was completely mesmerized, lost in the world her music was creating. I closed my eyes, letting the familiar notes wash over me. It has been more than 10 years since I left the Eastern continent and last heard this song. I almost missed it. I was once a fan of hers in another lifetime. I still remember many of her songs, especially her most famous one, God of World War, a masterpiece she hadn't even conceived of yet. The song ended, and she took a graceful bow. The room exploded with applause, the crowd on their feet chanting for one more song. Flattered, she smiled and agreed to an encore, asking what they wanted to hear. That fat fool, ever the sycophant, immediately requested her newest work, Burning Star. The host tried to explain that the song was still unfinished, but it was too late. The entire audience began chanting its name. Burning Star, Burning Star. Seeing their passion, she relented. "Well, since everyone is so enthusiastic, I will sing one more song." She admitted she was still searching for a proper ending, hoping to find inspiration tonight. Please enjoy my latest work, she announced, Burning Star. So this was the moment, the very performance where this song would launch her to fame. I never imagined I'd witness its creation. As she began to play, the melody resonated deep within my soul, a song about my own bloody path. When I look back, that darkness is my name being chanted. Her voice was pure, yet filled with the echoes of war. The oath engraved on the chest, that is the warrior's crown. The lyrics were a mirror to my own vows. Lost in the river of time, I began to hum along, the memories of countless battles flooding my mind. Kill all the gods and beasts, and as she reached the song's unfinished climax, the words spilled from my lips, quiet but clear. The one who returns will be me. The music stopped. A deafening silence fell over the entire hall. My eyes snapped open. I had been careless. Every single person was staring directly at me, their faces a mixture of confusion and awe. Even the leaves projected by the hologram seemed to freeze in midair. On stage, Kyoka stood motionless, her fingers trembling just above the strings. My cat-eared attendant leaned in, her voice a panicked whisper. Miss Kyoka hasn't finished this song, but you just sang the ending. My mind raced. Oops, I just remembered the past and lost my mind, I said, my voice steady, masking my slip-up. But for her, it was a revelation. A good saying, the one who returns will be me, she whispered. Suddenly, her eyes filled with tears of understanding as she prepared to bow deeply. The ending has been bothering me for so long, this gentleman. She was looking at me not as an audience member, but as a kindred spirit, a bosom friend she'd unexpectedly met. This man, he understands me, she thought, her expression one of profound connection. I, on the other hand, felt a headache coming on. This feels exactly like cheating on an exam using an answer key from the future. As our vessel cut through the void, I felt a minor ripple in the ambient energy. On the observation deck, the musician Jinghua was glowing, her body thrumming with power she barely understood. Her eyes widened in shock as the bottleneck that had trapped her for years began to shatter. A breakthrough? How quaint. She actually thought it was my enlightenment that did it. A pathetic overestimation of a few simple words I'd thrown away. The sudden surge of power was almost too much for her fragile system to handle, causing her to cry out. A brief, gaudy spectacle of light and energy erupted from her as she floated, momentarily ascending. The excess spiritual pressure vented from the ship as a thin beam, a beacon of her insignificant achievement into the vast, empty darkness. Down below, the fat merchant's son gawked, his jaw hanging open as he finally processed what was happening. It was my casual utterance that triggered this, a side effect I hadn't even bothered to calculate. But then a more interesting phenomenon drew my attention. A violent tearing in the fabric of space, heralded by veins of purple lightning. I felt the fluctuation instantly, a familiar signature of a spatial tear. A crack. The aberrant energy pulsed, growing more intense with each passing second. It was forming directly in our path, a predator drawn to the light of the breakthrough. Jinghua collapsed back to the deck, exhausted but successful, panting heavily as the fools around her began to cheer. The portly young master clasped his hands, offering his vapid congratulations as if he had any comprehension of what just occurred. The rest of the passengers followed suit, a chorus of sycophants celebrating a guppy evolving in a shark tank. He was now an early-stage soul master, flushed with success and a naive sense of gratitude. Turning to me, she had the audacity to ask for private pointers in her room later. I simply raised my hand, cutting her off. No, I think something went wrong. Her face fell, confusion clouding her eyes as her little fantasy dissolved. Outside, the sky was no longer serene. It was a storm of raw chaos tearing a hole into our reality. On the bridge, the crew descended into predictable panic, their voices cracking as they screamed about a beast and argued over the proper protocol. The ship's captain, a grizzled veteran of the Hong Chamber of Commerce, finally clenched his fist, his face a mask of grim realization. A shimmering blue shield enveloped the ship, a pitifully thin layer of armor against the incoming storm. The ship's internal systems blared, announcing the obvious. Beasts detected heading to this ship. A system-wide announcement ordered all passengers to their cabins, as if that would make any difference. The crack in space finally ruptured, vomiting forth a tide of darkness. From the abyss emerged a swarm of flying-type beasts, their power levels ranging from laughable to moderately troublesome. They moved with a hive mind's unity, their energy cores glowing with malevolent light. In perfect unison, they unleashed a barrage of concentrated energy beams. The ship shuddered violently as the attacks hammered our shield, and the first screams of terror echoed through the hall. The worthless passengers were tossed around like dolls, their pleasant journey turning into a chaotic nightmare. Even the newly ascended soul master, Jinghua, was sent flying, her scream swallowed by the din of the assault. In a flicker of movement, I caught her before she hit the deck. An untidy mess would have been an annoyance. She stammered her gratitude, but my attention was already elsewhere. Flying-type monsters, I stated calmly, looking at the sheer number of them. The defensive formation on this ship won't last long. The ship's strategist was losing his composure on the bridge, his face pale with fear. Damn, the captain growled, finally accepting that they couldn't outrun the swarm. He began barking orders, a desperate plan to counterattack and send a distress signal, opening a section of the shield to return fire. The ship's guards dutifully began firing their weapons, their attacks like pebbles against a tidal wave. An officer shouted morale-boosting nonsense, telling his men that their safety was paramount as they engaged in a suicide mission. YUN-style Star Master Generals, a grand title for what amounted to disposable security. The call went out for any powerful passengers to assist in the defense, a clear sign of their desperation. That buffoon, the merchant's son, saw his moment to be a hero, puffing his chest out and demanding his Star General token. If I stay silent, who will save all the passengers? He bellowed, a peacock posturing before a wildfire. My companion glanced at me, questioning my inaction as the boy played his part. The girl beside me murmured that the shield was failing, her voice laced with the cold fear of annihilation. Unbothered, I reached into my coat and retrieved a small green object. It was a Star General token, one I had acquired some time ago. The girl stared, her eyes widening in disbelief as she recognized it. That's my lost Star General token. Her expression shifted from shock to a ridiculous, blushing confusion. He carries it all the time, a pathetic display of force, easily deflected by the vessel's primary defenses. From the bridge, I can practically feel the sweat beading on the brows of the so-called command crew. Not good. The monster noticed that there are areas that are weak against attacks. One of them squeals. Another fool chimes in, his voice trembling. Quickly contact the security team as soon as possible. But the old man in charge dashes his hopes, his face a mask of grim defeat. We can't. The security team is already engaged and cannot withdraw. The first officer slams his fist on the console, a child's tantrum in the face of annihilation. Finally, the old man resorts to the last refuge of the incompetent, blind hope. Now I can only pray that a Star Master among the VVIP can defeat the enemy. The cattle in the main hall scatter, their screams of run, echoing uselessly against the walls. One of the female passengers tries to impose order on the chaos, directing the herd towards the lower decks. It's a pointless gesture, as the creatures simply redirect their assault. A concentrated beam lances through the weakened shield, tearing a hole in the upper deck with a deafening roar. The attendants, who were moments ago serving drinks, are now sent tumbling across the floor. With a final, agonizing groan, the ship's entire defensive barrier shatters into a million pieces. They are now completely exposed, and debris begins to rain down upon them. The woman's forced composure breaks, her face contorting in terror as she screams for everyone to run. Her attendants are frozen, paralyzed by fear as the very ground beneath them begins to collapse. Enough of this, a hexagonal shield of my own making materializes above them, effortlessly deflecting the falling rubble. The attendants stare, their minds too small to comprehend what just happened. The woman who fancied herself a leader turns, her eyes wide with shock as she finally notices me standing here. I watch the swarming creatures with cold indifference. They come, I state, a simple fact. Their growls intensify as they prepare to tear the ship apart. That rich brat's bodyguard, an old man named Wu, decides to play the hero. He plants his feet, preparing for a futile charge. With a shout to his young master, he leaps into the fray, a moth flying towards a flame. His companion looks on, startled. The old man crushes a talisman, roaring, "Build a star soul." As his body is enveloped in energy, a clunky, armored construct materializes around him, wielding a crude-looking axe as it faces down one of the mechanical beasts. For a moment, it actually manages to block the creature's advance. But it's a foolish one-on-one fight when he's surrounded by dozens, and the terrified onlookers below seem to understand that. A sudden alert from my system. The initial message is a warning of a grave danger level, almost comical in its obviousness. It then has the audacity to advise me to flee. My senses, however, tell me something more. If my system is flagging this, it's not because of these low-level drones. There's a wholly rank entity lurking behind them. Escape is an option, but an inefficient one, burdened by these civilians. Besides, my copied Lu Bu is currently unavailable. I am left with only 2-star soul talismans, a far cry from the power of my true generals. As if to prove my point, another drone swoops in. The old man's star soul lets out a final, metallic scream as it's torn apart. The resulting explosion rips across the deck, a monument to his failure. The blonde boy's other subordinate makes a cold but accurate assessment. Why should we save him? He's not useful to us. The boy, however, ignores this sound logic and pulls out his own talisman, shouting to build his own star soul. A mass-produced Nagabata Star General materializes, A cheap, low-cost model, but better than nothing. The old man's axe-wielding construct kneels, defeated. Just as one of the beasts charges a finishing blow, a beam of light erupts. The Nagabata general intercepts the blast, its pilot shocked at his own machine's capability. The old man on the bridge recognizes the model with disbelief, wondering why a cheap unit from the lower domain is even here. The enemy remains undeterred. The pilot of the cheap mech scoffs, filled with an amusingly misplaced bravado. I won't be belittled by lowly people like them. He rockets into the air, drawing their attention away from the deck. I turn to the remaining civilians. The lower deck isn't a guaranteed sanctuary. The choice is yours, I tell them, cutting through their false hope. I hand the little girl to Zio Meng, ordering them to the escape vessel. The child protests, not wanting to leave my side. She clings to a naive belief that as a Star Soul Master, I can solve everything. The safest place is with brother. She cries until her mother finally pulls her away. As the family unit begins to move, they finally leave me to my work. The little girl looks back one last time, a sad expression on her face. But her mother's friend, the woman named Ryuawei, stops. She tells them to go on without her. She reveals her own talisman, a determined smile gracing her lips. I'm a soul master too. I won't run. This time I will fight by your side. The words "abandon ship" flashed across the screen, a pathetic question for a foregone conclusion. One of the pilots, a fool with more bravado than sense, transmitted his grand plan. Old man, I will hold it. You take this chance to deal a fatal blow. I almost laughed as the other one agreed, admitting that at least I had the advantage in speed while his own mech was being torn apart. He danced and weaved, a gnat trying to evade a hurricane. His voice crackled with desperation over the comms, his courage already failing him. Damn, old man, hurry up and do it now. The so-called old man decided to play the hero, shouting to draw the beast's attention. His axe struck true, and for a moment he might have felt a flicker of hope before being swatted out of the sky like an insect. His mech crashed into the deck below in a glorious, predictable explosion of failure. From the smoke, one of the passengers, a fat, useless lump, pointed up in terror. Huh, there's one more. His eyes widened as the reality of the situation dawned on his simple mind. No, not one but 5 of the beasts now filled the sky, their collective roars a promise of the slaughter to come. One of the creatures charged a concentrated beam of energy, as a woman screamed a pointless warning to take cover. She stared in horror, understanding this was a Star Soul Construct's attack. The blast shot directly towards the fat man, a perfect strike that would have atomized him. A violent explosion of purple energy tore through the deck where he stood, but another fool in a heavy mech had shielded him, asking if the man was all right as he trembled behind the shield. The man could only stammer that he was fine, still shaking from his near-death experience. The survivors gathered, asking each other if they were hurt, still reeling from the chaos. Then the woman finally noticed the hexagonal barrier protecting them all. This is a defense made by Song's classmate. One of the pilots scanned the area, his voice laced with confusion. Then where is Mr. Song now? Right where I was supposed to be, standing calmly with the only people on this ship who mattered. A small, irritatingly grateful girl clung to my sleeve, babbling about how strong I was for stopping the attack with my bare hands. I simply told her, let go. I brushed her off and she stumbled back, watching me vanish into thin air with a shocked cry. Where did the senior go? She yelped as the fat man decided it was his turn to be a hero. He clutched a gold card, psyching himself up with some nonsense about courage and overcoming everything. It was a B-Star Soul Construct card. How utterly pathetic. He clumsily tried to activate it, his own mech flickering into existence as he insisted he could do it too. As his machine solidified, he started begging for a weapon, his voice trembling. The beasts, however, weren't going to wait for him to play dress-up. The lead pilot screamed a warning, his own mech already struggling. The fat man frantically fumbled through a holographic menu, searching for a weapon among a pathetic collection of gardening tools. The other pilots were being thrown around like toys as the monsters descended upon them. He finally manifested a weapon, a hammer, and roared, "Then I'll use this to beat you up." With a desperate swing, he brought the hammer down on a beast's head, a surprisingly effective, if clumsy, blow. I watched their pointless struggle from afar, my personal shield protecting Zioin and her father. "Stay by my side," I told them, my voice flat. "It's the only safe place on this ship." The father, ever the pragmatist, questioned me. "Wouldn't the lower deck be better?" I had to spell it out for him. "There's another beast, a stronger one waiting. It will only reveal itself if it thinks it can win. If things turn south," I continued, "I will get you 3 off this ship. The others are not my concern." Their naivete was almost charming. They couldn't comprehend abandoning 1,000 people, or the fact that this ship was nothing more than a steel coffin. The father suggested contacting the captain, clinging to the delusion that authority still meant something here. His wife finally slapped some sense into him. "You fool, Do you think anyone in charge will listen to us now? While the fools were scrambling across the atrium, I watched the girl Kyoka nearly get vaporized by a beam of raw energy. It was time to stop observing their incompetence. One of her underlings screamed a pointless warning, her voice cracking with terror. Then another one of their bulky machines lumbered forward to intercept the blast. A pathetic attempt at a heroic sacrifice. The sheer force of the attack drove the crude mech backward, its metal frame groaning under the strain as another useless shout filled the air. A third machine, armed with a laughably primitive crossbow, joined the fray, trying to offer supporting fire. The woman I'd reluctantly rescued clutched her daughter, apologizing for her husband's weakness and offering their family as my property. I couldn't be bothered with their groveling. "It's all right," I stated coldly. "You wouldn't be in this danger if I hadn't taken you aboard." I assured them of their safety, and as I spoke, my swarm of ocular drones flooded the area, mapping every variable. While I was dealing with the civilians, one of the enemy's bird-like constructs effortlessly slammed their defender into the ground. The pilot could only gape in shock, as his machine was torn apart like a child's toy. But its moment of victory was fleeting. A phantom projection of my star general materialized behind it. Before its primitive sensors could even register the threat, my projection was already in motion. My blade passed through its armor as if it were made of paper. The pilot inside registered the fatal damage, just as its ally let out a furious roar of defiance. With its last breath, the defeated pilot managed to warn its comrade. It charged mindlessly, screaming, "Go to hell," and ran directly onto my waiting blade. I watched the light fade from its optics as its entire frame began to crack and disintegrate from the core. The other would-be heroes could only stand and watch as I cleaned up their mess. Even as his machine fell apart around him, the pilot had the audacity to call me a lower realm boy. One of the survivors, high on his own foolishness, then pointed his blades at the true threat, yelling, "Old man, you owe me once." The ancient being merely glanced down, and the sudden shift in pressure made even the girl Kyoka gasp in fear. It simply clenched its fist. An invisible, crushing force immediately enveloped the loud-mouthed pilot's mech. His machine was violently twisted and torn apart, his fleeting moment of bravado ending in a silent, compressed wreck. The onlookers stared in absolute horror, but the girl Kyoka's eyes widened in realization. "It's him," she whispered. "He finally took action." She was right. While they were all watching the distraction, I had already moved, impaling the true enemy from behind. My red dragon star general stood over the collapsing entity, a monument to true power in a room full of failures. This was never their battle to win. The ship's outer defenses were breached, and these winged abominations were swarming the deck like insects. One of the pathetic security mechs was pinned, its pilot's panicked screams echoing over the comms. This noise was becoming an irritant, so I decided to intervene, grabbing one of the creatures as it dove for another kill. I watched with cold satisfaction as its shrieking intensified, its body groaning under the pressure of my grip. "Shut up," I commanded, and crushed it into silence. With one pest exterminated, I manifested my halberd. A simple sweep of my weapon was enough to tear another one apart. The explosion sent shrapnel flying, a messy but effective solution for such trivial threats. The remaining pilots could only stare, their primitive minds finally recognizing the insignia of the Red Star General. One of them muttered in disbelief, mistaking my existence for some hero from an opera he'd heard about. He then proceeded to count the invaders, as if that would help. He finally concluded there were 7 beasts inside the perimeter, a fact I had ascertained minutes ago. The fool then announced that their security team wouldn't last, an obvious and utterly useless observation. I had intended to conserve my strength for the true threats this mission would present, but this display of incompetence was forcing my hand. Fine, I accessed my core systems. System Lu Bu, unlock weaponry, fear-carrying bow. The schematics flooded my interface as the system began fabrication. The heaven-splitting cloud fear bow. Its energy consumption is obscene, a waste for such minor annoyances, but I have little choice if I want some peace and quiet. Just as I predicted, their pathetic formation broke, and another creature lunged forward. The spectators let out a predictable gasp of shock, but then something new. A volley of glowing flywheels shot through the air. They intercepted the beasts, saving the 2 worthless guards from their imminent demise. The blonde fool recognized the attack, babbling about a Miss Nara and her untested secret weapon. A secret is only as good as the power it wields. The projectiles obediently returned to their master, and there she was, Miss Nara, posturing amidst her glowing toys. She made her grand entrance, announcing her special flywheel-controlling star general and asking if she was on time. The remaining creatures squawked, turning their attention to this new, flashy irritation. The 2 guards she had saved began fawning over her, desperate for orders. One of them correctly stated they had no chance of winning, a rare moment of self-awareness. Nera pointed out the obvious fact that the enemies could fly, then boasted about handling 2 of them herself. Her arrogance was palpable. She then ordered the 2 pilots to work together to kill a single enemy. How inspiring. The fools actually started planning their little assault, picking out what they thought was the weakest target. Predictable and inefficient. Then she declared she would set up an enchantment formation and began a countdown, much to her subordinates' confusion. "Never mind," she snapped. "Let's attack now." Her countdown continued. Amusing, I'll use it. The moment she uttered the number 3, I unleashed my own attack. A beam of pure, destructive energy tore through the sky, ignoring the ship's own shield as if it were nothing. It struck its target with absolute precision. The creature was vaporized before it could even register its own annihilation. Nothing was left but fading particles of light against the dark sky. My Red Star general stood motionless, the bow in its hand still crackling with residual power, as a stunned silence fell over the battlefield. "What was that?" the blonde fool stammered, turning to Nera. "Didn't you say you were using an enchantment formation?" Let them wonder. Ignorance is a fitting state for the weak. The sky above this pleasure cruise fills with pathetic, buzzing creatures, all flocking towards the ship's energy signature. Down on the deck, the hired muscle stands around looking utterly bewildered. Even their handlers, watching from the bridge, are rubbing their eyes in disbelief, wondering if they're seeing things. The woman they call Nera confirms the flash of light, her senses barely sharp enough to register my arrival. I land with just enough force to make a point, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. In the command room, I hear a man's sharp intake of breath as he recognizes my star soul, connecting me to the slaughter at Ending City, the hero of Ending City. His lackeys on the deck echo in disbelief, their voices trembling. I let the dust settle around my feet, the energy from my descent still humming in the air. A minor miscalculation in my landing trajectory. It seems I've accidentally torn off a piece of the luxury cabin's roof. A tedious expense to be sure. But first, I have a pest problem to address. The closest creature lets out a pathetic screech as I close the distance in an instant, my hand already around its neck. This thing's combat data is barely worth processing, but I might as well get something out of it. "Star Master System," I command internally, "unlock the Skyclaw." The system instantly displays the schematic for the new weapon system. My arm begins to reconfigure itself, shifting into its armed form, the dragon tongue bow. The transformation is swift, components unfolding and locking into place with lethal precision. A series of sharpened blades and energy emitters now line my arm, a weapon built for eradication. It is time to test these new sky claws. Energy tendrils lash out, faster than the eye can see, wrapping around the flimsy beasts swarming the deck. One of them lets out a ridiculous squawk as it's ensnared. I grab another with my free hand, its frame feeling disgustingly fragile. I don't waste another ounce of energy, simply using one beast to smash into another. They tumble through the air, a tangled mess of useless metal. A flicker of power gathers in my palm. I lift the worthless machine into the air, a simple command. I hoist it high above my head, letting the onlookers absorb the sheer difference in our power. Too strong, their pilots stammer, their bravado completely shattered. From the bridge, the woman Nera watches with a blush, her mind already calculating how she can use me. Her entourage can only stare, mouths agape, their previous confidence now a distant memory. I bring the beast down, crushing it against the deck and silencing the area. The lesser threats are gone, but I can feel it. The main course has yet to make its appearance. Her guards are buzzing again, connecting my presence to the VIP cabin. "That's right," Nera confirms, her eyes fixed on me. One of her pilots mutters his relief that he didn't try to fight me. His companions share a dark joke at his expense. They finally manage to pull themselves together, just in time for one of them to shout a warning as the sky darkens once more. A true swarm descends, and the guards' pathetic shouts of panic fill the air. These new arrivals begin tearing through the ship's hull like paper. On the bridge, an officer reports that the defenses will fail in seconds. The captain screams for reinforcements that aren't coming, his voice cracking with desperation. His answer arrives in the form of a massive beast, smashing through the bridge's viewport. "Evacuate," he shrieks, abandoning all pretense of command. His crew scatters, running for their lives. But as the captain braces for impact, he glances at a monitor and sees me, effortlessly plunging my blade into the beast attacking his bridge. A perfect strike, straight through its energy core. I use the creature's corpse as a flail, clearing the surrounding pests with a single, brutal swing. I stand over the wreckage, and the bridge falls into a stunned, reverent silence. The captain finally understands. Among the passengers was such a powerhouse, the Red Star Soul General. A junior officer can only point at my image on the screen, stammering my name. They call me a hero, a miracle worker. Voices from the city I'd just saved from itself, cheering for the Red Star General. What an utter waste of breath. Now I'm trapped on this merchant vessel, listening to some pompous old fool gush about how his daughters are my biggest fans. He even orders his subordinate to get my autograph, as if I'm some common entertainer. The old man's greed is pathetic, already scheming to get multiple copies for his collection of wives. His subordinate seems to be having a mental breakdown over it, which is the only amusing part of this entire farce. The man weeps about his career goals and his desire for 8 wives, mortals and their petty ambitions. Suddenly, the air fills with a familiar, irritating buzz. The ship's security team panics. "Captain, there are too many for them perhaps." One of them is already suggesting a retreat, whining about his injuries. Their captain, however, has a misplaced sense of duty, rambling on about protecting the passengers. Another one starts sniveling about his mother, afraid to die. The old guard tries to instill some courage, reminding him of the generous pension his family will receive upon his death. How motivating. The coward is shocked into silence, finally understanding the price of his employment. The captain, in a fit of desperation, charges into the swarm, screaming for their demise. He manages to scratch one. Impressive, but his little display only attracts a bigger, more dangerous specimen from the swarm. A warning cry of "careful" is pointless as the beast descends in a blur. The guard is swatted out of the air like a fly. "Team leader," the captain screams, watching his subordinate fall. The rest of his squad is quickly dismantled by the chittering swarm. Inevitably, the captain is caught, staring down his own end. "I don't accept it," he thinks, as if his acceptance matters. His final thoughts are of his family's debts being paid off. A noble but ultimately pathetic end, but not today. A flash of green light bisects the creature holding him. The drone falls apart, its screech cut short. The captain can only stare, dumbfounded. His remaining men are just as shocked. I land my red star general on the ship's hull, my presence silencing the chaos. The captain falls to his knees, stammering his gratitude. I ignore him, turning my attention to the cloud of pests before me. If only Cao Ren or Ao Bing were here, I mutter to myself. This would be over already. But I am alone, surrounded by incompetence. "It's fine," I transmit to the trembling guards. "Back off, let me face them." My systems immediately begin targeting calculations. Top left 13, top right 19, trivial numbers. Then I'll try this trick, I decide, preparing an area of effect attack. I spin my spear, unleashing a wide arc of energy meant to wipe them all out in a single sweep. The wave of destruction cuts through the sky, but they dodge. "Damn flying beasts are very agile," one of the guards observes. His surprise is almost insulting. Did he think it would be that easy? "Then I'll use the dragon tongue bow," I announce to no one. My spear transforms, gathering crackling red energy. The weapon reconfigures into a massive bow, its form pulsing with power. I draw back the energy string, a single point of light aimed at the center of the swarm. The arrow I release isn't a single projectile. It's a cluster bomb of pure energy that splinters into dozens of homing bolts. Each bolt finds a target, a storm of precise, inescapable death. The sky erupts as every single one of my shots hits its mark. I stand motionless as the remnants of the swarm burn out around me. "He killed dozens of those beasts with just one shot," one of the guards exclaims in terror and awe. Yes, that is in fact how it's done, but their celebration is premature. More screeches echo from the smoke. The beast is calling for help. Another brilliant observation. The survivors are indeed sending out a distress call, and the reinforcements that answer are significantly larger. Their strength cannot be underestimated. So this is the threat the system was warning me about. The appetizers are finished. The new arrivals begin to glow, charging a coordinated attack. "Big brother, please do that trick again." One of the guards begs. Fool, they've adapted. A dense ray attack is forming. I could dodge, but the ship is a slow, vulnerable target. The enemy swarm fires in perfect unison. The ship's automated defenses return fire, a pathetic and useless response. The two volleys streak towards each other. The ship's pitiful projectiles are instantly vaporized. Just as their attack is about to incinerate us, a shadow falls over the ship. A new vessel has arrived, a massive tiger-shaped battleship. The fools on my ship start cheering about being saved. The battleship unleashes a salvo of its own, a brilliant defensive screen of firepower. The cannons intercept the enemy volley perfectly, shielding our vessel from harm. It's a Tiger-class air battleship from the Tiandu Kingdom, and they are hailing us for a rescue operation. The bridge crew is ecstatic, relieved that help has finally arrived. A transmission comes through, crisp and professional. "We Chiloan soldiers from the Song family of Jiuan City have come to lend a helping hand." A hologram of a stern female warrior appears on the bridge. The Song family, just my luck. This simple extermination job just became a political headache. I watch the approaching Red Fleet through the main view screen, their crimson drones swarming like insects. One of the captain's underlings is practically weeping with relief, babbling about how rescue has finally arrived. The old captain, at least, possesses a fraction of a brain, questioning why an army from the southern border would appear so far from their post. But his naive subordinate quickly dismisses the suspicion, attributing our salvation to a convenient mission they were passing by on. Trusting in blind hope, the captain makes a fatal error, ordering all defenses dropped to maximize speed and greet his supposed saviors. Aboard the lead enemy vessel, even their horned commander seems surprised by our sudden, idiotic vulnerability. The fools on this ship stumble as the vessel lurches forward, cluelessly bracing for a rescue that will never come. As we draw closer, one of my companions identifies the force. The Chiluan army, an all-female unit led by the eldest sister of the Song family, Yunjin. I remain silent, processing the name. Song Yunjin, another pawn on the board. The tactical display confirms the obvious. We haven't been rescued, we've been cornered. On the bridge of their flagship, a woman with violet hair and a stern expression watches our pathetic approach alongside an older man. "Instructor Damu," she asks, her voice laced with disdain. "Are you certain our little marquis is on that civilian vessel? We're being far too subtle." The man, Damu, offers a cryptic response about people growing up, before correcting her title. He is merely a butler of the Song mansion. She waves off his correction, her mind clearly elsewhere. The butler then directs her attention to a monitor, displaying my Red Star Soul General. Her eyes widen in recognition. That's him, the powerful warrior who rescued the second prince in Uending City. A smirk plays on her lips. So he's on that boat. It seems my useless little brother has always had absurd luck. She muses that without my intervention, her brother's faction would have been wiped out long before she could arrive to support them. The butler's reply is laced with smug satisfaction. "Just wait until you discover that the waste you speak of, Master Yunxiang, is that strong man. I imagine your shock will be considerable." Just as the idiot on my ship celebrates entering the protection range, the beasts we were fleeing finally catch up. Alarms blare as a crewman screams the inevitable warning that the beasts are attacking. From her command chair, Song Yunjin gives the order without a moment's hesitation. Fire. Her fleet's cannons roar to life, unleashing a blinding volley of energy that tears through the darkness. The swarm of creatures evaporates into dust and light under the overwhelming firepower. One of the survivors thanks me for my protection, but my system blares a sudden, urgent warning, an excessive crack reaction. I have 5 seconds to evacuate. A crack reaction of this magnitude? This is far from over. My instincts scream at me. This was never just a simple beast tide. The battlefield is a wreck. Our crippled civilian ship grounded amidst the carnage. The few survivors gather in the eerie silence, foolishly thinking the worst is over. But of course, the trouble is just beginning as 2 new figures emerge from the smoke, their conversation dripping with condescension. One of them sneers, clearly looking down on us as nothing more than primitives from a lower realm. A third appears, a greedy vulture already calculating his profits from insurance payouts on our lives. Meanwhile, the passengers are exchanging pleasantries, completely oblivious to the new, more significant threat. They offer each other water, a touching but utterly useless gesture. They trade stories of their near-death experience, believing they are now safe. I have no time for their sentimentality, summoning my soul general with a deafening crash that silences their chatter. Zaihoen, I bark at my companion. Stop wasting time. I extend my general's massive hand. Get on, now. The others just stare, baffled by my urgency. Their confusion will be their undoing. The remaining beasts are the least of our worries now. There's no time to explain. I snarl, as the sky above us begins to visibly fracture. The cracked spiders across the heavens, a void of pure darkness growing within its epicenter. Something ancient and enormous is tearing its way into our reality, and it's not here for a friendly visit. The sheer scale of its head is staggering, dwarfing the battleships like insignificant toys. This isn't just a beast. It's a primordial force of nature given form. My blood runs cold as I recognize the impossible. A kun, a genuine god-level beast. The system confirms my failure to escape, a pointless notification as the god-beast descends, its shadow swallowing the world. The colossal beast blotted out the stars, a living mountain of shadow and rage, crackling with an energy that made the very air tremble. On the bridge of the lead ship, some worthless subordinate was stammering in terror, his voice barely a squeak. Captain, what is this?" His captain, a man supposedly in charge, could only sweat and stare, his own ignorance laid bare. How do I know?" The old fool's eyes were wide with a pathetic, primal fear that I found utterly contemptible. What is this?" At least the woman in armor had some sense, connecting this nightmare to some prophecy she'd heard. "How is that possible? Could this be what the third lady said?" Her eyes widened as she recognized the legend before them. "A god-level beast like a castle in the sky is this kun?" "Yes, you insignificant insect. Now you see the scale of your own irrelevance. While they were drowning in their panic, my own system had already finished its analysis, calmly presenting me with a list of solutions. Host, alternatives loading done. From another ship, a young man I vaguely recognized noted something was amiss. Strange, in its belly there seems to be another unusual wave of soul power. Perceptive, he was sensing my presence within this chaos. The great Kun drew a breath, and the world seemed to contract as it inhaled, pulling starships and cosmic dust alike towards its maw. A warning flashed across my vision. Not good. The beast was preparing to attack. The perceptive one screamed a warning to his crew, a futile gesture against the inevitable. Cover your ears now. The beast unleashed a roar, not of anger, but of simple existence, a sound that shattered reality itself. The sonic wave slammed into the fleet, a wave of pure destructive force. Their so-called elite soldiers and their tinkan mechs writhed in agony, their pleas for help swallowed by the crushing sound. Blood streamed from one man's eyes and mouth as he screamed, his body failing under the sheer pressure. He collapsed, his mind likely shattered long before his body gave out. Predictable. The entire bridge was engulfed in the storm of sound, their technology useless against such raw power. Even the civilians they were meant to protect were brought to their knees, their hands clamped over their ears as if that would save them. The boy, Song Yunxiang, could only watch in horror. Damn, just a roar of a god-level beast is so powerful. I watched them suffer, my voice calm as I broadcast a simple message. Hold on, it will be over soon. With a flicker of my will, I extended a protective energy field, shielding the weakest among them from the sonic assault. The decrepit old captain was still screaming, his authority bleeding out of his ears along with his lifeblood. His subordinate wasn't faring any better, his face a mask of pure agony. The captain tried to bark a useless order to get under the deck, as if that would make any difference. Elsewhere, the armored woman was thanking some other fool for a hastily erected barrier. "Is it the barrier of the heavenly rank powerhouse?" she asked, clinging to a pathetic sliver of hope. The man grunted, relieved the sound had stopped, before the dreadful realization dawned on him. "No, it's just its normal roar." The woman's face drained of all color. What? Her composure finally cracked. "Then if it screams a few more times, aren't we all going to die here?" It was amusing, watching her mind grapple with the concept of absolute power. The heavenly rank fool admitted his barrier wouldn't last another roar. He correctly deduced they needed to interrupt its breathing, but he had no idea how. In a fit of desperation, the woman took command, shouting a truly idiotic order. "The whole ship obeys. Aim at the huge beast." Their fleet moved into an attack formation, hundreds of guns turning to face a god. They were about to sign their own death warrants. The cannon's word, locking on target, ready to unleash a barrage that would do nothing but annoy the creature. I had seen enough of their incompetence. "No, stop, don't shoot." My voice boomed through their comms, overriding their chain of command. My face appeared on their main view screen, an unwelcome ghost from their past. The leaders stared, their shock palpable. "What?" Members of the Song family Chiluan army, I announced, my voice dripping with cold authority. "Listen to me, I'm Song Yunxiang. The name of the family's greatest failure, now their only hope." An older man, Uncle Shu, recognized me immediately. "Young Master Yunxiang." He stammered that he'd been sent by my grandfather to bring me home, his confusion evident. He simply couldn't process the situation. "What's going on? Why?" The arrogant warrior woman was even more shocked. "The trash young master is in that Red Star Soul General. How is this possible?" The disgust in her voice was a familiar, almost comforting sound. "Home," I thought, a word I hadn't heard in a long time. "Thank you, Uncle Shu," I said, cutting through their shock. "But listen to me now, shut down the guns." They stood frozen, staring at my projection, finally silent. I laid out the facts for them like children. "This is a god-level beast. It is not an enemy. To it, we are nothing but flying bugs. It won't bother us unless you sting it." The woman balked at my next command. "What? Turn off all power sources." She started to protest, realizing we would fall. "Then will we not?" I cut her off, my patience wearing thin. "I will tell you when we are clear of its warning range. Then you will power up and escape at full speed." One of the old fools began to panic about falling from such a height. "If anything goes wrong, we'll all fall to pieces." "Trust me," I snapped, my voice leaving no room for argument. "This is your only chance. I've seen a Kun take half a city in one bite. If it decides to attack, escape is impossible." The old man fell silent, his face ashen with terror. Finally, they understood. The woman gave the order, her voice tight with tension. "Execute. Immediately execute Master Yunxiang's order." "I will count to 3, I commanded. "All boats, turn off the power source and release the Star Soul Generals. 3, 2, 1. At my command, the fleet went dark, their engines dying in unison. The ships began their silent, terrifying plunge toward the ground below. Inside the passenger cabins, Chaos erupted as zero gravity gave way to a sudden, violent descent. Even on the bridge, the crew was thrown about like ragdolls, their professionalism vanishing in an instant. While they tumbled, I anchored my star general to the falling vessel, extending a field to keep the ship stable and the civilians from being crushed. I watched the altitude plummet, 2,000 meters, 1,000. We were falling like a stone, the ground rushing up to meet us. As we fell past the colossal beast, its massive eye tracked our descent with utter indifference. The screams of the passengers echoed as the mountains loomed ever closer. But then something unexpected happened. The Kun's body shuddered, releasing a massive swarm of smaller, winged beasts. The swarm broke off from the main body, turning and diving directly towards our falling ships. Not good. A panicked shout came over the comms. Groups of beasts are catching up. I was already one step ahead. 3, 2, 1. I began my final countdown, the swarm closing in fast. Now I roared. Turn on the power, move to the 3-16 position and disengage at full speed. This time there was no hesitation, just a chorus of determined OK. The ship's engines exploded back to life, rocketing us away from the swarm just moments before they would have torn us to shreds. I watched them flee, their engines screaming in desperation as they tried to outrun the swarm. They pushed their pathetic ships to the limit, a frantic dash towards a city that would offer them no real safety. It was almost amusing to hear the panic on their bridge as a subordinate cried out to his captain about their dwindling energy reserves. The old man had already given up, sweat beading on his brow as he accepted their fate. Then one of my crew reported the obvious. Our own ship, the Hong Chamber of Commerce vessel, had begun to slow. That woman, the one who fancies herself a commander, immediately assumed it was because I had overexerted myself in previous skirmishes. The captain just glared, his face a mask of grim concern. With a misguided sense of heroism, she then barked out an order to tow the failing ship, a truly foolish gesture of compassion. Her subordinates complied without question, firing towing cables from our hull. The harpoons slammed into the other vessel's frame, a rude awakening for the crew within. Their comms erupted in chaos as they screamed about an enemy attack, completely oblivious to the rescue. Their captain, bless his heart, tried to rally his men for a final, pointless stand. His panic quickly turned to confusion when one of his helmsmen reported a sudden surge in speed. They finally realized my ship, the Chiloan, was dragging their dead weight through space. The old captain's despair morphed into a grotesque display of tearful gratitude, as if a god had answered his prayers. But charity has its price. On my bridge, the inevitable report came. Our reduced speed had allowed the high-level monsters to close the distance. The tactical display lit up with dozens of hostile signatures, a problem of their own making. Can we shoot them? The woman asked, her voice betraying a hint of doubt. No, her subordinate replied, stating the obvious. All power is on the engines. Firing will slow us down. Trapped by her own sentimentality, she made the only move she had left, sending out her precious soldiers to die. The YUN teams assembled, a flurry of motion in the ship's corridors. They took their positions on the launch platforms, ready to be offered up as a sacrifice. Their leader postured, ordering them into a shooter formation as if it would make any difference. The platforms opened, exposing them to the void. The soldiers marched out onto the hull, a line of ants facing a tidal wave. Their commander, clad in garish red armor, bellowed about showing no mercy, a truly ironic speech for men about to be slaughtered. His troops formed a neat, predictable line, a perfect target. They raised their shields, a flimsy barrier against the coming storm. With a final shout, they locked onto the enemy swarm. The beasts roared, sensing fresh meat as they entered attack range. The soldiers fired a volley of energy blasts, a pathetic light show against the darkness. Their shots struck true, but the swarm was endless, roaring as it pressed the attack. Don't let any of them escape. Someone yelled, a command dripping with desperation. The battle devolved into chaos, their precious formation breaking under the strain. It was clear their firepower was insufficient, and they soon realized the enemy was preparing for a suicide run. The frantic screams to finish them off were utterly useless. An explosion rocked the hull as one of the beasts slammed into a defense formation, tearing a hole in their lines. The report came back instantly. Formation 2 was destroyed, and the situation was deteriorating. The commander made another tactical error, splitting her remaining forces to support the failing flank. Her soldiers were forced into close combat, their rifles useless as the monsters swarmed over them. They were being overrun, fighting a losing battle on the skin of my ship. Kill, the commander shrieked, his voice cracking. His troops fought valiantly, but they were being systematically annihilated. As if on cue, enemy reinforcements blotted out the stars. The commander ordered a defensive posture, his earlier bravado completely gone. His soldiers could only stare in horror as the new wave descended upon them. And then, just as their hope died, I intervened. A storm of black lightning tore through the enemy ranks, turning them to dust in an instant. They were saved, and they had no idea by whom. I let the silence hang for a moment before revealing myself, floating above the wreckage in my star general armor. The sky-splitting arrow had done its job, but the consumption of my soul force was significant. I allowed myself a moment to catch my breath, a calculated display of effort. The remaining monsters turned their rage on me, a swarm of insects drawn to a sun. Let them come. I unleashed another wave of power, and this time the entire bridge saw it. They watched in stunned silence as I single-handedly vaporized the threat that had brought their entire force to its knees. The woman who had questioned my condition could only stare, her mind struggling to comprehend what she was seeing. "How is it possible?" she stammered. "Since when did young Master Yunxiang have such terrifying fighting power?" It was almost amusing watching them scramble, thinking their security team stood a chance. A woman named Nara tried to orchestrate a defense, shuffling her pawns left and right as if it would make any difference. One of her armored puppets, calling himself Golden Moon, accepted his orders with a pathetic display of confidence. He and his squad unleashed a volley of golden energy, a light show meant to intimidate insects. As my swarm closed in, their useless captains screeched for them to kill my creatures. Their attacks were wild, unfocused, and predictably, they all missed their targets completely. The lead puppet stopped, utterly bewildered by his own incompetence. His equally clueless comrades wondered why the swarm had suddenly halted its assault. They stood there, gawking as my pets hovered ominously above them, waiting for my real signal. The swarm let out a coordinated roar, a sound that wasn't directed at the ship's insignificant crew. They were merely heralds, announcing the arrival of the true master of these depths, the Kun Feng, as it rose from the abyss to swallow them whole. My pets promptly obeyed my command to retreat, their purpose fulfilled. The soldiers on the deck watched them flee, too stupid to understand they were never the target. One of them radioed his captain, breathless with relief, announcing that the beasts had backed off. I watched the captain's face on the monitor, a mask of shock slowly melting into misplaced triumph. Nara, the supposed commander, slumped in her chair, drained from a fight she never truly fought. Even their primary target, the enemy general, seemed confused by the sudden withdrawal. I allowed myself a small, contemptuous laugh. They were now safely beyond the Kun Feng's territory, exactly as I planned. The captain finally processed their victory, her face a comical picture of dawning realization. She and her subordinate erupted in celebration, a truly pathetic sight. The merchants they were protecting joined in, cheering their escape from the scary beast they couldn't possibly comprehend. The entire crew celebrated their survival, with one of them correctly, yet naively, giving me the credit. An old fool then posed the million-dollar question. How could I possibly know the habits of a creature like the Kun Feng? Nara's eyes narrowed with suspicion. The gears were slowly turning in their simple minds. I appeared on their screen, projecting an image of exhaustion to deflect their curiosity. "I'm going to take a nap," I declared, cutting the connection before they could ask anything else. Their ship and its escorts continued their journey, with everyone aboard blissfully unaware they were merely my pawns. Upon landing, I was greeted by my followers. The group included that worthless blonde boy, now unconscious, and being carried like a sack of grain by his sister. "Leave him to me," she grumbled, clearly annoyed at his weakness. I saw one of the other girls stifle a laugh at his expense. I walked past their meaningless drama without a second glance, my mind already on the next phase. 4 hours later, we were approaching our destination. An announcement confirmed our imminent arrival at Yong'an City Airport. I stood silently in my room, my supposed rest having been a lie. The blonde girl began to stir, groaning as she awoke. She sat up, rubbing her eyes and calling my name. From the balcony, I looked out over the sprawling metropolis below. "Yong'an City, I'm back." It seemed I wasn't the only one anticipating my return. A man lounged on a rooftop, complaining about my delay. He stretched languidly, remarking on the weather as if he had all the time in the world. His men finally arrived, offering a flimsy excuse about traffic. He began to lecture them, puffing up his chest about the White Dragon Group and their grand destiny. "I am destined to become the strongest star general master," he proclaimed to the sky. The fool was utterly convinced he would become a genius in this new era. His arrogance was nauseating as he pestered his associate, a man named Du, for a new toy, the Star General Cao Ren. Mr. Du just smiled, his voice dripping with a dark promise. "Soon, you will get it soon." Yong'an City, a fortress built on the edge of the known world, a bulwark against the monsters of the southern wilderness. According to the history books, its prosperity was a side effect of a military pact between two kingdoms, a necessary evil to hold back the tide. To the common folk, I was a hero returning home, showered with pathetic gratitude and requests for autographs. As I was about to brush them off, a familiar figure rushed through the crowd, his face etched with concern. It was Song Mu, the chief butler of my family's estate. Uncle, I exclaimed, a genuine smile touching my lips for the first time in what felt like an eternity. I pulled the old man into a fierce embrace, ignoring his startled gasp. Master, you're being too much, he stammered, and I just laughed. It's only been a few months, I said, my voice tight with emotion I hadn't allowed myself to feel until now. Releasing him, I added, but it feels like a lifetime. And in that moment, my senses, now honed to a razor's edge, detected something impossible. On the surface, Uncle Mu was a late-stage Earth-rank cultivator, but beneath that mundane facade, a terrifying power churned. A mid-level heaven-rank expert. In my previous life, I was a blind fool, so weak I never once suspected. I thought my grandfather was the only heaven-rank master in the entire Song Mansion, yet the man who practically raised me as a nanny was even stronger. His sharp eyes fell upon the people I'd rescued. Young master, who are these individuals? He asked, his tone shifting back to that of a deferential servant. Friends, I replied simply, gesturing to the family. This is her family. I then made the introductions. This is Mr. Songmu, the chief butler of our Song Mansion. The man, Shen Dai, bowed respectfully, introducing himself and his relatives. I could practically feel his awe. He sensed a fraction of Mu's power and was already stunned that a mere butler from the Song family was an unfathomable expert. Uncle Mu's gaze sharpened. The Shen family? Is Shen Hua your head of house? Well, the woman beside Shen Dai answered, a hint of pride in her voice. He's my father. With perfect decorum, Uncle Mu offered to arrange transport for them, a courtesy that spoke volumes of our family's influence. She politely declined, explaining their own ride was on its way, but she extended a heartfelt invitation to visit the Shen household. I turned my attention to the little girl. Ziowen, you have my contact information, correct? She nodded eagerly. Don't worry, big brother, I wrote it all down. Her bright, innocent smile was a stark contrast to the darkness swirling within me. I knelt down to her level. Contact me when you have time, and I'll take you to eat something delicious. Her eyes lit up. Great, I want to eat a lot of delicious food. Then she glanced at the blushing young woman beside her. By the way, can I take Sister Ryuoe with me? I gave the girl's head a gentle pat. Of course. Just then, Uncle Mu informed me that our own flying boat had arrived. Great, I said, standing up. We waved our goodbyes as they departed. Uncle Mu gestured towards a private exit. Master, please take the inner passage. Ah Bei is waiting at the back door. I followed him without a word, my mind already calculating the new variables I had just discovered. We headed for the restricted corridor, but just as we were about to enter, a frantic voice called out from behind. Mr. Song, please wait. A woman in elegant robes was running towards me, her expression urgent. I turned, slightly annoyed by the interruption. It was Jinghua, the auctioneer. She quickly stuffed a piece of paper into my hand, her voice a low whisper. Mr. Song, I'll be in the city for half a month. If you are free, please find me. I will wait to have a long talk with you. With a final blushing glance, she hurried away. I stared at the note in my hand, a little bewildered by the forwardness of it all. Ahem, Uncle Mu coughed pointedly, shattering the moment. Master Yunxiang, the master, has arranged a family banquet tonight. Your fiancé, MS, Kong Xingxin, is also invited. Kong Xingxin. The name was like a shard of ice in my gut. I remembered her well from my last life. The woman who, after I crawled back from the brink of death, brought a heaven-level powerhouse from her family to my door, not to celebrate my survival, but to publicly humiliate me by withdrawing our engagement. Uncle Mu noticed the killing intent flash in my eyes. Master, let's go, he urged gently. A slow, cruel smile twisted my lips. He, and tonight's family dinner, I mused aloud, my voice dripping with cold anticipation, is with the uncles and brothers who once saw me as nothing more than a loser. We arrived at the private apron where our transport was waiting. Ah Bei, the exclusive driver of the Song Mansion, stood by the airship, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He straightened up as he saw us approach. Young Master Yunxiang, please get on the airship, he said, his voice respectful but casual. As Uncle Mu and I approached, I walked straight past him onto the ramp, but then I paused, turning to face our driver. What's the matter, young master? Ah Bei asked, his one good eye regarding me with confusion. I said nothing, my gaze piercing, analyzing the energy flowing within him. Nothing, I finally said, turning and stepping inside the luxurious cabin. The moment the door closed, I heard Ah Bei's strangled gasp from the cockpit. Master, your cultivation. You actually broke through to the earth level. Your incomplete soul vein has been healed. He blurted out in disbelief, his shock overriding all protocol. Ah Bei, please focus on driving, Uncle Mu commanded sharply. I sat down, a chilling calm settling over me. Ah yes, I'm sorry, I lost my self-control. The driver stammered, quickly composing himself. How interesting. In his shock over my progress, Abe had just exposed himself. To be so surprised by a mere Earth-level breakthrough, his own realm had to be far, far above it. He was another hidden heaven-level master, and Uncle Moo's curt command wasn't just a reprimand, it was a warning. My family is far more dangerous than I ever imagined. As our ship ascended into the sky, the vessel I'd just left was making its final disembarking announcement. Elsewhere on that ship, a servant was trying to rouse his master. "Lim, we have to leave." The pampered fool I'd knocked out was finally waking up, groggy and confused. Who am I? Where is this?" He sat up, clutching his head. "Master, are you all right?" His servant asked, concerned. Suddenly, Lim's eyes shot open in a panic. "Last night, I was with the legendary hero." He scrambled out of bed, looking around wildly. "Where is the hero? I want to treat him to dinner. I want to make friends with him." His servant delivered the bad news. "They've already left." The young master froze, his face crumpling in despair. What?" He cried out, tears welling in his eyes. Then his despair turned to frantic determination. "Quick, find a way to investigate. I must hold this hero. This hero will be my master." Pathetic insects, all of them. My attendant, Uncle Moo, confirmed that my arrival was being kept under wraps. I had asked him to investigate 2 individuals I'd had a less than pleasant encounter with on the passenger ship. He continued his report, explaining the political landscape of the pathetic lower domain and its 3 squabbling noble factions. His mention of a controlling Zionist group was a minor, almost laughable footnote in the grand scheme of things. He then detailed the history of the Huyan clan, a deluded restoration faction dreaming of a long-dead empire. So just a bunch of homeless beggars clinging to a fantasy. I stated flatly, cutting through his lengthy explanation. He coughed, quickly changing the subject to my arranged marriage, a matter of even less consequence to me. "I'll handle it," I said, my voice sharp enough to end that line of inquiry. As my transport descended toward the Song family estate, I tested him with a hypothetical, a pincer attack on Tiandu. He dismissed the idea, citing the timid nature of the lower domain's leadership. Pathetic. The craft settled onto the private landing pad within the east courtyard. As the engines whined down, I noticed a group of gatekeepers hastily scrambling away from a makeshift gambling table. An old man in a wheelchair was gloating over his meager winnings. His laughter was cut short as he demanded his money from the others. Then their eyes fell upon me, and the foolish grins vanished from their faces. My arrival sent them into a panic, and they quickly lined up in a pathetic attempt at a formal greeting. The old man in the wheelchair, Ma-sen, offered a polite, "Hello, young master." I remembered him well. He'd been the gatekeeper for as long as I could recall. I put on a practiced, disarming smile. "Uncle Ma, long time no see." He chuckled, the tension easing slightly from his shoulders. He asked about my time at the academy, even making a foolish joke about finding him a granddaughter-in-law. But then he reached out and took my hand, a familiar grandfatherly gesture. In that instant, my senses flared, and I felt it, a hidden, formidable power surging beneath his frail exterior. Mid-stage heaven level, from a simple gatekeeper. Completely oblivious to my discovery, he asked if I wanted to play a game, a nostalgic offer I used to enjoy. Uncle Moo intervened, reminding me that my father, Lord Hu, was expecting me. I politely deferred. "Next time, Uncle Ma, I must see the old man first." I walked away, promising games and drinks later, hollow words to maintain the facade. As I left, he eagerly spoke of new establishments we could visit. I heard one of the other guards mock him for his apparent disability, a foolish comment from a man who couldn't sense the predator sitting in that chair. I felt the subtle ripple of their telepathic conversation behind me. They had sensed my breakthrough to the Earth level. Their expressions turned serious, no doubt contemplating the implications of my sudden growth. The air grew heavy with their unspoken thoughts. Walking the long corridor, my mind raced, reevaluating everything I knew about this place. I recalled how Uncle Ma had taught me card tricks and how to cheat when I was a child. It was all a mask. The gatekeeper, the harmless old man, was a mid-heaven level master. We finally reached the central courtyard, where my father stood waiting. He is Song Jingzhang, Marquis of Jian. And as I formally greeted him, I extended my senses to him for the first time since my rebirth. I let a sliver of my true aura leak out, a deliberate test. His eyes widened as he instantly perceived my power. "Earth level?" he exclaimed, a proud smile forming before he invited me inside. But as he spoke, I felt his true power, and the blood ran cold in my veins. It wasn't just heavenly rank. It was the terrifying pressure of a semi-holy. He projected the aura of an early heaven-level master, but I could now see the truth. He was a hair's breadth from the holy rank itself, far stronger than even Mr. Zhu. In my previous life, I was a blind fool. My family was filled with hidden dragons, monsters masquerading as men, and a horrifying realization struck me like a physical blow. If the Song family, with a semi-sage and 3 mid-heavenly masters, was still annihilated, then my current plans were hopelessly inadequate. Just as that despair began to set in, I felt it. Another power signature, one I hadn't noticed before. A holy rank's breath. It was faint, almost imperceptible, coming from deep within the estate. A candle in the wind, yes, but undeniably the aura of a true holy rank master hidden somewhere on these grounds. This changes everything. My preparations are not just inadequate, they are a child's fantasy against the storm that is truly coming. I arrived at the Song Mansion to find my grandfather waiting for me in the middle courtyard. We sat down for game of Go, a familiar dance of strategy between us, though this time the board felt different. He complimented my improved skills, feigning surprise. "Yunxiang, it seems I can't go easy on you now," he said, as I replied with false modesty about being lucky. Lucky, I was barely using 30% of my true ability, just enough to be seen by the old man, but it was more than sufficient to secure victory. With a sigh, he placed his final stone and conceded the game. "The general situation is set," he admitted. "This old man has lost." He then ordered his butler, Mu, to step back and close the door. A clear sign our pleasantries were over. The servant bowed and departed, his face a mask of perfect obedience. As the doors slid shut with a soft click, the real game began. In a sudden theatrical move, my grandfather swept the stones from the board, his gentle demeanor vanishing. "It doesn't matter if I lose," he grumbled, his eyes glinting with a strange light. "Let's replay the round." But I knew this wasn't about a simple game of Go. I cut through the charade with a thin smile. "Replay. What is it you're really trying to express, old man? You should have received the news from Yuending City by now, right?" His hand froze over the scattered stones. He finally dropped the act. "I heard," he said, his voice low and serious. "You did great. You repaired your soul vein, broke through to the Earth realm, and even became the host of Zuo Sai." Explaining that I had been reborn after 60 years would be too much for him to handle. A more palatable lie was in order. "Grandpa," I began, testing the waters. "What if I told you I entered a super-ancient secret realm by mistake and gained great power within it?" He immediately tried to deflect, waving his hand dismissively. "Stop, stop, look. The most critical mistake I made was this wrong move right here." He pretended to ponder the board, but I could see the gears turning in his mind. "Okay, I won't take this step this time," he declared, moving a piece as if it solved everything. It was a pathetic attempt to control a situation far beyond his understanding. I simply placed my next stone, waiting for him to face reality. He stared at the board, then at me, and a slow understanding dawned in his eyes. "You see," he said, his voice barely a whisper, "the game you lost, that game can be resumed." He gestured to the board. "All the chess pieces on the chessboard will also be replayed." He picked up one of my black stones, his gaze piercing. "But what if one of the chess pieces accidentally jumped out of the chessboard and became a chess player?" His eyes widened as the metaphor fully landed, the impossible truth of my existence crashing down on him. He finally understood. I was no longer a piece in anyone's game. Meanwhile, in another corner of the city, my idiotic fiancée was throwing a tantrum in her family's mansion. "I will not marry him," Kong Xingxin shrieked, vowing she'd rather marry a street gangster than me, the playboy with a broken soul vein. Her father, Kong Fan, a man whose ambition far outstripped his wisdom, roared back at her. He reminded her of the marriage contract made 20 years ago and the recent news of my glorious achievements. But she was unimpressed. "So what?" she sneered, comparing me to some street rat she called Brother Zunzia. "This is Kong Xingxin, daughter of the Lord of Yong'an City, a girl blinded by a childish crush. Do you know how hard Brother Zunzia works?" she demanded. Her father exploded. "Zunzia, what kind of future can a wandering orphan have?" She defended her worthless lover with vigor, claiming he was now the leader of the White Dragon Gang and had whispered promises of becoming the host for the Star Soul General Cao Ren. How utterly predictable. Even if Song Yunxiang is Zuo Sai's host, she argued, with his playful personality, he'll never catch up to my hardworking Zunzia. Her father, finally fed up with her delusion, threw his hands up in defeat. "If you don't want to marry, then don't marry. It's just the Song family." Their pathetic squabble was interrupted by a sudden, powerful presence. Outside the window, an old man hovered in the air, much to their astonishment. "Grandpa, you can fly?" The girl gasped. The old fool corrected her, explaining that he'd merely broken through to the heaven level and could only stride through the air, a far cry from true flight. So this was Kong Zheng, the head of the Kong family, puffed up with pride over his new, meager power. His son and granddaughter stared, mouths agape, at his supposed grand achievement. He savored their congratulations, basking in the glow of their ignorance. He landed on the balcony and beckoned them inside. "Let's talk in the room." Once seated, Kong Xingxin immediately asked how he compared to my grandfather. Kong Zheng scoffed, claiming my grandfather was a washed-up has-been and that he now had the confidence to wrestle with the Song family. The arrogance of the newly powerful is always so tiresome. His granddaughter was ecstatic. "That's great. Take me to the Song family to break the marriage now," she pleaded. She was already imagining the scene, urging him to beat down anyone who objected. Her father tried to inject a note of caution, but Kong Zheng waved him off. "I overheard you," the old man said, a greedy light in his eyes. "On the contrary, I think Xingxin and that Zun Zia boy are a good match. It's more beneficial to our Kong family." He explained his disgusting calculus. Marrying into my family was a short-term gain, but securing a grandson-in-law who was Cao Ren's host, that could bring the Kong family 100 years of wealth and glory. Kong Fan was stunned into silence, finally grasping his father's vile ambition. The old man continued, drunk on his own power. Since Zun Zia was an orphan, they could mold him, control him, and use him. The idea finally clicked for his equally greedy son. "A great idea," Kong Fan exclaimed before turning to his daughter for confirmation about this street rat's potential. "Brother Zun Zia would never lie to me," she declared with the blind faith of a fool. The old patriarch pressed further. "Do you have the confidence to let him marry into our Kong family?" Blushing like a schoolgirl, she admitted they were already intimate. The old man roared with laughter, his plan falling perfectly into place. "Let's go to the Song's house, break the engagement," Kong Fan shouted, ready to charge. But the old man was more cunning. "Wait," he said. "Even if we break the engagement, there must be a suitable reason." Xingxin whined that her original excuse about my broken soul vein was no longer valid. Kong Zheng's face hardened. "What reason? The fist of a heaven-level strongman is the excuse," he bellowed, only to be reminded that my grandfather was at the same level. This gave him no pause. "If that old man Song Jingzhang dares to do anything, I don't mind blowing up their entire Song family," he threatened. He was truly convinced of his own superiority. "For times like that," he announced with a smug grin, "this old man has been prepared." He then produced a small vial containing a single pill. A 3-star strong power pill bought at an exorbitant price, his trump card to ensure victory over my grandfather. They were plotting to come to my home, armed with arrogance, delusion, and a single insignificant pill. Let them come. I'll be waiting. I looked across the expansive Song Mansion courtyard, my gaze fixed on the old man. "What did you mean by that?" I demanded, my voice cutting through the tranquil air. "He calls himself a chess player, but claims to be out of chess." A pathetic, cryptic metaphor. The old man just chuckled dismissively, claiming he regretted a wrong move on the board. But his eyes told a different story. He knows something, and I intend to find out what. I dangled the bait, recounting the start of my previous life. I strayed into an ancient secret realm. I began watching him for any reaction. In this fabricated history, I told him of a chance I received after stumbling upon a magnificent, forgotten gateway. But this opportunity came at a cost. Not long after, I continued, an unprecedented beast tide broke out in the southern wilderness. I described the sky turning black as a mechanical swarm descended upon the last bastion of humanity. The southern wilderness Great Wall was obliterated, and with it, every last soldier of the Song family. The tide of beasts consumed Yong'an City, its relentless march pushing ever northward. I recounted the subsequent invasion by the kingdom of Milan, my eventual escape to the Zishui kingdom, and the so-called protection of the Empress. I gave him the broad strokes of my former life, a carefully edited history designed to gauge his knowledge. Outside, one of his servants stood waiting, his posture rigid with impatience. He glanced at his timepiece, another quarter of an hour wasted. Suddenly, another man burst into the hallway, his voice frantic as he shouted for Lord Hu. This newcomer was Song Jin, the chief butler, and he was running as if the sky were falling. "Brother Jin, why are you in such a hurry?" the first servant Mu asked, stopping him. The chief butler gasped for air, stammering that one's condition had taken a turn for the worse. He tried to shove past, screaming that there was no time to explain, but Mu simply blocked his path. "Sorry," Mu stated, his arm like a steel bar. "Mu, what do you mean?" Song Jin snarled, his desperation palpable. Mu's voice was firm, his loyalty absolute. "Master Hu and young Master Yunxiang have important matters to discuss." I ignored the commotion, concluding my tale. Finally, in the last stronghold of the human race, after it all blew up, I woke up. I leaned back, letting the silence hang in the air between us. With a dry laugh, I feigned confusion to sell the lie. "Incredible, isn't it? A 60-year dream or a true rebirth?" The old man's eyes glazed over as he muttered to himself. 60 years? Strange, she didn't tell me it would take so long. My eyes narrowed. "Old man, what are you muttering?" He brushed it off, his gaze sharpening as he focused on me. "You said your Star Master system can copy other people's Star Soul generals. Are you serious?" I confirmed his suspicions, knowing that at this moment, this man was the only person in the world I could afford to trust. "The Star Master system is of great importance," he warned. You must never disclose it to anyone. I know, I replied coolly. I wasn't an idiot. He advised me to continue using the identity of Zuo Sai's host, a plan that was already in motion. Since this is the case, he declared, rising to his feet, it's time to give you some things. My eyes followed him. He was finally showing his hand. What things? What your mother left behind, he said, and the room suddenly felt cold. Everything I know comes from her. He walked to a shelf and twisted a small pot, triggering a hidden mechanism. A secret compartment slid open as he revealed her prophecy. That I would return, my soul veins healed, having traveled through time itself. She had foreseen all of this. He explained she had told him not to be surprised when the day finally came. He then presented me with a long, ornate box. As I took the inheritance from my mysterious mother, he relayed her final words. Under the Star Network, everything is a chess game. The Star Network, she knew. My mind raced with questions. Who was she? He admitted he didn't understand her meaning, only that he had been mimicking her strategy in our game, and that it was now up to me. Just then, a faint ripple of energy washed through the air. It was coming from outside the mansion. We both recognized the signature instantly. It was that pathetic, fledgling, holy-level aura from before. My lips twisted into a smirk. This was not good for them. The doors to the room exploded inward, revealing the fools who had come to kill me, only to find their executioner waiting. A sudden panic shout from my grandfather, Lord Hu, slices through the tranquility of the Song estate. He bursts through a doorway like a startled boar, his usual composure completely gone. I watched them scramble down the corridor, the chief butler babbling about someone's rapidly deteriorating condition. Their panic is irrelevant, but a strange pulse of power I'd been tracking from the east courtyard was certainly not. One of the servants finally notices me trailing them, his eyes wide with a foolish sort of surprise. My grandfather waves off his concern, muttering that it's time I knew the family's secrets. So I follow them across a small, ornate bridge, my expression unreadable as they lead me toward a hidden elevator. Inside the gilded cage, I consider the possibilities. An underground training room was the most logical conclusion. But as we descend deeper and deeper, I realize this goes far beyond a simple cellar. The doors slide open with a near-silent hiss. Before me lies not a room, but a vast, subterranean world complete with an artificial sky. My mind catalogs the details instantly. An artificial light source, and more importantly, a powerful formation designed to completely isolate any fluctuation of soul power. We approach a grand building where servants greet us with practiced reverence, their deference a stark contrast to the urgency of our arrival. My grandfather dismisses his men at the door, leaving only me to witness what lies within. On a large bed lies the source of the disturbance, a withered old man, his breath coming in ragged, wet coughs. My grandfather rushes to his side, a pathetic display of sentiment as he clutches the dying man's hand. The man on the bed, my supposed third great-uncle, rasps that my grandfather has arrived just in time. My grandfather asks how he feels, a question so utterly pointless I almost scoff aloud. But then I sense it. The power radiating from the frail body is unmistakably that of a holy stage master, a holy stager, and the host of a star soul general. He confirms my analysis, stating that he has less than a month to live. His gaze finally lands on me, clouded with confusion. My grandfather introduces me as his grandson, Song Yunxiang. The old man's eyes flicker with recognition, recalling the tale of the boy with the broken soul vein. I'm instructed to offer my greetings. I play the part of the dutiful great-grandson, kneeling obediently by his bedside. His cold, bony hand touches me, and he notes my repaired soul vein with surprise before telling me to rise. This is the moment I've been waiting for. As he holds my hand, I issue a silent internal command. Star Master System, copy as Star Soul General for me. I wait for the familiar process of acquisition to begin, but there is nothing. For the first time, my system is completely unresponsive. The old man suddenly seizes up, gasping in pain as my grandfather looks on in alarm. A violent coughing fit racks his body. An uncontrollable torrent of golden energy erupts from him. The raw power sends my grandfather flying backward, like a discarded doll. The chaotic energy swirls violently around the dying man. I brace myself against the shockwave, landing with ease, and I see the old man staring at me, amazed that the outburst didn't harm me. His gaze is now sharp, analytical, finally seeing past the weak boy he thought I was. I confirm my suspicions. This dying man is the hidden holy stager of the Song family. The energy recedes, leaving him gasping for air on the bed, utterly spent. He explains that with his lifespan exhausted, his body can no longer contain his holy soul power, causing it to leak uncontrollably. My grandfather is stunned by my resilience, but the old man just laughs, attributing my strength to my parentage. Why did you bring the boy? He asks, finally getting to the point. My grandfather recounts the story I fed him. My repaired veins, my sudden increase in strength, and my vision of Yongan City's impending doom. The dying man turns his full attention to me. "In this future you saw," he rasps, "did the Song family survive?" I give him the cold, hard truth, almost wiped out. My grandfather's jaw drops. The two old men stare in pure, unadulterated shock, their world crumbling around them. My grandfather insists that regardless of the vision's authenticity, they must prepare, and that it's time for me to know the family's deepest secrets. The dying man fixes his eyes on me and says, "Boy Yunxiang, listen up." "Yes," I reply, my voice a mask of calm obedience. He begins his tale, and fragmented images of ancient, powerful warriors flicker through my mind. "I, Song Bingqiuan," he declares, his voice gaining a sliver of its former power, "am the host of the Star Soul General, Cao Ren." My vision of the future was clear. I saw this exact compound, this place of supposed power, filled with nothing but panic, and the old man, the third great-grandfather, already on his deathbed. How can that be? I thought, standing over him. I had touched him moments ago, but my Star Master system gave no response. Something was wrong. The Song family patriarch looked at me with weary eyes. "In the future you mentioned, a month from now, haven't you seen third uncle at that time?" he asked, his voice trembling slightly. He knew the answer. He slumped onto the bed, the weight of a dying bloodline crushing him. "No, if it's more than a month, I'm afraid my lifespan will have run out." My knowledge confirmed his fears. In the timelines I've observed, the third great-grandfather was already gone, replaced by a new host for the Star Soul General Cao Ren, a young man named Zun Zia. The old man's eyes widened as the pieces clicked into place for him. "Perhaps that young man you mentioned is Cao Ren's next host." The patriarch slammed his fist on the bedside table. "Damn it! Is there no way to heal third uncle?" The dying man on the bed just sighed, a sound of utter defeat. "What can be done when a lifespan is run out?" Pathetic, the patriarch, grasping at straws, suddenly remembered something. "I've read in ancient books about medicines that can increase lifespan. I'll spend any amount of money." As if money could solve this. My system, however, lit up with possibilities he couldn't even dream of. A 7-star pill for 5 more years of life, an 8-star for 10. And then the prize, a 9-star longevity pill adding more than 30 years. The patriarch's eyes snapped to me, filled with a desperate hope. "Yunxiang, you actually know of these pills? Could it be you have some idea about it?" I allowed a small, cold smile to form. "There's no need to alarm the royal family," I said, my voice low and confident. "Because, coincidentally, I happen to be able to refine all 3. His shock was comical. "What, do you practice alchemy?" he shrieked, his composure completely shattered. He lunged forward, grabbing my shoulders with a grip far stronger than his frail appearance suggested. I remained perfectly still, letting him vent his desperation. "The 8-star and 9-star pills are a little difficult in my current state," I admitted calmly, watching the sweat bead on his brow. "But for the 7-star life-extending pill, I have full confidence." He was still skeptical, of course. "The royal alchemists are the most powerful, but even they have less than a 1% success rate with 6-star pills," he stammered, comparing his kingdom's best to me. How quaint. "Pull out what's in my pocket," I commanded, gesturing with my chin. He hesitated, confused. "This is..." I revealed a small vial, and a torrent of pure energy, glowing blue and gold, erupted from it. The patriarch recoiled, his face a mask of disbelief. This pill," he stammered, his eyes wide with shock. Even the dying man in the bed sat up, his voice raspy. "I can feel it. This is at least a 7-star pill. Could it be more?" The aura filled the room, a testament to an alchemy far beyond their comprehension. "That's right," I declared, enjoying the moment. "This is the 8-star Heavenly Soul pill. I refined it on my way here. It can improve the cultivation of a Heaven stage user by a small realm with no side effects." His jaw hung open. "An 8-star pill?" he gasped. "It's a gift. I prepared it for you," I said, holding it out. "I thought you were just an ordinary old man, but it seems you're more than that. You can judge how to deal with it." He sucked in a sharp breath, his entire demeanor changing from skeptical patriarch to desperate supplicant. He clutched the pill as if it were a holy relic. "Please, you must find a way to refine a life-extending elixir for the third uncle," he begged. I nodded slowly. "Don't worry, old man. First, let me check the body of the third great-grandpa in detail." As I reached for his wrist to check his pulse, he suddenly pulled his arm back. "This one, the one on the right," he mumbled, ashamed. "It's a bionic prosthesis. Bionic prosthetics, in this era, interesting." He pulled off his robe, revealing a horrific tapestry of scars where the right half of his torso should have been. "In my last battle, I lost the right half of my body. I feigned death and kept the family hidden." He let out a dry, rattling laugh. "It's realistic, isn't it?" Now I understood. "I see," I murmured, a realization dawning on me. No wonder the Star Master system didn't respond. I was careless. I gestured to his other hand. Come on, check this hand. He agreed, and as I took his left wrist, my mind raced. A prosthesis of this complexity wasn't a product of this era. It had to be from ancient ruins. The instant my fingers made contact with his living flesh, my system chimed to life. Ding! The host has contacted the data holder of the Star Soul General. Finally, loading complete, Star Soul General Cao Ren began to copy, but just as quickly a warning flashed. Copy complete, warning, an error occurred. The system detected errors in 7% of the data, correcting the wrong data. Internally, I cursed. A data error, how is this possible? The old men saw the flicker of annoyance on my face. What's wrong, Yunxiang? The patriarch asked. I immediately smoothed my expression. No, nothing. I improvised, keeping my hand on his wrist. I think the lack of his physical body has affected the star and soul veins within him. I looked at the third uncle directly. Has your cultivation base never improved since your injury? He sighed. Far from improving, I've spent years taking elixirs just to maintain my current realm. Just as I suspected. I see. I will first look for the materials for the life-extending pills. Then I dropped another bomb on them. After that, we'll slowly think of a way to regenerate your lost right half. The old man's eyes looked as if they would burst from his skull. What? You mean there's a way to grow back my body? I waved a dismissive hand. Yes, but that's another story. Time is precious. I dug into my pocket again. This is the 5-star Fengchun pill, I said, producing another vial. It's an upgraded rejuvenation pill. It won't increase your lifespan, but it will relieve your physical pain. He took it with a trembling hand, full of gratitude. With the patriarch now promising me the full, unconditional support of the entire Song family, I turned to leave. I walked out of the suffocating room, past the guards standing like statues. Uncle Mu, a loyal servant, intercepted me. Master Yunxiang, are you going back to the East Courtyard? You don't have to send me off. I told him, waving him away. I needed to be alone. I strode across the stone bridge to my private residence, the gears in my mind turning furiously. Inside, I sealed the door. Star Lord System, I demanded, what happened to the error in the data of the Star Soul General Cao Ren? The system interface materialized before me. Ding, unknown reasons caused Star Soul to corrupt data. A diagnostic scan began, marking damaged areas in red. Marking damaged areas to be automatically repainted by the system. The process began immediately. Calculation of the reconstruction scheme is complete. Drawing of the missing data has started, time remaining. The number that appeared was staggering, over 1.4 million seconds. This was going to take over 2 weeks. This complication was inconvenient. So this is the state of my household when I'm away. A flurry of activity just to polish floors I barely notice. They scurry like ants because their young master is returning. The very same one they used to whisper about behind their hands. The entire East Courtyard is in a state of controlled panic. All for my benefit. A second-class maid named Lotus Preens, convinced her efforts will satisfy me. But another maid, Wood, tries to poison the well, reminding Lotus of how nasty I supposedly was, only for Lotus to leap to my defense with a blush. Pathetic how easily swayed they are by a little power. Wood sneers, calling me trash, and warning the infatuated girl to be careful. Lotus, bless her simple heart, retorts that I'm no longer trash, that I can cultivate now, as if that changes the man I am. The sarcasm drips from Wood's voice as she brings up old, twisted memories, trying to paint me as a degenerate. It's a petty squabble beneath my notice. Then the head maid, King Dai, appears to restore order, her voice sharp as she reminds them of my imminent arrival. The two fools immediately bow, cowed by her authority. Elsewhere, another maid complains about being hungry, her stomach ruling her thoughts. She's caught slacking off by King Dai and quickly fabricates an excuse. The girl, Zissou, scurries away from the dining room. Wood makes a crude remark, her lack of decorum on full display. King Dai's rebuke is swift, a reminder of the etiquette they are supposed to uphold in this house. Zissou, meanwhile, seems to have willed her excuse into reality, now genuinely needing to relieve herself. King Dai waves her off, her patience clearly wearing thin. Zissou dashes down the corridor, free for the moment. Her simple mind immediately drifts to sneaking snacks from the kitchen. But then she spots another target for her insignificant power plays, a new maid lazing about in the garden. She puffs out her chest, ready to play the role of a stern senior. The trainee Su Wen offers only a monotone "oh" in response, her disinterest palpable. She then turns her back and walks away, completely ignoring the little tyrant. Zissou, predictably, is enraged by the insubordination and gives chase. She launches into a lecture, threatening the trainee with menial labor if she doesn't learn her place. It's at that moment I decide to make my entrance, placing a hand on her head and repeating her threat with cold amusement. She freezes, startled, demanding to know who dared to touch her. Her eyes go wide as she recognizes me. A moment of stunned silence, and then she's shouting my name, her joy ridiculously pure. The new maid, Su Wen, watches from a distance as Zissou clings to me like a child. I hold the girl at arm's length as she begins to tear up. But my attention is already elsewhere, on Su Wen's cold, analytical stare. Zissou protests, denying my jab about her crying. She even puffs up her chest and declares herself the most beautiful maid, a claim I don't bother to acknowledge. My gaze is fixed on the trainee in the distance. Her stare is far too cold for a simple maid, and I have no memory of her from my previous life. Who is she? I ask, my voice flat. Zissou, still oblivious, explains that her name is Su Wen, a recent transfer from the outer courtyard. She continues her complaints, calling the new girl sloppy, average, and a washboard. This girl is no simple maid. Her composure is a mask, and I intend to see what lies beneath. System, I command internally, scan her. The data floods my mind, revealing a hidden device and a skeletal structure pulsing with suppressed power. Another assassin from the Milan clan, hiding in plain sight. Zissou continues her prattling, trying to draw my attention back to her. She even reminds me that she's been following my advice to eat and grow up quickly. A naive attempt to curry favor. Just then, a voice calls out, and Lotus appears on a nearby balcony. Her face lights up with genuine delight upon seeing me. She waves frantically, and I offer a simple greeting in return. I give a small wave, a calculated gesture of acknowledgement. The maids gather, their expressions a mixture of awe and adoration. I feel King Dai's gaze on me, and I can practically hear her thoughts, marveling at my progress to the Earth stage, while I, in turn, sense her own hidden power. She's been with me for a long time, and her strength is no coincidence. She must be a secret protector, arranged by the old man. I watch from the shadows as the old man, Lord Hu, made his way to the underground sanctum of the Song Mansion. His two most trusted dogs scurried across the bridge to greet him, their heads bowed low. "Congratulations to Lord Hu," one of them simpered, his voice dripping with false reverence. The old man didn't waste time on pleasantries. He was here to hand me the keys to his kingdom. "Mu," he commanded. "From now on, all manpower and resources of the Song family will be assigned to Yunxiang." His butler, a man named Mu with the spine of a jellyfish, simply bowed. "Okay, my lord." But the old man wasn't finished. "Also, you call Aga and Jin to come," he continued, a cold glint in his eye. "The Song Mansion shadow guards will protect Yunxiang at all costs." Even the ever-obedient Mu couldn't hide his shock, understanding the gravity of handing over their most elite force. Yet faced with an absolute command, he had no choice but to agree. The old man thinks placing his prized assassins in my hands is the best way to extract my value. He sees a weapon. He fails to see the hand that will one day turn that weapon against him. They've installed me in the East Courtyard's main building, a gilded cage fit for the family's prized heir. Inside, a coterie of maids swarmed around me, offering tea and fresh clothes as if I were some useless, pampered noble. For a fleeting moment, I admit, the sheer absurdity of this dandy's life felt nostalgic. One of them, a girl named Zissou, offered me a cup of tea with a worried look. "Master, please drink tea, be careful not to burn yourself." I accepted the cup, the warmth a minor sensation against my skin. I took a slow, deliberate sip. Then my senses sharpened. The time for games was over. "Zissou," I said, my voice low and direct, "I have a task for you." Her eyes lit up with an eagerness to prove her worth. "What task?" I leaned in close, whispering my instructions to keep a close eye on a trainee maid named Su Wen, and to be discreet about it. "Yes, go ahead," I ordered, and she scurried away, a loyal pawn set in motion. With my little spy dispatched, I needed solitude. "You forego work on your own," I announced to the remaining maids. "I will rest here alone for a while." They bowed in perfect unison, murmuring their departure as they filed out of the room. The last one paused at the threshold, reminding me they would be waiting downstairs. I gave a simple okay, not even bothering to look up. The heavy doors slid shut, finally granting me the silence I required. Alone at last, my thoughts could finally turn to the real prize. I picked up the long, wooden box the old man had given me. Its exterior was deceptively plain. As I tried to open it, a blue octagonal seal of light flared to life, a 3-level encryption formation. "Heh, and it needs a password," I muttered with a smirk. The old fool never gave it to me, likely another one of his little tests. A test I had no intention of taking. "Star Master System," I commanded internally, "just hack this 3-level lock formation for me." My system responded instantly, a soft chime confirming the process had begun. As the system worked, the old man's final, cryptic words echoed in my mind about how the chessboard can be reset. "Under the Star Network, everything is a chessboard," he had said, implying a game far grander than I had been led to believe. Just as I was dissecting his meaning, the system chimed again. The unlock was complete, presenting me with 12 possible password combinations. 12 correct passwords, a strange security measure. I chose one at random and began inputting the sequence. A strange sense of déjà vu washed over me as I keyed in the numbers. Suddenly, a jolt of energy surged from the lock, and the memory hit me like a physical blow. My eyes flew open in disbelief. Inside the now-open box lay a jade lock, a seal, and a white mask with black markings, but it was the name that screamed in my mind. Stepping on the star gate. I remembered hearing those forbidden words in my past life. A taboo subject tied to the most powerful secret skills of the Xuanjiawei. It was a phrase no one in the Xuan kingdom dared to utter. Yet here was a clue sitting right in front of me. My attention shifted to the mask, which began to glow and levitate from its velvet cradle. Holographic text shimmered above it, revealing its name. All beings have no form. I turned it over and more words appeared. Born from the heart. It had no eye holes, no opening to breathe, yet I felt an undeniable compulsion to wear it. The moment it touched my face, the world came into perfect, clear focus. I glanced at my reflection in the polished panels of the wall, and my blood ran cold. It was not my face staring back, but the grizzled, muscular form of Lord Hu himself. Huh, I stammered, looking at my hands, then back at the reflection. The mask I was wearing was nowhere to be seen on the face in the mirror. The reflected image of the old man began to sweat profusely, his face contorting in distress. My body was seized by panic. Damn, what's going on? My reflection clawed at its own face, letting out a silent, horrified scream as if its very identity was unraveling. At that exact moment, the door burst open and the maid, King Dai, rushed in. Young Master Yunxiang. She was announcing the arrival of the butler, her words catching in her throat as she saw me. Her eyes widened in pure terror. In a flash, she drew a hidden blade, her entire demeanor shifting from a servant to a killer. Who are you? She snarled, seeing only an intruder where her master should be. I raised my hands, my own voice coming out as a gravelly imitation of the old man's. King Dai listened to my explanation. This was going to be a problem. The servant girl scurried off to announce my arrival, leaving me and my men standing in the courtyard of this gaudy estate. She had no idea the man she was reporting to was already compromised, and that the man she was reporting *about* was me. I maintained the facade of the old, weary butler, giving a simple nod of consent. My subordinates Gao Gaiyan and Ma Jinhua stood like statues, playing their part as prospective guards flawlessly. They were merely the first part of a much larger plan, a distraction announced by the real chief butler, Song Mu. As the maid, King Dai, entered the room where I was waiting, her professional composure shattered. Not good, she gasped, her eyes wide with the realization that I was not her young master. Who are you? She was faster than I expected, pulling a blade from a sheath strapped to her thigh. Where is young Master Yunxiang? She demanded, her voice a mix of fury and fear. I feigned panic, stammering an excuse to draw her closer. King Dai listened to my explanation. She took the bait, lunging forward with a clumsy strike meant to end me. It was pathetic. I caught her wrist with contemptuous ease, twisting it until she cried out. She hissed like a cornered animal, so I covered her mouth to silence the irritating noise. "SHHH, don't shout," I whispered, dragging her towards a mirror. "Don't blame me," I mocked, pinning her against her own reflection. "You brought this on yourself." This was the perfect chance to test my new ability. They say this mask is born from the heart, that it can change based on one's thoughts. I focused my will, picturing her down to the last detail as a strange energy enveloped me. In a swirl of blue light, my body began to reform, my features melting and reshaping into a perfect copy of the struggling assassin in my arms. Her muffled whimpers were a satisfying confirmation of my success. The reflection showed two identical maids, one terrified and one triumphant. So that's how it works. My form is dictated by my own self-perception, a useful, if narcissistic, power. Just then the door opened. What was that sound just now? It was the target himself, Song Yunxiang, with my subordinates and the real butler in tow. They froze, staring at the bizarre scene of two identical maids in a compromising hold. Yunxiang, ever the fool, immediately tried to cover his tracks. Uncle Mu, it's okay. I'm just playing with King Dai." One of my men gave him a thumbs up, a crude gesture that the butler quickly silenced. Simpletons. The butler tried to remind Yunxiang about a dinner with his fiancée, but the young master was too flustered to care. He turned to the real King Dai, warning her to keep quiet, assuming this was his own mess to clean up. He motioned for her silence, and she could only stammer an apology, utterly bewildered. I played my part, lowering my gaze with feigned embarrassment. Yunxiang tried to regain his composure, adjusting his collar and asking the butler what he wanted. "Please come to the study, young master," Uncle Mu said before Yunxiang turned to me. "You don't need to go. Clean this up and put it in my bedroom." "Okay," I replied in her voice. I watched them leave, my infiltration of his personal space now complete. The moment the door clicked shut, I knew the real conversation was beginning elsewhere. In the study, Yunxiang dropped his act. Uncle Mu, tell me the truth, that King Dai was arranged by the old man, right? The butler sighed, admitting it was true. He confessed that she was the leader of the third group of the Song Mansion's shadow guards, one of his own subordinates assigned to protect the young master in secret. Shadow guards, the name triggered a memory from my past life. Were these the dogs that hounded me out of Jilin City? Uncle Mu continued, explaining the 3 divisions of the shadow guards before making a grand declaration. All of them, including the leaders of the first and second groups, now belonged to Yunxiang. He presented my 2 men, Aga, leader of the first group, and Ajin, leader of the second. Yunxiang's face twisted in disbelief. What the hell are those names? My men dutifully knelt before their new master. As Yunxiang awkwardly told them to rise, Uncle Mu added a critical detail. Be careful, young master. Their names were given to them by your mother. My mother named them. The boy was stunned. Aga proudly explained his name came from a hero in an ancient civilization. Ajin smugly added that his was from a demon god of the same lore, revealing that they were orphans his mother had saved from starvation. They would have died in the slums without her intervention. Ancient civilization, my interest was piqued. Yunxiang was lost in thought, grappling with the revelation that the mother he barely remembered had a past shrouded in such deep mystery. My parents, in my last life, they were nothing but a fleeting memory, ghostly apparitions I barely recalled. I was only 2 when they had their accident, so naturally I have no memory of them. When I was young and wild, I couldn't have cared less. I was tossed around, left to fend for myself, a trial by fire that burned away any sentimental attachments. After lifetimes of death and rebirth, I had long since forgotten them. But now, returning to this shell, this life, I can't shake the feeling that I've overlooked something critical. I stood in the main hall of the Song Mansion, flanked by my new followers. My gaze fell upon the old steward, Uncle Mu. He bowed his head immediately. Yes, young master. I cut straight through the pleasantries. My parents, tell me everything about what happened 16 years ago. You should be very clear, shouldn't you? A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he stammered, unable to meet my eyes. His fear was an open book. So it seems their demise was not so simple after all. I let the silence fester, watching him squirm. He foolishly mistook my pause for mercy, thanking me for my understanding. Well then, I said, changing tactics, let's go to the Song family cemetery. I'll pay my respects. Uncle Mu, please make the arrangements. The old man simply bowed, accepting the order without question. As we turned to leave, I noticed the maid, her presence lingering in the corner. Young Master Yunxiang, is she also at my disposal now? I asked, a faint smirk on my lips. Of course, Uncle Mu confirmed. Young Master Yunxiang is now the sole master of the Shadow Guard of the Song Mansion. King Dai, come and greet your new master. She stepped forward and knelt. Shadow Guard Group 3, number 28, King Dai greets the master. She held her position, a perfect display of subservience. Protecting me silently in secret for so many years, it's not easy, I mused, producing a vial from my pocket. Thank you for your hard work. This pill is a little reward for you. I held out the small container, an object whose value far surpassed this entire mansion. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she took it. Huh, this is. The others stared, their expressions a mixture of shock and utter confusion. Is this a 5-star pill? She whispered, clutching the vial. One of these is worth more than $1 million, I clarified for their simple minds. The 5-star Earth Soul Pill. It can raise the level of an Earth Stage warrior without any side effects. However, it is only effective the first time. The 2 idiots behind me gasped, their jaws hanging open as they struggled to process the information. A priceless treasure, even for the royal family, given away so casually. She continued to stare at the pill, trembling. It's just a 5-star pill, I said dismissively. I have a lot of these. I will try my best to choose trustworthy people to improve their strength. I glanced back at the 2 kneeling fools. Be good and you can have one too. Their reaction was instantaneous. What, really? They practically slammed their foreheads on the floor, pledging their lives to me. No matter what. Pathetic but useful. I had their loyalty. Now back to business. Uncle Mu, arrange a car for the cemetery. I commanded, then added. By the way, the second group handles intelligence, yes. Go and investigate someone for me. With my orders given, we left the estate. Our hoverbike sliced through the sky, a silent procession over the sprawling metropolis below. We approached the coordinates of the Song family's private cemetery. Inside the lead vehicle, 2 of the family elders were already whispering amongst themselves. Young Master Yunxiang wants to go to the cemetery to worship. Why did you come with us? One asked. The other, a man with a sly grin, chuckled. He. Don't you think young Master Yunxiang is very different since he's come back this time? Their pathetic plodding was as subtle as a thunderstorm. I ignored them and pulled up a holographic list, initiating a call. Yes, I need each of these herbs, 50 pounds, and the herbs on this list. See if you can get them for me. My alchemy required ingredients far beyond the scope of this primitive era. The merchant on the other end sounded panicked. Sir, I have checked the list, but there are several herbs that I have never even heard of. He explained he was at the Nanju Chamber of Commerce and would consult their experts. Okay, then I'll wait for your reply. All right, I will give you an accurate reply tonight, he promised, his voice strained. The transmission ended. The merchant, Hong Fang, stood nervously inside the ridiculously opulent headquarters of the Hong Chamber of Commerce. He walked the long hall, flanked by golden automatons, a gaudy display of wealth. He stopped and bowed deeply. Miss Yu Zairo, seated on a throne-like chair, was Hong Yuxiao, the young head of the Hong family, reviewing my profile on her floating screens. Song Yunxiang, she read my name. Her lips curled into a predatory smile. Interesting. She looked down at her subordinate. Hong Fang, yes, arrange a meeting with him in the near future, she ordered coolly. I want to go and see for myself this young master of the Song family. It seems my return is already drawing the attention of this city's so-called elite. Let them come. More insects are always drawn to the flame. While I attended to family matters, I knew the seeds I'd planted were beginning to sprout elsewhere. A desperate little assassin was racing back to her nest, the floating islands of the Taiyuan organization. On her ridiculous jet bike, she burned a trail across the sky, a perfect picture of frantic urgency. She identified herself at the perimeter, requesting entry with a clearance I already knew was insufficient for what was coming. Their automated system scanned her credentials, confirming her pathetic rank. Code name San, verification level 2, how quaint. With permission granted, she didn't hesitate, rocketing straight toward a waterfall that concealed her destination. The cascade of water parted for her, revealing the hidden entrance to their sterile little fortress. She didn't even bother with a proper landing, skidding to a halt inside the hangar bay. The sound of her boots hitting the metal deck echoed with false confidence. Phew, finally back. She sighed, taking off her helmet as if she'd just returned from a routine mission. This was San, an 18-year-old killer from the so-called secret organization Taiyuan, and more importantly, a vessel for a star general. She strode down the empty, illuminated hallway, the sound of her own footsteps her only company. But soon, she heard another set of frantic steps hurrying towards her from the darkness. A small figure appeared from a side corridor, running as if her life depended on it. The girl was out of breath, barely able to speak. Sister San, she whimpered, tears streaming down her face. San recognized her junior, Sinan, and a flicker of dread crossed her face. Not good, didn't you go to Bijou with Master? The girl crashed into her, sobbing uncontrollably. What's wrong? Why are you crying? Sen asked, a pointless question. Through her tears, the girl confessed the truth. In order to save me, Master fell into an ambush by my Lun's bastards. The news struck Sen like lightning. She grabbed Sinan and demanded, quick, take me there. In her haste, her hat, a symbol of her station, clattered uselessly to the floor. They burst into the medical bay, where doctors in hazmat suits were failing spectacularly. 12th antidote test fail, a monitor blared. San and her junior stood at the doorway, taking in the grim scene. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Master, how is it possible? You're a heaven-level cultivator. She rushed to the bedside of the woman who had trained her, her face a mask of horror. Is this San? The dying master whispered, her voice weak. You came back safely. I could practically feel San's resolve crumble as she saw the dark, corrupted veins spreading across her master's hand. One of the useless medics delivered the bad news, stating the obvious. She was caught in an ambush. The poison is so strange. What kind of poison is this? San demanded, her voice shaking with rage and fear. Can't we make an antidote? The medic explained their failures, pointing to a holographic display. This seems to be a new kind of poison. We're running out of time. They couldn't find a detoxification plan in Taiyuan's entire knowledge base, because this poison was bound with soul power. I think this is a bit like the technique of alchemists, he concluded, finally stumbling upon the truth. The word alchemist sparked a memory. You mean an alchemist might have a way to detoxify the master? She asked, a sliver of hope in her voice. She remembered my parting words, my thank you gift. Accept it, I had told her. It's a pill, you'll need it. With renewed purpose, she pulled out the data card I had so generously provided. A cascade of vials materialized on her master's bed, shocking the so-called medical experts. This much? One of them gasped, picking up a bottle. This is the 3-star pill rejuvenation pill for healing. They identified others, like a red pill for temporarily strengthening combat power. But their attention was drawn to one particular vial. This bottle of white pill, the lead medic said, his voice filled with a reverence their science couldn't replicate. He held it up to the light, a look of dawning comprehension on his face. Quick, analyze this bottle, he ordered. This may have a detoxifying effect. The little one, Sinan, still naive to the world's machinations, looked on in awe. These were sent to me by a strange person, Sen confessed, a faint blush on her cheeks. Strange indeed. The analysis came back instantly, the complex molecular structure of my pill appearing on their screen. It works, the medic shouted. The powder of the white pill can neutralize the poison unit. Their medical AI calculated the precise dosage needed. 36 white pills to completely neutralize the toxin. These 3 pills are just enough, he declared, a miracle delivered by my hand. They scrambled to prepare the antidote, their panic replaced with frantic hope. Sen could only stare at the vials, her mind reeling. Is this just a coincidence? She wondered. Song Yunxiang, who the hell are you? A question many people were starting to ask. And in the depths of the Taiyuan headquarters, her question was being echoed in the throne room. A cloaked figure knelt before a shrouded authority. He walked the long path to make his report. He stopped before the grand throne, a fusion of ancient architecture and cold technology. High Priest, he began. The figure on the throne stirred. Yes, what is going on? The subordinate explained how Maya Niang was saved by a pill Sen acquired from me. Target S-691. The High Priest repeated my name, Song Yunxiang, as if tasting a foul poison. Duplicate Star Soul General. The priest mused, tapping into their intelligence network. This should be a method that only *E* knows. They were coming to the wrong conclusions, of course, suspecting my body had been usurped by some ancient ghost. They monitored me, San, and her master, trying to piece together a puzzle far beyond their comprehension. Why not use the container I have prepared for you? The priest whispered to the empty air, speaking to a phantom from the past. Have you really come back? A question meant for Ghost, but one I would answer in my own time. Their pathetic scheming was of no consequence to me. The sky was clear over my family's final resting place. Here at the Song family cemetery, I was paying my respects. Then a sudden tickle in my nose. Achu, damn, who is talking bad about me? I muttered, tending to the ceremonial fire. Let them talk. They'll learn soon enough. My search for answers brought me here to the Song family cemetery. I let out a sudden sneeze. An odd sensation that makes me wonder who has the audacity to speak my name. My companion, Jin, offers a foolish platitude about some girl missing me, a comment I find utterly beneath my notice. A deliberate cough from one of the Song family elders cuts through the air, a pathetic attempt to command respect. I turn my head, my irritation barely concealed. Their presence is a distraction I don't have time for. My spiritual energy had already scanned the tomb. No bones, no remains, just an empty grave meant to deceive the world. Staring into the burning offerings, I finally grasped the truth. My parents were far from ordinary, and their disappearance was a secret they took with them. The quiet contemplation is shattered by the ringing of Jin's wrist device. He glances down at the holographic display, his expression shifting. He's found him. Zun Zia, a 19-year-old street gangster with a history of grave robbery, now the self-proclaimed leader of a pathetic crew called the White Dragon Gang. I ask for his location, and Jin confirms he's holed up in an abandoned house on Dagu Street, where my men are already converging. Okay, let's go and have a look, I command, turning my back on the empty tomb without a second thought. As we walk away, I overhear 2 of the elders whispering, their voices dripping with pathetic ambition. They're discussing my fiancée, Kong Zin Zin, and how my recovered cultivation makes her an unsuitable match. One of the fools even debates, trying to persuade my grandfather to break our engagement contract. The other suggests a laughable scheme. Pass the marriage contract to some lovesick brat from a lesser family. They even bring up another woman arranged for me in the past, a woman with gold in her arms, before they're silenced by our approach. Reaching our transport, I waste no time. Let's go to Dasu Street. The vehicle ascends, cutting a swift path through the urban skyline. The sun bleeds across the horizon, a fittingly dramatic sky for the evening's business. We arrive above the address, a derelict compound in the city's forgotten district. A wiry punk with a hideous grin, identified as Zun Zia's younger brother, approaches the main building with a heavy sack. Brother, look, he yells, his voice grating. Our brother's found a lot of treasures. The man lounging on the chair, the supposed gang leader, snaps with irritation. What is it? The younger brother eagerly opens the sack, presenting his findings like a dog offering a dead rat. He dumps the contents onto the dusty ground, revealing a collection of trinkets and junk. Aren't these items quite valuable? He asks, his greed plain to see. The leader finally sits up, a flicker of something other than boredom on his face. He touches a ring on a cord around his neck, whispering a request to a mister, due to identify the valuable items. After a moment, he mutters his thanks to this unseen advisor. He then snatches up a handful of wooden tablets, separating them from the rest of the pile. When his brother asks if that's all the good stuff, the leader smirks, declaring the tablets are rubbish and offering a predatory deal for the remaining items. He silences his brother's protests with absolute authority, telling him to come back for payment in a month. As the lackey turns to leave, the leader stops him. "Wait a minute," he says, his tone changing. "Take these pieces of trash and return them." He's returning the most valuable items. This man is more clever than he looks. The subordinate simply obeys, scurrying off with the trash. From our concealed position on the rooftop, Jin and I watch the entire exchange, perfectly hidden by my invisibility formation. Jin mutters in awe about the formation's power, how it masks light, sound, and soul fluctuations. A perfect tool for silent killing. "Let's take a closer look," I say, raising a pair of soul sight binoculars. Jin flinches. His perpetual fear of being discovered is a constant annoyance. I grab him and leap to a closer rooftop. "It'll be okay, come with me." We land without a sound, right above the courtyard. Peering over the edge, we have a clear view of the scene below. I scan the discarded loot again, searching for anything useful to my cultivation, but find nothing. "Where's the ring?" I whisper, focusing on the man's hands. Zunzia leans back, gloating to himself about his good fortune and his connection to this mysterious Mr. Do. Then he asks a critical question to the air. "Mr. Do you think I can really become the Star Soul General Cao Ren's host?" A disembodied voice from the ring assures him that the current host's life flame is fading. But as I watch, I realize something is wrong. This Zunzia, he doesn't feel like the man I encountered in my past life. Focusing my senses, I confirm it. Their soul powers are completely different. Then I see it. The faint, powerful fluctuation is not from the man, but from the ring itself. A spectral image materializes in my vision, the face of a cunning old man superimposed over the thug. That's him. That's the one I know. I looked upon the workshop of the Jiwu Academy, a place teeming with second-rate minds all vying for my attention. Through a secure channel, I listened in on a conversation with a former director, a man named Tang who had the good sense to flee the city. He was now pathetically fishing for information, asking my subordinates how things were at the academy. My man on the inside explained they were busy, following orders from Dean Gu to round up staff for my grand project. Meanwhile, in another part of the facility, the old fool I'd been saddled with was showing off. He puffed out his chest, promising his secretary that the technical issues with his new designs would be solved within 3 days, ready for production. His secretary looked on with feigned admiration as he prattled on about production capacity. He swore on his pathetic honor that he would deliver the goods to me, Master Song, before the deadline. Then with a greasy smirk, he claimed he had a big surprise prepared just for me. The old man boasted about his sleepless night, spent concocting some eye-catching work to win my favor. He prattled on about his creation, a crude fusion of heavy armor, bombardment weapons, and airstrike mobility. He called it the Yuan-style final evolved form, a name as clumsy and overwrought as the design itself. The fool was practically giddy, certain that this monstrosity would convince me to accept him as a disciple, while his secretary offered a hollow compliment. I could practically read her mind. She saw the design for what it was, a crude stacking of equipment with an impossibly high soul power consumption. My actual subordinate, the one on the call with Tang, was far more perceptive, noting there was still significant room for optimization. He played his part perfectly, citing secrecy when Tang pressed for details. Tang, ever the opportunist, immediately offered to source materials through his wife's family business. My subordinate seemed to consider the offer, recognizing a useful pawn when he saw one. He agreed to report the offer to his superior before abruptly ending the call, leaving Tang sputtering. The fool was left staring at a blank screen, his family watching his failure. His wife's expression was a mask of pity and concern. He tried to save face, claiming he would just contact his old classmates from the Tiandu Forging Academy instead. His desperation was plain to see. All he wanted was to prove his worth to his father-in-law. He frantically tried to make another call, a pathetic man chasing ghosts, but his games were of no concern to me. I was miles away, perched on a rooftop in the Dagu streets, observing my own intricate web. My men appeared silently beside me, moving with the efficiency I demanded. One of them reported that Miss Kong was en route, but his mind was on other matters. The sole power of the ring I held, and the identity of the woman who now bore the name Zunzia. "It's your fiancée," my subordinate clarified, Miss Kong Xingxin. The reminder of this political arrangement was met with a flicker of confusion from my men. They confirmed she was on her way here. "How are you so sure she'll come?" I asked a rhetorical question. I already knew the answer, of course. Her path had been laid out for her. My subordinate nervously explained the rumors connecting her to the White Dragon Gang's leader, adding that his own team had assets embedded within the Kong family. "It's fine," I said, waving a dismissive hand. "We should withdraw." As they prepared to leave, I toyed with the ring, its strange energy a curious puzzle in my hand. My men vanished into the shadows. They were ghosts, just as I had trained them to be. "Arrange for someone to keep an eye on them," I ordered, my voice carrying easily across the distance. I tossed him a small case. His eyes widened in shock. 200 shulker talismans, the invisibility method you just used. A weakened version, I clarified, but their ability to restrain Kai will be more than enough support. He understood their immense value immediately. He thanked me, his gratitude a familiar and ultimately meaningless currency. Go, I commanded, and he disappeared without another word. The sky was bleeding into shades of dusk. It was almost time to go home and prepare for tonight's dinner party. My arrival at the Song Mansion was, as always, understated. The vehicle touched down in the courtyard with a quiet hiss. Just as I stepped out, another craft descended, its occupant making a far more dramatic entrance. Song Yunjin, my dear cousin, strode toward the banquet hall, and there to greet her were the other vultures of the family. Song Yunxiu and her useless brother, Song Yunrui, their words dripping with sarcasm about her deigning to attend a family dinner. I watched my cousin, Song Yunjin, the 26-year-old commander of the formidable Chiluan army, a woman of genuine power surrounded by insects. She simply scoffed, utterly unimpressed by their childish provocations. I arrived at the sprawling Song Mansion, the so-called heart of my family's power. A procession of maids lined the stone path, their heads bowed in a perfect display of choreographed servitude. I walked through their ranks, my expression unreadable, already tired of this charade. At the entrance, an old steward and one of my cousins greeted me with forced reverence, calling me young Master Yunxiang. With their empty pleasantries concluded, they led me towards the banquet hall. So this is the stage they've set for tonight's little drama. Inside, the family head, my grandfather Song Jingzhang, was already seated at the head of a long, empty table, his patience clearly wearing thin. He is the patriarch of the Song family, a man clinging to the illusion of control, and he was already asking where his sons were. Madam He, my first uncle's wife, offered a flimsy excuse about military affairs keeping him away. The old man waved it off impatiently before demanding to know the whereabouts of his second child. My second aunt, Mrs. Cheng, a woman whose lineage reeked of merchant gold, claimed her husband was at a party. Grandfather's face darkened further. What party? He grumbled, taking a sip of tea. His eyes narrowed as he pressed her. With whom? But she could only stammer that she didn't know. With a sharp crack, he slammed his bowl onto the table, splashing soup everywhere in a pathetic display of temper. Party shit, he roared, his voice echoing in the hall. Tell him to get his ass back here now. One of my second uncle's concubines, Aunt Zhao, tried to placate him, mentioning some envoy from the Zhang family. The others chimed in, murmuring about a dispute over the Zhang family succession and the high price they were offering for our support. Just as a servant announced my presence, I stepped into the room, offering the barest minimum of courtesy to my grandfather and aunts. Madam, he gestured to a seat, her smile as thin as her patience. Aunt Zhu, another of my uncle's concubines, tried to beckon me to a chair beside her, making vapid small talk about my health. Unlike the others, her kindness had always seemed genuine, a strange anomaly stemming from her past as a simple maid in this very mansion. But my grandfather cut her off, pointing to a seat directly across from him. I sat, my eyes lingering on the empty chair beside me. Second uncle, I began. It's fine, just come. The old man interrupted, his smile not reaching his eyes. As I moved, the sharp-nosed Aunt Zhao suddenly remarked on a strong fragrance wafting from me. She narrowed her eyes, guessing its origin. Could it be that Yunxiang has something good on him? This rich pill fragrance, surely it's 3-star or above. I gave a slight, dismissive smile. I can't hide it from Aunt Zhao, it is indeed a pill. I calmly took my seat and feigned ignorance. Is Uncle Bo not coming? My second aunt answered curtly that he was at dinner, a fact I already knew. My uncle, Song Bo, a purely utilitarian man who saw me as nothing more than a failed investment, would never prioritize a family dinner over profit. His wife is cut from the same cloth, a woman who only sees the world in terms of loss and gain. Fortunately for the family, their greed had its limits. They still valued the family's reputation above all else. I then turned to my first aunt, gesturing to the other empty seat. And uncle, is he not coming tonight? She gave me a condescending smile, explaining that his duties with the Iron Wall Army kept him away. She then suggested I spend more time with my cousins, a transparent attempt to lecture me while promoting her own children. Of course, good auntie, I replied smoothly, playing the part of the obedient nephew. If there is anything I don't understand, I will definitely ask Sister Yunjin for advice. Just then, a loud, obnoxious voice shattered the tense quiet. Yo, everyone came quite early. My cousin, Song Yunki, sauntered in, dressed in casual clothes as if he were strolling through a market, not attending a formal family dinner. His mother immediately hissed at him, mortified by his lack of decorum. He just laughed it off, wrapping his arms around her with a lazy excuse about coming straight from school. Grandfather, ever the doting patriarch for the talented ones, waved it off. Then the little fool turned his condescending gaze on me. His eyes scanned me with blatant disdain, a smirk already forming on his face. I leaned back, my voice dripping with sarcasm. No, big or small, shouldn't you need to respect your big brother? I remember him from my last life, a genuinely good person who died a hero. This arrogant child was a pale imitation. He scoffed, crossing his arms and flaring his aura. Want me to call you big bro? Fine, as long as you can beat me in cultivation. He mocked my past stagnation, questioning if I'd even reached the mid-yellow stage after a year at the academy. As he gloated, I rose slowly from my chair, allowing my own energy to spill forth. A torrent of power erupted from me, an oppressive wave of earth-level breath that silenced the entire room and wiped the smirk right off his face. Earth-level breath, he shrieked, his arrogance instantly replaced by pure, unadulterated shock. How could it be? Around the table, jaws dropped as my aunt stared in disbelief. Aunt Zhao, the pill connoisseur, was the first to connect the fragrance she'd smelled earlier to my impossible breakthrough. Yunxiang broke through to the earth stage? Aunt Zhu whispered, a look of pride on her face. My grandfather staggered, pointing a trembling finger at me, stammering about my supposedly crippled soul vein. I looked down at my cousin, who was still trembling. How is it? Are you surprised? He scrambled for an excuse, his voice cracking. You're only at the early Earth stage, just like me, but I'm 2 years younger, so I am the winner. Such pathetic logic. I simply smiled and produced a small vial containing a single, unassuming pill. I tossed it into my mouth and swallowed, the effect instantaneous. A second, more violent surge of power exploded from my body, slamming him back in his seat as he witnessed another breakthrough firsthand. My aura pulsed, climbing past the early stage and settling firmly into the mid-Earth stage. Then, I said, my voice dangerously calm, how about now? The main courtyard of the Song Mansion. A place I once called home, now just a den of vipers waiting for their moment to strike. Before I've even taken 5 steps, my pathetic cousin Song Yunki is already on the ground, shamelessly declaring that I will be his dear big brother from now on. He clings to my leg like a desperate parasite, his pride sold for the mere possibility of a handout. Hey, you're too quick to admit defeat, I note with a dry, humorless smirk. To demonstrate just how out of his league he is, I casually pull a small bottle from my coat. His eyes widen, and the drool practically starts pooling at the corner of his mouth as he offers to call me grandpa, if that's what it takes. A sudden, sharp sound echoes as my grandfather slams his hand on the table. What the hell are you talking about, kid? Get up now. The old man roars, but the boy is completely deaf to him, his entire world now revolving around the container in my hand. Big brother, my good big brother, what kind of pill is that? He begs, his voice cracking with desperation. Can you give me one to taste? Across the table, the women of the family watch with varying degrees of disgust and intrigue, their expressions a pathetic display of ignorance. It's my second aunt, Zhao Man, who finally pieces it together. Nephew Yunxiang, she asks, her voice sharp and laced with disbelief. Could that bottle contain the legendary 5-star pill, the Earth Spirit Pill? The question hangs in the air, heavy as a shroud, and a wave of shock washes over them. A 5-star pill? How is it possible? One of them whispers. They mutter amongst themselves, noting that such a treasure is a rarity even for the royal family of Tiandu. Grandfather simply chuckles, taking a slow sip of his tea. Ha ha ha, this surprises you. Then you really don't know much about him at all. My second aunt's mind is racing, recalling that their family's entire history boasts only a single 5-star elixir from 400 years ago. She connects my sudden appearance with rumors of an uncommon alchemist, and the gears in her greedy mind begin to turn as she tries to calculate the value of what I hold. Aunt Zhao is very knowledgeable, as expected of a member of a medical family. I say, confirming her suspicions with a lazy smile. Yes, this is indeed a 5-star Earth Spirit Pill, able to raise an Earth Stage cultivator's level without any side effects. I let them stew in that knowledge, watching the undisguised avarice bloom on their faces. That's right, I add, twisting the knife just a little. But it's a pity it only works for the first time. The old man's gaze intensifies, his mind already calculating how these pills could elevate the Song family's backbone to an entirely new level. He struggles to maintain his composure, admitting to himself that while he was prepared for a shock, this was far beyond anything he had imagined. He tries to downplay it, reasoning that a cultivation pill isn't as valuable as a battle-type one, a flimsy attempt to control his own spiraling greed. My second aunt, however, has no such illusions, and quickly decides that her dignity is a small price to pay for securing such a treasure for her children. She knows acting too affectionate now will make her look like a calculating villain, but she's willing to take that risk. With a sudden, cloying warmth, she pulls out a chair for me, Come on, nephew Yunxiang, sit down and talk. I oblige, taking the seat of honor and settling in for the next act of this family drama. The old man sees the displeasure on my other aunt's faces and immediately barks an order at the still groveling Yunki. Yunki, you were so rude just now. Pour your brother Yunxiang some tea to apologize. The command startles the idiot, causing him to leap up in a panic. In his haste, he sends the entire tea set crashing to the floor. A wave of contemptuous silence fills the room. He quickly gathers himself, kneels properly before me, and presents what's left of the tea. Grandfather glares, clearly angered by the boy's incompetence. I was rude, please don't take it to your heart. Yunki pleads, his head bowed low. Behave for a few days and I might give you a push. I tell him, my voice devoid of warmth, he has some minor talent, he might be a useful tool later. He practically beams with gratitude, but before he can grovel any further, the doors slide open once more. Grandpa, we're here. A voice calls out as another batch of my cousins arrives. They walk in, offering their greetings, completely unaware of the tense atmosphere they've just entered. One of them, Song Yunxiu, immediately spots me in the main seat and her face twists in confusion. Strange. How is that little piece of shit sitting in father's place? She's sharp enough to know that her opportunistic mother would never be so polite to me, unless something significant had changed. Her brother, Song Yunrui, however, is a brainless brute who immediately starts puffing out his chest. Is this seat suitable for you? Get up from there now. His sister acts fast, grabbing his mouth and pulling him back. It's okay, cousin Yunxiang. Yunrui is just in a bad mood today. It's okay, I reply, my eyes cold. I remember her, Song Yunxiu, greedy but clever, a fox who knows when to retreat, unlike the barking dog next to her. And I remember him too. Song Yunrui, a pompous fool with mediocre talent who worships the ground Kong Xingxin, walks on and has always treated me with contempt because of it. He was also the only other Song family survivor in my past life's beast-tide war. A bitter man who blamed me for everything when I met him in exile. The memory of his venomous words still stings. Just stay here and be the Empress's prince. He had sneered at me before walking away. At the time, I just thought he was bitter, but now I remember he was chasing someone. A detail I had long forgotten until now. The man he hunted for years, could he be connected to the beast tide that wiped out my family? Was there a traitor in our direct bloodline? My fist clenches under the table. This revelation complicates everything. My thoughts are interrupted by another cousin, Song Yunjin, the eldest sister and a formidable general in her own right. She observes me coolly, noting my composure and leadership in Yuending City, concluding that I am a little bit hard to see through. I recall her from my past life. She was always proud, suffering from financial problems, but too ashamed to ever speak of them. A useful weakness. By the way, thank you, Sister Yunjin, for sending a ship to pick me up. I say with a polite, yet detached smile. My directness clearly takes her by surprise. She quickly deflects. It's all right, you should thank Grandpa for that. The old man nods, telling her to make a list of her expenses for reimbursement, which earns a smug look from her younger sister. So the great general put her duties aside just to settle accounts with Grandpa. How predictable. Yunxiu watches her elder sister, her mind reeling. The polite attitude from someone who always looked down on me confirms her suspicions. I've become a force to be reckoned with. Old man, if you don't pay the fee, I will. I offer casually, knowing full well he's heard about my recent financial windfalls. I guess you don't pay attention to a few million. He probes, a sly look in his eyes. I give a long-suffering sigh. It's all my hard-earned money. I only have tens of millions left. As I enjoy their stunned silence, more visitors are announced. Master Hu, fourth master, and Miss Zai have arrived. The family butler, Song Huo, enters with two others. My fourth uncle, Song Kang, an old bachelor with a simple mind and an early Earth stage cultivation. He's harmless. He spots me and a wide, genuine smile breaks across his face. Yunxiang, ha, you're finally back. Did you miss your fourth uncle? He booms, grabbing my shoulder affectionately. He's already making plans for us to go drinking later. His boisterous nature is a stark contrast to the vipers around us. As I shake his hand, he feels my power and his expression shifts to one of shock. Huh, a real early Earth stage? Am I overthinking? He mutters, no, uncle, you're just finally seeing the truth. I arrived at the gaudy Song mansion, a place filled with memories I'd rather burn than revisit. The old man, my grandfather, sat at the head of the table, his face a mask of tired authority as he asked if his entire brood had gathered. His patience wore thin instantly, barking an order to fetch the two girls who dared to be late. I scanned the long table, a veritable den of snakes, each one smiling with teeth they couldn't wait to sink into their neighbor. My so-called fourth uncle, ever the sycophant, gestured for me to sit beside him, a pathetic attempt to curry favor. No, fourth uncle, I said, my voice cutting through his pretense. I will sit next to the old man. He tried to save face with a forced smile, But the message was sent and received. I recalled everything about this man, Song Kang. A 40-year-old failure stuck in the early Earth stage, a pathetic excuse for a cultivator whose status in my past life was even lower than my own. A soft greeting drew my attention, and I saw Song Zai staring at me, her composure breaking. Her eyes were wide with shock. She could sense the change in me, the power I no longer bothered to conceal completely. Her mind was racing, wondering how it was possible that my realm had surpassed her own, and I offered a placid smile in return. Song Zai, the old man's adopted daughter, a teacher I never bothered to learn about in my previous life. Reaching the early Earth stage before 30 was commendable, I suppose, making her stronger than most academy instructors. But as I looked at the faces around this table, I knew one of them was a traitor. Could the information Yunrui gave me be wrong? Or was the betrayer someone I hadn't even considered? It seems I would have to create an opportunity to test them all, to see which worm squirms the most under pressure. A high-pitched voice broke my concentration. "Brother Yunxiang, you're finally back." Little Yunhua, my cousin, ran up and latched onto my leg, a rare sight of genuine affection in this cold house. I greeted her with a small smile, teasing her for being just as small as I remembered. She, the 7-year-old daughter of my second uncle, pouted and declared she never wanted to grow up. She was the youngest of my generation, and the only one I felt any real connection to. Then I saw her sister, Yunjiao, hovering uncertainly behind her. She offered a timid hello, presenting a small gift. Yunjiao was always the reticent one, a personality I never quite knew how to deal with. The old man, now satisfied that his court was assembled, took a sip of his drink. I asked Yunhua if she wanted to sit with me, but she shied away, saying she'd sit with her mother instead. She whispered that sitting by Grandpa was a bad seat, a piece of childish wisdom that was surprisingly accurate. The old man finally gave his consent, and the tedious dinner began. "Everyone is here," he declared. "Fill your glasses with wine." As he prepared to make a toast, that obnoxious brat Song Yunrui shot up, eagerly offering to pour my wine. I noted his bizarre change in demeanor. This boy who had always treated me with contempt was now acting like a loyal dog. The rest of the table watched silently, their faces unreadable masks. Before the old man could speak, a steward interrupted. "Master Hu, wait a moment. Didn't you also invite guests from the Kong family?" The old man feigned senility, pretending he'd forgotten about the city lord. The butler offered to fetch them immediately. "Forget it," grandfather commanded, putting on a grand show of respect. "Kong Fan is the lord of the city. We should wait." The delay prompted my other cousins to start gossiping about whether the esteemed guests would even show up. Song Yunrui's sister looked particularly annoyed by the topic. Yunrui, however, saw it as an opportunity to mock me, reminding everyone that Kong Xingxin was supposed to be my future wife. He then puffed out his chest, boasting that once he broke through to the next level, he would take my place as her fiancé. His sister sneered, calling Kong Xingxin a name that was far from flattering. Yunrui leaped to Xingxin's defense, scolding his sister for her prejudice. He then twisted the knife, accusing his own sister of being jealous because Xingxin was more popular, gentle, and had a better figure. The jab landed perfectly. She erupted in a blaze of fury, screaming that he was looking for death as her father frantically tried to restrain her. The two siblings meekly apologized after being shouted down by their father. Seizing the moment, Yunrui announced he would personally greet Lord Kong and darted from the room. Grandfather just waved him off, letting the fool go. He and his cronies scurried out like the rats they were. At that moment, my subordinate approached and informed me that my two team leaders had arrived and were waiting in the side hall. The old man overheard and grunted his assent. "Go." I stood, beckoning for my attendant Mu to follow as I left the vipers to their feast. I caught a glimpse of Yunrui watching me from the corridor, his face clouded with suspicion. We entered the side hall, the heavy doors closing behind us and sealing out any prying ears. The little fool stood outside, but he would learn nothing. Inside, my two agents bowed. "Master Yunxiang, Lord Hu." "Skip the formalities," I ordered. "Report." My man pulled out several photographs from his jacket. They showed my fiancé, Kong Xingxin, meeting secretly with another man, while my agent explained the Kong family's entire pathetic plan to break our engagement tonight. He then produced a small recording device. We recorded their conversation. The recording played, filled with Xingxin's promises to break off the engagement with that Song family trash, and another man's bold declaration of love. My retainers looked on in stunned silence at the sheer audacity of it all. So the foundation of their grand betrayal rests on a single old man who just broke through to the heavenly stage. Lord Hu finally broke the silence with a dry, humorless laugh. "I'm going to die of laughter." He asked me what I intended to do, and I simply stated, "I'm not interested in this engagement." He pressed further, questioning why I wouldn't retaliate when they were so blatantly stepping on my face. "They want to break the engagement to humiliate me, to sever ties with the Song family because they think they've found someone better. I can sense them outside the door. Little rats from the Kong family, straining to overhear our banquet. One of them presses his ear against the wood, wondering why he can't sense any soul power fluctuations, suspecting I've set up some kind of advanced formation. He's not entirely wrong, but advanced is such a pedestrian term for my work. Before the fool can process another thought, a hand descends upon him. His undignified yelp is pathetic, but I suppose I can't expect much from their stock. The woman dragging him away by his ear must be his sister, scolding him for his incompetence. He continues to whine for her to let go, his cries echoing his own weakness. Just then, the first wave of my work ripples through the mansion. The energy fluctuation washes over the banquet hall, startling the other spies and freeloaders the Kong family sent. The siblings are the first to truly react, the woman whispering in shock about feeling the breakthrough to the heaven stage. Her brother, the simpleton, excitedly confirms it feels just like when his own father broke through, before his sister frantically shushes him. She clamps a hand over his mouth, a futile attempt to contain a secret that is already screaming its existence. Elsewhere at the table, a woman with a greedy glint in her eyes feels nothing but senses an opportunity. She can't perceive the power, but she can certainly smell the potential for profit. Another of their party, a woman sitting with a pompous-looking man, wonders if it's her father's heaven stage breath, but correctly intuits that it isn't. Her brother notices her distress, asking if she's all right as she turns pale. She brushes it off, but the sweat on her brow tells me she understands the pressure of a true master. 417, the foolish brother from before, is practically vibrating with excitement, convinced that I, Yunxiang, am the one breaking through. His sister looks at him, bewildered, and asks my name in disbelief. He quickly fills her in on the earth spirit pill I consumed earlier, a morsel I dangled to test their greed. Her eyes widen as she processes the name of the treasure, her shock palpable. Her brother, already bought and paid for, suggests she kneel and acknowledge me as her superior, gloating that I promised him a pill for good behavior. He continues his sales pitch, explaining how such a treasure could save them years of tedious cultivation. His sister's mind is already racing, calculating the pill's monetary value and lamenting that I wasted it on a mere breakthrough instead of selling it to fund her pathetic little army. Just as her avarice reaches its peak, I allow the second wave to crash over them. This one is stronger, a clear statement of intent. The teapot on a nearby shelf cracks under the sheer spiritual pressure. The force slams the greedy woman to her knees, a gasp escaping her lips as she realizes there's another heaven stage expert in the room. She remains pinned to the floor, utterly helpless. Then comes the third wave, and her brother collapses beside her, his face a mask of idiotic disbelief. In the side hall, the cheap, hastily arranged isolation formation I set up finally shatters. I look up, letting the power of my newly ascended subordinates wash over me. My old retainer, Lord Hu, notes that my formation skills are impressive, even if the barrier only withstood 3 breakthroughs. Another of my men stammers, admitting he thought I was joking when I said I would create 3 heaven stage masters tonight. My head maid, King Dai, kneels before me, trembling as she struggles to comprehend her own transformation. She can't believe how fast she ascended, her new status as an early heaven stage warrior feeling like a dream. I remind her that her progress was the most costly. The other 2 were already at the peak of the earth stage, but she required far more resources. Overcome with gratitude, she pledges her life and her sword to me, vowing to eliminate any enemy who stands in my way. I tell her to rise, activating a purification talisman to cleanse the impurities forced out by her rapid advancement. A torrent of cleansing energy envelops her. The ritual washes her clean, refining her new form. She emerges pristine, the very picture of a headmaid of the Song family's east courtyard. She bows, thanking me for the gift I have bestowed upon her. With her stabilized, I turn my attention to my other 2 new toys. Ga and Jin, the leaders of my shadow guards, confirm that their newfound power is stable and ready. Ga clenches his fists, eager to find an opponent and test the limits of his new heaven stage body. Jin, meanwhile, cackles as he clumsily attempts to walk on air, giddy with his new abilities. I calmly remind them not to get ahead of themselves. The heavenly stage is merely the beginning, a preschool for true cultivators. As I speak, Jin suddenly goes quiet, sensing a strange connection between his soul power and the sky itself. Interesting, he can already detect the star network, or as these primitives call it, the way of heaven. His talent for sensing consciousness is higher than I anticipated. My retainers watch on, recognizing the signs. Jin exclaims in wonder, realizing the legends are true, that soul power truly originates from the will of heaven. My men are already spoiling for a fight, suggesting we go and apprehend the Kong family's spy, but I have a more amusing plan in mind. I wave them off, stating there's no need to escalate the conflict so crudely. My original plan was simply to frighten the old man from the Kong family with a display of power, a gentle warning. But then Jin, emboldened by his new power, volunteers a rather theatrical idea. I find his childish enthusiasm for subterfuge amusing, a sign of a bright future in my service. I play along, patting his back as he and Ga celebrate their brilliant scheme. My older retainers can only watch, speechless at the absurdity of it all. One asks Lord Hu if he truly means to display his strength in such a farcical manner. The old man just smirks, his eyes glinting with newfound confidence. The Song family has kept a low profile for more than 10 years, he declares, a predatory grin spreading across his face. It's time to show them a little of our true strength. Outside the main gate, another branch of the family waits, oblivious. Young Master Yunrui and his attendants spot the approaching flying boat of the Kong family. Yunrui puffs out his chest, ready to welcome the so-called distinguished guests with all the pomp they deserve. But before they can even announce themselves, two figures descend from the sky like falling stars, landing with an impact that shakes the courtyard. The guards shout in alarm as the newcomers casually walk on air before them. Yunrui's face drains of all color, his arrogance evaporating in an instant. His attendant squints, his monocle nearly falling from his eye as he recognizes their attire with dawning horror. Young master, their clothes, they're the guards of the East Courtyard. Not long ago, I watched their flying boat slice through the sky, heading straight for my territory. Pathetic fools, arriving with such fanfare, completely unaware of the web they were flying into. Aboard their vessel, the girl, Kong Xingxin, was already thinking of me. Her grandfather, the old patriarch, admitted they had been observing me from a distance, as if I wouldn't notice their clumsy attempts at reconnaissance. He conceded my talent was great despite my origins, a classic condescending remark from the so-called elite, which predictably made the girl blush. Her father, the city lord, was far more skeptical, dismissing my strength as merely yellow rank, weaker than his own city guards, an amusingly ignorant assessment. But the old man had sensed a fraction of the aura I allowed him to perceive, a hint of something that reminded him of a true general. His son, of course, remained mired in disbelief, unable to trust his own father's judgment when it contradicted his narrow worldview. The patriarch puffed out his chest, boasting of his heaven-level perception, an arrogance that would soon cost him dearly, while his son continued to suspect I was merely using crooked methods. The boy even cautioned against betting everything on me, a moment of surprising clarity before his daughter furiously jumped to my defense. She raged that my cousin, Song Yunxiang, was the true deceiver, the one using tricks to feign his status, a truth she had no idea I was orchestrating. Her outburst threw their little family council into disarray, a predictable outcome for schemers. Finally, the old man silenced them, revealing his intention to test me during the upcoming dinner. He laid out his crude ultimatum. If I was exposed as a fraud, he would withdraw from the marriage and use any protest as an excuse to display his anger. His son eagerly added his own layer to the pathetic plot, suggesting that if I was real, they would simply manipulate me through his daughter to exploit my family's resources. The two of them smirked, convinced of their brilliant two-faced strategy. The girl, however, was disgusted by their shameless plotting and declared her intention to withdraw from the marriage regardless of the outcome. And so, this family of vipers, with their transparent schemes and internal conflicts, finally arrived at the gates of my mansion. My worthless cousin, Song Yunrui, was the first to greet them, his eyes widening in shock as he recognized my head maid. Chang Qingdai introduced herself coolly, flanked by my two most powerful guardians, while Yunrui's attendant whispered in terror that all three of them possessed auras far beyond the heavenly rank. The color drained from their faces as the reality of the situation began to dawn on them. My cousin could only stammer about them stepping on air, while his butler belatedly realized these were no ordinary guards. Yunrui's mind raced, questioning if they were part of Lord Hu's secret forces. The attendant whispered the name, Shadow Guard, a top secret of the Song family they thought they understood. But Yunrui knew even the Shadow Guard wouldn't be deployed for a simple welcome, and his confusion deepened. They stood frozen, paralyzed by a power they couldn't comprehend. From above, the Kong family's flying boat began its final descent, utterly oblivious. My cousin, scrambling to put on a brave face, shouted for the guards to prepare a welcome. Their vessel landed with an arrogant thud, stirring dust and kicking off the evening's entertainment. As the Kong family emerged, Yunrui plastered on his most obsequious smile to greet them. But Kong Xingxin stopped dead in her tracks, staring at him in utter shock. "Why are you here?" she demanded, her carefully constructed composure shattering. He gave her a slick, rehearsed smile and informed her that the great Song Yunxiang was his cousin. She was stunned, her internal monologue seething with disgust. The hard-working, low-key classmate she knew was part of this farce, and therefore just as rotten. She could see the same avarice in his eye that she despised in others. Just then, her father and grandfather descended from the ship, ready to play their parts. Xingxin forced herself to make the introductions, her voice laced with false enthusiasm. Her father immediately began flattering Yunrui, trying to gauge the power dynamics of my family. My cousin played along beautifully, returning the empty pleasantries with a practiced humility. The two men shared a hollow laugh, a pathetic display of feigned cordiality. From the side, my grandfather watched their little act with a bored expression. He had seen enough. A cold, predatory grin spread across his face as he decided to escalate things. Just let me put out the breath of the heavenly rank to shock everyone, he thought, and then unleashed his spiritual pressure. A wave of blue energy blasted across the courtyard, aimed to intimidate and dominate. He focused his power, certain that this crude display would put everyone in their place. His own family recoiled in shock, stunned by the sheer force of his heaven-rank aura. His son stammered, questioning why he would make such an aggressive move so early. The old man sneered, intent on humiliating my family by targeting my cousin. "You deserve it," he spat. My subordinates, however, were completely unfazed. Two team leaders, one of my guards asked calmly, "Shall we make a move?" Chang Qingdai gave a single, almost imperceptible nod. In perfect unison, they released their own power, an overwhelming torrent of energy that dwarfed the old man's pathetic attempt. The two forces met and vanished, leaving only a dead, oppressive silence in the courtyard. The city lord stared in abject horror, his mind unable to process what he just witnessed. How is it possible? The heaven-rank aura was cancelled out. Xingxin was equally bewildered, wondering why her grandfather had suddenly withdrawn his power. My cousin stood trembling, demanding to know who these people were, silencing his stammering attendant. My guardians remained perfectly still, their message delivered without a single word. Chang Qingdai took a slow, deliberate step forward, her presence commanding the entire courtyard. "Under the orders of young Master Yunxiang," she repeated, her voice cutting through the silence, "I have come here to welcome the distinguished guests of the Kong family." She gestured gracefully toward the mansion. "Please come in." It was no longer an invitation, but a summons, and the patriarch could only scream internally. His mind fractured under the pressure. "Impossible, impossible. Why does the Song family have 3 heaven-level cultivators? 3. "Yes, old man, welcome to my home. The test you wanted has just begun." The whispers started the moment they saw the elixir. Predictable. One of the women, a greedy matriarch from the west courtyard, hisses at her daughter, confirming the treasure is real and that I made their precious Yunki kneel before me. "Believe it or not, why would I lie to you?" She insists as if her word holds any weight. Finally, their eyes drift toward me, the source of their sudden avarice. She asks her daughter, "So you know what I mean?" The mother's mind is already churning, speculating about a great alchemist backing me. Her daughter, a fool just like her mother, adds that this supposed alchemist must be at least level 5. Amusing. Their little plot solidifies, the daughter declaring with pathetic certainty, "This business must belong to our west courtyard." Their pathetic scheming is immediately interrupted by another woman, Aunt Zhao, who mocks their ambition. The mother flushes with anger as her daughter points out their rival already controls the family's medical business. She realizes she'll need a good plan, as if a plan could account for me. At that moment, the doors to my room slide open. I step out with the old patriarch, and the entire banquet hall falls silent. A young man from the north courtyard, sensing the residual energy from my earlier demonstration, calls out to me. "Brother, were you in there experimenting with something good?" He asks, his curiosity piqued by the breakthrough he felt. He slings an arm around my shoulder with an unearned familiarity that I briefly tolerate. "You guessed it," I state, my voice devoid of warmth. He eagerly offers himself up as a test subject, a willing lab rat, before the patriarch cuts him off and gestures for me to take a seat. I take my place at the table, and the scheming girl, Yunxi, offers a saccharine "thank you." She then begins to massage my shoulders in a clumsy, transparent attempt to curry favor. Just as the farce begins, a servant announces the arrival of the Kong family. The patriarch's eyes glint. "Oh, they have come." He gives a silent command, his gaze sharp and calculating. Then he leans in and whispers his instructions to his subordinate Mu. As Mu departs, a chilling laugh escapes the old man's lips. The two cousins from the north courtyard look on, utterly baffled by the sudden shift in atmosphere. Even Yunxi, the amateur schemer, senses that a performance is about to begin. She correctly guesses it's a trap for the Kong family, but she has no idea of the scale. Outside, the distinguished guests are welcomed with fake smiles. The Kong family delegation struts into the courtyard, oozing an arrogance they will soon regret. The Song family members from the east courtyard bow and scrape like the sycophants they are. The young miss of the Kong family walks ahead, but stops when she notices her elders have frozen in place. "Father, Grandpa, why aren't you coming?" she asks, annoyed. Her father stammers, but the old patriarch is paralyzed, his face a mask of shock as he finally senses the power radiating from my guards. "3 heavenly ranks and so young," he whispers in disbelief. Then his world shatters further as he notices their attire. Wait, they're wearing servant clothes. His pathetic ego refuses to accept the truth, so he deludes himself. It must be an evil trick, he rationalizes. He dismisses it as his own carelessness, unable to fathom that such masters would serve the Song family. HMPH, let me see what tricks you're up to, he thinks, marching confidently toward his own humiliation. They proceed down the path, completely oblivious that they are nothing more than actors in my play. As they walk, the Kong patriarch's son whispers to his father, his face pale with worry. "Fan," the old man says, "take my sword soul general talisman. If anything happens, take Xinxin and run." He presses the escape artifact into his son's hand. "It's okay," he lies, trying to sound brave. "I have a spare one." The son clutches the talisman, his family's last hope. Suddenly, the patriarch's eyes widen in terror. From the shadows of the garden, one of my heavenly rank guards directs his attention toward the old fool. The guard's eyes glow, unleashing a fraction of his true power. A crushing, invisible pressure slams into the Kong patriarch, forcing a pained grunt from his lips. His legs buckle, and he crashes to his knees. The spare talisman he supposedly had clatters uselessly to the ground. "Father, what's wrong with you?" His son cries out, rushing to his side. "Damn it, who is it?" The old man seethes, sweat pouring down his face. He looks around wildly, but sees nothing. The garden is empty. My guard has already vanished. There is no one there. All that remains is a smoldering cigarette on the ground. "It's all right," he grunts, forcing himself up. "Father just dropped something." His son helps him, his eyes filled with confusion and fear. They continue on their way, the arrogance replaced by a creeping dread. Impossible, how could there be such a strong person in the Song mansion? The patriarch mutters, his mind fracturing. He is drenched in a cold sweat, the terror palpable. As he looks toward the main hall, his panicked eyes see not only me, but the phantom of another of my guards standing watch. The blood drains from his face. From his perch, my second guard lets his aura flare for a moment. The patriarch clutches his chest, gasping for air as if his heart is being crushed. He stumbles backward, completely overwhelmed. His family rushes to help him as he collapses to the ground once more. "I'm fine, I just accidentally tripped," he lies, wiping blood from his lips. "I bit my tongue, that's all." He forces a hollow, rattling laugh. He looks around frantically. Again, it's gone again. My guards stand impassively in the courtyard, their silent warning delivered. From a distance, an observant maid notes that my men have made their move, surprised by their strange methods. My 2 enforcers reposition themselves on a rooftop, silent predators against the moonlit sky. They quietly confirm my orders, simply to apply pressure, a little shock. One of them remarks on how dark my methods are. They are merely efficient. They enjoy their work. A little too much, perhaps. Finally, the thoroughly broken Kong family stumbles into the main hall. The patriarch's mind is a storm of terror. It was real, he thinks, finally grasping the truth. But then he realizes the attacks were focused only on him. This wasn't a warning to his family. It was a message specifically for him. A more terrifying conclusion forms in his mind. He looks at me, at the silent power filling the room, and a single chilling question echoes in his soul. Will I be able to go back? The footsteps of ants approaching my fortress always have a distinct, desperate rhythm. This little delegation from the Kong family scurried into my family's domain, their patriarch already radiating an amusing level of terror. The old fool, Kong Zheng, was sweating bullets, muttering to himself that he'd underestimated the world, that our Song family dinner was a vast banquet. He was correct, of course, but not in the way he imagined. He fidgeted like a cornered animal, unable to sit still. Pathetically, he reached into his sleeve for a vial, whispering apologies to his kin for what he was about to do. He planned to swallow a special pill, a little trick to escape with his star-souled general. He truly believed that once he consumed it, not even the thieves of the Song family could catch him. How quaint. Just as he brought the pill to his lips, one of my men appeared, his aura alone enough to make the old man freeze. The treasure that was supposed to be his salvation slipped from his trembling fingers. It clattered uselessly on the floor as my steward spoke, his voice calm yet absolute. "Our lord is waiting for you in the room, please." Kong Zheng's eyes bulged in disbelief, realizing this simple steward was stronger than the masters he'd faced before. "Who are you?" he stammered. My steward, Songmu, merely introduced himself with a slight bow, his politeness a chilling counterpoint to the absolute power he emanated. The old man, thoroughly cowed, could only nod and follow. Meanwhile, inside the main hall, a servant approached my father's throne. Reporting to Lord and young Master Yunxiang, she announced, The distinguished guests of the Kong family are here. My father, Song Jingzhong, lazily lifted his teacup. Play music, he commanded with a cruel smirk. Welcome our distinguished guests. He leaned forward, his voice dripping with malice. Just blow a suona or something. A funeral dirge was a fitting welcome for men walking to their doom. Seeing the servants' confusion, he chuckled. Just kidding. The fear he inspired was no joke, however. The maid, utterly bewildered, could only stutter an okay before leading the nervous guests inside. The formalities began, with the Kong children being prompted to offer their greetings. Xingxin, my supposed fiancé, curtsied while her father, Kong Fan, followed suit with a deep bow. He looked like a man offering his own head on a platter. My family returned the greeting with the bored indifference of predators watching their meal arrive. Welcome, City Lord Kong, please take a seat, my father said, gesturing for his own family to make room. His daughter-in-law dutifully complied. I decided to stir the pot. Miss Xingxin, I called out with a charming smile, why don't you come and sit by my side? My father scanned their pathetic group. Where's Master Kong? Didn't you say you were coming together? He asked, feigning concern. Just then, the old man himself burst through the door, shouting, I'm coming. His son, Kong Fan, could only watch in alarm, wondering why his father had become so erratic since entering our mansion. He foolishly wondered if his father's keen sense had detected something amiss. As Kong Zheng rushed in, his eyes met my father's at the head of the table. The old man's face went white. He let out a pathetic shriek as my spiritual pressure slammed into him, an invisible tripwire I'd set just for him. He crashed to the floor, landing hard on his knees in a perfect kowtow. The entire hall fell silent, all eyes on the kneeling fool. His granddaughter looked mortified by his behavior, and I couldn't help but feel a flicker of amusement. Although it is true that you were late, I said, my voice cutting through the silence, such self-punishment is not necessary. A few of my cousins snickered behind their hands, while one woman openly giggled behind her fan. My father played his part perfectly. Brother Kong Zheng, are you all right? He asked, a picture of concern. As his son helped him up, Kong Zheng stammered a pathetic excuse. I was just too excited to see my old brother and accidentally tripped. It's fine, come take a seat, my father said, his expression unreadable. But the old man wasn't done making a fool of himself. I dropped a treasure just now, he claimed, desperately trying to salvage his dignity. Please arrange for some manpower to help me find it, he pleaded. His son, ever the dutiful idiot, immediately took charge. Come on, mister. Kong accidentally lost a treasure. Whoever can find it will be rewarded. My guard snapped to attention, ready to search for a non-existent item. My father leaned over to me. You tripped him with a formation, didn't you? You are very bad, he whispered, a hint of pride in his voice. I just smirked. Didn't you also make a move? We both knew this was just the opening act. Come on, serve the wine, serve the food, I announced, moving the charade along. A procession of servants entered, carrying lavish dishes. The feast was laid out before them, a final meal for the condemned. The Kong family remained utterly silent, the weight of our power pressing down on them. Xingxin, however, was growing impatient. She thought they came to break our engagement, and she decided if her father and grandfather were too cowardly, she would have to act first. She rose from her seat. Grandpa Song, our main reason for coming this time is. Her grandfather practically leaped out of his skin. Xingxin, don't be rude, he shrieked, terrified she was about to get them all killed. Her father quickly grabbed her arm. Listen to your grandfather, sit down and eat first, he hissed. The old man bowed his head, apologizing profusely for his granddaughter's rudeness. My father just laughed it off. It's okay, she must be the jewel of your Kong family, he said dismissively. What a joke. Come on, everyone, let's drink this cup first, he declared, raising his glass. The entire hall echoed with a resounding cheers. As they raised their cups, the lambs drank, the wolves drank. Everyone played their part in this farce. Everyone except the little girl, who was far more interested in stuffing her face. The room filled with hollow laughter. Xingxin fumed, silenced by her cowardly family. She resolved to find another way. Her gaze fell upon me. Should I use that kid who doesn't look very bright? She thought to herself. Adorable. Some fool from a branch family sitting nearby actually thought she was looking at him, puffing out his chest like a peacock. Just then, a system notification chimed in my mind. I stood up. Grandpa, everyone, please eat first. I'm sorry I have to go. I met my contact in the side hall. There were more important matters than this dinner theater. He reported on the 4 rare ingredients I required. We've located one, and 2 others are in the lower kingdom, but the trouble is the last herb. The boundless flower is incredibly rare, he continued, pointing to a map. We've only found one. My next objective was located in the Sand Sculpture City, a miserable outpost on the eastern border of the lower domain country. This fortress was built a century ago, a crude bastion meant to hold back the Ieyasu tribes. and over time it festered into a stratified monstrosity of inner, middle, and outer districts. While decadent aristocrats wallowed in corrupt luxury within the inner city walls, the bulk of their military forces were stationed far away in the western district. The rest of the city was a predictable cesspool, a midtown for slave markets and hollow entertainment, and an outer ring for the untouchables and vagrants. My informant continued his briefing as I stood before the gates of a local contact, explaining that the Mai family, the current holders of the boundless flower I required, belong to the aggressive expansionist faction. They control more than 60% of the troops in the western district. The old man's hologram flickered, making them one of the 3 major powers in this city. He added that this faction was openly hostile to merchants from Tiandu, which would make my acquisition difficult. A minor annoyance. I changed the subject, my patience wearing thin. Forget the flower for a moment. When can the other herbs be delivered? The old man hesitated, his holographic image stuttering. Oh, but I cut him off. What is it? He finally admitted the truth. The other 2 ingredients were in the hands of researchers controlled by the Samarin family. Apparently, these so-called researchers didn't accept currency, only monster materials. A barter system. How primitive yet refreshingly direct. I considered this new complication for a moment. It's just that, the old man continued, his voice laced with manufactured concern. The materials they want are unique to the southern wilderness and the Death Desert. Finding them will require a great deal of luck. I waved off his useless worrying. Send me the list. I'll gather the materials myself. I need the combat to stabilize my current level anyway. My mind was already calculating, recalling a secret realm I stumbled upon in the Death Desert. My projections indicated it would reappear in 4 days. The old fool looked relieved, as if my confidence was enough to solve the problem. If you collect the materials yourself, Mr. Song, there should be plenty of time. I gave him a smile devoid of warmth. Then it's settled. I will prepare for the exchange, and I will personally visit Sand Sculpture City to retrieve the boundless flower from the Mai family, I declared, ending the conversation. He offered a final, pointless warning. The Mai family is powerful, Mr. Song. It is best to trade peacefully. I had already turned my back on his hologram. Don't worry, I have my own plans. Meanwhile, at the Song family dinner, the air was thick with the stench of petty ambition. That irritating girl, Xingxin, was pouring honeyed words into my cousin Yunrui's ear. Are you serious, Miss Xingxin? He asked, completely enthralled. Of course, she cooed, stroking his cheek. I think the hardest working person in the entire Song family is you, Yunrui. The fool actually blushed. She played her part perfectly, whispering how grandfather always favored me, that worthless Song Yunxiang, and how unfair it all was. She was sharpening a very dull knife. From across the table, one of the branch family members raised a toast to me. But Xingxin's poison was already at work on her target. Our grandfather, blissfully unaware of the pathetic drama unfolding, simply enjoyed his drink. He did, however, spare a moment to warn Xingxin not to cause trouble, more concerned with enjoying his recent breakthrough than managing his own family. My sister, Yunxiu, finally had enough and pulled the conniving girl aside. Xingxin, let me warn you, she said with cold fury. If you gossip in our Song mansion, you will have a terrible death. The girl feigned innocence, babbling about Yunrui's supposed genius. She even had the audacity to call him an outstanding young talent. My sister saw right through the pathetic act. Don't think I don't know you want to use my brother as a spear, Yunxiu threatened. I will really kill you. Xingxin just laughed it off as a joke. Then the little snake revealed her fangs, offering to help my sister with the family's finances, a clear threat to expose any fabricated tax errors she could find. My sister's face twisted in rage. You dare to threaten me? Before she could act, the idiot Yunrui jumped in. Yes, sister, Miss Xingxin can definitely help. Yunxiu could only clutch her head in frustration and snap, shut up. Across the table, some distant relatives mocked the scene. Look, those 2 ugly girls are fighting. One sneered, while my other sister watched in silence, utterly unimpressed. Just then, the dining hall doors swung open. I entered, and the entire room fell silent, as if their strings had been cut. Xingxin immediately plastered on a bright smile and called out my name, but her eyes gave away her panic. I walked directly toward her. Xingxin, don't play dead. The elders murmured in confusion, but my grandfather simply watched with a detached smirk, thinking I was just stirring up trouble as usual. He had no idea I was directing this entire play. As I exchanged a few pleasantries with the girl, I could feel the heat of a jealous gaze. Yunrui was practically smoldering in his seat, muttering about what trash I was. He was completely convinced that he needed to defeat me to win Xingxin's affection, that his pathetic strength was his greatest asset. Finally, he slammed his cup on the table and roared my name. Song Yunxiang, I challenge you to a star-soul general duel. Only the winner is eligible for Miss Xingxin, he declared. Perfect. The fish was on the hook, but before I even needed to move, another one of my pieces, Song Yunki, lunged forward with a brutal kick. Yunrui was sent flying, crashing onto the floor in a heap before the shocked audience. My younger brother stared, stunned by the sudden violence. Yunrui staggered to his feet, clutching his jaw in pure rage. "Song Yunki, are you sick?" Yunki simply stood over him, his voice dripping with contempt. "Dare to be disrespectful to Brother Yunxiang? You are far too reckless." The banquet's tedious chatter was finally interrupted by an insect buzzing for attention. He's desperate to make an impression on Xingxin, so he's decided I'm the perfect stepping stone to make himself look good. After his initial, brutish challenge failed to intimidate me, he attempts a more palatable approach, masking his aggression as a sparring session. He frames it as a chance for me to show off for the family, a pathetic attempt at reverse psychology. With a smug grin, he offers to lower his cultivation to my supposed level, a gesture of charity I find deeply amusing. Around the table, the few who know my true power can only think one thing about this fool, and I can almost hear their collective sigh. I play along with his little fantasy, giving him the rope to hang himself. Xingxin's mother tries to intervene, but Xingxin wisely stops her. She wants to see for herself, to confirm the truth she already suspects. Her mother agrees, recognizing that this arrogant fool needs a harsh lesson, and I am the perfect teacher. Yunrui, completely oblivious, puffs out his chest and calls for the martial arts field to be prepared. Grandfather, however, dismisses the notion with a wave of his hand. The open space outside is more than enough for this farce. Then, with a glint in his eye, he turns to his guest, Kong Zheng, suggesting they add a little wager to the show. The old man freezes, the cup trembling in his hand as he realizes he's been cornered. Grandfather's smile is anything but kind as he pressures the guest to offer a prize for the winner. He lays the flattery on thick, certain that a man of Kong Zheng's status wouldn't disappoint. Cornered and sweating, Kong Zheng reluctantly pulls out a rejuvenation pill. He declares this priceless treasure as the prize, much to his son's panicked dismay. But the old man silences him, knowing that defying the Marquis now would be far more costly than any pill. I see Xingxin glance around, noticing the utter lack of concern on her mother's face, and the pieces finally click for her. Yunrui is practically salivating, thanking the old man profusely as if the treasure is already his. His mind is already lost in a pathetic daydream where he crushes me and wins the girl. He even imagines changing the engagement, a fantasy so delusional it's almost pitiable. Of course, not everyone is fooled. I notice one of the younger girls watching my grandfather with unease. She consoles herself with the thought of simply cheating the pill off of this idiot later, confirming my assessment of this entire family. While he was lost in his victory lap, I'd already grown bored and stepped outside. He snaps out of his stupor and strides out, a predatory grin plastered on his face. He pauses at the door, turning to make sure Miss Xingxin is coming to witness his glorious victory. Startled, she agrees to watch the unfolding disaster. Her brother offers to join, but my grandfather stops them all. "No," the Marquis says calmly, "let's eat and watch from here." He gives a simple command to a servant. With a tap on her wrist device, the real entertainment begins. A massive holographic screen flickers to life above the dining table. It shows me, waiting patiently in the courtyard for the fool to arrive. I stand casually, one hand in my pocket, granting him none of the tension he craves. My relaxed posture clearly infuriates him. He thinks I'm disrespecting him, and he's absolutely right. He mutters to himself, vowing that after he defeats me, he will adopt my very stance. He points a trembling finger, launching into a tired speech about how I'm not worthy of Xingxin. I cut him off. "So much nonsense, let's get started." He sneers, finally deciding to act, and begins to summon his star soul. A laughably outdated YU-in-style student model materializes before him. He mocks my incomplete construction, still believing I'm the same weakling from his memories, so I humor him by casually tossing a few barrier cards. A simple "ha" escapes my lips. The barrier springs up, trapping him. He calls it a dirty trick, completely oblivious. As he struggles against my simple trap, I begin my own construction. The sheer pressure of my star soul's materialization suffocates the air around us. Fear finally dawns on his face as he feels a power level that utterly eclipses his own. My blade flashes through the night. His Mech's sword is torn from its grasp before he can even register the movement. In the next instant, my weapon pins his machine's arm to the stone ground. The arm is severed cleanly from its body. I look down at his crippled Mech. At least it's more pleasing to the eye with only one hand. His mind finally shatters. "Who are you?" he screams. "Why are you so strong?" I let him see my face, cold and unfeeling, as the true form of my star soul looms behind me. Because I'm back. The lesson is over, but 100 miles away, across the endless dunes, new players are approaching the city. A nervous traveler on a primitive animal points a shaking finger towards the sky. The caravan leader looks up, annoyed at the interruption. A colossal dark shape descends from the heavens, blotting out the stars. A terrifying realization dawns on them as they witness its arrival. There is a god-level beast in the sky. The fools watching the broadcast finally see the truth. Their disbelief is almost comical. While the spectators gasp, my cousin grovels at my feet, his pathetic machine utterly disabled before he could even process my first attack. They stare at the holographic feed, mouths agape at the sheer scale of my star soul general, their tiny minds unable to comprehend true power. One of the wiser old fools seems to understand that the crippled boy they all mocked is gone, replaced by something else entirely. He even manages to connect the dots, realizing the news from the Grand Duke was about me, and he starts to wonder if I am the legendary Zuo Sai. His son, ever the condescending one, reminds his father how out of touch he is after 5 years in seclusion. He explains my star soul general's ability to mimic others, and the old man's shock is as predictable as it is amusing. He can only mutter the name of my star soul general, the reality of my power finally dawning on his slow mind. Even as my image towers over their dinner table, they still question it. My aunt points, stammering to my grandfather, who simply lets out a knowing laugh, having orchestrated this entire reveal. He relishes their confusion, reminding them of a certain famous battle. They all remember the tales, of course. A woman recounts the legend of a divine soldier in red armor, who single-handedly crushed a beast tide. Another connects it to the hero of Jiwoo Academy, the host of the Star Soul General Zuo Sai, never imagining that hero was me. The final piece clicks into place for the room of idiots, their collective gasp a symphony of ignorance meeting truth. My grandfather booms with laughter, confirming their suspicions and basking in my reflected glory. He proudly announces that I, the hero of Yuending, am his grandson, and the room erupts in disbelief. My mother, ever perceptive, realizes my grandfather knew all along. He confesses that the royal family helped suppress the information for my safety, and that he chose this dinner to finally reveal my true status. The greed immediately surfaces as my uncle realizes my power means the family could ascend to the holy rank. His mind instantly races with selfish ambition, calculating how my success will benefit his own branch of the family. He clenches his fist, already plotting how to fight for a share of the power he believes he deserves. Then the hypocrite plasters on a friendly face, already scheming to get on my good side while feigning pity for the son I just crushed. Only my mother looks worried, while my sister, oblivious, simply enjoys her meal, a perfect portrait of innocence amidst a den of vipers. My grandfather turns to his old friend, casually dismissing talk of holy ranks for now. The man, Kong Zheng, offers his congratulations, his words dripping with the false sincerity of a political operator. He heaps praise upon me, calling me a blessing, already angling to tie our families together. His granddaughter, however, looks thoroughly unimpressed by the entire affair. She scoffs internally, convinced her brother's star soul general is far superior to mine. An amusing, if foolish, thought. The old men exchange their pleasantries, a disgusting dance of feigned humility and pride. Meanwhile, my uncle weeps pathetically, crying about my betrayal and how I've left him as the family's only failure. His pity party is cut short when someone points out that his son, Yunrui, is getting back on his feet. Back in the arena, my cousin's machine groans as he forces it upright. He rises, a monument to stubborn refusal. From his cockpit, he screams in denial, convinced my victory was nothing but an evil trick. His mind twists reality to fit his fragile ego, promising to expose the deception that only exists in his head. He activates a skill, broken armor reconstruction, and his damaged machine begins to piece itself back together with shimmering light. I watch with a flicker of interest. A crude parlor trick, but a trick nonetheless. I'll admit, mastering such a high-level combat skill shows some baseline competence, but it's a foolish technique, incredibly inefficient and prone to failure, a gamble only a desperate amateur would rely on. For him, it's a talent. For me, it's a child's toy. Fine, if he wants to play, I'll indulge him. I'll test his so-called cultivation on his own level. I activate Zuo Sai's true ability, Star Solution, and his machine flinches as he feels the shift in power. With a simple data card, I command my star soul to construct. My magnificent general dissolves, reforming into the most basic Yuan-style trainee machine. The audience is baffled, wondering how my general could transform into the exact same model as Yunrui's. My cousin feels the change, my aura now matching his own peak yellow rank, and a flicker of foolish hope ignites within him. Convinced my previous power was a bluff, he charges, roaring that he has seen through my tricks. His fist flies toward me, a clumsy telegraph strike. I parry his blow with contemptuous ease, the trainee mech moving with a grace his could never hope to match. A simple spin kick is all it takes to break his stance, and send him stumbling back. His frustration boils over into a desperate scream. He can do nothing but defend as I press the attack, completely dominating him with identical hardware. Even the old men watching are stunned by my proficiency, wondering if someone else taught me these advanced techniques. They speculate that perhaps my little sister secretly trained me, unable to accept that this skill is mine alone. They can theorize all they want. It won't change the reality of the beatdown I'm delivering. I continue my relentless assault, moving with brutal efficiency. A single, precise strike sends his weapon flying from his grasp. It clatters uselessly onto the arena floor. I now stand over him, my opponent disarmed and brought to his knees. He can only stare up at me, his face a mask of utter shock. Amusingly, he tries to mimic my footwork, a pathetic attempt at copying my style. His clumsy kick is slow and obvious. I catch his leg without effort. Using his own momentum, I swing him through the air like a rag doll. He crashes to the ground on the other side of the arena. He has a textbook understanding of combat, but in a real fight, he's completely inept. I end this farce with a single, crushing strike, shattering his reconstructed armor for good. He accuses me of using despicable moves, as if this is anything other than a lesson in overwhelming power. "You're the one who keeps trying to cheat," I tell him, my voice cold and dismissive, "and all it does is make you look incompetent." A slight smirk plays on my lips. This is a perfect chance to probe his mind. I lean in, my voice laced with disdain. "You waste your energy on useless theories. No wonder your father looks down on you. You're worse than a wild species." The insult hits him harder than any physical blow. His machine's hand goes limp, his entire posture screaming defeat. But the last two words strike a different chord. "Wild species," he mutters, a flicker of dawning horror in his eyes as he realizes I know the family's darkest secrets. From a private room, the so-called elites of the Song family watch a projection of my match. Their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief. They whisper amongst themselves, comparing my cousin's pathetic struggles to a mouse being toyed with by a cat. An amusing, if not entirely inaccurate, assessment of the situation unfolding in the arena. Some fool with stars in his eyes shouts about how beautiful my movements are. The admiration of insects is meaningless to me. Even Song Yi, the one-eyed woman, is watching with a sharp gaze, wondering what I've become in the year I was gone. Another is blushing, lost in a pathetic schoolgirl fantasy of my amazing power. When the farce is over, I let the projection dissolve, my true self appearing in the empty courtyard. But my little performance has attracted more than just family. On a rooftop miles away, 3 old ghosts watch the moon, their hushed conversation turning to me. Their leader appears behind them like the phantom he is, much to their irritation. He doesn't waste time on pleasantries. Why does young Master Yunxiang know the Chuan Jiawei's method? He demands, his eyes burning with suspicion. The old man stammers, terrified that my actions will expose their clandestine connection to the Song family. The leader's gaze drifts, considering who else could have taught me their secrets. He wonders aloud if it was the girl, Dai Lan. But the others quickly dismiss the idea, citing the leader Dai Shuai's careful planning. The one with the eye patch tries to downplay my skills, calling them mere physical tricks. So what if he knows a few moves his father created? He scoffs, a desperate attempt to maintain their fragile peace. Back in the arena, my cousin Yunrui is still sputtering denials, sweat beading on his brow. He's finally realizing that his sister's paranoid guess was right. I know everything. I feign confusion, pretending to wonder if he's merely a pawn for my second uncle. But I'm done playing games. He makes a final, desperate charge, screaming for my death. I find his explosive power almost cute. He strikes nothing but air as I sidestep his clumsy attack. I activate a wide-area scan, my voice echoing in the silent arena. "Now you can't hide." His pathetic attempts to flee are over. I seize his mech, the difference in our power now painfully obvious. With a thought, spectral blades erupt from the very ground beneath him as I command, "Now die." But he dissolves into sand, a cheap parlor trick. He thinks he's clever, reappearing behind me for a surprise attack. Energy arcs across the arena as his blades connect with my back. I even let out a small cough for dramatic effect. He doesn't realize he attacked an afterimage until I'm already standing behind him, completely untouched. The old ghosts on the rooftop gasp in unison, recognizing the technique. 7 steps to the stars. They understand the implications. This is no simple family technique. Panic sets in as they scramble to decide whether to report my transgression to their lord. The spectators in the viewing room are equally stunned by this impossible movement. Even the elders are murmuring about my great talent and questioning my connections. They whisper my name alongside another, Tu Yang. The web of deceit I'm weaving has them all trapped, realizing the Song family's secrets run far deeper than they imagined. The family head remains silent, while others curse Yunrui for being a useless pawn. His sister clenches her fist, seething that I was so much stronger than she anticipated. But her arrogance remains. She's convinced her precious brother Zun Yao is still my superior. She's already plotting to send the White Dragon Gang after me, to teach me a lesson. I turn my attention back to the real matter at hand, my voice cold and clear. Song Yunrui, let me ask you a question. If someone here is a bastard, who would that be? I give him a moment to process the insult before answering for him. Of course, it's you. There's no need to draw this out any further. I unleash a wave of pure energy, blasting away his pathetic cloaking technique and exposing his real body. The force of the impact is absolute. He is thrown through the air like a discarded toy. He smashes into the ground, creating a small crater. All his pride and arrogance are gone, leaving only a broken man kneeling in the dirt. I plant my boot firmly on his back, grinding him into the floor of the arena he thought he would conquer. I'll give you one more chance. I say, my voice a low whisper against the wind. Think it over. Miles away in the endless desert outside the city, the ground begins to shift. Two scavengers emerge from the sand, coughing and sputtering. They were hiding from the colossal sand beast I had summoned, relieved it has finally departed. Curiosity getting the better of them, they decide to investigate what it left behind. They creep forward cautiously, peering over a newly formed dune. Their eyes widen in shock. The monster had spit this out. One of them stammers, his mind reeling. He orders his companion to rush back to the city and report their findings to the Mai family. Lying in the center of a massive crater is a pulsating red crystal, an object of immense power. He can barely comprehend what he's seeing, wondering if it could truly be a relic of the god rank. I hold the fool suspended in the digital ether of my battle domain, his struggles as pointless as his challenge. A final, condescending offer slips from my lips. Think it over again. He plays dumb, sweat beading on his brow as he stammers about not knowing what I mean. Then he tries to deflect, claiming he needs to discuss it with his sister, as if family ties could shield him from me. The lie is as transparent as his fear. His pathetic attempts at subterfuge are noted. I'll simply have my shadow guard follow him to unravel his little conspiracy. My patience expires. With a final thought, I release my hold, letting gravity do the rest. He collapses to the ground, and I don't even grant him a second glance. You are not my opponent, I state, a simple fact, not a boast. Admit defeat. The look of pure shock on his face, as he realizes I'm letting him live, is almost amusing. He can't possibly comprehend my reasons. A flick of my fingers is all it takes to end this charade. The digital walls of my domain shatter and dissipate, revealing the Song family courtyard once more. Inside the banquet hall, the nobles who were watching my spar on a projection screen are utterly speechless at how easily I crushed their champion. The old family head sips his drink, a calculating look in his eyes. He murmurs that after this display, no one in the Song family will dare underestimate me again. A correct, if obvious, assessment. The last remnants of the enchantment fade into the air like smoke. My opponent, still on the ground, can only stare in utter confusion. Elsewhere, one of my maids points out another servant to my butler. Uncle Moo, she begins, reporting her suspicions, but he already knows. Don't alarm her, he says calmly. Young Master Yunxiang already has an arrangement for her. My plans are always several steps ahead. The courtyard is quiet now, but it's still being watched. From the bushes, a spy meticulously observes everything through a pair of binoculars. She scribbles in her notebook, attempting to quantify my power, quaintly estimating me at the peak of the yellow stager. How adorable. She's not the only one. The entire estate is a nest of vipers and spies. In another building, a second maid with an ethereal glow is also taking notes. Her name is Apprentice Maid Sue, and her analysis is far more direct. Her journal entry is crude but accurate. She's reporting on the battle between me, the most beautiful boy, and the Song family's dog-licking idiot, Song Yunrui. Back at the feast, the Song patriarch gloats to his guest, Brother Kong, asking if the fight was exciting enough for him. The old man sweats, stammering that it was indeed very, very exciting. He then launches into a stream of nauseating flattery, calling me a dragon and his daughter a phoenix, a match made in heaven. I enter the hall just in time to cut him off. Mr. Kong, there is no need to praise me. My presence silences the room as I stride in, flanked by my subordinates. His daughter, Kong Xingxin, claps with childish glee, completely oblivious to the undercurrents of tension. The patriarch sneers that since Yunrui proved useless, he'll have to deploy his other brother, then turns to me with a greedy glint in his eye, remarking that I probably can't use the prize for Mr. Kong. He offers to take the low-quality pill off my hands, a pathetic attempt at theft. I simply smirk. I have better ones. With a flick of my wrist, I toss a full jar of pills on the table, each one radiating an aura that puts his pathetic prize to shame. Ajin catches it with practiced ease. The patriarch picks up a single pill from the jar, his eyes widening. The room gasps as Mr. Kong screams, recognizing it as a top-grade rejuvenation pill. An entire bottle of them. The women of the family stare in utter disbelief. Their greed is palpable, but the patriarch quickly shuts them down, knowing such treasures are not for them. Just then, a maid enters, apologizing for the disturbance. Uncle Mu watches her with a knowing expression. She presents a single dirty pill she found in the yard. This was my little test. As expected, the greedy old fool Kong Zhang lunges for it. That's mine, I dropped it. He shouts, snatching the bait without a shred of dignity. He pretends to be unimpressed, as if he sees such things every day before shooing the maid away. She thanks him, but her work isn't finished. I stop her. For your reward, I begin. I see you have no cultivation level. I hold out 2 vials. The pink one is a 4-star jade skin pill. The blue, a 4-star soul seed pill, beauty or strength. Which do you want? The nobles are aghast. I'm offering a fortune that could start a war to a simple maid. I feign boredom. Is it too hard to choose? I can just give you cash. She drops to her knees, her voice ringing with conviction. I choose strength. A smirk plays on my lips. Strength, heh? She chose wisely. Take it, I command, placing the soul seed pill in her trembling hand. I may have just given away a simple pill, but I know I've just forged a fierce, loyal general who will one day shake this continent. With the night's entertainment concluded, the feast continues. Everyone eats and drinks, pretending everything is normal, though my pathetic cousin Yunrui never bothered to show his face again. His sister, my supposed fiancée, is also gone. They all smile and laugh, but beneath the surface, their minds are churning with their own selfish schemes. Kong Xingxin left, feigning illness after no one dared to bring up the marriage contract. Predictable. When the banquet finally ends, the guests depart for their homes. They leave in scattered groups, disappearing into the night. I walk with my own people, my purpose here fulfilled. But I'm not finished yet. I leap onto a nearby roof, knowing one rat stayed behind. At my signal, Auga and Ajin emerge from the shadows. They corner Kong Zheng, whose panicked pleas of misunderstanding are utterly useless. His resolve shatters instantly. I'll go with you, he yells, surrendering completely. They drag the whimpering old man before me. Well, I say, my voice dripping with sarcasm. If it isn't the heavenly rank Master Kong, why didn't you go back with the others? He can only stammer, the sweat pouring down his face. He clenches his fist, a final, fleeting moment of pride before it breaks. My display of power at the banquet sent the rats scurrying for their holes. This old fool, Elder Y, paces in his escape vessel, muttering that things are not good, while his clueless son asks why he's so worried, oblivious to the fact they just provoked a power they can't possibly comprehend. The old man finally admits his mistake, confessing his arrogance in underestimating my Song family's true strength. He recalls the power I displayed and the sheer number of Heaven's stage masters he witnessed, a fact that makes his son's jaw drop. That can't be, the boy stammers, the blissful ignorance finally shattering as terror takes root. The father lays it out for him, explaining that everything they thought they knew about my family was a carefully constructed lie, a tale of defeat spun after a war for the throne. He posits a different, far more frightening possibility. His son's eyes widen as the truth sinks in. Our retreat to a border town wasn't exile, it was a strategic withdrawal to amass power. Then the ultimate fear grips him as he considers the implication. What if the old patriarch, my grandfather, never actually died? The boy is rendered speechless by the sheer scale of their miscalculation. Elder Y stares out at the city lights, realizing he has just made a fatal error in judgment. I have to go back, he declares, preparing to leap from the ship as his son uselessly begs him not to be impulsive. It's not impulse. It's the desperate scramble of a man who knows his entire clan is now forfeit. At the same time, in another part of the city, my uncle Song Bo is busy playing his own little games. He's at the opulent Yongan restaurant, toasting to a new collaboration. He clinks cups with his guest, a fool from the Zhang family, sealing a deal that exists only in the man's mind. The target, Zhang Dagui, downs the liquor without a second thought, basking in his own perceived importance. My uncle merely takes a sip, his face a mask of false camaraderie. Zhang's sycophants praise the drink, calling it amazing, their palates as unrefined as their intellects. This is the newly rising, young master of the Zhangzhou Zhang family, a man whose rise is about to come to a very abrupt end. My uncle showers him with empty praise, calling him a well-known hero, and the fool laps it up. Zhang Dagui feigns modesty, claiming he just dislikes bullies, the irony apparently lost on him. He quickly deflects from his own supposed weakness by gushing over the liquor, a pathetic attempt to regain control of the conversation. He even asks where he can buy some for his grandfather, a request my uncle regretfully denies. One of my uncle's attendants spins a tale about the liquor, calling it, from the heavens, a priceless relic from a bygone era. She explains that this is the very last of it, a detail designed to inflate the idiot's ego. My uncle adds that he only brings it out for true heroes, laying the flattery on so thick it's nauseating. The fools around the table eat it up, encouraging more toasts and more drinking. One of Zhang's men practically prostrates himself, promising to do anything for my uncle in exchange for this honor. Zhang Dagui, lost in his drunken haze, happily calls for another round. My uncle puts on a show of heartache, pretending to be pained at wasting such a precious vintage. Just then, an assistant interrupts with urgent messages from my uncle's wife and another lord, creating the perfect excuse to depart. Zhang, feeling magnanimous, waves him off, telling him to handle his important matters. He offers to stay and drink alone, and my uncle thanks him for his understanding before taking his leave to attend the real family banquet. One of Zhang's men gives a useless warning about the liquor's aftereffects. My uncle just gives a knowing smile. Zhang Dagui ignores the advice completely, grabbing the entire jug for himself with a foolish grin. As my uncle walks away with his entourage, he leaves his pawn to his fate. Down the hall, the pleasantries are over. He orders his bodyguard Mei Dai to watch Zhang from the shadows. He correctly suspects that my crippled older brother might try to use this new ally to make a move against me. As they continue toward the exit, the true purpose of the meeting becomes clear. He finally asks his assistant about the outcome of my welcome party at the family mansion. They reach the elevator. His assistant informs him that my cousin Yunrui challenged me. My uncle's response is a cold, and then the door is close. He was utterly defeated, the assistant states, head bowed. The madam wishes to discuss it. My uncle's facade cracks. Ruier lost to him, that useless, but the real shock comes next. His wife wants to know if they should go to my courtyard and formally apologize. Are you sure that's what she said? He asks in disbelief. Knowing his wife's pride, an apology is unthinkable. The gears in his mind turn as he realizes the balance of power has irrevocably shifted. Okay, he says, his voice grim. Let's go back. Outside, he lectures his other, more calculating son, criticizing his brother's impulsiveness. He's already reevaluating which of his sons is the better investment. He dismisses the boy's polite response. The time for games now over. The streetlights cast long, telling shadows. There's no one else here, my uncle says, his voice dropping. You can stop the act. He lays out his true ambitions, to have this son recognized by the main family. The boy bows, speaking of fulfilling his mother's last wishes. It's a goal born from a past grievance. The Song family wronged her, my uncle sighs, a rare moment of genuine sentiment. Let's go. And with that, they disappear into the night, their own schemes now in disarray. Far away at the wall of the southern wasteland, my other uncle plays a much larger game. This is the border of our domain. The Iron Wall Garrison Station stands as a testament to my family's military might. It is a fortress bristling with power. Inside its walls, soldiers in advanced armor drill with lethal precision. A messenger kneels before the commander's headquarters, a monolithic structure under the cold moon. A report is being delivered. Officer Zhang Mo is waiting to be announced. A soldier enters the commander's office. Reporting to the commander-in-chief, Second Right Commander Zhang Mo has arrived. Inside, my eldest uncle, Song King, sits at his desk, while his aide, dressed as a chef, prepares his meal. Tell him to come in, my uncle commands without looking up from his map. This is Song King, the true pillar of my family's military power, commander of the Southern Wasteland Joint Defense. Zhang Mo enters and kneels. Sir, reporting. He relays the news. An allied general wishes to test new mass-produced star generals in the Wasteland, and their route will pass through our base. A strange tension fills the room. He presents the official letter for approval. My uncle gives it a cursory glance. 20 people. Approved. He dismisses the request with unnerving calm as his aide serves him porridge. Zhang Mo accepts the order, but as he turns to leave, my uncle adds a quiet addendum. Form 2 teams to escort them, discreetly. The emphasis on secretly is not lost on him. He knows exactly what is being asked. Go then, Song King says, dismissing him. The officer departs, his new orders clear. Once they are alone, the aide asks why an ally would risk leaking information about their new weapons by testing them in our territory. My uncle slowly stirs his porridge, a ghost of a smile on his lips. To obtain equal treatment and harmonious relations, he explains, it's important to let others see your might. His aide's eyes widen in understanding. So they're letting us see it on purpose. My uncle offers no further confirmation, changing the subject entirely. The porridge is a little hot. The old fool bows so low his forehead nearly scrapes the stone floor of my courtyard. Young Master Yunxiang, Kong Zheng, was blind before, he grovels. So this is the legendary pride of a heaven stage master, utterly broken, offering to become my dog because he fears death more than he values his dignity. He's right to be afraid. Had he hesitated for a moment longer, my retinue would have painted the flagstones with his blood, and I wouldn't have blinked. He continues his pathetic performance, swearing his family's undying allegiance and begging to be my personal servant. He thinks himself a strong man at the early heaven stage, yet he can't find a position worthy of his stature in my household. The irony is suffocating. I watch the pathetic gears turn in his head as he scrambles to prove his usefulness to me. He desperately offers to be a cook, of all things, so I cut him off before I'm forced to listen to any more of this nonsense. If you truly intend to serve the Song family, I say, my voice devoid of warmth, then your groveling is a waste of my time. I finally give him what he wants, a task, and he practically falls over himself, vowing to die for it. He's on his knees again, a position he seems to be growing quite fond of. I simply adjust my coat, letting the silence hang in the air while he trembles. He scrambles to his feet, a pathetic eagerness in his eyes, waiting for his command. As I know, I begin laying the first piece on the board. Apart from you, Yong'an City has 4 other ancestors at the peak of the Earth rank, does it not? I hold up a small vial, and he stares, confused. As I inform him, these are 4 barrier-breaking pills. I pour the priceless treasures into his trembling hands and give him a simple, devastating order. Go, and let them all break through to the heaven stage for me. He stammers in disbelief, recognizing the legendary pills, then immediately begins to whine internally that his brief superiority will be over. How predictable. I let him stew in his own petty jealousy for a moment before I continue. He looks up, the gears finally clicking into place, and asks if I plan to subdue them. What else? I reply coldly. He finally grasps the scale of my ambition. To use these pills as gilded chains, binding the heads of the 4 great families to my will. I then dangle the ultimate prize before him. A heavenly spirit pill for himself if he succeeds, a reward to ensure his absolute loyalty. The old man's eyes gleam with pure avarice as he swears to deliver the 4 families into my hand. I dismiss him with a flick of my wrist, and he scurries away like the rat he is. Just as he reaches the edge of the courtyard, I call out, "Oh right, come back." He whips around, instantly returning to my side, awaiting my next command. He then has the audacity to bring up the trivial matter of the marriage contract. I give a dismissive flick of my finger, and he immediately prostrates himself. He offers to make his granddaughter my concubine or even a housemaid, knowing she's not worthy to be my wife. His desperation is almost comical. Stop, I command, my patience wearing thin. I have no interest in her. Just find a decent reason to break the engagement. His eyes go wide with shock at the word cancel. He truly believed I would be bound by such a meaningless arrangement. Mr. Kong is a smart person, I say, my voice dropping to a low, menacing tone. You don't need me to teach you how to do it right. He assures me he will handle it, and with another wave, I finally send him on his way. I stand in silence with my subordinates as the old man departs. He pauses at the gate, turning back one last time, too terrified to leave without absolute certainty. Wait, I call out, enjoying this little game. Don't climb over the wall, go through the door. He bows again, thanking me for my compassion, completely misreading my intent. As he finally walks away, a soft, dry chuckle escapes my lips. Uncle Mu speaks up, noting that the matter is settled, though his tone is laced with doubt. He correctly surmises that Kong Zhang's surrender was born of fear, not loyalty. He suggests the Kong family is merely speculating, making a political bet on my family's future. My men confirm his suspicions, reporting that Kong Xingxin has already run off to find some street urchin, and one of them suggests we simply exterminate the entire Kong family tonight. The others look shocked at the suggestion. I raise my hands dismissively. Such blunt force is inefficient and unnecessary. Listen up, I say, my gaze sweeping over them as my expression hardens. I paint them a picture of the future I see, a future of a great battle looming over our kingdom. Millions of ferocious beasts will break through the wall, and countless people will die in a storm of fire and blood. In such a time of crisis, we cannot afford to waste our strength on petty feuds and personal honor. My maid looks at me with a blush, her naive mind mistaking my cold calculus for something noble. Uncle Mu praises my big heart, claiming I can let go of dignity for the sake of the overall situation. He sees me growing into the image of my father, but he doesn't see the truth of my methods. To control the greedy, you must first appeal to their greed. In the coming battle of the southern wilderness, the more combat power we have, the better our chances of survival. I turn to my most trusted subordinate. Uncle Mu, arrange a better boat for me. I'm going on a long trip tomorrow. He acknowledges my order without question. That night, far away in the southern wilderness, the pieces on a much larger board are already in motion. Miles outside the Iron Wall, a transport ship from the Zishui Kingdom descends from the sky. 2 figures emerge, flanked by advanced, mass-produced mechs and a woman with an air of authority. Suddenly, the ground shakes as another force arrives at blinding speed. A dark, formidable mech smashes into the ground, its presence a clear challenge to the Zishui soldiers. The intruder moves in a blur, too fast for the eye to follow. It becomes a whirlwind of force before dissolving into a cascade of glowing particles, the telltale sign of a star solution technique. When the light fades, a man stands before the green-haired general. He kneels. In the Iron Wall Army, Zhang Mu, the right captain, greets General Liu. He delivers a document, an approval from my own faction, and the general, Liu Ning, thanks him for the personal delivery. This is Willow Ning, a mid-earth stage general from the Zishui kingdom, stationed on the joint defense line. With her business concluded, she dismisses the captain and returns to her ship. Inside the transport's maintenance bay sits a new trial model mech, and a young woman with heterochromia eagerly awaits deployment. This is Princess Langhuan, the Empress's half-sister and the lead designer of Zishui's next generation of war machines. Her eyes glow with a manic light as she clutches her datapad, eager to test her new toys against the tide of beasts. The Song family's East Courtyard, a place of tedious tradition and even more tedious people. My footsteps echoed in the sterile hangar, a stark contrast to the mansion's hollow grandeur. Abe, the family's lead mechanic, approached me with the obsequious reverence they all seemed to adopt. "Young Master Yunxiang, this is the flying shuttle you wanted," he said, gesturing to the machine. Its frame was matte black, with aggressive lines and weapon systems that looked far from standard issue. "How is it? Is young Master satisfied?" he asked, his voice laced with a desperate need for approval as the shuttle was fully revealed. I ran a hand along the cold metal fuselage, a faint smirk playing on my lips. "Yes, it's good, I like it." The fool beamed as if I'd just bestowed a great honor upon him. "You don't have to modify it anymore," I cut him off. "I'll handle the rest myself." His work was a decent foundation, but only I knew the true potential I needed to unlock. Without another word, I vaulted into the cockpit and initiated the launch sequence, ignoring the sudden panic from my retainers. They rushed forward, a chorus of useless concern. "You can't go alone," one pleaded while another begged to accompany me. "No need," I stated, my voice flat and final. I moved faster alone. I tossed 2 storage talismans toward them without looking back. They caught them, staring in confusion. "What's this?" "Pills," I explained curtly. "Use them to cultivate our forces while I'm gone. I want a stronger army when I return, not a collection of well-meaning servants." From the cockpit, I gave my final decree. "I'll be back within 10 days, inform the old man." They could only watch and agree as the hangar doors opened to the sky. I engaged the thrusters, a single word escaping my lips. "Go." A torrent of energy erupted from the engines, thrusting the shuttle skyward with brutal force. In seconds, the Song estate was nothing but a speck below me. Meanwhile, back in the nest of vipers, my departure hadn't gone unnoticed. "What was that sound?" one of my uncles muttered. Another, Song Waihen, stroked his beard with a calculating look. "It sounded like a very powerful flying shuttle." He then added with a dismissive sneer, "Perhaps my nephew Yunxiang has gone out to play." His wife, ever the opportunist, immediately began to berate him for his inaction. He tried to justify his cowardice, muttering about consulting with his father and the treasures I possessed. His greed was as predictable as it was pathetic. Right on cue, the patriarch of the family entered the room, his voice cutting through their squabbling. "Treasures? What treasures are you talking about?" They immediately straightened up, offering their pathetic greetings. The old man sat, demanding an explanation for their early morning plotting. My uncle stumbled through a transparent lie about hosting a dinner. The old man wasn't buying it. "Don't play games with me. You're after the pills in Yunxiang's possession." My uncle tried to frame his avarice as a family concern, suggesting they maximize the benefits for everyone. Just then, my retainers arrived, interrupting the pathetic display. "The sound just now," the old man asked, "was that Yunxiang?" His eyes were fixed on them, demanding the truth. Uncle Mu bowed his head. "Yes, Lord. Young Master Yunxiang has departed for the southern wilderness to hunt beasts." The old man waved them away, then paused. "When will he return?" My steward relayed my exact words. 3 to 5 days, 10 at the most." The old man's eyes narrowed slightly as he absorbed the information. As my men turned to leave, my uncle couldn't resist one last jab. "He's going to the wilderness alone. Isn't he looking for death?" My retainers simply walked out, not even gracing him with a response. "Take it easy." The old man sighed, silencing his son's pathetic whining. Then he conjured several holographic screens, revealing a live feed of my flight, much to the shock of the room. The shuttle carved through the air like a phantom blade. "The performance is good," I thought to myself, feeling the power thrumming beneath me. I was pushing the shuttle far beyond what its original design specifications would allow. My custom modifications were a complete success. Then another vessel came into view, its pilot looking out her window in surprise. A transport from the Zishui kingdom out here? Unlikely. She seemed impressed, noting my speed and skill. A woman with a keen eye for power. With a smirk, I pushed the throttle, unleashing a burst of energy that sent me screaming past her ship in a blue-white blur. Her shock was palpable. I saw her lean back in her seat, a thoughtful, predatory smile gracing her lips. I really want to catch him, she purred to herself, and have him test my cuties. An interesting proposition. Perhaps this trip wouldn't be so dull after all. While I was busy cleansing the southern wilderness, my mansion received a few visitors. An ostentatious ship from the Nanju Academy descended upon my courtyard, a clear sign they were eager for what I had promised. From the vessel, two figures emerged. One an old man dressed like a tourist, the other his tag-along. My maid, King Dai, was already there to greet them, ever the picture of efficiency. The old man shielded his eyes, grumbling about how much Yongan City had changed in 30 years before letting out a curse. His companion, however, looked completely out of his depth, stammering, "Is this really Song Yunxiang's home?" He gawked at the architecture, his peasant-like amazement almost pitiable. Damn, he's so rich. King Dai, ever professional, introduced herself and formally greeted the old man. Zhu Himing, chief guard of the Nanju Academy. He seemed impressed, noting that even my maid possessed a high level of cultivation. He conceded my family's reputation was well-deserved. The other fool, my supposed instructor Cheng Yi, puffed out his chest, his eyes shamelessly scanning King Dai's figure. Pathetic. He presented a briefcase, stating they had arrived as per my instructions to pick up the items I had prepared for them. King Dai confirmed my orders and began to lead them into the residence. As they walked, their eyes wandered through my home. The instructor couldn't contain his shock at the number of staff I employ. "His life is too cool," he muttered, green with envy. "Like living in a forest of wine and meat." Within the main hall, my grandfather was being briefed on their arrival. He gave a simple order: "Go to the north courtyard and ask Yun Jin to come over." His retainer questioned the decision, reminding him that my orders were simply to test the goods, not involve my cousin. But my grandfather insisted on showing respect. As the guests were escorted across the courtyard, they approached the main hall. The instructor, Cheng Yi, was still utterly mesmerized by the maids. He was lost in his own thoughts, fantasizing about quitting his job to work for me. He even deluded himself into thinking his profound-level cultivation would be enough to earn him a captaincy here. The idiot then spiraled into a daydream of becoming a lowly houseboy, only to reveal his hidden power in a crisis to win the affection of my staff. King Dai finally led the two fools into the main reception hall. She announced their arrival to my grandfather, who was already waiting for them. "Please take a seat," he offered, gesturing them forward. The old man, Zhu Himing, put on a show of false humility, feigning fear at being in the presence of the marquis of the Song family. As they entered, the pretense continued. My grandfather's eyes widened in recognition. Could it be Zhu Half-Saint? Zhu Himing deflected the title, claiming no one would dare call themselves a half-saint before the marquis. A tedious but necessary dance of pleasantries. Grandfather ordered tea, quietly wondering why I would trouble a half-saint to run a personal errand. Once seated, the pieces began to fall into place. Zhu Himing explained that he heard I needed a batch of goods rushed to the academy, and he cheekily recommended himself for the delivery. A half-saint doesn't act as a courier without a motive. Just then, footsteps echoed from the doorway. My cousin Yun Jin entered the room, answering our grandfather's summons. Grandfather introduced her to our honored guests, and I could practically feel the instructor's brain short-circuiting. Yun Jin began her report, explaining that I had commissioned the workshop to produce a new batch of machines for the academy. But the instructor wasn't listening. He was lost in yet another disgusting fantasy, this time about my cousin. Zhu Himing had to physically snap the fool out of his stupor, telling him to present the goods. Flustered, the instructor fumbled with his briefcase. He unlatched the locks, a clicking sound echoing in the silent room. Inside was the reason for their visit: 30 custom-built Yuan units, all produced according to the design plans I provided. At that very moment, miles away in the southern wilderness, I was concluding my own business. The ground around me was a graveyard of beasts. My mech tore through the last of the creatures with contemptuous ease. I reached into its mangled corpse, my armored hand closing around its core. Another perfect high-grade space crystal, a satisfactory harvest. I added it to the mountain of cores I'd accumulated, then deactivated my mech and began the real work. Star solution. The raw energy of hundreds of beasts dissolved, surging into my body. Perhaps I'd killed a little too much, but the resources were more than enough. Some I'll use to upgrade my production machines. The rest can be sold for a tidy profit. After days of non-stop combat, my cultivation is finally stable. And now, with this immense power at my command, it's time to take the next step. Before I pay a visit to Sand Sculpture City, I will break through to the late stage of the Earth Realm. The chirps and roars of these mindless beasts are nothing but background noise. A symphony of cannon fodder gathering in the southern wilderness. They swarm towards me, drawn like moths to a flame, their primitive brains sensing the immense energy I've deliberately let leak out. They slam against my formation, a simple defensive cube that I could shatter with a thought, roaring their pathetic frustration into the uncaring desert. Inside, I remain perfectly still, allowing the chaotic energy of this desolate land to wash over me, fueling my evolution. The power condenses in my fist, a miniature star of crackling lightning begging to be unleashed. Enough waiting. With a single thought, I command my soul power to break its containment. The resulting shockwave obliterates the very ground beneath me, a testament to the raw force I now command. Standing in the epicenter of my own creation, I feel the surge of a perfect breakthrough into the late Earth stage. The system merely confirms what I already know. My power has tripled, and by my calculations, I can now exert 10 times the combat strength I possessed in my previous life at the holy rank. The beasts outside, too stupid to understand the change, continue to claw at my secondary barrier. It's almost pitiable, an entire horde, and they couldn't breach even the outermost of my 3 defensive layers after a full day of trying. It seems I worried for nothing, but no matter. It's rare that so many raw materials deliver themselves right to my doorstep. I step onto the absorption array I prepared in the center and give the command. Untie. The final barrier dissolves, and the beasts finally have what they wanted, direct access to me. For a moment they hesitate, the scent of a predator replacing that of prey. But hunger and instinct overwhelm their rudimentary caution, and they charge forward in a tidal wave of claws and teeth. The ground itself trembles, but I am unmoved. It's time to reveal my own monster. Star Soul, a colossal phantom of purple energy, materializes around me, a being of pure destructive will. Construct, Star Soul General Lubu. Now for some new toys. Star Master System, grant me 2 sky-shattering claws. The system complies instantly, and the deadly armaments materialize onto my general's fists. With this, I can finally access my true arsenal. It's time to test the combination of Lubu's new armament with a heaven-level skill. The air itself screams as the claws cross, channeling an impossible amount of energy. Heaven-shattering dance, my general becomes a vortex of destruction, carving a canyon through the horde in a single, elegant motion. I observe the aftermath. Impressive, but it could be more efficient. An idea comes to mind. Let's try combining this with Chuan-Jiuwei's technique. Another combination, another application of overwhelming force. Heaven level 7 wave. This time the energy doesn't slice. It manifests as a concentrated, piercing wave of pure force. The kinetic impact sends a shockwave through the enemy ranks, a battering ram of cosmic power. Every beast in its path is pulverized. I look upon the field of twitching, broken bodies, their cores thankfully intact. I only used 30% of my strength after all. The power is adequate. With a gesture, the harvest begins. My general becomes a conduit, drawing the life force from the fallen. The energy coalesces above me, a beautiful, terrifying monument to their sacrifice. The final product is a massive cluster of beast cores, a fortune in raw materials, a whole lot of extra income. I'll keep the high-grade ones for myself. The rest, well, they can be sold to the second prince for a tidy sum. Ah, but that fool is broke now, isn't he? I'll simply have to find a richer buyer. Perhaps the Hong's Chamber of Commerce will take this batch. My general stands ready as the last and largest of the beasts approaches. It lets out a defiant roar, a final act of pointless aggression. All right, stop barking. I command my general, my voice dripping with boredom. It's your turn now. It lunges, a mountain of flesh and fury. My general doesn't even flinch, simply planting its feet and bracing for impact. The resulting collision shakes the continent, but my construct doesn't budge an inch. Its charge is stopped cold, its power utterly negated by mine. It's amusing. Not long ago, I was forced to rely on cheap tricks to fight this thing. Now, I can meet its full strength head-on and not even feel it. With a flick of my wrist, I pluck the core crystal from its chest, a flawless gem of concentrated power. This will be excellent for strengthening my mass-produced army, and I know where to get more. The battle is over. It's been 5 days, and I'm still outside the signal area. I need to get to Sand Sculpture City and finish my business. System, I query, have you finished repairing Cao Ren for me? Silence, as expected. 100 miles out from the city lies a so-called forbidden zone. How amusing. A group of fools have cordoned off a massive energy source, thinking they can claim it for themselves. They even brought a luxury land yacht. The arrogance of the rich is truly boundless. Aboard the vessel, some young master with gaudy white hair senses the crystal's power. The breath of the god level, he mutters, his greed palpable. This Nabayuki of the Huyan family is convinced this relic belongs to him. What a delightful fantasy. His family's name means nothing here. He's already cutting deals with the My Family heir. Another insect who thinks money can solve every problem. The smug look on Nobayuki's face is almost enough to make me laugh. They posture and preen, completely oblivious to the real predator circling their little party. In the city itself, the flies are already gathering. From a tavern, I watch them auctioning off a captured demi-human in the street like a piece of livestock. The depravity of this place is as predictable as it is useful, but my attention is drawn elsewhere, to a cloaked figure ascending the stairs of this very tavern. She sensed something, an aura she recognizes. Her gaze falls upon the unfortunate soul from the mermaid race below. It seems even the ants from the Longha kingdom have crawled out for this god-level relic. This is quickly becoming a gathering of the wind and clouds. Let them come, they are all just pieces on my board. While I was busy with my own affairs, the so-called Prince of Longhai was playing spy in a tavern. He had to remind his little spy to speak the common tongue and try not to be obtrusive. A piece of advice that was clearly wasted on these fishmen. They were in Sand Sculpture City, a place currently boiling with opportunity and danger, far beyond what their primitive minds could grasp. My enemies, cloaked and foolish, shuffled into a tavern on Market Street, thinking they were moving like shadows. The lesser guard, a carp-faced weakling, whispered that he couldn't sense the cultivation of a woman who had just passed them, turning to his superior who was sweating, utterly clueless. The shark, Benito, puffed out his chest and delivered a pathetic lie, claiming she was a common heavenly rank cultivator, desperately trying to maintain his image as an experienced guard. They finally made their way upstairs to grovel, the younger one still distracted by a power he couldn't comprehend, and announced their arrival to their so-called highness. The guard began his report, informing the half-demon prince that the traitor they were hunting had been located within the city. Even this prince, for all his arrogance, had to question how their target could have infiltrated the Zicheng district, an area supposedly under strict military lockdown. His first-class warrior then began a long, tedious explanation of their investigation, information I already possessed. They recounted the tale of a traitor named Crucian Carp, who stole their clan's precious divine jade, a bauble that caused them no end of trouble. Their intel showed the traitor's simple-minded plan: create a diversion and escape through the city's airport, a plan that was only foiled by the sudden appearance of a god-level relic. So now their target was trapped, a rat in a cage he didn't even know was locked. The prince grew impatient with the rambling, demanding they get to the point as his subordinate explained the traitor's simple desperation: a stalled cultivation and a lust for power. Kun finally asked the only question that mattered: if the divine jade was still on the traitor, but his guards could only admit their cowardice, stating they didn't dare get close enough to confirm. The shark man then posed the obvious question, wondering if their highness was worried the traitor would trade their clan's jade for a piece of the new relic. A flicker of doubt crossed the prince's face. He could feel something was wrong, a dissonance in the story his useless subordinates were feeding him. They babbled on, trying to build up their own courage, and I almost laughed as they decided to proceed to the Zicheng district, walking straight into the web. With a pathetic yes, his loyal dogs stood ready to follow him to their doom. They left the room, completely oblivious. They never once noticed the spectral presence that had been sitting with them the entire time, listening to every word. The divine jade of the previous Star Soul General, Ao Bing. This little excursion was proving more fruitful than I'd anticipated. While they were playing their little games, I was already on the move, leaving the city's confines behind. My hoverbike cut through the desert winds, a black streak against the endless sand. The controls beeped, a notification flashing on my dashboard. A signal finally. It seems I've re-entered the network's range. I brought up the comms panel, accepting the incoming call from Uncle Damu. "I'm sorry, Uncle," I said, my voice laced with a sarcasm he'd never detect. There was no signal out here. He replied from the Chiyun Army Academy, clearly worried that I'd ventured too deep into the hinterlands alone. "It's fine as long as you're safe," he said, ever the warrior, before confirming he'd sent the Star Soul General test units I requested. I informed him that I was, in fact, already at the academy with Miss Yunjin, putting his delivery to the test. His holographic projection stood against the academy backdrop, unaware of the scale of the test I was truly running. In the virtual combat arena, my new machines were already engaged, executing flawless formations against simulated enemies. The shelling types locked on, their energy cannons charging with a low hum before unleashing hellfire. The enemy's front line was instantly vaporized in a series of brilliant, violent explosions. But the simulation wasn't finished. It spawned a wave of flying beasts to test my anti-air capabilities. The swarm descended upon my units, a tide of digital monsters. The shield gunners took aim, preparing for anti-air combat. My troops responded instantly, their weapons tilting skyward to meet the new threat. They switched their weapons to cannon mode, a far more destructive configuration. A volley of fire tore through the sky, shredding the flying beasts into digital confetti. The airstrike units were next, ordered to kill them all without mercy. They acknowledged the command and moved to engage. The airstrike models shifted seamlessly into their high-speed peregrine mode. With a final confirmation, they unleashed their payload. A swarm of flying swords deployed from their frames, a storm of guided projectiles. The enemy swarm was caught completely off guard, unable to react to the sheer speed and volume of the attack. The sky lit up with hundreds of miniature explosions as my swords found their targets. The remnants of the enemy force were annihilated, leaving nothing but scorched earth and dissipating smoke. The test was a success, but the real battle was yet to come, and I ordered my tank units to step forward, ever alert for the next wave. The simulation ends, and the fools in charge order the machines dismantled for study, as if they could comprehend my designs. The entire test facility, a playground I built for them, is now silent as they prepare to pick apart my work like vultures. My subordinates are, predictably, excited. One complains it ended too soon, eager for more destruction, while another analyzes the data, her mind struggling to grasp the leap in efficiency I've engineered. The other battalion chiefs are buzzing like insects, debating which model is superior, their tactical understanding far too limited to see the real picture. It's too strong. Song Zio, the Eastern Battalion chief, finally stammers, her composure broken. The power is beyond her simple expectations. Of course it is. She immediately thinks of military applications, her mind calculating how my machines would multiply the Chilean army's combat effectiveness. Shen Ying of the Southern Battalion stares at her datapad, her professional mask cracking. "So awesome," she mutters in disbelief. "Yes, it is." They turn to my cousin, the commander-in-chief, begging to know the source, foolishly guessing it was Taixuan Industry, a company whose technology I surpassed years ago. Bai Su, chief of the Northern Battalion, is utterly bewildered, the limits of her world being shattered before her very eyes. And then my dear cousin Yunjin delivers the reveal with a smug little smile, explaining the Yuan-style mechs were designed by me, Song Yunxiang. She gives a token credit to the Taixuan machinists who merely followed my instructions. A political necessity, I suppose. The shock on their faces is delicious. Song Yunxiang, they can't believe it's the same person. The whispers begin, remembering me as the family waste, the boy who was publicly humiliated. The dissonance is causing their tiny brains to short-circuit. Yunjin's assistant smirks, thinking they'll be even more shocked by my fighting power. She has no idea. Meanwhile, at the Southern Wilderness Great Wall, my father is given the same demonstration. He stands before my creations at the Iron Wall Army Training School, while my little brother Song Mu asks for his opinion. My father can barely believe it, asking if I, that kid, truly created all of them. Song Mu, puffing out his chest, proudly confirms it. He's basking in my reflected glory. Pathetic but useful for now. A long silence follows. I can almost hear the gears turning in my father's head, calculating my newfound value to him. He finally barks an order to his subordinate. He's already moving to capitalize on my work, form a new elite battalion, and acquire all necessary materials. He never could resist an opportunity. His mind is racing, seeing my machines not just as a defense, but as a tool for conquest. He stares at the massive mech, already envisioning his army armed with my technology, pushing into the hinterland. His ambition is as predictable as it is vast. My brother even slyly mentions that if my father knew about the pills I possess, he'd try to bleed me dry for the army. He's not wrong. I feel a sneeze coming on. Someone must be talking about me, or more likely, plotting how to use me. I'm already on my way to my next objective, listening to Uncle Moo's briefing over the comms. He warns me that Sand Sculpture City is under martial law due to a great treasure. He tells me to be careful, as if the local rabble poses any threat. I terminate the call. His concern is tedious. A treasure, he said. It might be a waste of my time, but it could also be a welcome diversion. I push the throttle, full speed mode. The world outside becomes a blur. The sky breaks before me as I carve a path toward the city. At the city's West District, some local insects are trying to buy their way into a VIP area, while a guard extorts them for a bribe. One of the cloaked figures, a creature from the sea by the looks of it, hands over a payment card. How quaint. The guard, satisfied with his pathetic toll, agrees to lead them through. He warns them to stay quiet, that this is a VIP passage where making trouble means death. He's not wrong, but he has no idea who he's about to run into. They shuffle obediently behind him. The gaudy hallway stretches on, a monument to tasteless wealth. Suddenly, the guard spots my party approaching from the opposite end of the corridor. He tries to calm his nervous little group of fish, while covertly signaling his own man to be ready for a fight. a pointless gesture. His clients are practically sweating through their ridiculous blue cloaks. Amateurs. The guard instructs them to be silent. "I'll greet them," he says, puffing up his chest as if he's an equal. We meet in the middle of the hall, exchanging hollow pleasantries in the local tongue. As I walk past, a familiar scent hits me, the subtle brine of the Southern Sea clans. I stop, something isn't right. I turn slowly, my eyes narrowing. Switching to the dialect of the Southern Sea, I ask with a thin smile, "Have we met somewhere before?" Their leader freezes. I can feel his panic. He thinks I'm testing them, and he's right, so he feigns ignorance in the common tongue. A pathetic deception. I pull back my hood, letting them see exactly who they've run into. Their impending terror will be quite satisfying. The word Terran hangs in the air, a question laced with suspicion. I feign a mild confusion, glancing over at the cloaked figures who'd cornered me in this opulent hallway. "Strange," I mutter, turning to their supposed leader. "Hey you, who are these people?" The man in the white turban puffs out his chest, a pathetic attempt at authority. "Yes, didn't you hear, my lord? My lord is from the Huyan family." He brandishes his staff as if the name itself is a weapon, a declaration of power that should have me trembling. It doesn't. I can see the sweat beading on his brow. He's more afraid of me than I could ever be of his masters. He quickly shifts his focus, pointing a trembling finger at the entourage behind me. "Forgive me, my lord. These three people are businessmen from the Tiandu kingdom." He stammers, trying to explain their presence. His eyes dart nervously, desperate to provide a satisfactory answer. "They are the Tiandu merchants who supplied our Tai Shao." My own man leans in, whispering the details of this local drama into my ear. Young Master Tai Shao is the fourth of the 4 young talents of the Mai family," he explains. A faint smirk plays on my lips as the pieces click into place. "So that's how it is." I give a dismissive wave of my hand. "Let's go," I command, playing the part of the magnanimous lord they mistake me for. The man bows, relief washing over his face as he scurries away with his cloaked companions. I watch them retreat, one of the cloaked figures letting out an audible sigh as if he just cheated death. He hasn't. They disappear down the long, empty corridor, believing they've escaped. Fools, their cloaks can't hide the disgusting aura of the sea clinging to them. As they vanish, one of them spits the name Huyan family like a curse. So the dogs I've been expecting have finally arrived. Once they are out of sight, I turn to my subordinate. "Uncle, find someone to keep an eye on those 3 merchants." He looks at me, his expression questioning. "Oh, did young master think there was something wrong with them?" My eyes narrow. It's like being allergic to seafood. The sensation is unbearable. An instinctual revulsion engraved into the very blood of my family. My subordinate is still lost, but the fair-skinned, handsome man just now looks like an ordinary human. I cut him off, placing a finger to my lips. "SHH, trust me, investigate them and you will find out soon enough." I leave him to his task and step out into the squalor of Sand Sculpture City. The streets are a marketplace of misery. Vendors hawking everything from pure blood, fox slaves, to other demi-human chattel. I had heard that the quality of monster slaves in this city was the best in the kingdom. It seems the reputation is well earned. The desert sun beats down, baking the filth. I find myself drawn to a place that promises a temporary reprieve, the Sand Sculpture Hot Spring. But as I sought relaxation, my hunters were perched on a nearby rooftop, thinking they had finally cornered their prey. From their vantage point, they watched me, their supposed quarry. One of them glares through a spyglass, his face contorted in rage. "That damn bastard," he seethes, his voice dripping with impotent fury. "We worked so hard to track him all the way here, and this bastard, he's actually enjoying his life." The sight of me, surrounded by women in a luxurious bath, sends him into a spiral. Damn. His companion, a creature with the face of a fish, begs for a look. "Uncle Benito, can I see it too?" They begin to squabble over the spyglass like children, their mission momentarily forgotten. The fish-faced fool finally gets his turn, his eyes widening in awe. "Wow," he watches me, a pathetic longing in his voice. "Can we also enjoy our life like this?" His uncle scoffs. "Of course we can, but it'll cost a lot of money. The water is warm, the atmosphere serene. It's a pity I'll have to ruin it." A sharp smack echoes from the rooftop. "Don't mess around." Benito snarls, bringing his nephew back to their grim reality. Their leader, a silver-haired merman prince, finally speaks. "Uncle Benito is the traitor still in the bath." Traitor, how amusing he calls me that for taking what he was too weak to hold. "That's right, your highness," the fishman confirms. The prince's impatience gets the better of him. "It's not a good option to wait. Let's just mix in." Benito objects, reminding him that their masking formation is tied to their clothes, and removing them would expose their mermaid auras. The prince simply says no, his arrogance absolute as he begins to undo his robes. "That's just me going. he declares, letting the heavy fabric fall to the ground. His retainers gasp, knowing this is a fool's gambit, but they have no choice but to follow their reckless highness. On another rooftop, a new player watches the scene unfold, a woman named Huang Maioyan. She smiles, seeing opportunity. I just came for god-level relics, but I have such an unexpected harvest, it's my lucky day. The prince and his lackeys vanish into the city below, their rooftop perch now empty. But another shadow emerges. An old man appears, chuckling. Heh, your lucky day? No, because I will take them all. They all see a prize. They see an inheritance. They have no idea they're just insects drawn to a flame, and this bath is about to become their tomb. My arrival in this desolate wasteland was deliberately inconspicuous, a ghost materializing from the heat haze of the desert. I took a moment, letting the shimmering form of my shuttle solidify before dismissing it. Flying into Sand Sculpture City would be a declaration of war. Walking in as a humble traveler is a declaration of my intent to dismantle it from within. My physical form detached from the shuttle's cloaking field, a specter stepping onto the burning sand. With a flick of my wrist, I activated my system space, a private dimension only I command. The multi-billion-dollar shuttle, a pinnacle of technology, warped and folded into nothingness, stored away as easily as a common trinket. Now only my footprints marred the endless dunes, a silent testament to my presence. My first objective was simple: retrieve the herbs that old fool shopkeeper Hong had procured for me. But my own face was a liability, so I invoked one of my system's more subtle functions. A mask of shifting light formed in my palm, a blank slate for a new identity. I'd acquired it some time ago, but never bothered to study its intricacies. Now was as good a time as any to blend in with the local vermin. The first face it gave me was that of a man from the lower domain, but dealing with the Samarin family's researchers required a more refined touch. This crude persona wouldn't do. No, this face was entirely unsuitable for the game I was about to play. I willed it to change again, and again, and again. I cycled through dozens of faces, each one a potential mask for the predator underneath. I continued to shift my appearance, discarding one identity after another. Each transformation was a fleeting thought. I needed something that screamed harmless, yet held an air of authority. The system cycled through more options, searching for the perfect fit. Finally, settling on the guise of a weathered old man, I began my trek toward the city walls. The Midtown market was as grimy as I remembered, and I was greeted with the feigned politeness of a shop girl. I ignored her, my voice raspy and old, as I asked the nearby clerk, "Is shopkeeper Lu here?" The man scurried off, shouting for his master like an obedient dog. A moment later, I was being led into the shop's interior by a young woman. The shopkeeper, Lu Yang of Hong, met me with a curious gaze, asking for my identity. I was introduced by shopkeeper Hong of Nanju, I stated flatly, cutting through the pleasantries. "I've come to trade." His interest piqued. He gestured me toward a back room, away from prying eyes and ears. He led me down a short corridor, his mind clearly racing. "Are you from the Song family?" He probed, trying to place my origins. I let him wonder. "I work for young Master Yungxiang," I replied evasively, "and I'm here for the Kaienchijin and Zishedin." He nodded, informing me that the buyers from the Samarin family were already waiting and confirming I had the payment. "Everything is ready," I assured him, my tone leaving no room for doubt. He led me to the door of the meeting room. Inside, I could already hear them talking amongst themselves, their conversation dripping with arrogance and ambition. The old scholar, Gakubai, justified using his personal resources for this trade, obsessed with getting data on the Mai family's new machine. He had pathetic, lofty dreams of creating something to rival a Shiyuan Star Soul General. The knock on the door cut their scheming short. Shopkeeper Lu announced my arrival, and I stepped into the room to meet my temporary business partners. "Nice to meet you," I said, my voice carrying the weight of my disguise. The transaction was a simple affair, an exchange of goods under the shopkeeper's watchful eye. They were predictably stunned by the flawless quality of the energy crystals I provided, but their greed ensured the deal closed without a hitch. With the herbs secured, I stepped back out into the crowded street, one step closer to my goal. All that remained was the Mai family's boundless flower, but that required a more direct approach. I would scout their estate and act under the cover of darkness. Reaching the Zicheng district, I found a perch atop a building to survey their compound. They called this a military area, but the security was laughably lax. My system's navigation guided me. Finding the optimal path was trivial. I moved across the rooftops, a silent shadow against the setting sun. Then I stopped. A powerful aura washed over the area, the unmistakable presence of a holy rank expert. A woman I'd never encountered in my previous life. Who was she, and why was she spying on someone down below? Curiosity got the better of me. Star Master System, scan, I commanded, focusing my senses on her target. The results were unexpected. The energy signature radiating from the blue-haired boy below felt strangely familiar. A memory surfaced, cold and sharp. I knew him. It seems this trip will be more interesting than I anticipated. Sand Sculpture City, a pit of decadence built on sand and desperation. To find a traitor, one must wade through the filth. And this city had it in abundance, particularly in its so-called demon slave clubs. They offered me delicacies, like this horse milk wine made from the very creatures they enslaved. To maintain my cover as some vapid young master, I played along, allowing a cat-like slave to feed me grapes. She asked if they were delicious, her voice a practiced melody of subservience. I lied and told her they were, thanking Zayahabai. But a proprietor quickly corrected me, stating her slave name was Yanyan, as if it mattered what you called property. The girl feigned a coy protest, a well-rehearsed part of the sales pitch. The head waiter, smelling money, approached me with the oily charm of a vulture. He saw my supposed generosity and started his pathetic attempt at an upsell. I cut him short with a glare. His babbling was an irritation I didn't have time for. The man flinched but pressed on, his greed overriding his fear, asking if I was satisfied with the two cat girls. I gave a shallow smile, petting them like prizes to be won. He then offered to sell them to me for a price, boasting that they were officially registered with the government. My boredom must have been palpable, as he quickly assured me they weren't wild. The slaves themselves chimed in, one promising to dance, the other offering to warm my bed. "I'll take both," I said, waving a hand dismissively before getting to the real reason I was here. "I heard you have a superb item, something a bit more wild." His eyes lit up, confirming they had a top-quality horse demon, but he claimed it was already reserved. "Do I look short of money?" I sneered, standing up. "Bring it to me, I'll pay double." He name-dropped the Mai family, a pathetic attempt to intimidate me, before adding that the demon wasn't yet domesticated. "Then what are you waiting for?" I commanded, my patience gone. "Lead the way." The fool finally understood I wasn't asking, and guided me down into the darkness of the basement. There he presented his prize, the top-quality demon horse ordered by the Mai family. He boasted that she was the strongest warrior of her tribe, a fierce and ruthless creature. "Fortunately, I made a trap and was able to catch it," he bragged, and I had to resist the urge to laugh at his cowardice. My two new acquisitions clung to me, feigning terror at the sight. The waiter, ever the opportunist, immediately tried to secure a deposit, but his voice was drowned out by a transmission from my subordinate, reporting that our targets were making their move. I activated the holographic display, my facade dropping completely. "Report," I commanded, my tone turning to ice. He confirmed the 3 targets were sheltering with the Mai family, escorting a traitor wanted by the Long High Kingdom. The waiter suggested I inform the Mai family, the fool. I tossed him a storage talisman overflowing with currency. "Keep the change," I said, already moving. "I'll be back for them later." In a blur of motion, I was gone, leaving them all behind. The waiter stared dumbly at the spot where I had stood. He clutched the payment, finally realizing I was far more than just some rich young master. He was left alone at the gate, completely bewildered by what had just happened. He quickly ordered his men to prepare the demon slave for delivery, blissfully unaware that I had just placed a tracker on his entire operation. My real target was at the Zicheng district hot spring, and I was already closing in. My men watched from the rooftops as the bastard finally emerged. They began to shadow him, their forms blending with the city's architecture. But I had no intention of staying behind and watching. As they followed, I moved ahead, my spectral form ensuring they would all be caught in my net. The traitor strolled casually out of the bathhouse, savoring a moment of peace he didn't deserve. He walked right into the open, a perfect lamb for the slaughter. My operatives moved into position, ready to spring the trap. He finally sensed something was wrong, a prickle of instinct that came far too late. My men threw a warning shot, and his escorts immediately panicked. "He spotted us," one of them said before foolishly giving the order to chase me. They scurried across the rooftops like startled insects. Their leader noted I was running towards the city's edge, just as I planned. They pushed themselves, trying desperately to keep up, but I was already at the city wall, moving at a speed they could only dream of. I vaulted over the massive barrier without breaking stride, the guards below not even registering my passage. My pursuers were less graceful, with the Highness needing his subordinates' help just to clear the wall. They landed clumsily on the other side, scrambling to regain their footing. The subordinate landed with a heavy thud, trying to look impressive. The supposed Highness followed suit. They used a series of crude wall-running techniques to descend. It was a clumsy, pathetic display. They even had to use grappling hooks to scale the final outer wall. They finally landed in the desert sand, thinking they had me cornered. The wall guards yelled at them for breaking the rules, but they were swatted aside like flies. The fools stormed past the insignificant guards. Now out in the open, they thought they had the advantage. "Your Highness," one of them panted, "we're out of the city. Use your star soul, General." The leader grunted in agreement, ready to deploy his ultimate weapon. I stopped, turning to face them with a smirk. So they did chase after me. Their leader roared, pouring his energy into his summons. Two massive war machines materialized in a storm of digital light. I simply scoffed at the pathetic display. Are you stupid? You'd use the Tiandu Navy's colors in the middle of a desert? Only idiots from the Longhai Kingdom would think of such a retarded disguise. So they finally caught up. Two oversized metal suits kicking up sand in my desert. From the way they stood, so full of self-importance, I could almost taste their arrogance. This one, the prince, actually believed he had me cornered. His little grunt screeches about how he's a thief and I need to hand over the family treasure. He swings his oversized blade, as if the gesture alone is enough to intimidate me. The prince then has the audacity to offer me mercy, as if my life is his to spare. Repent, he says, and I can ask Father to spare you. The delusions of royalty are truly a sight to behold. His little pet, a pathetic merman hiding his face, sneers at the prince's own half-human blood, mocking his misplaced sympathy. He then launches into a predictable speech about the glory of his noble merman race and their so-called lineage of dragons, promising to show me true power. He gathers his energy, chanting some pathetic mantra to his star soul. A pointless beam of light strikes the sand, and the real show begins. He whips up a maelstrom of sand, thinking he can trap a fish in a desert. The prince's little toy soldier panics, realizing I've simply slipped beneath the surface. They stand there, blind and deaf in the storm I now command, while the prince foolishly believes I'm as stupid as he is. I let them enjoy their confidence for a moment before bursting from the ground, reminding these useless pieces of scrap metal exactly what they are. I don't even need to aim. I simply unleash a fraction of my power, mocking their foolishness for chasing a being at the peak of the heaven stage. The blast slams into one of the mech, and I can't help but wonder what worthless trinket the king of Longhai gave them to make them so bold. They stumble around in the sand, utterly lost. Of course, I recognize the faint energy signature immediately. The dragon fighting cone, a specialized weapon for restraining mermen. I even recall it being used on Master Lan Ao in a past life. The prince laughs, thinking his little weapon is useless if he can't see me. But his subordinate is already sweating, sensing that I've seen through their entire pathetic strategy. Their plan is as simple as they are. The subordinate Benito will act as bait while the prince gets a clear shot with the cone. But then a flicker of doubt crosses the prince's mind. He looks around, a sliver of intelligence finally piercing his thick skull. The sweat starts to bead on his brow as he tells his man to stick to their crude, predictable plan. The subordinate, with the intellect of a sea slug, agrees with a sudden spark of false confidence. He digs in, preparing for his grand performance. The fool leaps into the air, screaming insults, trying to draw my attention like a child throwing a tantrum. He fires blindly into the sand, kicking up dust and achieving nothing. While these children play in their sandbox, a more interesting player watches from the city walls, standing over the guards I had dispatched earlier. Ah, the woman of holy rank, an amusing variable. She gazes out over her city, a city I've already infiltrated. I feel her eyes on the battle, and I wonder if she's merely a spectator, or if she's waiting for her own moment to strike, just as another predator closes in on the city's clueless guards. The patrolmen are in disarray, confused as to why the city's alarms are silent despite the war zone erupting just outside. Their captain, in a fit of useless protocol, decides to run to the Mai family for help. But their path is suddenly blocked. They skid to a halt, spears raised in alarm. A voice cuts through the tension, dripping with false reassurance. It's Nan Rongsai telling them not to panic, claiming to be a guest. One of the guards confirms his identity, recognizing him and his associate from the Huyan family. The captain foolishly introduces himself, explaining his duty to guard the gate. He babbles on about the chaos, the disabled alarms, and the broken communication lines. He explains that a mysterious powerhouse attacked them, and they are the only survivors running to get reinforcements. Nan Rongsai's smile is pure poison. Oh, so the Mai family hasn't received any news. The captain confirms his ignorance, and with that, Nan Rongsai gives the signal to his own subordinate. The captain's eyes widen in dawning horror, but it is far too late. What is the last thing he manages to scream? Nan Rongsai moves like a phantom. The entire squad is cut down before they can even process the attack. He stands over the bodies without a flicker of remorse, a true professional. His old servant asks if he should finish them off, but Nan Rongsai has bigger fish to fry. Don't worry about them, he says. Let's go join the excitement of the mermaid fighting. They leave the guards bleeding in the alley. And with that, another set of players makes their way to my stage. Back in the desert, Benito continues his frantic, pathetic display. He swings wildly, screaming insults into the wind, a perfect distraction. The prince, ever the brilliant commander, tells him not to be impulsive, just as my plan springs shut. Too late. From the sand right behind him, my golden construct erupts, its blades ready. Go to hell, idiot. It roars, a perfect line for such a dramatic moment. The construct's blades plunge deep into the back of Benito's machine. A clean strike, straight through the armor and into the pilot. I finally reveal myself, my voice dripping with scorn. The idiot is you. Did you really think the dragon fighting cone is here with me? The prince screams his subordinate's name, then, seeing him impaled, shouts the trigger phrase. Uncle Benito, now. He activates the cone, believing his trap has been sprung. My construct holds Benito's mech fast, presenting a perfect, unmoving target. The fake cone materializes, hurtling towards my puppet. Even the spectators are fooled, recognizing the legendary weapon from old imperial records. Nan Rongsai arrives just in time to witness the climax, his eyes wide with surprise. The prince urges his dying subordinate on, screaming that he can't hold me for long. From the shadows, I give my own assurance. Rest assured, your highness, because the real dragon fighting cone was never with him. It was with me, and I drive it straight through Benito's cockpit myself. The prince can only stare, dumbfounded, as the cone's true power activates. A storm of pure energy consumes his loyal dog. His screams are a symphony of failure. I hold the fully powered cone aloft, a monument to his utter stupidity. I look down at this pathetic prince, his last pawn gone. So you really are an idiot? You thought I was tricked? I ask, letting him savor his defeat. Then my captured subordinate kneels. Subordinate Benito, great master. The final piece falls into place. The prince's face is a mask of utter devastation as I lay it all bare. I arrange for Benito to lure you here on purpose, I say, and I can't help but laugh. Idiot. His laughter echoes across the barren desert, a grating sound of misplaced triumph. I arrange for Benito to lure you here on purpose, you idiot. I watch from the shadows as the so-called Prince Lan Kun hangs crucified between two pillars of energy, utterly defeated. The old traitor, Benito, sneers with contempt as he realizes his prize has fainted from the shock. His face twists in annoyance. A dead prince is of no use to him. Wake him up for me. He snarls at his subordinate, who stands ready by the giant mech. A jolt of raw energy surges through the pillars, and the prince's screams are a brief, pathetic symphony of agony. Benito leans in, his voice dripping with sadistic glee. Hey, nephew Lan Kun, how does the dragon fighting cone taste? The prince's eyes flutter open, filled not with anger but with a wounded, pathetic confusion. Uncle Benito, you. He babbles about loyalty, about his father the king, a veteran of the royal guard. The final, desperate question escapes his lips. Why did you betray Longhai, betray father? Benito doesn't even bother to answer. Instead, his subordinate Carp steps forward, revealing his true allegiance. From the beginning, the one who is loyal to you is Carp. The prince's eyes widen in shock, the gears of his slow mind finally turning. Does that mean you have planned this for a long time? He whispers, his gaze shifting between the two traitors. He asks what they want, as if the answer could possibly be anything good. Benito finally reveals his motive, his words sharp and cold. Nephew Lan Kun, I want to borrow your merman blood essence to use it. The old fool's smile is pure, undiluted greed. Merman blood essence? The prince's face drains of what little color it had left. Benito then launches into a tedious history lesson, holding up a jade pendant. Do you know why this jade is the treasure of our family? He begins, speaking of ancient sea beasts and their ancestors' flight to land. He drones on about the first host of the star soul, Ao Bing, Master Lan Zai, who fought for 3 days and nights. With Ao Bing's power, this ancestor pacified the seas, a feat of legend. He established the kingdom, but knew the power would need to be passed down through the soul jade. So Lan Zai sought out a so-called immortal to find a way to bind the star soul to his bloodline forever. The immortal taught him a secret method, a ritual of sacrifice. Lan Zai used his own life to seal Ao Bing's soul into the jade, making it the family's ultimate legacy. A cycle of power passed from one dying host to the next. The jade waits for the next chosen one to awaken it, a process that sounds remarkably similar to my own family's forbidden techniques. While my companions mutter about lost methods and differing points of view, I grow tired of this pompous monologue. The prince, however, hangs on every word. To open the jade, you need the blood of the merman, he asks. Not just any blood, Benito corrects him. It requires the blood of 3 members of the royal family. A flicker of understanding crosses the prince's face. His father's plan to split the pursuing armies was a countermeasure to prevent this very scenario, a plan my arrival inadvertently ruined. He tries a desperate, foolish bluff. There are only you and me here, what can you do? Don't tell me Benito is your son or something. He taunts, trying to find a flaw in the plan, but Benito just scoffs. You idiot, why would I lure you out if I had nothing to do? The simple word idiot cuts the prince deeper than any blade. His arrogant defiance shatters instantly. I feel a slight tickle in my throat, forcing a small cough. Their little drama is becoming tiresome. This prince's foolish personality is an almost perfect echo of the one I knew in my past life. They've chattered for far too long. I can sense the city guards finally closing in. Honestly, these talkative villains are exceptionally annoying. Enough waiting. My companion's hiding technique is amateurish at best. Her holy stage cultivation won't keep her hidden from the guards for long. A squad of armored soldiers rushes out from a nearby gate, their captain yelling orders. Warning, stop the fighting immediately. They shout, as if their Tinkan armor gives them any authority here. The mech pilot simply roars back, "Go away," and swats their pathetic energy blasts aside like flies. The projectiles deflect harmlessly into the sand. The guards scramble, realizing they've picked a fight they can't possibly win. Still, they follow their orders and charge forward. "Stop fighting, let's go," the pilot says, turning his attention back to the real prize. "Take that little idiot and let's go to the god stage relic," Benito commands. With a groan of tearing metal and earth, the mech rips the entire restraining apparatus out of the ground. They rocket into the sky, leaving the guards behind. The soldiers can only watch, stunned into inaction. The prince is carried through the air like a piece of luggage, still pinned to his cross. The traitors speed across the desert sands. Not good, they are heading towards the god stage relic. One of the guards yells in panic. They scramble to send a warning, while the woman beside me correctly guesses Benito's plan to use the relic's energy. "Uncle, let's follow," my young master companion insists. He readies his cards, eager for a fight. I watch the traitors' retreating forms. A bunch of trash, the lot of them. I suppose I'll follow. They're heading towards that giant red crystal anyway. A dozen blades of pure energy slice through the air, courtesy of my hand. They slam into the ground, bracketing the relic and kicking up a storm of sand. The message is clear. Their flight comes to an abrupt halt. They land near the crystal, looking around for the source of the attack. Benito spots me, and instead of fear, he laughs. "My stupid nephew Kun," he gloats. "I will explain why only you and I are enough." He produces a small vial of dark liquid. In this bottle is the holy blood essence of the previous Ao Bing's host. He explains his discovery. This god stage relic possesses a unique power. It can actually reboil the blood that has lost its vitality. With a twisted grin, he pours the stale blood onto the jade. The ancient gem flares to life, absorbing the reactivated essence. "My blood included," he chuckles. "A second portion of royal blood." His triumphant monologue cuts off abruptly. He stares at his own hand, then at the unresponsive jade, his face contorting with shock and horror. How is this possible?" I watch from the periphery as the raw energy of the god stage relic pulsates, littering the ground with the charred husks of lesser beasts foolish enough to get too close. My subordinate's voice crackles over the comms, asking if we should stop the mermaids from performing their ritual to open the jade of Star Soul General Ao Bing. From the corner of my eye, I spot the Huyans, another pack of vultures drawn to the kill, their red mech lurking in the distance. Their pathetic leader recognizes the ceremony, his mind slowly comprehending that it's nearly identical to a ritual from his own family. A disgusting smirk forms on his face as he concocts a foolish plan. Believing he can exploit a weakness he thinks only he knows. He barks orders, sending his muscle-bound uncle to deal with the heavenly stager. That would be me, while he moves to steal the prize. As the mermaid elder begins the rite, his body racked with dark energy, I see the first flaw in their plan. It's not a defense against intruders, it's a sacrifice. The elder turns and offers the ritual dagger to the Huyan's uncle, calling him nephew. The brute grips the blade, his intentions written in the grim set of his jaw. In a predictable, yet tiresome, display of betrayal, he plunges the dagger into the old mermaid's back. A pathetic shriek echoes across the wasteland as the elder realizes his fatal miscalculation. The uncle's face twists into a monstrous grin, his eyes glowing red with a manic, bloodthirsty light. The dagger glows ominously, not merely wounding, but actively siphoning the elder's very life essence. Another observer, a woman hiding her presence, notes how the relic's energy is activating and amplifying the stolen blood. She daydreams about taking the relic to awaken some forgotten emperor, oblivious to the fact that she is a pawn, just like the others. All these insects, buzzing around a power they can't possibly comprehend. From the shadows, another rival watches, hoping they succeed so he can simply copy their work. The mermaid elder's body convulses, his blood becoming a conduit for the ritual's power. The torrent of life force flows from his dying body, a grotesque sacrifice for another's ambition. His very essence is poured into a green gem, forming the first component of the jade. He screams his last as the transfer completes, his purpose served. The completed blood essence crystal hums with stolen life, floating in the air. It descends toward the traitorous Huyan's leader, the reward for his petty conspiracy. But with his dying breath, the elder gasps out a final instruction. Please inject the third royal blood essence. The uncle, dagger in hand, acknowledges the order with a curt yes. He raises the blade, preparing to continue the vile ceremony. Their theatrics have grown tiresome. I fire a single energy beam, a warning shot to disrupt their play. The uncle just barely manages to throw himself out of the way, his face a mask of disbelief. The force sends him stumbling back as he screams. Who is this? His mechanical puppets open fire, a useless barrage against my position. I stand unmoved as the Huyan's leader curses in frustration at his pawn's impotence. Their energy blasts dissipate harmlessly against my armor. It's like children throwing stones. I don't even bother to raise a proper shield. The blonde fool, realizing his mistake, shrieks at his uncle to ignore me and kill another merman to complete the ritual. The uncle agrees, but wisely decides I am the more immediate threat. He lunges forward, a brutish charge that is both predictable and suicidal. I pivot my construct's head, locking onto the incoming pest. His clumsy attack is easily intercepted as I catch his arm mid-swing. I lift him effortlessly, twisting his arm until the bone is ready to snap. He dangles from my grip, struggling like a trapped animal. I tire of the game. His red mech makes a foolish attempt to save him. A single, dismissive kick sends the machine flying. It shatters into a heap of scrap metal upon impact. The dying mermaid elder watches the scene, his face now a mask of pure hatred. Seeing his chance, the Huyan's leader charges my subordinate instead. My subordinate meets the attack, his blade clashing against the golden construct. But he is outmatched in raw power and is sent flying back. His mech crashes hard into the desolate ground. I drop the uncle, who roars with delight at seeing my subordinate fall. The blonde brat stands over my downed ally, savoring his hollow victory. You want to die? He screams at me, finally summoning his own star soul construct. The golden machine materializes and immediately fires a massive beam from its chest. In his arrogant haste, his aim is sloppy, and the blast flies directly toward his own uncle. The fool shrieks as he fires upon his own family, his attack completely out of his control. But another force strikes first, a crimson spear of energy I had been observing this entire time. They have all forgotten who truly controls the board. The uncle screams in agony, not from his nephew's clumsy attack, but from the searing pain of his own weapon being turned against him. What? Who are you? He howls. Why do you know how to control the dragon fighting cone? I watch them approach my crystalline prison, their cheap power armor kicking up dust with every arrogant stomp. The old fool from the Haiyun family ran ahead, his younger master in tow, already gloating about his supposed victory. He prattled on about how this dragon fighting cone was designed specifically for people like me, as if I were some common thug they could simply cage. But I wasn't the only one caught in their little trap. The merman, Lankun, thrashed against the crimson energy, cursing his own weakness. He was finally putting the pieces together, the slow realization dawning on his face that he'd been played by the Haiyun family. His rage was palpable, a feral snarl twisting his features as he swore vengeance upon their clan. But his desperate cries didn't go entirely unheard. He'd sensed another player hiding in the sky, watching us all. Like a drowning man grasping at reeds, he immediately started begging this unseen master for help, promising eternal gratitude. While he pleaded, I simply observed, and from my vantage point, I could see her, the so-called master he was calling to. Her plan was laughably simple. Let the Haiyuan dogs do the dirty work, then swoop in to snatch my soul jade from their grasp. The merman could feel her power, a presence far beyond his own, but he was too blinded by hope to see her for the vulture she was. He wavered, unsure if this new presence was friend or foe, while the Haiyuan lackeys looked around in confusion. Their young master, however, was far too arrogant to consider a threat he couldn't see. He dismissed the merman's desperate calls with a wave of his hand, completely oblivious, calling my fellow captive seafood. He decided the priority was to deal with me and the green-souled jade that had appeared. The merman, seeing his chance, immediately agreed, a flicker of cunning in his eyes as he feigned cooperation. The young master reached out, his ignorance on full display as he prepared to handle an artifact he couldn't possibly comprehend. He mused that if this was like his family's own soul jades, then he knew exactly what to do. The sheer self-satisfaction on his face was almost painful to watch, so I decided it was time to end the farce, shattering their pathetic cage from the inside with a fraction of my will. The merman, never one to waste an opportunity, instantly materialized a clawed weapon. He lunged forward, taking full advantage of the chaos I had provided. He credited fate for his good fortune, completely unaware that I was the one who had granted him this opening. Of course it was me. Their little squabble over the jade was the perfect cover for my system to finish its analysis and copy the artifact structure. This changed things from the original timeline I remembered, where Lan Kun was supposed to acquire the jade after a different ambush. The Haiyuan family's interference and this strange god stage relic they used to trap me were unexpected variables. The young master, seeing his loyal dog about to be shredded, wisely ordered him to hold back. But his guard was too slow, and the merman's attack connected, a brutal slash across his arm. Blood sprayed as the clawed weapon bit deep into flesh. The merman pressed his advantage, his face a mask of predatory glee as he moved in for the finishing blow. A strange purple energy erupted from his hands, binding the old guard and eliciting a cry of panic from the young master. While they were busy with their life-and-death struggle, my own plan came to fruition. The hidden observer could only watch in shock as she realized she'd been completely outplayed. The blood from the battle was the final catalyst, and the soul jade erupted with a blinding green light. The ritual was complete. Ancient runes flared to life, announcing the opening of the Longhai secret realm. From the vortex of energy, a spectral figure began to materialize. It introduced itself as Lan Zai, the host of the Star Soul General Ao Bing and the king of this realm. It explained the rules. A trial by combat within the secret realm, with the winner earning the honor of becoming its next host. The portal transformed into a swirling aqueous vortex, its pull becoming irresistible. Everyone, including the terrified Haiyuan guard, was dragged toward the entrance against their will. Even the smug observer from the sky found herself pulled into the fray, her plans of a clean getaway shattered. I felt the pull on my own essence and could only sigh in annoyance. What a broken design, to create an array that couldn't even distinguish between its intended targets and a bystander. I watch as the pathetic lord of this desolate wasteland, my bio, thrashes in his sleep. His fortress, a monument to bad taste, stands silhouetted against the bleak sky. The guards outside his chambers are completely oblivious that the true threat is already inside their master's mind. Even the woman sharing his bed can only look on in confusion as he groans, her master's peaceful slumber thoroughly ruined. "Forgive me," he whimpers, sweat beading on his brow. "Yes, remember it. Remember the day you met a god and learned to kneel." His mind is replaying our little encounter on the border of the Tiandu kingdom, a memory I so graciously decided he should relive tonight. He sees his mechanized puppets, his pride and joy, being decimated by a force he couldn't comprehend. The explosions are so vivid in his mind's eye, a beautiful symphony of his own failure. Then came the part he truly dreads, the moment his commander could only scream "Who?" as my power carved through his ranks. My projectiles weren't just weapons. They were artists, painting the battlefield with the fire of his army's destruction. And then he remembers me descending from the sky, a winged omen of his doom. The sheer presence of my Star Soul General form was more than enough to shatter their pathetic morale. Not good. His men cried out, "Bai Kai, the Star Soul General of Tiandu Kingdom, has come to this battlefield." Their terror was intoxicating. "Fire, hold him back for me." Their commander shrieked, a final, futile act of defiance. I let their energy blasts splash harmlessly against my shield, a brief moment to let them savor their absolute powerlessness. Then I moved. The shock on their faces was priceless as they tried to track my movements. "He's so fast." One of them managed to gasp out just before my blade silenced him forever. I swept through them like a scythe through wheat, their armor offering as much resistance as parchment. The few who remained could only beg, Don't come here, help, pathetic." I hovered above them, their last sight being the harbinger of their end. At the same time, as I was cleaning up the trash, their commander was already making a run for it. "Why is the Star Soul General Bai Kai here?" He whined, his small mind incapable of understanding the consequences of his actions. His bodyguards, ever so loyal, offered to sacrifice themselves to buy him time. A touching, if utterly pointless, gesture. "I'll remember your loyalty forever," he promised, not even bothering to look back as he fled. "Don't worry," he added with disgusting sincerity. "I'll take care of your wives and children, just as my funnels impaled his loyal dogs." His head snapped back, his face a perfect picture of disbelief as his last line of defense was turned into scrap. My weapons danced through the air, curving back towards him. He could only stammer in terror, "What this?" I descended before him, landing gently amidst the wreckage of his men. "No," he whispered, his world collapsing. The weight of his utter defeat finally crushed him, forcing him to his knees in the dirt. Then came the groveling. "Lord, please spare my life, forgive me," the same words he's muttering in his sleep right now. I looked down at the insect. "Are you my bio, the master of the my family?" He nodded frantically. "Yes, I am my bio if you can spare my life. My family is willing to offer anything. Of course they are." I gave him a sliver of hope. "HM, I can spare your life." I gestured with my weapon. "Do you see that canyon?" I let him look, let him understand the new map of his world I was drawing for him. "Use this as a boundary. If I learn that any of your soldiers dare to cross it in the future, for any reason," my optic glowed with cold promise, "I will kill you." He swore his oath instantly, desperate to escape my presence, and with that he wakes up, gasping for air as if he just surfaced from the deepest ocean. He sits up shaken, the women beside him nothing but a blur. The fear is still fresh, a phantom weight on his soul. He clenches his fist, his rings digging into his flesh as he spits out the name of the man he blames. Tiandu Kingdom Nanrongyi, but then he whispers the name that truly haunts him. Star Soul General Bai Kai. He screams for his servants, the nightmare having served its purpose. Get my clothes, I'm going to the underground hangar, call the doctor. He's scrambling, trying to claw back some semblance of control. As he rushes to his private hangar, his aide mentions reports of a battle outside the city. He has no idea his nightmare just happened in reality. Trivial matters, he snaps, his mind already on his secret weapon. He enters the hangar, his personal engineers greeting him with forced reverence. From a balcony, he stares down into the depths, his voice trembling with anticipation. Is this almost done? We were lucky, Master, his head scientist reports. We acquired the missing materials, it's barely done. Lucky indeed. I made sure those materials found their way here. His eyes go wide as he beholds his creation. It's so beautiful. A massive golden machine stands before him. He pompously declares he'll name it himself, then immediately admits he hasn't thought of one. But his arrogance returns in a heartbeat. Nanrongyi, the humiliation of that year, I will pay it back 100-fold. He still thinks this is about her. He's building his own tomb and doesn't even know it. His assistant reminds him of a name he'd already chosen, and he dismisses her with awkward irritation. The name is irrelevant. This machine, his grand hope for revenge, will be nothing but a footnote in the story of his demise. A faint voice calls my name, trying to pull me from the darkness. My eyes snap open to a crude wooden room, my first thought a simple, cold demand. Who are you? I bolt upright, a wave of disorientation washing over me as I clutch my head. Then the memory returns, fragmented but clear enough. I was careless and got pulled into the secret realm of the Ao Bing Soul Jade. I let out a dry chuckle. For all its supposed power, the process felt more inconvenient than dangerous. A glance in a nearby mirror confirms my suspicion. This is an illusionary world, a trial conjured from my own memories, and I'm meant to kill some inner demons. How utterly predictable. A so-called triple trial, a cliché as old as cultivation itself. It's a pity, really. In my past life, I conquered countless secret realms far more complex than this. This kind of test is hardly a challenge. I inspect the uniform my reflection wears. The Xuan Jiawei. I'm starting to place this moment in time. I run a hand over my unblemished face, the absence of scars a perfect marker. My calculations place this illusion 2 years after the great southern wilderness beast tide. As I step outside, 2 guards offer a far too polite greeting. I roll up my sleeves, waving off their formality. They are mere constructs after all. The man stammers, unnerved by my casual attitude. Apparently, these illusions are programmed to be easily flustered. A thought crosses my mind as I survey the primitive camp. Since this is just an illusion, there are no real consequences for my actions. One of the toy soldiers points nervously towards the edge of the encampment. He warns me of the cliff, as if I might accidentally stumble. I wave a dismissive hand. I know, I'm going over there to urinate. His slack-jawed disbelief is mildly amusing. I walk to the precipice, the vast, empty desert stretching out before me. My mind floods with the true history of this place. This is Tancheng, a fortress on the southern border. At this point in time, Nanju had been annihilated by the beast tide, and Dai Shuai had taken half the Xuanjia guards to reinforce the north. And I, along with the other half, was left to defend the Zhangzhou line. This was the scene of my greatest failure. My younger self, arrogant and overconfident, fell for Yi Yao's simple diversion, leading to the destruction of our southern defense and the scar he left on my face. So that's the point of this trial, to make me reflect on my youthful mistakes. But there's an old saying, when you realize you're in a dream, that dream becomes your domain, and this illusionary world is now entirely in my hands. A golden aura erupts from my body as I tap into a fraction of my true power, indulging in the long-lost sensation of the holy stage. The pathetic constructs behind me are blasted off their feet, crying out in shock. A holy stage cultivator. One of them stammers, his programming clearly unable to process this. Enough reminiscing. It's time to find this illusion's version of Yao and have some real fun. I am a golden comet, streaking across the sky with a singular, predatory purpose. The desert blurs into nothingness beneath my feet. I arrive at the Tancheng southern third sector, where a pathetic battle is underway. One of the mercenaries is immediately torn to shreds by a mechanical beast. The captain roars in defiance, his face a mask of impotent rage as he smashes his fist into another creature. Brothers, let's kill them together. He screams, trying to rally his terrified men. They fight with the desperation of cornered animals. Their movements are clumsy, Their teamwork flawed, but they are still fighting. The ground is already littered with the wreckage of man and machine. A soldier reports to his captain, breathing heavily, that the wave has been dealt with for now. The men collapse, their energy spent. One soldier, Zhang Dagui, rushes to help his exhausted brother. The captain barks orders, trying to bring some semblance of order to the chaos. Dagui leads his brother away from the front line to get some food. Just as they find a place to rest, a sharp voice calls out Dagui's name. He turns, a flicker of surprise on his face. It's their captain, his expression stern as he approaches. He offers some backhanded praise, feigning surprise that a rich young master could fight so well. Then he turns his attention to the other brother, Dafu, scolding him for his recklessness. Dafu can only lower his head in apology. The captain watches them go, his duty done. His subordinate asks about the two, and the captain explains they are young masters from the Zhang family, placed here as a favor. So that's how it is. His subordinate muses, acknowledging their talent. The brothers finally sit down, bowls of rations in their hands. Dafu mutters a thank you, his energy completely drained. Dagui offers him a flask of wine with a grin, which is promptly rejected. The cheerful mask on Dagui's face falls, replaced by a flicker of disappointment. Dafu finally speaks, asking why his brother tries so hard, and then apologizes, blaming himself for their family's fall. He confesses that he was once so foolish he even considered harming him, and now vows to atone with his life. Dagui is horrified, telling him to stop talking such nonsense. Before he can finish, the ground trembles as a new alarm sounds. Another, far more ferocious beast wave has appeared. All around them, soldiers roar as they summon their star soul constructs. Massive suits of spiritual armor materialize from motes of light, encasing the men. But on the horizon, a literal sea of beasts appears, their numbers overwhelming. A signal flare is uselessly fired into the sky. The captain's order to retreat to the airship is immediately shot down. Airborne beasts make it a flying coffin. The swarm closes in, a tide of death led by a creature that radiates a palpable aura of command. Suddenly, the entire horde freezes, their heads turning as one. A pillar of brilliant blue energy erupts from the earth, piercing the sky. They are witnessing a sword technique that can shatter mountains and divert rivers. I am the epicenter of that power, a silhouette of absolute destruction. My attack cleaves through the horde, vaporizing everything in its path. The soldiers in their advanced mech can only stare, their processors unable to comprehend the scale of power they just witnessed. Where a swarm of beasts once stood, there is now only a massive, smoking chasm carved into the planet. The silence is deafening. The soldiers begin to whisper. They're all mixed with terror, wondering if I am the legendary semi-holy of Nanju, the Nanju ghost. They recall the rumors of a spectral warrior, whose sword techniques single-handedly repelled beast tides. A tiny, surviving creature tries to call out to me, but I have no time for such insects. Forget about that person. I command the soldiers and kill the remaining beasts. They scramble to obey, fanning out to finish off the stragglers while I survey my handiwork. But then a strange thought occurs to me. How am I seeing this? This battle, these soldiers, I was never here for this. My eyes narrow. It seems this soul Jade's fantasy world isn't so simple after all. Nanju ghost? Very well, let me see just who you are. The wind of this desolate illusionary world whips across the sands, carrying the scent of a minor annoyance. Two insignificant projectiles whistle through the air, aimed squarely at me. I flash across the barren ground, a streak of golden energy closing the distance instantly. Landing with barely a whisper, I watch his pathetic needles kick up dust far behind me. Let's see who you really are. It's another fool in a clunky suit of armor, trying to play the part of a warrior. It moves with a certain speed, I'll grant it that, but it's nothing more than a puppet on strings. The pilot inside seems shocked, his little mind struggling to comprehend my presence. Who in the world is he? He wonders. You're not important enough to know. My mind drifts for a fraction of a second, back to the original timeline. If my intervention hadn't happened, Mr. Zhu would have been defeated by her demonic form. But this imposter, this Nanju ghost, is merely mimicking the old man's sword techniques, and poorly at that. There's something else hidden under that crude imitation, and I intend to see it. A faint wisp of demonic energy leaks from the armor seams. How interesting. His surprise is palpable. Did he notice me? Yes, you predictable little insect. How could I not? The machine crashes to the ground, trying to intimidate me with brute force. It carves pathetic trenches in the sand as it slides to a halt. It strikes another pointless, dramatic pose. Then it leaps again, a clumsy grasshopper made of steel. A flurry of blades erupts from its body, a desperate attempt to overwhelm me. Not good, I mutter, realizing my mistake. In this illusion, my talismans are just constructs of memory. I'm out. He seizes the opening, channeling his energy into a single massive strike. A sword that can break mountains and rivers, he bellows. The beam of light is certainly impressive for an illusion. It tears across the desert, A wave of fabricated power. I flick a single coin, a simple catalyst. The energy beam engulfs the landscape in a blinding flash. But as the light and dust settle, my countermeasure activates. A pulse of energy neutralizes the attack just before it reaches me. So dangerous, I sigh, wiping a bit of dust from my cheek. I almost reach for a real talisman out of habit, forgetting this world is nothing but a dream. The armored figure stands there, stunned. Then comes the inevitable confusion. He ran away. It leaps about frantically, searching for a target that is no longer interested. It lands hard, and the demonic energy I sense before now erupts from its body. It plunges its sword into the ground, channeling that foul power. I recognize the technique as it forms, so this is what it was hiding. I shoot back towards the fool. This requires a closer look, but as my needle flies true, a bizarre hexagonal wall materializes from thin air, blocking its path. What's that? I murmur, genuinely curious for the first time. The demonic blade strikes the barrier, but instead of shattering it, the mech phases right through the pink, hexagonal light as if it were mere air. The attack continues unimpeded, striking the ground far beyond the wall. My own brow furrows. What's going on, that wall? I fire a test blast of my own, a concentrated beam of golden energy. It strikes the barrier and simply bounces off, repelled completely. Damn, what is that thing? I kneel, a flicker of annoyance crossing my face. The mech could pass, but I was thrown back. I float up to the strange wall, its surface humming with an unfamiliar energy. I press my hand against it, trying to decipher its structure. It stretches to the horizon in both directions, a cage I hadn't noticed until now. I fly along its length, my speed tearing through the air. After several thousand feet, there's still no end in sight. It's an infinite wall. I come to a sudden stop, the pieces clicking into place. This feeling, Star Master System. A slow smirk spreads across my face. Of course, I turn back to the wall, a plan forming. I had forgotten how limited my own system is in this state, but it's time for a proper analysis. Star Master System, come out, full version. The golden interface materializes in my palm. Take stock of this situation. My eyes narrow as it begins the scan. Scan complete. Host is currently in an illusionary world created from host's memories. The system continues its report. Because this dreamland was created from your memories, my effective range is only a radius of 500 miles. A pity, I was hoping to use this opportunity for a bit of long-range reconnaissance. With this limitation, I can't even get to Zhangzhou. I'll have to end this farce quickly. I change my trajectory, blasting off toward my real target. The illusionary desert gives way to a burning harbor. Another memory twisted by this dream. His mechanical puppets are tearing the city apart, a testament to his savagery. And there he is, standing atop the wall, barking orders like a rabid dog. Hurry and clean up the battlefield. The next step is to lure the Xuanji away out of their base, then we can loot Tansheng. His scarred face twists into a smug, disgusting grin. He suddenly looks up, sensing my approach. What is that? He asks the burning sky. That would be me, crashing his little party. I land silently on the rubble above him. So he really was here. He whirls around, his one good eye widening in shock and recognition. Why you? I let out a theatrical sigh, covering my face as the illusion around me dissipates. I'll stop pretending. You guessed correctly. My true form is revealed, and he stumbles back, horrified. You can fly? Impossible. Only holy stagers can fly. You're just an insignificant officer, no way. He grits his teeth, his mind refusing to accept the reality staring him down. I float effortlessly, cloaked in an aura of pure power that suffocates the very air around us. At this moment, I inform him with a cold, final smile, I am at the holy stage. The truth finally dawns on his pathetic face. Star Master System, call out the master of this. The flames of this illusionary war are an amusing distraction, but ultimately, a waste of my time. This fool, Yuang, stands on his crumbling pedestal, thinking this pathetic stage gives him some sort of authority. Even my supposed overseer senses the shift in the air, his brow furrowing as he prepares to summon his pathetic trump card. A bolt of energy rips through the sky, a theatrical display for a summoning I've already anticipated. His star general materializes, a garish construct of green and black meant to inspire fear. As if on cue, his little toy soldiers get torn to shreds by an unseen force. My force. Yuang's face is a perfect mask of shock, muttering about an origin star general. Impossible, he says. The ignorance is almost painful to watch. So I grant him a proper introduction to true power, revealing my Dongyuanju in a torrent of golden light. His remaining scrap heaps raise their energy blades, a truly adorable show of defiance. Protect the general, they cry, rushing forward to their own disassembly. I've seen enough. It's time to bring out the Dongyuan sword. A fan of golden blades materializes from nothing, shimmering with lethal intent. They form a halo of judgment around my construct, a promise of the inevitable. His eyes widen. Flying sword, the same as Star General Ganjiang. He compares my power to his own, a fatal miscalculation. The first hint of genuine fear finally registers on his face. Not good. He screams at his tin cans to dodge, but his warning is far too late. My swords slice through their armor as if it were parchment. Their purpose served, I call them back with a single thought. Dong Yuan's sword return. I hover over the wreckage, my patience wearing thin. Yuang, stop hiding. Bring out your Star General Ganjiang. From his observation room, the old man stares in disbelief, stunned that I know the name of his hidden ace. Yuang himself is spiraling, desperately trying to figure out how I uncovered his deepest secret. His mind jumps to the hypocrites from Tai Yuan, the self-proclaimed peacemakers who secretly orchestrate conflict. He even correctly deduces their grand scheme to prevent the continent's unification, a thought that will do him no good now. I let out a slow, mocking applause. Luring the Xuanjiawei away, sneaking in at night, you are truly a rare military genius. He finally concedes, a bitter smile on his face. It seems I truly underestimated you. Having seen through all his pathetic schemes from the very beginning, I might as well enjoy this. Stop wasting your breath, I command. Hurry up and construct Ganjiang so I can happily end this illusionary world. He grits his teeth, drawing his blade, finally ready to stake everything on one last gamble. With a final, desperate roar, he unleashes his true power, a pillar of frigid blue energy erupting from the ground. His Star General Ganjiang emerges from the light, a hulking mass of steel and frost. It crashes to the earth, kicking up a pathetic cloud of dust. He doesn't waste a moment, immediately activating his ultimate attack, the dragon sealing explosion. A storm of cryogenic energy converges, meant to be his single, decisive blow. The old man watches, a smug look on his face as he thinks the battle is decided. He reminisces about how terrifying the attack used to be, before admitting that now it just seems so-so. I cross my arms, completely unimpressed. 3 Sword of Dongyun is enough, I state calmly, while my handler outside thinks I'm just throwing a random attack. I dispatch 3 simple blades of light, letting them fly toward his grand attack. They pierce his vaunted ice storm without the slightest resistance. His construct can only utter a choked, "What?" My swords don't stop, weaving an inescapable prison of light around him as he frantically calls his own blades back for defense. His sealing swords desperately try to intercept. They coalesce into a makeshift shield of ice, a truly pitiful last stand. How is it possible? He screams. Even the shield made up of sealing swords can't stop it. My attack drills through his final defense as if it were missed. All he can manage is a pathetic "oh no," as his construct is overwhelmed. The light consumes him. Give up the struggle, I tell him. There is no escape. My victory is a foregone conclusion. Damn it, he curses, his final moments spent in utter helplessness. The golden energy rips his machine to pieces. There is only the sound of grinding metal. Impossible are his last words. How could there be such a strong person in Tiandu Kingdom? A final, massive explosion tears the illusionary world asunder. I look down at the dissipating energy. How come you're dead by it? Much more boring than I imagined. With the charade over, my senses lock onto the true objective. The core of this secret realm is nearby. I let my construct dissolve, the world of fire and ruin fading to black. I find myself in a pocket dimension of stars and tranquil water, face to face with its guardian. The old administrator gasps, shocked that anyone could pass his trial so quickly. I'm surprised to see such an outstanding descendant of my mermaid family. He muses, completely oblivious. A flash of golden lightning cuts him off, and he looks around in confusion. The descendant who has passed, please stay where you are. He stammers, trying to regain control. He screams as I appear before him in a flash, shattering his composure. Don't mess around. I manifest my Star General again, right in the heart of his precious realm. Heh, so this is the core. He stumbles back, terror finally dawning in his eyes. Wait, this Star-Soul General. The realization finally hits him. No, you are not a descendant of my mermaid family. Who the hell are you? He shrieks, summoning ethereal chains to bind me. I simply twitch my finger. His own chains turn on him in an instant. He's completely ensnared by his own power. What's going on here? I beckon him closer with a single finger. Oh, are you the administrator of this secret realm? Come here. He immediately begins to plead, begging for forgiveness like a dog. I grab him by the throat. Although you are just a remnant of the original owner, my anger can only be borne by you. I lean in, my voice dripping with contempt. What kind of broken formation did you use to create this secret realm? Don't you know how to add a simple code to identify the blood of immigrants? Because of your incompetence, the management of this realm is now taken over by me. You don't have a problem with that, do you? This pathetic excuse for a guardian spirit flits through its domain, a digital ghost haunting its own machine. It sputters in disbelief as I seize control of its very existence. unable to comprehend what's happening. The fool thinks this realm is his fortress, but to me, its defenses are nothing more than a rusted lock on a wooden door. It babbles about masters of formations, its tiny mind trying to categorize a power it can't possibly fathom. Enough of this charade. I tire of playing with my food. It dares to speak of treasures and family legacy, as if such sentimental nonsense could possibly deter me. I offer it a simple choice. Cooperate and I might let its pathetic race continue, or resist and be erased. Predictably, it chooses pointless defiance, puffing out its chest with a bravado it doesn't possess. I give it a final, cold clarification. This is not a negotiation. Since it prefers oblivion, I am more than happy to oblige. My Star Master system makes a mockery of its so-called impregnable core program. A child could hack this. I reach for the heart of this realm, while its guardian can do nothing but watch in impotent horror. I've already pinpointed the core's location. I grab the worthless spirit, an insignificant piece of data in my hand. It's time to take out the trash. With the distraction removed, I can now focus on the true prize, the realm's central vulnerability. The spirit can only look on as its world begins to unravel. With a flick of my wrist, I begin my assault. The very fabric of this digital space ripples under the force of my will. The realm's code begins to fracture and deconstruct. Its foundations crumble as I tear into the core systems. The Guardian is tossed about amidst the wreckage of its own home, a fitting end for its arrogance. It screams in terror as its reality collapses into a vortex of raw data. The look of pure, unadulterated fear on its face is almost satisfying. Finally, it understands. I am not just breaking its realm, I am rewriting its laws. Its own form begins to pixelate and decay, a digital body suffering a digital death. And just as expected, its courage shatters completely, replaced by desperate, pathetic begging. But mercy is a currency I do not trade in. It's far too late for bargains. I watch its futile attempts to reason with me, completely unmoved. The thought of its precious soul jade being destroyed is the only thing that finally breaks its hollow pride. It trembles, realizing the finality of its mistake. Now it offers me everything. Its realm, its loyalty, its very being, anything to stop the inevitable. Some only learn to kneel when they feel the executioner's blade on their neck. It bows, prostrating itself before me as the master it should have recognized from the start. With its submission absolute, the chains of its own failed authority shatter. I give it a chance to prove its newfound obedience. It grovels, assuring me it wouldn't dare to act against me now. As ordered, it begins the process of extracting the realm's core. A brilliant sphere of light emerges from its chest. It humbly presents the very heart of its power to me. My system instantly analyzes the object. With the star solution active, I absorb the core's authority into my own being. I descend onto the control platform, the new master of this domain. A strange energy flows through me. It seems entering this core has reset my appearance to the form I took when I first arrived, a testament to the power of the illusion mask I wear. The core's energy solidifies in my hand. I feel its immense power thrumming against my palm. Landing softly, I am now the absolute ruler here. My feet touch the ground of my new territory. I examine the physical representation of the core, a strange green artifact. The shape is familiar, almost identical to an item in a box I acquired long ago. I confirm its function with my new servant. The exhausted spirit can only bow its head in defeat. Its towering form is an inconvenience. It claims it cannot change its own size, but it helpfully explains that I, as the new master, can adjust its parameters as I see fit. I channel my consciousness into the jade core, my will spreading like lightning. The spirit's old form dissolves into nothing. My mind merges with the core's essence. I now see the realm for what it is. A pocket dimension, a world in a bottle that is now mine to command. I hold the crystallized will of this world in my hand. The spirit confirms my absolute authority. With this, I am a god here. A single word is all it takes to reverse the destruction I cause. The realm rebuilds itself around me, perfectly stable. Now for some entertainment. I command my new toy to shrink. The spirit becomes a tiny, confused version of its former self. A flicker of amusement crosses my mind. I order it to change its form entirely. With a struggle against its base programming, the spirit unwillingly transforms into a female version of itself. She looks down, completely stunned by the sudden change. Her pleas for me to stop are utterly delightful. The utter humiliation is written all over her face. I watch her squirm, unmoved. Now, with this realm firmly in my grasp, I turn my attention to the other fools still trapped in their trials. My new omniscience allows me to view all the contestants simultaneously. And it seems the holy stager lady is in the middle of her test. Let's take a closer look at her progress. I focus my senses on her trial. A storm of judgment rains down from the sky. One of the star's soul generals is caught in a torrent of lightning. When the dust settles, only the victor, Star Soul General Wen Zhang remains standing. An impressive display from a powerful general. It calls out to its master, someone named Mayo. The massive armored form dissolves into particles of light. In its place stands a small, innocent-looking girl. She looks up with childish glee, seeking praise for her kill. The entire landscape is a testament to a sheltered, insignificant life. Here, a phantom of her father scolds her younger self, his words echoing a warning she clearly never heeded. The child feigns contrition, a practiced apology that means absolutely nothing. Even in this memory, her father's thoughts betray his anxieties about her power and the legendary Star Soul General of the Huang family, Wen Zhang. It's painfully obvious that her deepest fears are anchored to this very moment in her childhood. I access the management authority of this secret realm, pulling up her data logs. This illusion has already cycled 13 times. A holy stager trapped by such a simple mental construct? Pathetic. The truth is, she doesn't want to wake up. This realization brings a cold smile to my face. Weakness is always so predictable. I was going to shatter this pathetic dream world, but there's valuable information here. For now, I'll simply watch. The scenery shifts, a single petal heralding a new memory. The grim mountains give way to a sickeningly sweet grove of peach blossoms. At its center stands a crude hut, a monument to their isolated existence. And there it is, the source of this maudlin display. The grave of her mother, Huang Yuzhai. A small, turtle-like creature hides near the path, a trivial detail in this unfolding drama. The phantoms of father and daughter emerge from a shimmering portal, here for their annual ritual of grief. As the formation seals behind them, the girl asks her father to teach her the technique. He seems surprised by her sudden interest, the fool. Her reason is childishly simple. If she learns the formation, she can visit her dead mother whenever she pleases. The thought brings a disgustingly cheerful grin to her face. Her father looks upon her with a complicated expression, but all I see is the weakness that will be his downfall. He pats her head, a gesture of affection that ultimately means nothing. They settle by the grave, preparing for their pointless vigil. From my vantage point, I analyze the formation he used, a sealing technique I recognize from a past life. This man, Sikong Jing, I recall the legends of the mysterious formation masters of the East. They were the wardens, the ancient guardians responsible for sealing the secret realm of the Emperor's tomb. I remember meeting one in my previous life, a withered corpse who had burned away his life force to maintain that very seal. Legend states that beneath the Emperor's tomb lies a Star Soul General of unparalleled tyranny, and these guardians sacrificed everything to keep it contained. Now I understand. This man is one of those guardians. He dismisses his daughter, telling her to play while he has a private word with a pile of dirt. He pats her head again, his face a mask of sorrow. She agrees without argument, still blissfully ignorant. As she runs off, he gives one last, futile warning not to summon her Star Soul General. He watches her go, ensuring he is completely alone. He then kneels before the grave marker. He sits in silence, a portrait of pathetic devotion. The scene is almost peaceful, were it not so utterly drenched in failure. He pours a cup of wine, reciting a poem about fleeting years and falling flowers. Then he burns the paper, his whispered words carrying on the wind. Yuzhai, I have been thinking about you all these years. My subordinate old song has the audacity to call me out for eavesdropping on this private moment. But I correct him. This isn't eavesdropping, it's intelligence gathering. I activate the core of the secret realm, peeling back the layers of this memory. While I work, old song manifests a tray of tea and watermelon, ever the professional. He starts rambling about his own past, how he eloped after meeting someone at a poetry meeting. Utterly irrelevant. Of course, the girl didn't actually leave. She's hiding in the bushes, spying on her father. Her solitude is interrupted by a large, feral boar. The beast digs through the undergrowth, its presence a stark contrast to the tranquil memory. It snorts, its brutish eyes locking onto her hiding spot. A cruel, intelligent grin spreads across the boar's face. This is no ordinary animal, but instead of fear, the girl's mind is filled with images of roasted pork and braised ribs. She leaps from the bushes, not to escape, but to turn the predator into prey. The ensuing fight is over in an instant. The child sits triumphantly atop the unconscious beast, a victor's spoils. Her expression is one of pure, unrestrained delight. Ultimately, the realm's core lays the entire, tragic story bare for me. Sikong Jing, a guardian of the Emperor's tomb, abandoned his sacred duty for love, was hunted by his lover's family, and watched her die giving birth to their daughter, Mayo. He then created this sealed sanctuary to hide with the child, a tear-jerking story for anyone who possesses a heart. I, however, simply take another bite of watermelon, completely unmoved. Suddenly, a cry from the present shatters the illusion. The real Huang Mayo is weeping for her father. The intrusion is so abrupt, I nearly spit out my food. The memory version of Mayo comes running back, dragging her prize pig with impossible strength. As expected of a holy stager, she already possessed Earth stage strength even as a child. Her potential was undeniable. The phantom father and daughter walk on, the memory playing out as if nothing happened. He opens the shimmering barrier to their home, and I confirm my suspicion. This is the ceiling formation of the Emperor's tomb guards. A woman holding a broom waits for them in the yard. Sister Juxiang, the girl shouts, proudly displaying her catch. The woman offers a gentle smile, welcoming the child back. But as I look closer, I see the shimmering energy chains around her wrists and ankles. She's not a maid, she's a prisoner. And in that instant, a memory from my past life flashes before my eyes. I know her. This woman, I know her. A flicker of a memory, buried under layers of battle and betrayal, surfaces in my mind. Yes, that's right. She was some old woman living in a remote hovel, far from the capital's political filth. I remember it clearly now. I was gravely injured, forced to flee into the Zishui kingdom. The Empress advised against it, but I had to return to the capital, and this woman, she stood in my way. My soul vein was on the verge of collapse. My forces were being overwhelmed, and I had to order them not to fight recklessly. My own construct was failing. Alarms blared through my consciousness, warning of a critical lack of soul power as purple chains of energy bound my mech. The system gave its final, dire warning. The construct would be forcibly released in 3 breaths. My strength was gone. With a final shudder, my armor dematerialized, leaving me exposed and kneeling on the dirt. And there she was, Tong Juxiang, chief of the Dark Mirror Department, flanked by her hounds and their towering war machines, gloating that I couldn't escape. I looked up, my voice laced with ice. Chief Tong, Empress has already promised to let me go. Are you chasing and besieging me like this without authorization? She had the audacity to sneer at me, calling me vulgar. The nerve of these provincial bureaucrats is always astounding. She then accused me of espionage, a convenient and utterly baseless charge. I let out a dry laugh. Old woman, don't think for a second I don't know what you're really up to. Just as she was about to continue her pathetic charade, a vessel appeared on the water. A royal decree had arrived. Her subordinates stared in shock, their tiny minds unable to process this sudden intervention. Even Tong Juxiang's smug expression faltered. She knew the Empress was determined to protect me, and her timing was impeccable. A voice boomed from the golden ship, ordering an immediate termination of the arrest. Her lackeys glanced at her, confused and awaiting orders. The Empress's royal guard stood poised on deck, their presence a silent, undeniable testament to her authority. A golden ramp descended from the vessel, bridging the gap between me and salvation. A messenger stepped forward. Song Yunxiang, hear this? He then unrolled a scroll, declaring that I had been approved as the ruler of the South and must immediately take up my responsibility. Lord of the Southern Courtyard, the highest possible title for a male concubine, a status that would make me the Empress's consort. A clever, if unorthodox, move. What game was the Empress playing? Another official stepped forward, congratulating me and ushering me toward the ship. I could practically feel the old hag's internal panic. With me in the palace, her pathetic schemes would be exposed, but her greed outweighed her fear. She recognized my power, likening it to the legendary Taiyuan Lord, and desperately tried to stop me. Wait, she croaked. The messenger cut her off with a sharp glare. Chief Tong, do you want to resist the order? The royal guards took a menacing step forward, their intent crystal clear. The messenger pressed his advantage, his voice dripping with accusation. Do you want to rebel? The old woman stammered, trying to frame me one last time, but I simply turned my back on her. If you find any evidence, report it to the Empress. We'll see what she thinks. I walked up the ramp, leaving her fuming in my wake. The messenger leaned in close. The Dark Mirror Division does not have enough authority to stop you. She then called out for all to hear, Song Yunxiang, please get on. I would like to see which dog without eyes dares to stop you. I gave the old woman one last look. Chief Tong, I'm leaving now. I wish you good health and a long life. A smirk played on my lips as I added the final insult. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot you're already over 100 years old. I don't mean to curse you to the end of your life. Don't take it to heart. She howled in rage, threatening to destroy the kingdom's legacy over her obsession. A pathetic end for a pathetic woman. Now, looking at this shackled prisoner before me, I realized they are one and the same. The spirit inside my head seemed amused. Interesting, I didn't expect to see her in here. He recalled how she once coveted my Star Master system, then made a pointless remark about our respective ages. It seems she has a young girl with her now, who watches as a boar is easily dispatched. The child runs over, giddy with excitement. The woman kneels, her glowing shackles a strange sight as she comforts the child. I observe her, trying to decipher her motives. She notices my gaze and turns away, a faint blush on her cheeks. The little girl seems utterly infatuated. How quaint. The spirit within me sighs. clearly unimpressed with this domestic display. As evening falls, an unusual peace settles over the small cottage. She serves a meal she prepared, an odd gesture for someone in her position. The food itself is surprisingly well made. The little girl is practically vibrating with hunger as we all sit down at the table. It's all useless images. The spirit complains, demanding we fast forward. I don't care about daily life. He grumbles, his impatience grating. He focuses his energy, and the memory speeds ahead. Night has fallen, and the girl is sleeping soundly. I find myself engrossed in a text on the 5 elements reversal ceiling formation, a technique worth learning. I couldn't help but laugh. To think this old woman would have such a shameful, failed escapade in her history is almost too perfect. But watching this unfold in real time is an inefficient use of my existence. I decided to speed things up. At my command, 1,000-fold acceleration blurred their tedious lives into fleeting moments. I skimmed past the girl's mundane training and studies, a boring montage of a sheltered life. Months flashed by as I observed their monotonous routines. I continued to fast forward, skipping past the uninteresting parts of their existence. Finally, I found a moment worth my attention. I slowed time to a crawl, zooming in on the girl, Mayo, pleading with her father. "You're finally going to teach me formations?" she asked with childish hope. He looked down at her, acknowledging that at nearly 10 years old, it was time she learned some things. The girl's eyes sparkled with a simple, foolish joy. She leaped into the air, celebrating a promise from a man who had kept her prisoner her entire life. But then, a flicker in his eyes told me this was no ordinary lesson. In his hand, a complex lattice of energy materialized, the ceiling formation. Just as I suspected, the ancient sealing technique of the Emperor's tomb guards. Using such an obscure and difficult method to teach a child is laughably inept. But for me, it's an opportunity. I began to dissect the technique, absorbing its principles effortlessly. While they spent seasons on this lesson, I mastered it in seconds. I watched the girl's clumsy attempt to replicate the form, her hands trembling with wasted effort. "Formation open," he commanded, impatient with her slow progress. A distorted, unstable gateway ripped open in front of her, and the child cheered. "Dad, I did it." She celebrated her meager success, completely unaware of how pathetic her talent truly was. This little idiot struggles for months with a technique I learned just by watching her. But then, I discovered something truly unexpected within the formation's structure. Its core principles were nearly identical to the 5-element formation of the Star Soul General, a technique I thought I had already perfected. With our current mastery, we only have 60 to 70% control, but this sealing technique changes everything. I can achieve 120% control. I can even add a password to it, a trivial but useful modification. The child will need a long time to practice this. I'll fast forward to see how the other pawns are faring. I scanned through the other territories, observing my other experiments. I skipped past the mermaid's domain and the foolish master of the Huyan family. Then something utterly bizarre caught my eye in the frozen wastes. Why is there a snowman? I returned my focus to the girl's prison. 2 more months had passed. The seasons were turning to autumn. After all this time, the girl finally acted, shouting, "Untie." As she channeled the formation's energy, the woman stared in disbelief, thanking the child but terrified of what her sir would do when he returned. The girl ignored her fear and tore open a portal. "Sister Juxiang, go," she said, her voice filled with a misplaced sense of justice. "I will return your freedom instead of my father." The effort was too much for her. She collapsed, weakly urging the woman to escape. For the first time, I saw a flicker of something other than cunning in the old woman's eyes. With a final word of thanks, she stepped through the portal and vanished. And just like that, the little girl was left alone, having committed an act of foolish, sentimental rebellion. I flicked my attention back to the snowman, still sleeping after more than 100 years. This is getting absurd. Let's fast forward. My accelerated viewing suddenly stopped. Wait a minute. Holy, what is happening here? That little idiot actually let the old woman go. This has reached a critical point. It's time to watch this properly. My melon is finished and the gossip is just getting good. Melon, come. Holographic fragments flicker around me, each a moment of a life I once observed. What did I just miss? I wonder, focusing on the source of the corruption. My attention zeroes in on a particular scene. A farewell between a father and his naive daughter. The girl shouts her childish demands for a gift, while her father imparts a warning I can no longer clearly recall. Something about this memory is fundamentally wrong. I must go back and see for myself. I rewind too far, landing in a disgustingly sweet moment where the father bribes his daughter with barbecue duck to practice her seal formations. My focus sharpens on a single point of data within the memory stream, an anomaly that should not be there. It's the jade slip he's giving her. That must be the key. The memory solidifies. He kneels, pressing the slip into her hand with 2 critical warnings. Never construct a star general randomly and never leave the formation. He promises to return and take her out, A lie so blatant it's almost insulting. Her face brightens at the mention of food, her simple mind easily distracted from the finality of their parting. He was preparing her for a life of solitude, not a temporary absence. His smile is gentle, but his eyes hold the cold resolve of a man walking willingly to his own grave. He makes a pinky promise, sealing a pact of endless food and treats, a child's contract built on a foundation of deception. He assures her the jade slip will protect her and alert him to danger. It was a failsafe meant to give her peace, not to actually summon him. He gives her one last pat on the head, the final contact before he abandons her forever. I pull back, analyzing the artifact. It's a standard life monitoring slip, its light confirming she is, for now, still alive. I fast forward, watching the girl comfort a shackled servant named Juxiang, a pointless act of compassion. The servant's chains are a reminder of this world's casual cruelty. I remember scoffing at the father's clumsy manipulations, but his daughter Mayo takes it a step further, telling the servant to leave. "I've wronged you," she says, offering the slave her freedom in her father's stead. A sentimental, foolish gesture. She pushes the servant to flee before her father returns, an event that will never happen. With a final word of thanks, the servant departs through the formation's barrier. But as the servant disappears, a cold, calculating smile touches Mayo's lips as she deactivates the barrier. The gate vanishes. This was no act of kindness. I pinch the bridge of my nose in frustration. This idiot girl, her naive actions couldn't possibly be the mistake that led to her unforgivable sin, could they? No, that's too simple. I rewind the memory stream again, searching for the real trigger. Days bleed into one another as the girl wanders her lonely prison. She mopes, regretting her decision, counting the days until a birthday her father will never celebrate with her. More time passes, her hope eroding as she sits by the river, lost in thought. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shatters the tranquility. She looks up, startled but hopeful. Her eyes ignite with pathetic, misplaced joy as she whispers, "Father." She scrambles to her feet, running desperately toward the sound of her supposed salvation. My own senses detect the truth, a brute force assault on the formation's perimeter. I extend my consciousness, a piercing lance of energy streaking towards the disturbance. Outside, two armored puppets hammer against a shimmering barrier. Their assault reveals the glowing blue wall of the formation as a crowd of vultures looks on. HMPH, so they would hide in the shadows of Zikong Mountain. The matriarch of the Huang family sneers. Wang Chengnan, a peak heaven stage cultivator, impatiently demands to know how long breaking this pathetic barrier will take. Her subordinate stammers that the formation is a little weird, an excuse for incompetence. The puppets continue their futile pounding. One of the constructs reports that their drill is useless against this level of craftsmanship. While the matriarch berates her useless subordinates, the girl inside hears the commotion and foolishly thinks her father has returned. A rift in the formation opens, and for the first time, the invaders see the child within. Her expression of joy curdles into shock and fear. "It's not father," she realizes, staring at the armored strangers. "Who are you?" The formation master sees her chance, screaming the order to close the gate. The girl frantically tries to use her artifact to seal the breach. Her eyes widen in terror as she realizes the commands are failing. The puppets don't hesitate, surging through the opening she can no longer control. "Hurry, capture that little girl." The matriarch commands her hounds. The child turns to run, but she is already trapped. In a flash, they construct star soul generals, cutting off any chance of escape. She is surrounded, a cornered animal mocked by her captors. You evil people," she seethes, her voice trembling with rage. The fear in her eyes is replaced by a burning, defiant glare. She gathers her energy, her small frame radiating a power they could never comprehend. "Construct," she screams, and the heavens answer a call. The lead attacker freezes, her face a mask of disbelief. Even the matriarch is stunned, recognizing the legendary form taking shape. Star Soul General Wenjiang. My form descends from the heavens, a mechanical god of war dwarfing their insignificant puppets. The spectacled subordinate shrieks, recognizing me not just as a star general, but an origin Star Soul General, and realizes the girl is a host. The matriarch's hand flashes through the air. She strikes her subordinate with contemptuous force. The woman collapses, questioning why she was struck for speaking the truth. The matriarch's face twists in a snarl of familial pride. "I won't allow a daughter of the Huang family to be insulted by a mere ant," she declares. But greed quickly smothers her pride. She realizes a host will guarantee her family's dominance for 100 years and orders the girl captured alive. She threatens death to the family of anyone who harms her new prize. Her puppets comply, unleashing glowing soul-binding ropes to ensnare me. They move to subdue me, their arrogance blinding them to the reality of the situation. The chains wrap around my body, and for a moment, they believe they have won. They've bound my vessel, but they've done nothing to contain my power. The girl channels the heavens, invoking my true name to command the very elements. With a single command, lightning come, she unleashes the storm. My true power surges, the chains glowing white-hot as they become conduits for my wrath. Their faces, once filled with triumph, are now portraits of pure, unadulterated terror. The sky itself obeyed my command, twisting into a dark vortex as I drew upon the storm. These golden-armored fools thought surrounding me was a strategy. In reality, they had merely gathered for their own execution. I let the heavens answer their arrogance with a single, blinding spear of lightning. It struck the earth, and the fools who stood upon it were instantly engulfed in raw, untamed power. Their polished armor became nothing more than a conductor for their own agonizing end, their screams a brief, satisfying symphony. From her safe distance, the old crone's little servant gasped in shock, babbling about how I could attract and use lightning. The matriarch herself wasn't spared the feedback, collapsing to the ground with a pathetic shriek as the residual energy coursed through the very air. But for me, this destructive force was simply nourishment, and I drew the crackling blue energy into my frame like a hungry wolf. When the light faded, all that remained of her elite guard were smoking husks scattered around my feet. The old woman stared, not in fear, but with a greedy glint in her eyes, muttering about the genius of an Earth-stage cultivator causing such destruction. Her mind was already racing, seeing me not as a person, but as a weapon to elevate her insignificant family. Her flustered attendant, desperate to please, shrieked an order to the next wave of disposable assets. A new batch of constructs, ghostly and ethereal, materialized from the ground to take their turn dying. They swarmed me, and I let out a roar not of pain, but of sheer, unadulterated battle lust. They came at me with their pathetic energy whips, a swarm of insects trying to tie down a dragon. The subordinate, clearly terrified, tried to convince her master to step in herself, pointing out the obvious fact that sending more fodder was useless. I casually parried a strike from one of the constructs, my movements fluid and economical. The matriarch watched as I shattered one of her toys and scoffed, calling them useless trash, utterly indifferent to the lives she was wasting. Finally, she stood, her patience clearly worn thin by the incompetence of her underlings. In her hand, she revealed a small jade tablet, no doubt some last-ditch effort she believed would turn the tide. Her remaining puppets decided on a new, equally futile tactic, flanking me from behind. They saw my rhythmic breathing and mistook it for exhaustion. I dodged their clumsy attempt to surround me without even a second thought. Their energy chains finally found purchase, wrapping around my arm and blade. For a moment, they seemed to think they had me, their surprise evident in their posture. I simply stomped my foot, shaking the very ground beneath us. My optic sensors flared with contemptuous power. I began to absorb the energy from their chains, their own power becoming my own as I roared. "You bunch of scoundrels!" A violent explosion of their own energy erupted from my body, vaporizing them in an instant. The battlefield fell silent once more, save for the hum of my own machinery and the sight of their smoldering remains. The effort was beginning to register, but my resolve was absolute. The old woman's prized champion, a so-called peak heaven stager, finally decided to grace me with his presence, admiring his own hands as if he were some kind of deity. I watched his posturing from my cockpit, my expression one of utter boredom. He appeared before me in a flash, ready to claim his prize. I looked down on him, the difference in our stature a perfect metaphor for the difference in our power. "Such a pity," I stated coldly. "I almost feel bad for what I'm about to do to you." His response was a predictable, guttural scream, as he charged forward mindlessly. I readied my blade, eager to put him in his place. He swung with all his might, and I stopped his attack cold, catching his entire arm in my gauntlet. The curse mark on my own arm flared, and he cried out as his own power was turned back on him, corroding him from the inside. I kicked him back like the trash he was, taunting him. "Come and get your little girl, then." Energy began to coalesce in my palm, a simple gesture to herald his end. A blinding beam erupted from my chest, consuming him entirely before his mind could even process his mistake. From his perspective, it must have looked like the entire world was being unmade by my power. But the backlash of such an attack sent my consciousness spiraling into a void, my physical form plummeting as the system rebooted. The shockwave from my attack had long since dissipated, but the girl remained collapsed on the scorched earth. She lay there for a moment, letting out a pathetic whimper. The remnants of the now destroyed array flickered around her like dying embers. Tears and grime stained her face, a portrait of childish despair. Finally, she pushes herself to her knees, clutching a small object in her hands. "Bad guys came to our house, they bullied me and arrested me," she wails, clinging to a jade tablet as if it were a life raft. The tablet glows faintly with spiritual energy before flickering out, its light extinguished forever. Watching from his own spiritual plane, the mountain's guardian spirit notes with surprise that Sikong Jing's name tag has gone dark. He wonders why he can't control the mountain's guard formation, questioning if the girl's father had deceived him. But the child is oblivious, lost in her own sorrow, crying for a father who will never answer. The guardian spirit simply watches, his expression unreadable as the truth of his situation sinks in. As if on cue, two figures materialize from the dust, their intentions anything but pure. The girl Mayo doesn't even notice them, still whispering for her father. The subordinate snaps impatiently. "Hey, little girl, our honorable head is asking you something." Her tone is grating, her posture aggressive. Mayo finally looks up, her voice surprisingly firm through her tears. "I'll not go with you. Mayo is going to wait here for father to come back." The leader tries a softer tactic, claiming to be a cousin. "No one will hurt you," she coos, but Mayo rejects her offer of home. The guardian spirit muses that the girl already understands what the extinguished jade slip means. Annoyed by the girl's defiance, the subordinate strikes her across the face. "Madam, let me take her." The brute offers, but her leader waves her off. The head of the clan decides to handle the child herself. All the while, the guardian is a helpless spectator, his control over his own domain completely severed. Suddenly, the entire scene freezes in time, the intruders locked in place like statues. The illusionary world is collapsing. The guardian realizes with a start. The very fabric of his reality begins to pixelate and dissolve, revealing a memory from the past. He watches a younger version of me with the girl. He started an illusionary world. The spirit whispers in disbelief. He finally understands the torment he's been subjected to. Is she just repeating this illusionary world over and over again? He checks his internal count. This is 14 times. I've trapped him in a loop, forcing him to watch the same tragedy on repeat. He now sees the grim reality. The girl is stuck in an endless loop, waiting for a father who didn't come back. 15 times. The loop resets, and he watches me fly by on my mechanical beast. 16 times, 17 times. The scene plays out with agonizing repetition. 18, 19, 20 times. His spiritual form is starting to fray from the sheer monotony. Wait, when will this end? He cries out, a prisoner in his own mind. Having learned all I needed from his formation, I finally decide to intervene. "Hey, I didn't want to interfere," I announce to the void. "Forget it. Think of it as the tuition fee." The scene resets one last time. The girl cries out, "Father, why haven't you come yet? Come and save Mayo." Enough, I've seen enough. With a flick of my wrist, I command the very energy of this place. Rise up. The air crackles with my power. Light constructs erupt from the ground, instantly trapping the armored guards. The girl looks up, her eyes wide with shock as I prepare my next move. Burst. I command, my voice flat and devoid of emotion. Hexagonal pillars of solid energy materialize and slam down, encasing the foolish guards. With a final, concussive boom, the pillars detonate, erasing them from existence. The woman stares in horror, finally recognizing the source of this power. "Formation Master, it's you, impossible," she shrieks. I step out of the shadows and simply say, "Sorry, I'm late." I walk toward the girl, my presence alone enough to make the world tremble. She looks up at me, tears of relief streaming down her face. "Father, you are finally here." The old crone looked at me as if she'd seen a ghost, a pathetic squeak escaping her lips. Her face, a mess of disbelief and arrogance, was almost amusing. "Another seal formation." She scoffed, trying to muster some dignity as she prepared to flee. "This cannot keep up with the speed of a heaven stage." She thought raw speed was the answer to everything, a common mistake for those with more power than intellect. Of course, she had some experience fighting formation masters, but that's like a mouse having experience with traps. It only delays the inevitable. She sneered, her voice dripping with condescension. "Your formation is only good for secretly attacking Earth ranks or lower." Just as she prepared to unleash some grand technique, my own attack found its mark, and her boast was cut short by a pained shriek. A single, nearly invisible needle of force had pierced her defenses, slamming into the ground right beside her. I simply stood there, watching her confusion. She was now on her knees, trapped inside my energy cage, looking exactly like the cornered rat she was. Speed is irrelevant when you don't know the dimensions of your prison. I held the core of the formation in my hand, and with a single thought, I gave the command. Collapse. The world around her folded in on itself, a cage of light constricting with absolute finality. From a safe distance, my daughter watched as I tidied up the battlefield. The woman and her lackeys were ensnared in the collapsing web of energy, their struggles meaningless. I raised my hand, and with a simple word, disappear, they were erased from existence. The last vestiges of my power dissipated. A single mote of light floated up into the sky, signaling my victory in this trial. "Father," a small voice cried out, and I saw her running towards me. I turned, preparing myself. She crashed into my chest, her small body trembling with sobs. "Father is awful, so bad." She wailed into my robes. "Why did you come back so late?" I could feel her tiny fists clenched against me. her tears soaking through the fabric. I closed my eyes and held her close, trying to soothe her. "Don't worry, father is fine." For a moment, we just stayed there, the chaos of the world fading away. She looked up at me, her tear-streaked face breaking into a relieved smile. But then her expression shifted, a flicker of doubt in her eyes. "No." She suddenly pushed away from me. Stumbling backward, she pointed a trembling finger. "How did your spiritual power change? You're not really my father." Careless, I had been careless. In the heat of the moment, I'd forgotten to disguise my spiritual fluctuations. Damn it, for a child so young to be this sensitive to such things. This must be the innate talent of a host. I had to think of something, anything. Right, I inherited an ancient legacy from our lineage of imperial tomb guards. That's why my power changed. Her confused expression told me that wasn't nearly enough. My spiritual power has fused with an elder who had 60 years of battle experience. I elaborated, waving my hands frantically. That's why I seem to have so much more experience just now. It's the wisdom of the elder. To distract her, I quickly changed the subject. "I even brought you a gift from Tiandu." I fumbled around, trying to make the lie convincing. I presented a watermelon with a flourish. "Look, it's barbecued duck." Her immediate glare told me she wasn't buying it. "This is not barbecued duck, that's a watermelon." She stomped her foot in frustration. "Father is trying to deceive me again." "A mistake, old habits." I quickly corrected, producing an actual glistening barbecued duck. Her eyes went wide with excitement. She snatched it from my hand without a second thought. Then she began devouring it with a ferocity that was almost startling. Her eyes were shining. "Barbecued duck, so delicious." She mumbled through a full mouth. "Wait," I interrupted. "That's not how you eat it." I projected a hologram, demonstrating the proper Tiandu method. Slicing the meat and skin, wrapping it in a thin pancake with sweet bean sauce and other fillings. She watched, utterly mesmerized, a line of drool forming at the corner of her mouth. "Barbecued duck," she pleaded, tugging on my sleeve. "You said we could leave when you returned. Let's go, I beg you." I sighed. It seems I would have to see this through. I activated the realm's jade core, and a wave of energy washed over us. The grassy field dissolved into a blur of light and color. The structure of a building began to materialize around us from nothing. Ying could only watch in stunned silence. Her feet, once on grass, were now on a polished wooden floor. In an instant, we were standing in an ornate, fully furnished room. She rushed to the window, her mouth agape. We were high above the magnificent, sprawling cityscape of the Tiandu Kingdom. "Father, a ceiling formation that can teleport? It's amazing." She marveled. "Yes," I lied smoothly. "This is also the Elder's power." In truth, I had simply used the realm's core to recreate a hotel from my own memories. A grand feast materialized on the table before us. "Stop worrying so much. Let's eat." Suddenly, the room was filled with identical copies of her, all cheering as they rushed the table. It was a dream made manifest, her every desire for food and family fulfilled. I watched the illusion of my daughter feasting. It was a necessary deception to pass this trial. "Tiandu, perhaps I really will visit once this is all over." Finally, the real Ying sat back, patting a comically round belly. "I'm so full." I gave her a small smile. She suddenly stood up and ran towards me, not for food, but for an embrace. She wrapped her arms around my waist. "What is it?" I asked, my voice softer than I intended. "Thank you," she whispered. And as she spoke, her form began to dissolve into particles of light. The illusion faded, leaving me alone in the silent room. I see, her innermost desires have finally been resolved. The first trial is past. It's time to see who else made it. I stepped through the portal into the secret realm's core. Ao Bing, the realm's spirit, was floating in the starry expanse, looking rather flustered in her miniaturized form. She yelped in surprise when she saw me. "Change back to normal size." I commanded, my patience already thin. With a flash of light, she complied. "Thank you, sir," she said, bowing slightly. I cut straight to the point. "How's it going? How many people have passed the first trial?" My expression left no room for pleasantries. "At present, 4 people have passed," she reported, gesturing to several floating screens. "Oh, forgotten, that's 5 with His Holiness." She then asked if I intended to participate in the second trial. "What is the second trial?" I asked, my gaze fixed on the images of my future opponents. She gestured, and a new image formed in the void, the silhouette of a powerful, trident-wielding king flanked by dragons. More silhouettes followed, an army of legendary warriors. "In the second trial," she announced, her voice grave, "the participants will fight against Star Soul General Ao Bing's previous hosts." This realm's administrator prattles on, explaining the mechanics of this so-called trial from her cosmic command center. She seems awfully proud of the setup, detailing how participants will fight endless enemies to earn a kill score before being matched with a clone of a previous host. "Host clone?" I ask, a flicker of interest finally piercing my boredom. The AI quickly clarifies she's nothing like them, merely a wisp of the great Dragon King's soul bound to this realm's core. She explains that these clones are different. They are pure battle data, devoid of emotion or self-awareness, but possessing all the power of the original host. Essentially, mindless puppets with perfect combat experience. I mutter, the pieces of this tedious game falling into place. I note the obvious flaw in her design. There's a significant difference in the power levels of the 4 participants. Will their stages be suppressed? Her eyes widen slightly, impressed by my wisdom. She confirms that everyone's power will be suppressed to match the weakest challenger. Late Earth stage. A cold smile plays on my lips as the old fool Lan Zhu realizes what that means. Correct, they're all being dragged down to my level. How utterly fair for them. Let me guess, I interject, growing tired of her explanations. The 3rd trial will be a battle royale between the survivors until only one remains. She gasps, stunned by my brilliant deduction. Your Holiness, you're so smart. How did you know? I wave a dismissive hand. A random guess. The predictability of these trials is almost insulting. She starts to prattle on again, but I've lost interest in the rules. Can you please recover my previous dignified appearance? She asks, her current form a source of embarrassment to her. Dignified? I think not. It doesn't matter, I say, my power coalescing. I'll change you to a more interesting appearance. What's your name anyway? She confesses she has no name, just a designation from her former master. Unacceptable, a tool needs a proper label. Then I'll give you a name, one that will suit your new form. A blinding light envelops her as I rewrite her data. The energy flashes brightly, reshaping her very essence according to my whim. When the light fades, she has been transformed into a small, puffy, fish-like creature. Her tiny eyes widen in horror. Your Holiness, are you serious? She stammers. I can't contain my laughter. This is a much better appearance for the admin of a secret realm. All right, I declare, giving her a thumbs up. Let's call you Little Blue. Little Blue, she squeaks, looking at her new form in the monitor. Isn't that a little too mundane? I stroke my beard, feigning deep thought. Then how about Dog Egg or Wankai? The creature immediately recoils. Forget it, Little Blue it is. Still, she complains that the name isn't distinguished enough. Fine, one last adjustment. With another flick of my wrist, I add a pair of tiny, decorative antlers to her head. Your Holiness, isn't this a bit disrespectful? She whimpers. My patience is gone. All right. I've given you the authority to adjust your own appearance. Now go. She sighs in defeat and floats away. Finally, some peace. To battle clones of past hosts. Perhaps this won't be a total waste of my time. The very fabric of this pocket dimension shifts, and 4 floating arenas materialize from the void. I find myself transported to one of the barren platforms. On another, Huyan Xing notes the absence of his companion. The weak are always the first to be filtered out. Meanwhile, Lan Kun is already throwing a tantrum, screaming impotently in my direction. The fool hasn't even realized the arenas are soundproofed. His rage is nothing but a silent film. He finally notices the quiet woman on the 4th platform, wondering if she is some hidden master. The woman, Huang Maioyan, stands with her back to us all. She clutches a piece of clothing, whispering, Father, I'm sorry, thank you. Pathetic sentimentality. Lan Kun's attention snaps back to me, his face contorted in another useless display of anger. He's so consumed by his own noise that he fails to notice the immense power gathering above us. A blinding explosion of light erupts across the sky. Maioyan spins around, her expression hardening. Huyan Xing's eyes widen in alarm. Even Lan Zhu looks up, a flicker of concern on his face. The oppressive energy washes over them. It's time. I am the guardian of this secret realm, Little Blue, the ridiculous creature announces from the heavens. Congratulations on passing the 2nd trial. The floating arenas stabilize. The guardian of my people's secret realm is a bighead carp. Lan Kun shrieks, his priorities as foolish as ever. Little Blue ignores him, laying out the rules. Survive until the end to qualify for the final trial. Now then, 2nd trial begins. With that, the platforms activate. Lan Kun braces for impact. Huyan Xing prepares for battle. I find myself teleported directly into the heart of a mechanical army. Damn, I mutter with a smirk. They're not even trying to make this a challenge. The other platforms are similarly swarmed. A laser beam sizzles past Lan Kun's head. Star General Constructs. He snarls, recognizing the enemy. He immediately launches into a counterattack, his blade a blur. Huyan Xing is also cutting a swat through the constructs, his kill count climbing steadily. Maioyan moves with a cold, brutal efficiency, each strike precise and fatal. She is a whirlwind of destruction, far outclassing the others. I watch her from my own platform. Sun style, she's hiding her true star general. Fine, if she's holding back, I'll use this as a chance to test my latest Yuan-style prototypes. Star General Construct, I command. The scoreboards update. Lan Kun, a paltry 126 points. Huyan Xing, a respectable 261. Lan Zhu has 425. while my Oyen has effortlessly climbed to 689. Her superiority is undeniable. A massive explosion rips through the enemy ranks on my platform. As the smoke clears, my custom star general stands revealed, its twin cannons humming with power. My kill count instantly vaults to 1,000. I've combined a variety of weapons onto a single frame. The spiritual power consumption is enormous, but the destructive output is more than worth it. The last of the cannon fodder disintegrates. The trial isn't over. A new enemy fades into existence before me. Where did this monk come from? I wonder aloud, then realize. A host clone. I've reached the end of the level. Across the arenas, the other bosses appear. My Oyen faces a colossal female construct. Huyen Xing squares off against a four-armed mech, but it is Lan Kun who has the most visceral reaction. He stares, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. Big brother Lan Ao, is it really you? He desperately summons his own star general. As his construct forms, so does his opponent's. The legendary Lan Ao, ninth host of Star General Ao Bing and a master of all weapons, stands before him as a soulless clone. And as for my opponent, a being of pure, unadulterated power materializes, its presence warping the very space around it. Finally, a worthy warm-up. I watch as the illusion preys on the old fool's pathetic desires, trapping him in a phantom marriage chamber. A synthesized voice, a mere echo of his lust, whispers husband from behind a silken veil. His gnarled hands clench in his lap, the sweat of a nervous youth on the brow of a so-called elder. He stammers a reply, his face flushed like a common boy's, completely lost to the fabrication. Husband, should we go to sleep? The illusion coos, and with that simple suggestion, his trial is already lost. He reaches forward, his trembling hand eager to lift the veil and gaze upon the lie he so desperately wants to be real. But instead of a bride, he's greeted by the impassive face of the realm's spirit, the arbiter of his failure. Number 6, Hu Yanfa, unable to pass the first trial, has failed. It announces, its voice devoid of pity. His mind shatters, the shock of his broken fantasy contorting his face as the world around him dissolves into light. The illusionary room vanishes, leaving him to kneel alone before the truth of his own weakness. Meanwhile, in another part of this secret realm, a different test unfolds on a frozen plain. Another fool has fallen, dreaming peacefully as a snowman. The realm's spirit appears once more, its duty to cull the weak never-ending. It descends upon the pathetic snow figure without a moment's hesitation. Participant number 5, Zhang Lihai, has failed. The system declares, another piece of trash taken out. Outside the secret realm, the failures begin to materialize in a desolate desert, ejected like common refuse. Armored sentinels immediately swarm the area, their mechanical bodies whirring with pointless urgency. They react as the first failure, Huyen Fa, crashes unceremoniously into the sand. He leaves a pathetic crater, groaning for a wife that never existed. The old man stumbles to his feet, his mind too feeble to comprehend the sudden shift in reality. Could it be I was? He mutters, kneeling in the dirt like a beggar. The ghost of his fantasy lingers for a moment, a cruel reminder of the lust that led to his downfall. The guards finally spot him, shouting to notify their general as they close in on the perceived threat. Thief, surrender now. They command, their blades drawn. They mistake an elder for a common intruder. The old fool puffs out his chest, desperately clinging to his authority. I am Huyen Fa, an elder of the Huyen family. He flashes a token, dropping the name of General Mai Jin as if it were a shield. A quick scan verifies his identity, and panic ripples through the guards as they realize he's a heavenly stage master. They offer their groveling apologies, the fear of a superior's wrath doing all the work for him. Understood, he says, attempting to regain his composure. But there are some things I'd like to ask you. He straightens his robes, a pathetic attempt to brush off the humiliation. The guards point to another crater. Elder, someone else appeared with you, an ally or an enemy. No, that's not a person, one of them stammers, his voice laced with fear. I think it's a demon. Huyen Fa's mind flashes back to the battle he witnessed before the trial began. He squints, his focus shifting to the other ejected participant. There in the center of the second crater is the other combatant, a white-haired demon, knocked unconscious and sleeping soundly amidst the chaos. Enough observation. The lesser insects have been cleared from the board. I enter the arena for the second trial, and my opponent, a cheap copy, turns to face me. I land with purpose, my star general materializing around me with a surge of dark energy. The fool controlling the mech shouts in panicked recognition, "Hey, big brother Lan Ao." He actually thinks I'm his ally. The arrogance is astounding. His golden mech stumbles back, its pilot clearly confused by my presence. "Big brother, it's me, Zhu." He cries out, his desperation amusing. I offer no response. His pathetic pleas are nothing but static. "Big brother." His confusion is the last satisfying sound I'll hear from him. I release a pulse of energy, not to kill, but to show him the chasm between us. The ground beneath his feet shatters from the casual display of force. He can barely stand. His handler finally puts his minuscule brain to work. That's not right. He's far too weak. He cannot be Big Brother Lan Ao. A smug grin spreads across his face as he reaches his flawed conclusion. It's just an imitation that can't even exhibit 20% of his combat strength. He declares, his confidence sealing his fate. He dares to challenge me. You actually dare to disrespect my esteemed brother Lan Ao. He gathers his energy, preparing to use a technique he stole from his so-called brother. The whirlpool slice forms, a pathetic imitation of a real attack. How utterly predictable. Battle technique, I state coldly, my voice mocking his. Whirlpool slice. I mirror his technique perfectly, except my version is a maelstrom of pure destruction. The two attacks meet, and his is swallowed whole, utterly annihilated. The resulting explosion clears the field, but the trial is far from over. A new challenger appears from the smoke, clad in red armor. What? He exclaims, witnessing my power. His handler doesn't hesitate. Construct, he roars, summoning his own star-soul general. A construct wreathed in flame appears, a clone of Lan Zun, the Flame Master. The pilot smirks at me. Flames, now you're just showing off, he taunts as if he's my equal. He unleashes a barrage of light beams, a child's firework display. I don't even flinch as the beams dissipate harmlessly against my armor. His flames can't even singe my feet. I respond with a tidal wave of dragon fire, extinguishing his pathetic attack and his ego along with it. The battlefield clears once more, only for another pathetic machine to take his place. Just a nobody, its handler sneers, summoning her own star-soul general. A beam of light shoots towards me, another pointless gesture. My own construct materializes in an instant, casually deflecting the blast. A clone of Lan Ling, the 5th-generation sword master. Another name on a list of failures. I move, crossing the arena in less than a heartbeat. They can't even track my speed. Before she can even register my presence, I am already past her. A single clean cut is all it takes to end her participation. Another challenger steps forward, this one armed with some sort of cannon. A merman creature commands it, calling forth his star-soul general. The system identifies it as a clone of Lan Lu, a whip master who has never acted personally. How fitting for a coward. Oh, are you the tentacle master? He sneers, amused by my form. Here, I'll show you something similar. He thinks he can mimic me. An amusing and fatal delusion. It's time to end this farce. I unleash my true power, my voice resonating across the digital plane. Dragon's reverse scale mode. The fool in the bulky armor stammers, his machine struggling under the sheer weight of my presence. This oppressive feeling he's whining about is merely a fraction of what's to come. He finally recognizes the phantom I've projected into his trial, a ghost of a so-called legend. The system confirms his fears. He's facing a specter of the past, the 1st-generation host, Emperor Lan Tong. But I didn't just give him a ghost. I gave him a nightmare, a battle data clone of the Emperor in his prime. He looks upon my construct, sweat beading on his brow as he whimpers about how he could possibly defeat such an opponent. The twin dragons I've attached to this shadow clone lunge forward, a simple opening gambit. The idiot screams as he's forced to evade, the ground erupting behind him. He thinks he's safe, catching his breath after a close call. He turns his head with a look of utter shock. Too slow. The energy I laid as a trap detonates beneath him, a simple but effective maneuver. The entire arena floor is vaporized in the aftershock. Meanwhile, my own trial is proceeding as planned. I'm pitted against a shadow clone of Lan Lu Zhao Bing, a pitiful construct against my own masterpiece, the star-colored Ao Bing. The shadow clone strikes a pose, attempting to look intimidating. I meet its gaze from within my cockpit, unimpressed. Its tendrils whip through the air, but my blades meet them with casual indifference, deflecting every strike. We trade blows midair, a brief and utterly one-sided exchange. I close the distance and slam it into the grid, releasing a pulse of pure energy. The shockwave tears across the arena, sending the pathetic clone tumbling through the debris. It's completely engulfed in the blinding light of my attack. It struggles to its feet, firing a desperate beam from its chest to regain its footing. It stabilizes, deploying spinning energy discs from its shoulders as if preparing a counterattack. From my true vantage point, I watch the battle unfold, stroking my beard in detached analysis. The clone unleashes its muddy wave frenzied slash, a flurry of dark energy it probably considers a finishing move. A long-distance move? How quaint. Let me show you what true battle technique is. I sneer, activating my own system. Reverse scale mode. My star-colored Ao Bing transforms, glowing orbs of condensed power materializing around me. My attack fires, a volley of green energy that effortlessly punches through its chaotic assault, causing the clone to cry out in pain. The clone is completely overwhelmed by my superior firepower. Its technique shatters into a beautiful shower of light and failure. Explosions rip across the battlefield, systematically dismantling its defenses. When the smoke clears, its former position is empty. I appear directly behind it. Are you looking for me? The machine whirs in shock, its programming unable to comprehend my speed. I don't need a weapon. My hand, glowing with energy, will suffice. I plunge my arm straight through its torso, shattering its core. We hang there for a moment, suspended in its final seconds. Goodbye, I whisper, as the energy ports all over my armor begin to glow. I unleash a point-blank barrage, incinerating it from the inside out. The resulting explosion is magnificent, a fitting end for such a worthless copy. Its smoldering remains crashed to the ground as I land without a scratch. My armor reconfigures, the battle already forgotten. The weapon retracts, its purpose served. A clone is a clone, I muse aloud. Barely 20% of the original's power, pathetic. I initiate the star solution to clean up the mess. This Ao Bing construct is useful, but my true goal is to capture the data of the real *1. And for that, I need Lan Kun to perform. The realm's spirit materializes, its voice a grating mix of awe and confusion. It asks how I, its supposed holiness, can wield the star soul General Ao Bing. I simply hold up the jade core, the key to this entire pathetic realm. It remains confused, babbling that it's never seen a colored Ao Bing, even with the power of the core. It even has the audacity to comment on my skill, something it couldn't possibly comprehend. It then makes a foolish comment about my appearance and demeanor. I've had enough of its prattling. Stop talking and show me the others. It calls me a fool under its breath, but it obeys, bringing up the viewing monitors. Just as I expected, Lan Kun is on the verge of defeat. I wonder how this whelp even passed the first trial, then ask the spirit if I can observe him directly. It reluctantly agrees, warning me not to interfere, as if I'd listened to a floating fish. Let's go check on Lan Kun's situation. I say, my patience wearing thin. Don't disappoint me. In a swirl of energy, I vanish. I arrive just in time to see Lan Kun on his knees, his mech shattered around him. He coughs weakly, utterly broken. He collapses onto the ground, his energy completely depleted. A small pill drops conveniently from the sky and lands in his open mouth. The little spirit screeches at me for interfering. Oops, I say with a hollow smile. My hand slipped. I make a show of searching for the pill I supposedly dropped, giving him time to recover. He sits up bewildered. A surge of power courses through him as the pill takes effect. He rises to his feet, energy crackling around him. It seems I still have the strength to fight. The fire is back in his eyes as he stares down the Emperor's clone. He pulls out a star card, a standard issue model. To show respect to the former Emperor, he announces, I will fight with my own star soul. He shouts construct, and a mass-produced dime-a-dozen mech materializes. Another piece of trash steps onto the grid, a mass-produced toy from the Longhai Kingdom. The old fool watching from the sidelines seems to think he's about to witness my true skills. My opponent obliges the audience, cloaking his machine in a gaudy, swirling aura of energy. I find the display tiresome, so I allow a sliver of my own power to manifest, a silent, oppressive response to his noisy theatrics. Enough waiting. I lunge forward, my black dragon closing the distance in an instant. The pilot inside that tin can seems to recognize my approach, a flicker of fear in his mind as he wonders if I'll use the same strategy as before. He strikes a pathetic pose, gathering his meager energy for a counterattack. He actually has the audacity to announce his technique, as if shouting its name will lend it strength. Vortex Strangle, he cries, launching a spiraling cone of blue energy that even the old spectator recognizes as a recycled move. The old man scoffs at the mermaid's lack of creativity, always relying on the same tired techniques. His vortex is an inconvenience at best. My dragon tears through the currents of energy without slowing. The shock on the pilot's face, as I emerge completely unscathed, is almost amusing. It's my turn now. I begin to gather true power, channeling lightning into the claws of my machine. The air itself crackles as I prepare to show him the gulf between us. I unleash the storm, and bolts of pure energy slam into his mech before he can even process what's happening. The force of the impact sends his machine careening backward across the digital battlefield. I give him no time to recover, my cape billowing as I instantly close the gap. In a desperate panic, he begins charging a beam from his chest unit. He screams the name of his attack, Dragon Roar Cannon, a pathetic attempt to mimic my own power. I meet his ultimate attack with a contemptuously small energy shield, neutralizing it with zero effort. With his beam dissipated, my claws extend, ready to end this farce. But first, a lesson in humility. I'll show him what his own technique looks like when wielded by a true master. Vortex Strangle, I state coldly, unleashing a maelstrom of my own. My vortex dwarfs his pathetic attempt, a swirling abyss of destruction that rips the very fabric of this space. There is no escape for him. I watch with cold indifference as the attack closes in. The mass-produced armor is shredded like paper, torn apart by the sheer force of my will. The resulting explosion should have been the end of it, but from the flames, the pilot himself screams, "Go to hell," as he launches a final, spiteful attack. A spear of light erupts from the wreckage, aimed directly at my core. The beam strikes my chest plate dead on. The resulting explosion is significant, but my black dragon doesn't even shudder. I simply raise my hand and catch the torrent of energy, stopping his final gambit cold. I then absorb his power, adding his desperate energy to my own reserves. The pilot is sweating, realizing his soul power is nearly depleted, yet he clings to the foolish hope that one more shot will be enough. Once again, he screams the name of his only other move, Dragon Roar Cannon. His final, desperate beam shoots across the void. I manifest a small, sun-like orb of condensed energy that effortlessly swallows his attack hole. The collision is a brief flash before his power is utterly annihilated. My machine stands untouched, a monument to his failure. In the space between heartbeats, I am before him, the tip of my weapon ending the conversation permanently. The clone before me was a crude copy, its movements predictable, its power a pale imitation. My so-called rival, Ao Feng, shrieked from the sidelines like a petulant child, his composure shattered by my effortless display. He had expected me to struggle, to fall, but all I offered was disappointment as I parried the flurry of strikes from the imitation's halberd. A single, precise counter-blow was all it took to buckle its armor plating. From some unseen vantage point, the old fool running this farce watched me, muttering about the misguided passion of youth. Apparently bored with my swift progress, he decided to check on the other insects in his little experiment. He and his floating pet surveyed the various battles playing out on holographic screens. He noted with some satisfaction that one of the so-called holy stagers had already won. Another contestant, some brute in a red mech, was apparently gaining the upper hand in his own fight. The old man watched as the red machine delivered a clumsy but effective kick. His curiosity sated, he dismissed the screens with a wave of his hand. He then turned to his little blue familiar, musing that the final choice for Ao Bing's host would come down to myself and the other mermaid. The creature seemed nervous, reminding the old man of some prior promise. He brushed it off, finding the prospect of a simple one-on-one duel far too boring for his tastes. A glint of childish mischief appeared in his eye as a new, more interesting idea took root. The little creature, utterly clueless, asked what he intended to do. The old man leaned in, whispering his revised plan to his pet. Meanwhile, the brute in the red mech unleashed a barrage of fire from its arm cannons. The purple clone it was fighting managed to block the initial volley, but the red machine closed the distance, its fist glowing with raw, unrefined power. The resulting impact was a spectacle of brute force, sending the clone flying back in a shower of sparks. As the clone disintegrated, the red mech powered down, its pilot stepping onto the digital grid. "What a tough battle," he smirked, already fantasizing about fighting the original. A system prompt confirmed his victory, and he was promptly teleported out of the arena. I found myself on a new floating platform, the previous arena dissolving around me. My final two opponents were already here. Those two people actually passed the second trial as well, Haiyang Xing muttered, eyeing me and the other failure. His gaze was filled with the usual arrogance I'd come to expect from these so-called elites. The old man, the trial's administrator, materialized on a nearby platform, a fact that didn't go unnoticed by my rival. The half-merman kid is not here, as expected, he mused, already writing me off before turning his attention to a formal announcement from the floating pet. A colossal projection of the creature filled the space above us. The sudden appearance startled Haiyang Xing. Across the way, Ao Feng stared in disbelief, his mind unable to process the fact that I, the half-merman kid, had caught up. "Prepare yourselves," the voice boomed. "You will now enter the third trial." Our surroundings shifted violently, the serene platforms replaced by the smoking ruins of the Longhai Kingdom. A glowing grid materialized beneath our feet as we were deposited into this new, desolate landscape. The others looked around in confusion, but Ao Feng only had eyes for me. "Lan Zuo!" he screamed, his face contorted with rage. He charged forward, completely blinded by his pathetic hatred. His kick was clumsy, telegraphing his every move, and I sidestepped it with zero effort. He lunged again, reaching for my throat. I caught his wrist, his momentum halting instantly against my grip. "Fool," I thought, "do you really think you can be my opponent?" With a simple twist, I slammed his face into the hard ground. He could only let out pathetic whimpers, pinned and utterly helpless beneath me. But just as I was about to apply the proper amount of pressure, a deafening horn echoed across the battlefield, the warning horn of Longhai Kingdom. Someone shouted, finally realizing where we were. And then we saw it, a little tide of beasts surging from the dark waters. "Your task for the third trial," the administrator's voice announced, "is to protect the small city of Longhai from the incoming beast tide." An endless horde swarmed toward the city walls, Their numbers a black sea of chitin and teeth. The system has dropped us into what it calls Longway City, a fortress state supposedly established to hold back beasts from the endless sea. For centuries, this was supposedly the front line, where an ancient race of mermen bled to defend the gates of Longhai. Now a mindless horde of beasts crawls from the surf, a tide of chitin and teeth. They crash against the southern gate, a pathetic display of brute force against crumbling stone. The guards on the walls shout in panic as flying creatures swarm the sky, as if they didn't expect an enemy that uses the third dimension. They scramble to their so-called anti-beast guns, a primitive and desperate response. The crude bolts they load into the cannons are barely more than sharpened logs. A man in ornate armor barks orders, sending his 1st and 2nd battalions out to buy time, a euphemism for throwing away lives. His soldiers, like programmed drones, shout their affirmations before marching to their pointless deaths. The massive stone gate groans open, more ready to swallow them whole. The commander and his men stand on the rampart, a perfect portrait of suicidal valor. Suddenly, the battlefield dissolves into pixels, and one of the other contestants begins to stammer, babbling about how it's been a century since beasts appeared here. The two-headed fool I'm stuck with immediately loses his composure, screaming that we've fallen into another realm of inner desires. His companion, at least, has the sense to try and shut him up. A swift strike to the face brings the whimpering idiot back to some semblance of reality. He finally realizes this isn't an illusion of the mind, yet he's still baffled as to why his power is suppressed to the Earth stage. The blonde princeling, meanwhile, directs his impotent rage at me, vowing to settle things later before fumbling with his useless wristband. He's beginning to realize that he's completely cut off, muttering to himself about my supposed false bravado. His eyes then dart to the hooded woman, foolishly identifying her as the strongest person here. He has no idea what true power looks like. The woman herself is more observant, perched on a rock spire and analyzing the scene below. She correctly deduces the soldier's strategy is a delaying tactic for an evacuation, showing a flicker of intelligence the others lack. She glances in my direction, a flicker of recognition in her eyes as she senses something familiar. Before she can put the pieces together, a holographic fish materializes, announcing the objective of this third trial: protect this seaport town from the beast wave. As it speaks, glowing blue collars materialize and clamp around our necks, a crude method of control. The blonde one stares at his, utterly bewildered by the simple device. The system's pet explains the collars are explosive, a leash to keep us within the trial area. The other fools react with predictable terror, clutching at their throats as if that would change anything. The fish then outlines the rules: support the soldiers, evacuate the residents, and kill the beasts. The old man, completely losing his composure, starts yelling at the hologram, calling it a chubby fish. For his insolence, the system guardian scolds him and promptly deducts 250 points from his score. Still not grasping the situation, the old fool demands to know how a simple defense mission can determine the next Star Soul general. The holographic fish actually stammers, caught off guard by a question that deviates from its script. I clear my throat, and the old man beside me offers a suggestion, putting the little program back on track. It quickly regains its composure, blurting out that supporting the defense and killing beasts will award trial points. Finally, it clarifies that our scores from the previous trials will be converted into points, and the highest total wins. A simple game of accumulation. Very well. I will simply accumulate more than anyone else. I listened as the holographic mascot laid out the rules for this farce. My final judgment would be based on the combined scores of all these lesser beings. Just as the creature finished its speech, one of the other contestants, a man with ridiculously long blonde hair, stepped forward to address the so-called guardian. He feigned concern, asking about the whereabouts of his companion, some bald old man I vaguely recalled from the first stage. The guardian's response was as cold and efficient as I would have been. The old man failed and was therefore eliminated. The blonde man then performed a deep, theatrical bow, his face masked as he thanked the guardian for the information. Amusingly, this display of false humility earned him 100 bonus points. He knew exactly what buttons to push. With the pleasantries concluded, the guardian's cheerful facade returned. It declared the third trial had begun, wishing us a smooth journey as the world around us dissolved into a vision of a burning, war-torn city. Below us, in a separate trial zone, spiky sea creatures lay in wait, ready to tear apart the unprepared. Our destination, however, was Longway City, already under a full-scale assault by bizarre flying machines. On the ground, armored mechs were failing to control the panic, shouting at the terrified populace to abandon their worthless belongings and run for their lives. One of the invaders hovered ominously, gathering a menacing pink energy for a strike. A defending commander realized their peril far too late, screaming for a defensive formation that was never going to hold. A piercing beam of concentrated energy lanced through the sky. It tore through their pathetic ranks with contemptuous ease, the mech barely offering any resistance. The impact blossomed into a devastating explosion, wiping out the entire defensive line in an instant. The few surviving mech struggled to rise from the smoldering crater, their armor shattered and useless. The enemy didn't hesitate, firing another beam without mercy. This time, the blast targeted the fleeing civilians, their screams echoing as they were vaporized. The ensuing shockwave triggered a landslide, completely burying the main city gate and trapping everyone inside. As the malevolent machine circled back for another pass, the survivors stared up in abject terror. "It's back," they shrieked, their hope completely extinguished. But then my own attack, a spinning disk of pure ice energy, sliced through the air. It met the dark machine head-on, a blur of cyan against black. The resulting explosion lit up the sky as my golden mech descended, effortlessly absorbing the impact. I landed with purpose, the ground cracking slightly under my weight. The worthless crowd could only stare, dumbfounded, wondering what had just happened. A simple notification appeared in my vision, plus 100 points for saving civilians. I stood impassively on the city wall, taking in the chaos I had just interrupted. From below, the sounds of their pathetic gratitude reached me, calling me a fairy, a divine savior. Suddenly, one of the other participants, an elder, stepped before the blocked gate as his allies watched in shock. He barely paused, his hand already reaching out. Unleashing a torrent of raw lightning, he completely obliterated the rock slide, his own men screaming in disbelief at his hidden power. The sheer force of the blast sent a shockwave that rattled the entire street. Seeing their escape route cleared, the herd of civilians scrambled mindlessly toward the opening. Meanwhile, I was already checking the trial rankings. A woman named Huang Maioyan was at 365 points, proving to be a diligent little point gatherer. My attention shifted elsewhere. On the coastal defense line, a different battle was being lost. An endless swarm of monstrous sea creatures was overrunning the city's mechanized forces. A massive crustacean slammed its bulk down, crushing several mechs beneath it. It seized their captain in its powerful claw, his subordinates screaming for someone to save him. The commander readied his forces to charge, but they were too slow, too weak. They didn't need to bother. My trident was already in the air. It struck the beast directly through its skull with a sickening crunch. The creature writhed, its grip failing as my weapon pinned it in place. "Seize the opportunity," the commander bellowed, still clueless as to who had just saved his life. A trail of ethereal energy was the only clue I left behind. Then they saw me, my second-class warrior mech perched on the cliffs above, a silent, imposing giant. The commander recognized the design instantly, shouting that I was one of their own, a warrior from the Longhai Kingdom. My so-called comrades were being overrun. From a distance, I watched Lan Kun, that sentimental fool, recognize the armor of his precious Longhai Kingdom warriors as they were being slaughtered. He was completely useless, sprawled on the ground while I made my entrance. I landed with enough force to make the very earth beneath me tremble. A show of power is always a useful tool. The beast lunged, and I met it head-on, its pathetic attempt to devour my spear proving utterly futile. It actually thought it could overpower me. With a flick of my wrist, I shattered its skull, silencing its pointless struggle and the foolish hopes of my rivals. I landed on its corpse, a fitting pedestal. The pathetic soldiers who were moments from death stared at me, their shock and awe palpable. One of them stammered his thanks, calling me comrade. I offered a simple, empty "you're welcome." The system awarded Lan Kun points for my kill, a flaw in the trial's design I might exploit later. I stood over my kill, surveying the landscape. My amusement was cut short as I saw the true scale of the problem. A veritable sea of these creatures stretched to the horizon. While the fools on the ground panicked, the real players were making their moves. I saw my competitors, each a representative from a rival power, sizing each other up. There was the hot-headed Huyan girl in red, and the stoic Yuan boy in green. I assessed my situation. Alone, my power was insufficient for a prolonged battle of attrition. A temporary alliance was the logical, if distasteful, solution. I approached them with a proposition to set aside our grudges for now. Predictably, the Huyan girl refused, spitting some nonsense about not trusting a monster who harms his own people before promptly turning tail and running. "Wait," I called out, feigning concern. "Let the fool run." Her blind charge into the horde was a tactical blunder I had no intention of repeating. My little act of abandoning the alliance seemed to confuse the spectators. The Yuan boy turned to me, asking my thoughts. I watched the Red Warrior and the woman head towards the city, a curious move. The old spectator, Lan Yuwang, theorized that protecting citizens might be an easier way to earn points than killing beasts. A twisted grin spread across his face as he plotted his own strategy, increase his score by sabotaging others. A truly pathetic mindset. The Huyan girl, now fighting alone, sensed my presence, thinking I was planning something. She was right, but her small mind couldn't possibly grasp the scope of my intentions. She threw herself at a beast, engaging it in a clumsy melee. She was immediately surprised by its toughness. What did she expect? The beast easily threw her back, a testament to her weakness. She resorted to a desperate point-blank energy blast from her gauntlet. The impact was direct, but the effort was immense. A single kill, and a meager 80 points for her trouble. Her score updated to 210. And she began to analyze the situation like it was some grand revelation. She concluded they were weak to long-range attacks. Obvious. Then she put her little theory to the test, unleashing a beam attack. It was just in time to save a group of incompetent soldiers. They babbled about being saved, wondering if the red one was helping them. Pawns are so predictable. A wicked little thought crossed her mind. She could farm points by repeatedly endangering and rescuing these idiots. But she dismissed it. A flicker of morality, how disappointing. She decided to play the hero, citing a blood feud and the need to show respect for the soldiers. With a renewed, misplaced sense of honor, she leaped back into the fray. She powered up her weapons, ready to earn points honorably. Her barrage of energy beams was flashy but inefficient, just a light show for the grunts on the ground. It was enough to impress the soldiers, who decided to cooperate with her. For the honor of the merman, they cried, charging to their likely deaths. Lan Kun watched the Huyan girl, impressed by her strength. The boy has no standards. He tried to emulate her, charging a beast on his own. His blade got stuck in its maw, a perfect imitation of my earlier feint, but he lacked the power to see it through. He screamed in exertion, unable to free his weapon. The beast simply thrashed him around like a child's toy. His desperate cry of "die" was the last gasp of a fool, but it wasn't his time, not yet. A beam of energy obliterated the creature, pinning him down. He looked up, stunned. "Uncle Lan Yu Wang," he muttered, "he's helping me." I stood over the smoldering corpse, saying nothing. He shouted his gratitude, the idiot, as if I'd waste my energy for his sake. This was merely an investment. Just then, a far greater threat emerged from the depths, its presence chilling the air. It was accompanied by a new breed of monster, covered in spikes. Their backs pulsed with grotesque sacs, a clear sign of what was to come. The sacs began to glow ominously. Even the arrogant fools watching from afar could see this was a turn for the worse. They unleashed hell, a storm of energy beams that tore through the battlefield. The ground erupted in a cascade of explosions. It was a level of destruction none of them were prepared for. Meanwhile, inside the besieged Longwei city, the evacuation was underway. The soldiers defending the walls were barely holding on, crediting some fairy for helping them withstand the pressure. Their resilience was admirable, but ultimately futile without overwhelming force. The so-called fairy Wang Maioyan watched from a rooftop, her score steadily climbing. But then a new warning came, flying beasts from the south. I turned my gaze upward, my sensors already tracking the incoming swarm. They descended upon the city like a plague of locusts. Wang Maioyan admitted her current fighting style was ill-equipped for this. A rare moment of self-awareness. She tried a concentrated beam, a desperate gambit against their sheer numbers. The resulting explosion was impressive, but ultimately useless. More beasts poured from the smoke, completely unfazed. Her attack was swallowed by the swarm. She tried again, but the result was the same. Her face betrayed her shock. Suddenly, a beam of pure soul power, far beyond her capabilities, sliced through the sky. She recognized its signature instantly. It was my power, and the look on her face was a picture of disbelief. My attack didn't just strike the swarm, it erased it. A single, precise beam that carved a path of absolute annihilation. The entire squadron of flying pests was vaporized in one glorious explosion. In another part of the field, Song Yunxiang, the Green Warrior, was putting on a show of his own, absorbing the souls of his kills. He watched his score climb, noting the point values. A meticulous one, this Song Yunxiang. He correctly deduced that flying monsters were difficult to kill, which is why their point value was higher. He, at least, understands the nature of this game. I weaved through the barrage, the wind of their passage barely grazing my armor. A light touchdown on a nearby rooftop gave me a moment to assess the lumbering beast. It tried to sweep me off my feet with another clumsy attack, but a simple slide was all it took to evade. Annoyed, I kicked off, launching a volley of energy blasts from the soles of my feet directly into its ugly face. Each shot struck true, a rapid percussion of light and force against its chitinous hide. The creature reeled back, stunned by the unexpected counterattack. I watched it fall, a pathetic display of incompetence. Leaping from my perch, I closed the distance in an instant, blade ready to finish this farce. A single, clean arc of my weapon was all that was required. The slice was perfect, severing its connection to the living. I landed without a sound, not even bothering to watch the bisected corpse plummet from the sky. The impact of my landing was the only sound, a final punctuation mark on its existence. It seems its death throes were a final, desperate attack on the city below. The civilians scattered like terrified ants. The local guards started shouting useless warnings, as if their voices could stop the inevitable. "Protect the people," they cried, rushing forward with their laughable shields and spears. The smaller beasts opened fire, their energy beams peppering the guards' pathetic formation. Their shields buckled and cracked under the pathetic assault. A far more powerful blast lanced down from the sky, carving a path of destruction through the architecture. All the insects on the ground could do was stare up in open-mouthed horror. Finally, someone with a decent weapon. He powered up his oversized cannon, preparing to fire. At least someone here recognized the power signature. Was it that person? She wondered. Yes, it was. After his shot, the pilot seemed confused. Only 100? He was concerned with points. How trivial. My system notified me of the scoring rules. So, saving those not already marked for death yields nothing. An inefficient design. Even the old fool overseeing the system was baffled by its own creation. The little blue construct stammered, trying to defend itself. It deflected blame, quoting its master's own words back at him about only rewarding the rescue of the doomed. The pilot on the battlefield was still trying to process his meager reward when he was interrupted. He finally noticed the swarm of new targets descending upon him. I decided to lend him a hand, a small transfer of my own energy. Someone on the ground had to scream at him to get his attention. He turned, his shock almost comical. A new weapon materialized in his hands, a gift from me to expedite this process. He fired, combining his cannon with my power to unleash a devastating energy wave. The beam struck the incoming swarm head-on. A satisfying series of explosions lit up the sky as the flying pests were vaporized. But the battle was far from over, as the guards began to panic once more. More beasts were coming, this time from the ground. The earth began to tremble. I felt the vibrations of heavy bodies moving beneath the streets. The very ground cracked open. Massive, armored creatures erupted from below, sowing chaos among the fleeing civilians. The streets were now an infestation. I descended from the rooftops, deciding it was time to take out the trash myself. The guards were already being slaughtered, their cries for help echoing uselessly. The pilot tried to aim his cannon, but the close-quarters melee made it a difficult shot. He yelled, "Transform," as his weapon reconfigured. Skybreaking Claw, a rather dramatic name. He posed with his new dual spears, attempting to look heroic. He charged forward, boosters flaring as he slid across the pavement. His charge was clumsy, and he was immediately swatted aside. He crashed to the ground, his armor scraping against the stone. Pathetic. One of the beasts loomed over him, its jaws wide open. "I'm done for," he thought, an accurate assessment of his own abilities. But before the creature could land the final blow, I intervened. Battle technique, 7 sky-shattering waves. I became a maelstrom of light and steel, my energy tearing through the monster's flesh. The beast was annihilated, its body reduced to fragments by the force of my assault. The fools on the ground could only stare at the wreckage, their cheap mechs kneeling amidst the scorched earth and lingering traces of my power. "Holy shit, what was that just now?" One of them stammered, his sensors clearly unable to process the sheer speed and devastation. I remained suspended in the air, a silent god in this artificial hell, letting the purple glow of my soul power wash over the pathetic scene I had created. From below, one of the more perceptive participants, a woman in a white hood, was running diagnostics, her mind racing to comprehend my machine. Terrifying long-range attacks, extremely powerful in close combat. Yes, keep analyzing. You'll never grasp the truth of it. My power isn't something that can be quantified by your primitive technology. Though the system tried, dutifully adding points to my score as if this were some childish game. Meanwhile, in the control room for this trial, the old administrator stroked his beard, impressed. "The power is quite considerable," he mused to his floating companion, "and the soul power consumption is lower than expected." The little creature, a floating system sprite, questioned its master's decision to let me participate. "Your Holiness, wasn't this trial supposed to select a true hero for the upcoming disaster?" it asked, its voice laced with confusion. The old man simply confirmed it, his eyes still glued to my performance. The sprite's confusion turned to frustration. "Then why is it always you, Your Holiness, stealing the spotlight and showing off?" It was amusing, watching it throw a tantrum over my overwhelming superiority. I gave a tired sigh, feigning boredom. "It's a rare opportunity," I explained through our private channel. "I just wanted to do some extra data testing." I then dismissed the annoying little thing, ordering it to monitor the 2 merman candidates. It let out a defeated sigh, knowing it was useless to argue with me. With a soft pop, it vanished to do my bidding. My attention was drawn elsewhere, to the southern defense line, where the real test was supposedly taking place. A swarm of mindless beasts were throwing themselves at the participants, and one fool in a red mech was hiding behind a rock, complaining about the indiscriminate attacks. The swarm was endless, a tide of claws and spikes. A team of blue-caped pilots, clearly out of their depth, found themselves swamped by the horde. One of them was knocked down, and his comrade rushed to his side, a pathetic display of sentiment. "Brother, are you all right?" Their supposed leader, watching from a distance, was shocked. "They actually took all the attacks for us," he muttered, a flicker of useless guilt in his voice. The downed soldier brushed it off, a meaningless gesture of thanks before his inevitable demise. "This is a good opportunity for a counterattack," the leader declared, rallying his hopelessly outmatched subordinates. They gathered their courage, preparing for a final, pointless charge. "Let's charge," he commanded, and his men dutifully agreed. One of them looked around desperately, calling out for a man named Lan Yuwang. But their uncle was nowhere to be found, with their last hope having abandoned them. The blue-caped warriors charged headfirst into the stampeding monsters. A particularly large beast halted, its spiky carapace shifting. Its back split open, revealing dozens of glowing energy nodes, all locking onto the charging fools. Panic finally set in. "Defense, quickly, protect this brother," one of them screamed. They frantically tried to form a shield wall. It was a textbook formation, shields interlocked. But against this kind of firepower, it was nothing more than a paper barrier. A storm of energy beams erupted from the monster, tearing through the battlefield. The blue-caped leader bellowed for his nephew to exploit the opening while they held the line. The energy barrage hammered against their shields, the impact sending spiderwebs of cracks across their armor. "Now," the leader screamed, seeing the beast's core exposed. "Now die," the nephew yelled, his spear poised for the final blow. He lunged forward, leaping over the shield wall toward his target. He activated his battle technique, his weapon transforming into a massive, spinning drill aimed directly at the creature's weak spot. The drill bit into the monster's armor, but the carapace held. "It's not over yet," he roared, pouring more power into the assault. He gritted his teeth, pushing with all his might. He broke through the first layer and lunged again for the kill. But just as his weapon was about to pierce the core, a blade of dark energy shot out from the side, deflecting his attack. The traitor Uncle Lan Yuwang reappeared, laughing as he unleashed his own technique. "Ha ha ha, it's mine," he cackled, using his vortex strangle to secure the kill. He greedily plunged his daggers into the monster's core, but he wasn't the only vulture. Another fool in a gold mech swooped in, also trying to claim the prize. They were both too slow. My attack, a clean slice of energy, had already bisected the creature before their pathetic weapons even made contact. The nephew could only stare in disbelief at his uncle's betrayal. "Uncle Lanyu, you." The kill-stealing gold mech landed on the carcass, my purple soul energy still dripping from its frame, and had the audacity to taunt his own blood. "Sorry, nephew," the traitor sneered. "Your uncle just likes to loot as much as he can." The system, unable to distinguish true power from opportunistic theft, awarded him my points. The nephew seethed, "Asshole." He then spotted my approach and shouted a warning to the traitor, who had the gall to thank him. I didn't need his thanks. I just unleashed another casual slash. A low chuckle escaped me as I prepared to teach this thief a lesson. The rest of the battlefield was just as pathetic, a free-for-all of incompetence. The red mech from earlier was firing frantically at another armored beast. His energy bolts sparked uselessly against its hardened shell. The pilot cursed as he realized his attacks were completely ineffective. Suddenly, the ground beneath him erupted, sending him stumbling back. He looked around in confusion, completely disoriented. An old warrior in a worn-out mech appeared, his face contorted with rage. "Go to hell, you little bastard from the Huyan family," he screamed, revealing some ancient, tiresome feud. With a roar, the old man threw a heavy punch, ready to settle a score that had nothing to do with this trial. "I intend to prove I am the only one worthy of it, even if it means wading through the filth of this coastal defense line." Just as I arrive, I see this idiot in the red mech, flailing around and screaming, "What are you doing?" at his own incompetence. He finally spots my golden frame, and his tiny brain short-circuits with rage. "Go to hell, you little bastard from the Huyan family," he bellows right before a flicker of recognition hits him. "It's you, you shameless bastard," he screeches. The desperation in his voice is almost musical. He abandons the actual threat, the beasts, to launch a telegraphed, clumsy kick in my direction. He actually laughs, thinking his pitiful attack connected. "Ha, it's useless." He stands there, cursing into a cloud of dust, genuinely believing he accomplished something. Of course, I had already repositioned myself, not even bothering to dignify his tantrum with a counter. He's an emotional child, a distraction from the real objective. Points. The beasts he ignored are now unleashing a volley of energy beams, a far more interesting problem to solve. A beautiful, deadly web of light fills the battlefield, far more elegant than my rival's crude brawling. This is a puzzle I can appreciate, a dance of angles and timing. A quick analysis reveals a potential flaw in their design. It looks like there's a blind spot below this beast, I mutter to myself. Let's give it a try. I push my mech's thrusters, weaving through the glowing streams of energy. Sliding low across the shattered ground, I close the distance in an instant. With a final burst, I launch myself directly under the creature's massive chassis. Its dorsal cannons fire wildly, unable to depress far enough to track me. Predictable. I land without a tremor. Just as I expected, I confirm my logic flawless. The area below is a blind spot for its laser attacks. I now stand in the perfect position, a predator beneath its prey. Suddenly, its underbelly splits open, revealing a grinder maw of rotating teeth, an unexpected variable but manageable. Okay then. I arm my shoulder cannons, their energy cores whining to a crescendo. Now die. A point-blank eruption of plasma obliterates the creature from the inside out. The resulting shockwave is significant, but I've already braced for impact. I watch the burning husk fall from the sky, a faint laugh escaping my lips. That was almost stimulating. The system confirms my success with a satisfying chime, plus 300 points. I quickly do the math. With my initial reward, saving those useless soldiers and a few other kills, my score is now a respectable 790 points. There's no time to waste. Another beast charges, less complex and far less interesting. I bisect it with a single, contemptuous slash of my blade. Switching to my arm-mounted cannons, I begin methodically clearing the field. Each shot is a calculated expenditure of energy for a guaranteed return in points. I move through the horde like a phantom, my movements fluid and economical. The system voice is music to my ears. The small beast is worth 80 points, while the medium-sized laser beast is worth 300 points. I absorb the data, refining my kill priority algorithm on the fly. A flying variant proves to be just as fragile. 80 points, trivial. My sensors lock onto the real prize, a colossal, fortress-like monster in the distance. That is the key to winning this little game. I continue my harvest of the smaller beasts, all while plotting my approach to the jackpot. Amusingly, the red-armored simpleton has the same idea, muttering about luring the turtle over. He actually chuckles, convinced of his own genius. Let him be the bait. I watch him clumsily carve a path through the swarm, drawing all the attention. It's a crude but effective strategy for a mind like his, and it serves my purpose perfectly. Battle reports flicker across my secondary display, showing chaos erupting inside Longway City itself. Explosions are tearing through North Gate Street. One of the city's defenders, a general in green armor, is holding the line. Her subordinates are struggling, forced to divert civilians around the debris-choked streets, while another warrior leaps across the rooftops. This one, a woman, moves with purpose. She seems to sense an ambush a moment too late. Her eyes widen, but she can't evade in time. A stealth beast strikes her from behind, sending her plummeting towards the ground. The green-armored general sees her fall and decides to intervene. Trying to escape, she yells not at the woman but at the beast. She unleashes a powerful wave of energy from her polearm. The turquoise slash arcs through the air, a beautiful display of power. It cleaves the ambusher in two, its pieces raining down on the already ruined city. The grunts on the ground cheer, their morale momentarily boosted. The general remains focused, already scanning for the next threat. An old observer notes her skill, but also her sentimentality, a fatal flaw in his estimation and mine. Her shadow is eclipsed by that of her next opponent. The creature lunges, but she meets it head-on, her grip tightening on her weapon. Another clean, efficient strike, impressive for a city guard. She stands over the corpse, unaware she's being watched. The old man is intrigued, wondering about her identity. "Your Excellency, who in the world are you?" "Don't be nervous," I said, my voice a calm echo in the desolate landscape, as if toying with a cornered animal. This woman in her gilded armor stared me down, trying to project an authority she didn't possess. From his hidden sanctuary, the trial's administrator watched in surprise, shocked that his pathetic formation techniques could be detected by a mere holy stager. She continued her deductions, linking me to the merman who escaped with a god-level relic, her eyes narrowing as she asked if I was his ally. "Don't make wild guesses," I replied coolly, offering a temporary truce to distract her from the truth. I proposed we work together to fend off the coming beast wave, a simple suggestion to divide our forces and our attention. I left her to her side of the city, vaulting across the rooftops with a purpose she couldn't possibly comprehend. She watched me go, a flicker of doubt in her mind. She couldn't sense my presence, but the soul power felt familiar. Then the realization finally dawned on her, her eyes widening as the pieces clicked into place. The question hung in her thoughts, a testament to her slow intellect. Is he a formation master? I soared through the ruined city, moving toward my objective while she was still frozen by her own insignificant discovery. I remained silent, my focus absolute. Her suspicions were irrelevant. The wind howled past my mech as I flew over the decaying metropolis. I landed with precision atop the tallest spire, claiming my vantage point over this pathetic battlefield. Meanwhile, the old puppet master monitored his holographic map, observing the ants scurrying in his maze. He mused to himself that he'd joined the simulation merely to test his new weapons. He saw himself as a balancing force, confident that his chosen defenders could hold the line. Growing impatient, he summoned his little system spirit. The glowing familiar materialized instantly, awaiting its master's command. What happened at the south gate? He demanded, annoyed that his simulation was already deviating from the script. The little spirit fumed, its form flickering with rage. It spat out its report, furious at the incompetence of a certain youngster from its own family. This fool wasn't just avoiding the fight. He was actively sabotaging his allies to steal their points. Absolutely shameless, the spirit shrieked as the tactical display confirmed the betrayal. The old man simply shrugged, using the chaos as justification to change the rules of his own rigged game. The spirit, lacking any subtlety, decided it was time to kick the cheater out and find a new host. Don't be hasty, the old man purred, deciding instead to simply speed up the process and escalate the chaos. With a majority of the civilians evacuated, he triggered the final step of his so-called trial. Sensing the shift in the battlefield, I decided it was time to take a closer look myself. Outside the south gate, the scene was one of utter failure. A tide of armored beasts swarmed through the breach, a relentless tide of chitin and claws. One of the other pilots was desperately holding them back, his efforts futile against the overwhelming numbers. He gasped for breath, finally realizing the defense line was completely gone. The fool even wasted a moment to worry about the citizens, as if his sentimentality could change anything. Suddenly, a colossal beast unleashed a deafening psychic pulse that washed over the entire battlefield. The pilot could only stare in shock, his mind reeling from the raw power. The true boss emerged from the depths, its massive form eclipsing the horizon as its eyes glowed with malevolent energy. It immediately fired searing beams of energy, not at the defender, but at another target entirely. The Red Mech's pilot, the point-stealing coward, was caught completely off guard by the giant beast's sudden movement. But before he could react, the gold-armored fool swooped in to steal the kill, laughing as he landed a strike and absorbed the points. He cackled with glee, completely oblivious to the danger he had just put himself in. The giant beast, now thoroughly enraged, turned its laser barrage on the arrogant thief. "You stinking seafood!" The gold pilot shrieked, his greed turning to fury as he was forced to retreat. The red pilot, meanwhile, could only scramble to avoid becoming collateral damage. The gold pilot desperately dodged the onslaught of incoming attacks. He was clearly outmatched, his armor smoking from near misses. But it wasn't the beast's attacks that found their mark. It was mine. A sly grin spread across my face as I opened fire from the shadows. "Goodbye to you," I whispered, my shots hurting him directly into the beast's path. My energy bolts glanced harmlessly off the giant beast's thick carapace, but they weren't meant to harm it. They were meant to provoke it. The colossal creature let out a guttural roar, its singular eye glowing with incandescent rage. It turned its full, undivided attention to the nearest annoyance. The red pilot watched in horror, utterly confused by the sudden turn of events. He finally understood as the entire swarm of smaller beasts turned and charged him. Damn that merman, he's actually plotting against me. His screams were a satisfying symphony as the horde descended upon him. He was completely and utterly overwhelmed, a fitting end for a coward. From the wall, the so-called heroes watched, one of them foolishly shouting that they needed to help him. But his pragmatic partner, Uncle Wang, stopped him, a glint of opportunity in his eyes. He pointed out that with the fool acting as bait, now was the perfect time to kill the giant beast and claim all the points. Moreover, he added, we can seize this opportunity to wipe them all out. How predictable. The battlefield was a symphony of explosions and the shrieks of dying beasts, a familiar and almost tedious sound. My crimson-armored rival, however, seemed to find the chaos far more overwhelming. Some pathetic commander on the wall was losing his nerve, shouting about a beast wave as a massive creature began to gather dark energy. An amusing display of panic, considering the true scale of the horde stampeding toward their flimsy defenses. Their mech scrambled into a line, a fragile wall of steel against a tidal wave of claws and teeth. Predictably, the wave crashed over them, and their screams began to echo across the battlefield. Their formation, so meticulously arranged, was shattered in moments by the sheer weight of numbers. The insects swarmed them, turning their proud soldiers into nothing more than fodder. I watched dispassionately as one of the machines was torn apart, its pilot's life extinguished in a single, brutal crunch. Even the supposed prodigy of the Huyan family, Huyan Xing, could only curse his fate as he was swarmed. Meanwhile, on the far side of the slaughter, my so-called uncle was whispering his pathetic little schemes to his own pawn. "Go on, nephew Lankan," he urged me through the comms, his voice dripping with false concern. "This is your chance for an impressive score. If you don't go, Uncle Wang might just take all the points. The fool in the golden mech gestured toward the battle, expecting me to charge in like a brainless attack dog. I, however, remained perfectly still, analyzing their transparent little trap. I simply turned my back on them, not even gracing the idiot with a response. His indignant sputtering as I boosted away was almost satisfying, quickly followed by the dawning, panicked realization that I had seen right through his crude plan. Let him hide in the dust like the coward he is. He could wait for another opportunity that would never come. These lesser beasts were being coordinated by a much larger one, a commander-class variant, and the soldiers' morale was finally breaking. Hu Yanxing, for all his bluster, was still fighting desperately against the tide. It was almost a shame when a massive pincer finally caught his mech, hoisting him into the air. Just as the creature's jaws were about to crush his cockpit, I decided it was time to intervene. My descent was a silver streak against the dark sky. I arrived. Hu Yanxing could only stare in disbelief as I landed before him, my spear pointed at the beast that held him captive. With a roar that drowned out the sounds of battle, I channeled my energy. A single, blinding arc of power cleaved the monster in two. Hu Yanxing looked up at my frame, his voice laced with shock as he recognized me. I landed softly beside his damaged machine. Without a word, I took up a defensive position. We now stood back to back, an alliance born of necessity. The lesser beasts that had swarmed him were now nothing more than obstacles to be cleared. He blasted them with his cannons, while I moved like a phantom between them. Every swing of my spear was a clean, perfect kill. From the city walls, I knew the old masters were watching. My little fish spirit delivered my message, zipping over to the old man. "How is it going over there?" I asked through my proxy, my voice calm and collected. The old man looked startled. He reported back that the coastal defense line had nearly collapsed, but two individuals were now holding the line. Oh, and who might those two be? He confirmed my suspicions. The Merman Prince and the young master of the Huyan family were fighting together. His monitor displayed the impossible scene for all to see. Back in the fray, Hu Yanxing and I had found a strange, lethal rhythm. He would lay down suppressing fire, and I would exploit the openings he created. I moved through the horde like a blade of grass in the wind, untouchable. A beast lunged for his exposed side, but I was already there, my spear piercing its head. I landed gracefully, our mechs moving in perfect, deadly sync. After a moment of silence, he spoke, his voice strained. "Hey, thanks," he muttered, the words clearly tasting like ash in his mouth. "I never imagined I'd fight side by side with a merman," he continued, his prejudice still clinging to his tone. He admitted he was even entrusting his back to me. "The coastal line is on the verge of collapse," I stated coldly, cutting through his sentimentality. "Every beast we kill buys more time for the citizens to evacuate." He questioned my motives, reminding me of the trial and the points we were competing for. We stood together, a temporary island in a sea of monsters. "It's hard to tell if this is a real city," I replied, my voice echoing in his comms. "It's possible this entire scenario is an illusion created by the secret realm." He was silent for a moment, processing my words. We continued to fight, our movements becoming more coordinated with every passing second. He blasted a monster that was about to ambush me from behind, and I cut down another closing in on him. My spear danced through the horde, a whirlwind of death. Our backs met again as we caught a brief respite. "We're still competitors," he pointed out. "If this is just an illusion for scoring, wouldn't you be at a disadvantage by helping me? Behind us are tens of thousands of citizens," I retorted. "Whether this place is an illusion or reality, I will uphold my principles. Would you do the same, even if these weren't your people?" His bravado faltered. He finally conceded with a quiet, "That's right." Another beast charged, and I met it head-on, my spear shattering its carapace. "Countries fight for their own interests," I continued, my voice cutting and precise. "But the civilians are innocent. In the face of a common enemy, everyone should stand united." We stood together, splattered in the purple blood of our enemies. He was silent for a long moment before finally admitting, "You've got a point." I allowed a small, cold smile to form on my lips. Far away, watching everything, the old master stroked his beard. He had heard our entire conversation, seen our actions, and judged my character. "Then it's settled," he declared with finality. "It's him. This so-called third trial is merely a pale imitation of a real tragedy, a shadow play meant to test the naive." From my perch, I watched participant number 4, Huang Maioyan, finally grasp the basic premise of this farce. Points are awarded for altering a history already written in blood. She puzzles over the mechanism, her mind slowly, painfully connecting the dots. And there it is, the flicker of horrified realization in her eyes. She understands this isn't just a game. It's a historical simulation. The people she saves are just ghosts, echoes of those who actually died. A truly twisted scoring system. A wave of pointless sentimentality washes over her, as she vows this tragedy won't be repeated. She actually believes all intelligent races deserve dignity. An amusingly idealistic notion for someone about to face oblivion. A notification pings on my interface, signaling the end of this pointless stage. The system announces the rescue mission is over, with a pathetic completion rate, then alerts us to the arrival of a holy stage beast. An order is given for all participants to gather at the defense line, as if their combined weakness could make a difference. Manhua correctly assesses the situation. Earth stage cultivators are nothing but fodder against a holy stage threat. She hesitates, unwilling to reveal her trump card, her precious star-souled general. Her decision is to observe, a predictable and ultimately foolish choice. At the south gate, the real defense line is already crumbling under the weight of the beast tide. These pathetic imitations of soldiers are being torn apart by monstrous crustaceans. One of them screams as it's crushed, its armor offering no protection whatsoever. Floating artillery beasts join the assault, and some fool of a commander orders his men to prepare a counterattack. His voice echoes across the wall, a desperate cry of fire. The wall's cannons unleash a volley, a light show against an incoming tidal wave. Beams of energy lance through the sky, striking the swarm. A few of the beasts explode in a satisfying, if ultimately meaningless, display of fireworks. The ground is now littered with their charred remains, a temporary victory. Bolstered by this minor success, the commander leads his battalion over the wall to their deaths. They follow their orders, with the blind obedience of insects marching into a fire. Their charge is valiant and completely suicidal. As I watch the pointless slaughter, another participant lands beside me. "You've arrived?" he asks, as if my presence were a surprise. He gestures to the battle below, stating the obvious. With their strength, they definitely don't have the ability to stop that beast. He concludes with a sigh of defeat. "It's hopeless." I turn to him, my voice flat. "This trial is a distraction. What if I told you a beast wave 1,000 times this size is coming to the southern wilderness Great Wall?" His shock is palpable. "How can that be?" He sputters in disbelief, reciting the kingdom's uneventful history as if it means anything now. Wang Mai-oyan, now standing with us, understands the implication immediately. The southern wilderness Great Wall would be completely unable to hold. "Correct," I state, bringing up a memory of the event. "Tens of millions will perish." She dares to question me. "Why should I believe you?" Her blade is pointed at me, a child's toy. "Words are for fools," I tell her. "I will show you." I activate my jade core, forcing the images of my past life directly into her mind. She's frozen in place, her consciousness trapped within the vision I've crafted for her. She sees the future I lived through, the chaos, the death, her own futile struggles against an overwhelming tide. Her mind reels as she witnesses not one, but multiple holy stage beasts laying waste to everything. The vision floods her senses, an unending torrent of destruction. She sees entire armies, proud and powerful, annihilated in moments. The sheer power of a single beast is enough to shatter her resolve. Demonic creatures pour into the streets, feasting on the fleeing populace. A colossal worm, a living siege engine, demolishes city blocks with its sheer mass. She recognizes the location of this living nightmare, Yongan City, a place she thought was safe. And then she sees me, floating above the inferno, an observer of the end. I am the calm center of the storm, a god surveying his broken creation. The vision releases her, and she gasps for air, broken. Still, she clings to false hope, asking about the garrison at Quan City. I crush that hope without a second thought. As far as I know, no holy stager took action. All of Zishui's Shounen roads were swallowed up by the beasts. With everything else destroyed, Quan City could not survive alone, I state plainly. She demands a timeline, her voice trembling. I grant her the courtesy of a precise answer. Less than 2 months. The gears in her mind turn, realizing how my interference has already doomed her original, pathetic plans. Her 3-month seclusion, her breakthrough, all of it is now dust. The other participant can only stare, finally comprehending that my predictions are not guesses, but memories. Manhua is finally broken. Her own spiritual power betrays her, forcing her to accept the truth of my words, to trust the one being who can navigate the hell that is to come. I stood on the ramparts, a cold breeze whipping past my borrowed armor as I surveyed the endless tide of filth crawling towards the city. This pathetic display of force, this so-called beast wave, was nothing more than a glorified pest problem. The woman beside me, Sunai, trembled, her voice laced with a despair that was frankly irritating. "Even with me and you, both at the holy stage, and the combined strength of our families, it's probably not enough." Before I could offer a reassurance, a mechanized guard stepped forward, its voice a grating synth. "I need you to provide evidence. I can't just mobilize the entire Zishui Kingdom's forces on your word alone." I looked back at the automaton, my gaze flat. "I'm sorry, I can't provide any evidence." It pressed the issue, a pointless exercise in protocol. Who are you really, if you can't even disclose basic information? Sunai's frustration was palpable, her voice cracking. I trust you, but how am I supposed to use what you're saying to convince the Empress and the court? I let out a silent sigh. The secret of my rebirth was a card I wouldn't play for these fools. A simple deception would have to suffice. I apologize, Senior Sikong. I transmitted to her, for borrowing your identity. I then focused my soul power, subtly mimicking the energy signature of her long-dead father. My borrowed armor dissolved into a cascade of light particles, a cheap but effective parlor trick. The light receded, revealing a new form, an old man cloaked and hooded, a specter from her past. I pulled the hood lower over my face, completing the illusion. I stood before her, letting the cold wind billow my robes, the fabricated soul signature washing over her. Her eyes widened as her sensors processed the data. His soul power fluctuations like this, a holographic projection of the face I was now wearing flickered before her, confirming her impossible hope. The digital noise of the battlefield swirled around us as she stared, the final pieces of my manipulation clicking into place. Tears welled in her eyes, a predictable, pathetic reaction to a ghost I had manufactured. An image of her real father, smiling and proud, flashed through her mind. It was all too easy. She looked at me, her defenses utterly shattered. "Father," she whispered, before running towards me. She collapsed into my arms, her body shaking with sobs. Her hands clutched my robes desperately, her grief a tool I would now wield. Meanwhile, on another front, the so-called elites were struggling. The prince unleashed a dragon roar cannon into the swarm. The red mech Huyan Xing turned to his battered ally. "Hey, are you okay?" The prince's machine was failing. "I can't hold back the wave anymore," he admitted, suggesting they fall back to the second line of defense. I had to intervene before their incompetence cost me this trial. "Break through this gap," I commanded, pointing a path out. "I'll cover you." But Huyan Xing was too slow, too predictable, and a pouncing beast proved it. "Damn it," he cursed as the swarm began to overwhelm him. Another creature descended, its claws aimed for his cockpit. The impact was direct, a spray of sparks and metal. The swarm was a living ocean, and he was drowning in it. "To be honest," he grunted, his energy levels critical, "I have very little soul power left." Letting these two die was tempting, but they still had some use. "Let's not think about trial scores for now," I said, my voice cutting through their comms. "But you, as a teammate, are quite reliable. A small lie to keep the dog on its leash." The prince, ever the sentimentalist, found it ironic. "I never thought I'd fight side by side with the Huyan family. A pity it seems our trial ends here." Huyan Xing tried to get his attention. "Hey, Something was rising from the water, a new, far more interesting problem. "Look over there," Huyan Xing said, his voice tight. "This is probably not just at the heaven level, it's likely at least holy level or above." The prince panicked. "What? Holy level?" In the face of that, we're completely powerless. Huyan Xing tried to rally him with stories of past victories, a pointless morale boost. "Don't give up. We persevered through Ao Bing's clones." The prince just stood there in his damaged machine, a monument to his own inadequacy. Then came the heroic speech. "Knowing the impossibility but doing it anyway has always been the motto of our Huyan family," Huyan Xing declared. "Even if this is the end, I want to fight the strongest enemy." The prince, easily swayed, found his courage. "You're right. As the prince, I can't just watch it kill my people." He puffed out his chest. "I'll be the bait to attract its attention," Huyan Xing immediately argued, a foolish contest of self-sacrifice. "No, my machine has better mobility and range capabilities. I'll be the one to draw its attention." It was my interference that led to this unexpected turn of events. Amusing, I decided to push the more useful piece into play. "If luck is on our side and we manage to score points for killing this monster, then I hope it's you. Let's do this." The prince called out as Huyan Xing made his decision. "All right," Huyan Xing roared, kicking off the ground with explosive force. He charged headlong towards the colossal beast, a fool rushing to his grave. The creature's maw opened, not to bite, but to unleash something far worse. It spat out a volley of smaller, living explosives that scurried towards him. "Dodge!" the prince screamed, a completely useless warning. The ground erupted around the prince as the living bombs detonated, pinning him down. "Go, don't worry about them," the prince yelled. "I'll lead them away, you look for an opportunity from the back." Huyan Xing hesitated for a second before complying. "Okay." With his back clear, he resumed his suicidal charge. He weaved through the horde, a blur of red metal against a tide of black chitin. His arm cannons fired relentlessly, clearing a narrow path through the cannon fodder. The giant beast loomed ever closer, its sheer size a testament to its power. He continued to push forward, blasting his way through the swarm. With a final burst of speed, he leaped into the air, cannons glowing with power. "Die!" he screamed, firing a concentrated blast of energy directly at the monster's face. The beam struck true, but dissipated harmlessly against the creature's hide. "What?" Hu Yanxing stammered, his bravado evaporating in an instant. From the beast's neck, a barbed tentacle shot out with impossible speed. "Oh no," was all he could manage before the attack reached him. The harpoon struck his mech, catching him midair. Before he could react, several more launched from the creature's body. They pierced his machine from all sides, pinning him like an insect. "It's over, but at least I didn't die at the hands of those little minions," he thought, finding solace in the absurd. The tendrils constricted, tearing his machine's limbs from its torso with a sickening crunch. In a final, brilliant flash of light and fire, his mech was obliterated. "All is up to you now," were his final, useless words. The pathetic fools thought my distraction was their opportunity, their moment of glory. Their combined firepower created an opening, just as I calculated, blowing a hole in the beast's flank. The resulting explosion was satisfyingly large, a beacon for the greedy. And like a moth to a flame, the idiot Lan Xing shot forward, screaming in triumph. He actually thanked me for creating the opening, believing my sacrifice was for his benefit. He sped past the chaos, his eyes fixed on the prize. Another participant stood in his way, a minor obstacle he dispatched with a scream and a spear through the chest. "Ha, it's mine," he shrieked, oblivious to the seething rage of Hai Yanxing watching from below. Hai Yanxing could only grind his teeth as his rival closed in on the objective. The fools who had been helping Lan Xing were simply knocked aside, their usefulness at an end. But Hai Yanxing wasn't finished. He gathered his energy and unleashed his so-called ultimate technique, Vortex Strangulation. A torrent of energy slammed into the giant turtle, a desperate final gamble. The resulting blast of azure light was impressive. I'll grant him that. "I won. This huge score belongs to me," he bellowed, his premature celebration echoing across the battlefield. He never even saw my attack coming. A spike of pure energy tore through his mech's cockpit, and his triumphant grin was replaced with utter shock. "What's going on?" he sputtered, the question dying on his lips as his world went dark. He awoke in the silent void, the processing chamber for failures. His consciousness flickered into existence, suspended among the stars. "Where am I?" he panicked, his hand flying to the glowing collar on his neck, a symbol that the trial was not yet over for him. A holographic screen materialized before him, displaying his laughable performance. The final judgment was amusing. Negative 10,000 points for being the wrong race, a failure to obtain the inheritance. His head suddenly erupted in pain as the system began its final procedure. He was being ejected, but not before I arranged a little parting gift. Visions flooded his mind, fragmented images of a future he couldn't comprehend. He saw mechs, destruction, and a war far beyond his meager understanding. Then a specific memory I planted took root. The southern wilderness, a beast wave, and the fall of Yang'an City. He gasped for air as he returned to his own body, the fabricated horror still fresh in his mind. Back in the void, the realm's spirit announced his elimination, its voice devoid of emotion. What was all the fool could manage before he was completely disconnected? The spirit mused to itself, wondering why its master would show him such things, unaware it was all part of my design. Its task complete, the little fish-like construct simply faded away. And just like that, the board was cleared of another piece. Back on the city wall, I continued my performance for an audience of one. I fed Sikong Mayo a carefully constructed lie, that her father's soul had not been reborn, but that a wisp of it now resided within me. It was a necessary deception. The Star Master System couldn't copy her Star Soul General's data here, so I needed her complete trust. She wept, completely convinced, asking if it was truly her father who had followed her. Internally, I plotted my next move. Bluff my way through this, secure the backing of the Zishui Kingdom, and play the part. I told her that within this secret realm, her father's soul had gained certain permissions, allowing him to manifest through me. She clung to me, begging to stay in this realm forever, a child grasping at straws. I feigned a pained expression, explaining that this residual soul was fragile and running out of energy. To sell the lie, I showed her the coming apocalypse, a beast wave 1,000 times worse than what we just faced. In 3 years, I told her, the entire continent would be destroyed, and no one, mortal or heaven stager, would be spared. I claimed her father modified the trial's rules specifically to show her this grim future, entrusting his power to someone deserving. Me. Protecting this continent, I declared with false solemnity, was now my responsibility. I looked her in the eyes and delivered the final, masterful stroke. Mayo, this Song Yungxiang has accepted my arrangement. Treat him as my reincarnation and help him with everything you have. Even I was impressed with my own acting. I was running out of nonsense, but she was completely enthralled. As if on cue, a new swarm of beasts appeared in the sky, providing the perfect stage for my grand exit. They were insectoid abominations, their purple cores glowing with malevolent energy. I pushed Mayo back, enveloping her in a protective sphere just as the first attack was launched. A concentrated beam of energy slammed into my hastily erected barrier. Now for the finale. I began simulating the particle effects of a soul dissipating. "Father," she cried, as I coughed and staggered, putting on the show of a lifetime. In order to block that blow, I gasped. The remaining soul is exhausted and about to fall into a deep sleep. The beasts fired again, their attacks glancing harmlessly off the shield. "How dare you?" she roared, her grief turning to fury as she rose to defend her father's fading spirit. Her star-souled general, a magnificent golden warrior, materialized and absorbed the enemy's volley. It stood defiantly against the dark sky, crackling with righteous power. With a furious scream, it unleashed a storm of lightning that vaporized the entire swarm of insects. She landed gracefully and rushed to my side, her voice trembling. "Are you all right, father?" I gave one last, weak smile. "It's okay. The little Maya-O has grown into a strong person. As a father, I am very happy." Deceiving her felt distasteful, but it was necessary. I would find a way to make it up to her eventually. My spectral form flickered and dissolved into motes of light within her mech's giant hand. "Father, don't father," she cried, her tears falling on an empty palm. The light faded, and the illusion of the old man crumbled away. I stood up, feigning disorientation. What just happened? Internally, I was smirking. The escape was a success, now to play the fool. A voice announced, "Star Solution." And the world around us dissolved into particles of light. We rematerialized on a darkened rooftop, the battle a distant memory. She stared at me, her eyes filled with a mixture of grief and hope. "Father," she whispered. I bowed my head, affecting a somber tone. "Senior Huang, I am Song Yunxiang." I continued the charade, explaining that Senior Sikong had synchronized his memories with mine before he disappeared. She remained silent, her mind reeling from the whirlwind of emotion and revelation. She finally turned away, her posture rigid. Then," I prompted. "The ground trembles before the march of my creations. At the south gate, the defenders can only watch as my vanguard advances, their panicked shouts lost in the rumble. One of their champions, a gaudy gold-plated fool, stands before my main body in utter disbelief. He's joined by another pest, a child playing soldier in a machine with flowing teal hair. They think they're facing a simple beast, but they haven't seen the first act yet. The shells of my forward troops begin to contort, their true purpose emerging from within. This isn't a mindless swarm. It's a meticulously engineered plague. The warriors cry out in confusion as my armored crabs scuttle forth, their initial confidence shattering into fear. And the surprise isn't over. From their carapaces, they unleash bladed tendrils, a storm of living whips to ensnare the arrogant. One of the mechanized knights is struck instantly, its armor proving as useful as paper. A satisfying shriek echoes as the barb sinks deep into its chassis. The tendril lifts the impaled machine into the air, presenting it like a trophy. A final, intimate gift is prepared for the helpless fool. The subsequent explosion is a beautiful, if brief, work of art. Now my attention turns back to the gold-plated nuisance. He scurries away from my pets, his frantic retreat almost comical. He manages to dodge an attack, but it only delays the inevitable. "Why are you chasing me?" he wails, admitting his weakness in the air. "You have a weakness? How careless of you to reveal it." His nephew Lankun swoops in to save him, a touching display of familial idiocy. The boy intercepts my attack, buying the old man a fleeting moment. Blinded by greed, the old fool rushes forward, screaming about the points he'll get for killing my creation. He unleashes his vortex strangulation, a flashy but ultimately pathetic attack. He actually succeeds in destroying one, celebrating his 500 points like a child who just won a cheap prize. He lands, basking in a victory that lasted precisely 3 seconds. My other creatures immediately correct his delusion, firing in unison. Seeing his uncle's impending doom, the nephew makes the only logical choice. He runs, but he's miscalculated, thinking the sky is a safe haven. He quickly learns that these beasts are expert anti-air platforms. He desperately parries the incoming energy bolts, his escape cut short. My creatures pause, lining up the perfect shot. The boy is forced to retaliate, executing a dragon leap slash. He cleaves through one of my units, showing slightly more competence than his late uncle. He lands, but there is no time to rest. He immediately follows up with a dragon roar cannon. The beam incinerates another creature, a costly and inefficient use of his dwindling energy. He stands among the smoking husks, panting, believing he has the upper hand. His score rises, but his soul power plummets. Just as he thinks he can catch his breath, a column of pure energy descends from the heavens, heralding my personal arrival. He feels it instantly, a pressure that crushes the very air around him. His eyes widen in terror as he finally understands the power he's provoked. I descend upon the battlefield, crackling with an energy that puts his little light show to shame. A strange, floating creature appears, trembling in my presence. It babbles in fear, unable to comprehend a star-souled general of my magnitude. It puffs its chest out, a pathetic display of defiance. Ao Bing is the strongest. It chirps, invoking the name of its master like a prayer. Its bravado vanishes when it sees the fading soul of the old man I just finished dissecting. His spiritual essence dissolves into nothing. The so-called strongest General Ao Bing can only watch, holding the last remnants of his father and crying his name. The little creature is frozen in horror. I remember a time when I introduced myself with a simple name. Now that same creature looks at me, trembling as it begs me to be something I left behind long ago. At the second line of defense, they were putting on a rather pathetic show. The fools scrambled across the battlefield, their mass-produced mech getting torn to shreds by an enemy they clearly didn't understand. Explosions bloomed like vulgar flowers, each one signifying another insignificant life snuffed out. The primary beast, a monstrous shelled breeder, advanced relentlessly, its lesser spawn swarming my supposed allies. One of the pilots got too close, and a chitinous spear punched straight through his cockpit, ending his pointless struggle in a spray of sparks and fluid. Their commander, some self-important fool, screamed about their sacrifices not being in vain. A moment later, one of his subordinates cried out that the beast's shell was too hard, his blade skittering uselessly off its armor. The creature swatted them away like insects, their desperation only highlighting their weakness. Its core began to glow with a menacing purple light, charging a wide-area attack that sent a wave of panic through the survivors. The commander, however, saw this as his moment for glory, activating some named attack he called Dragon Leap Slash. A bolt of blue energy struck the beast, and for a moment, it seemed like his grandstanding might have actually accomplished something. He stood there panting amidst the smoke, foolishly wondering if he was too late to save anyone. As the dust settled, the wreckage of his fallen comrades greeted him. The only thing he'd managed to save them from was a longer, more drawn-out death. "They are all dead," he stated, finally grasping the obvious. He then proceeded to list the creature's capabilities as if it were some grand tactical discovery. He noted its tough shell was too much for standard-issue units, a fact made painfully clear by the scrap metal littering the ground. But then a flicker of intelligence. He paused, a questioning look on his face as he finally sensed something was amiss. He felt a tremor beneath his feet, muttering to himself about the possibility of there being more. An amusing expression of dawning horror crossed his face. From the ground erupted grotesque, hive-like structures, birthing a new wave of horrors. This wasn't a battlefield, it was a nursery. The ground itself was turning against them, a living, breeding factory of death. More of the beetle-like abominations crawled from their fleshy pods, ready for the slaughter. The commander finally understood. The beast he just destroyed wasn't the true threat. It was a mobile nest, continuously spawning these smaller monsters. "How can I possibly take it down?" he whimpered, his resolve finally crumbling into despair. Watching this farce from my quiet observation space, I let out a tired sigh. Enough was enough. "All right," I whispered to myself, deciding to finally step in. The time for observation was over. The little commander, in a final, desperate act of valor, decided to burn his remaining soul power for a suicide attack. Nearby, a golden mech that had been hiding in the dirt pleaded with him to stay away. Pathetic. The commander let out a final, primal scream, ignoring the coward entirely. He gathered all his remaining energy into a brilliant, swirling vortex of blue flame. The attack surged forward, aimed squarely at the heart of the great beast. But the creature was faster, its tendrils whipping out with surgical precision. Before his final attack could even connect, his mech was ensnared and brutally torn to pieces. "It's not over yet," he screamed, even as his machine came apart around him. His spirit howled in agony as it was ripped from the pilot's seat. I watched his soul form, a glowing blue phantom, fall helplessly from the sky. It plunged directly into the birthing maw of the hive he was trying to destroy. "I'm sorry, Mother," were his final, sentimental thoughts before his soul detonated within the beast. The resulting explosion of soul energy was immense, vaporizing the creature and its spawn from the inside out. A surprisingly effective, if not entirely intentional, outcome. The blast consumed everything in a cloud of smoke and crackling energy. Silence fell over the battlefield once more, but as the smoke cleared, the beast's severed head lay on the ground, twitching. It began to regenerate. The fool's sacrifice had bought mere moments. The coward in the golden mech finally crawled out of his hole, watching in terror. "What a ridiculously cowardly behavior," I sneered, my voice echoing in his cockpit, though he rationalized it as the only way to survive. A beam of light lanced through the air, striking his mech squarely in the head. His confusion was palpable. A satisfying explosion followed, erasing his worthless existence from the field. Now only the husks of the lesser beasts remained, casualties of the commander's failed attack. A woman, Mayo, appeared beside the wreckage of the golden mech, remarking that people like him could never understand sacrifice. She materialized before me, her presence cutting through the grim atmosphere. "So have you made your choice?" she asked, gesturing to the secret realm around us. "Can we put an end to this?" I shook my head. "I'm sorry, Senior Huang. I promised the Guardian that Ao Bing's legacy could only be passed to a descendant of the mermans." Her gaze was sharp, cutting through my pretense. "What are you thinking? I have no interest in the legacies of these ants, and you can call me Mayo." A smirk touched my lips as I held up the trial's control cube. "Ha, then I will end this trial." She challenged me to prove my worth, and I simply replied, "All right." We stood together, overlooking the desolate landscape, ready to begin the real test. With a flash of red and yellow lightning, I summoned my own forces. My personal star generals materialized, their forms infinitely more powerful than the cannon fodder that had fallen before. "Let's go," I commanded, and they shot forward like vengeful spirits. The battlefield erupted once more, a symphony of destruction orchestrated by me. When it was all over, I found myself floating in the silent void of space, the trial complete. A small, ethereal creature floated before me. "Hey," it chirped. My eyes slowly opened. "Are you awake?" it asked, its voice echoing in the emptiness. The world dissolved into a void of silent, shimmering dust. For a moment, even I felt a flicker of disorientation in this core space. But my focus quickly shifted to the other soul I dragged in here with me, the so-called despicable bastard. "Huh, where am I?" he stammered, floating aimlessly. "What just happened?" Someone attacked me. He gritted his teeth, the first glimmer of understanding dawning on his pathetic face. Did I fail? As if on cue, the system answered his question with brutal efficiency, displaying his results for all the void to see. His face paled as he read the verdict. "Not qualified for inheritance." "Negative points," he shrieked, his composure shattering like cheap glass. "What the hell is this?" A cage of pure energy materialized around him, a fitting prison for his arrogance. "What is this? Let me go." He slammed his fists against the impenetrable barrier, a trapped animal raging against its fate. His pathetic cries echoed in the emptiness. "Hey, what's the meaning of this? Why am I being locked up?" The fool was reduced to begging into the abyss. "Hello, is anyone around?" Silence was his only answer. With that garbage taken care of, I found myself on the digital floor of the same secret core space. A small, floating guardian appeared, its voice chirping with programmed enthusiasm. "Congratulations, trial participant No. 3 Lun Kun." The merman boy I'd chosen looked up, dazed. Guardian?" The little system spirit simply prompted him to check his results. A colossal screen of data materialized before him. He stared at it, utterly bewildered, as the system gave him the charming title of Silly and Sweet Prince. Unlike the old fool, his score was more than enough, granting him full qualification. A brilliant light flared as the system announced his success. "Congratulations, you've obtained the inheritance qualification," it declared, causing the boy to point at himself in disbelief. "I've obtained the inheritance qualification." He stammered, unable to process it. The Guardian confirmed it with a nod. "Now, as the guardian of the inheritance of the mermen, I acknowledge Lan Kun as the 10th generation host of Star Soul General Ao Bing." The Guardian began to glow, gathering an immense amount of energy to initiate the ceremony. A swirling vortex of power opened above the boy's head, catching him completely by surprise. A torrent of pure energy slammed into him, and he let out a piercing scream. He writhed, his body struggling to contain the influx of power. Golden circuits of light began etching themselves across his skin and torso. His eyes blazed with raw energy as he screamed, the power of a Star Soul General forcibly rewriting his very being. "The data transfer for the Star Soul General Ao Bing will take some more time," the Guardian noted calmly, then turned its attention elsewhere. "I wonder how things are going on the other side." It pulled up a live feed of the battlefield I had just left. My allies were still locked in a desperate struggle against the Horde. My own mech, piloted by my subordinate, unleashed a storm of divine retribution. Arcs of brilliant yellow lightning tore across the sky. A devastating lightning strike descended from the heavens. The ground erupted in a cataclysmic explosion of energy and shattered rock. Meanwhile, the red demon mech charged forward, undeterred by the chaos. It lunged, its spear glowing with a sinister purple energy, aimed at the beast's core. The attack slammed into a crystalline shield, the only thing standing between victory and defeat. With a deafening crack, the shield was obliterated. My mech followed up instantly, its massive sword cleaving down upon the now defenseless beast. The shockwave of the final blow sent dust and debris flying across the ravaged landscape. The pilot of the red demon was stunned. After suppressing a peak holy stage beast, you can take it down in a single move. He knew the power gaps between levels of the holy stage were immense. "Even if I use my all-out strength at the 6th level of the holy stage," he admitted, "I can't kill this beast in one move." From her command post, Mayo watched the display, her mind reeling. She understood the terrifying implications of such power. It reminded me of my own past life, where my damaged soul veins had capped my potential, forcing me to crawl when I should have soared. Back on the field, the Red Demon's pilot confronted my mech, utterly confused. What happened? Didn't the trial already end? Why are you still at the late Earth stage? He couldn't comprehend the disparity between my displayed level and my actual power. I allowed myself a small internal smirk. Oh, right, we should withdraw. I thought, feigning ignorance. Sorry, the late Earth stage is my true power. Just then, the entire battlefield began to derez, the trial finally concluding. We were all teleported back to the digital grid. Where are we? Mayo asked, looking around. We stood together in the strange, silent space. She turned as a screen flickered to life just for her. It was her scorecard. A 0 for the first trial and a massive point deduction for being a non-mermaid, leading to a final verdict. Not qualified. She scowled, clearly insulted. What is this vulgar thing? Did you make it? The little blue guardian is a bit careless, I said, waving my hand dismissively as her scorecard vanished. She then asked about my score, and the system obliged with a flourish. A garish, golden monstrosity of a scoreboard appeared, proclaiming the invincible Your Holiness had achieved a score of 999. It was utterly ridiculous, and I simply muttered a dry, thank you. I quickly closed the window before she could get a better look, laughing it off as nothing. My thoughts, however, were already elsewhere. The information from the Jade Core confirmed it. We were back in the real world. Mayo, of course, was still lost. This is for you, I said, holding out a red card. What's this? She asked, eyeing it with suspicion. I explained it was a talisman for the Star Soul General Millen. Once we leave this secret realm, we'll return to our original location. I told her. The soldiers from the lower realm have likely surrounded the area. I placed the card in her hand, my mind racing. The Star Master system wasn't responding here. This was a real object, a real risk, not just data I could copy. You probably don't want to expose your identity as a citizen of the Zishui Kingdom, do you? She scoffed with the typical arrogance of a holy stager. Who can stop me if I want to leave? But I suspect you have ulterior motives. I just chuckled. I'm going to check on that merman boy, she declared and vanished. The Guardian jumped as she disappeared in a flash of light. I materialized before it a moment later. Your Holiness, you've arrived. Has the third trial ended? It asked. I confirmed it had and asked for a status update on the boy. We're at 99% progress, it reported. Just one final step remaining. My expression cooled. One final step. Yes, the Guardian explained, producing a pulsating orb of dark blue liquid. According to the process established by the great first-generation host, true dragon's blood must be injected into each host of Ao Bing. The ultimate form of the merman. A strange, unsettling energy pulsed from the orb, and my senses went on high alert. True dragon's blood. I asked, my voice dangerously low. Why is this necessary? The Guardian paused, trying to recall its master's words. God doesn't like tainted descendants, it whispered. The phrase struck me like a physical blow, dragging forth a memory of my second senior sister. She once told me that humans were descendants of God, while all other races were mere bodies prepared for them. How should I put it? Never mind. Please follow me, the Guardian said, opening a portal. I stepped through the swirling vortex without a word. The new space was a vast, empty grid, and there he was, the old fool, reset and confused. What's going on? This place is not under the control of the Jade Core. His eyes fell upon a massive, grotesque biological machine at the far end of the room. What is that? The Guardian's voice was devoid of all warmth. The true dragon's blood is drawn from her.